Young Año. Año, come back quickly, it's about to rain. Upon hearing his mother's call, Wu Año, who was joyfully engrossed in playing, immediately looked up. He noticed the sky was thick with dark clouds, ominously signaling an impending downpour. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he gazed at the unfinished game. Of hopping on the ground, reluctantly shaking his head, he strode back towards the house. Just as he stepped inside, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, and then torrential raindrops began to pour down like peas. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief for having heeded his mother's warning. Leaning against the window, he watched the rain for a while before recalling that his father had gone hunting in the mountains with the other men and had yet to return, leaving him anxious about whether they would be drenched by the deluge. Turning to his mother, who was husking corn, he softly inquired, "Mother, do you think father and the others will be able to catch any game today? With this heavy rain, I wonder if they'll get wet." Setting aside her task, Chiyun looked up, feeling a swell of pride at her son's maturity for expressing such thoughts. "Año, your father and the others will be back soon. Once they bring back some game, they'll prepare a delicious meal for you." Hearing his mother's words, Año felt a rush of joy. The thought of savory meat made his mouth water involuntarily. He counted mentally and realized that it had nearly been a month since the family had last enjoyed meat. Seeing the gluttonous expression on her son's face made Chiyun smile, but then she glanced at the corn in her hands and a wave of worry washed over her. She pondered that although Año was only 9 years old, his appetite was astonishing. He consumed 5 or 6 bowls of corn at each meal, more than what she and his father ate combined. From a young age, he was unlike other children. He had always eaten voraciously. Initially, she had been concerned he might overindulge, but after observing him for a long time, she realized he had no such issues. Moreover, he seemed to eat without gaining weight, leaving her baffled as to where all that food went. The most pressing concern was that his growing appetite was depleting the family's grain supply. With these thoughts weighing on her mind, she began to silently pray that his father would return with some valuable game. Unbeknownst to Wu Año, his mother's worries were far removed from his own. He had retreated to his room, rubbing his now grumbling stomach, feeling somewhat helpless. Why was he so hungry? Despite consuming large amounts of food at every meal, he alone knew he rarely felt completely full. If asked why he didn't eat more, he would express a desire to do so. Yet each time he saw his mother eating only a small portion and the dwindling grain supply, he understood, even at his young age, that they couldn't afford to overindulge. If the grains ran out before the autumn harvest, his father, mother, and he would face hunger. His greatest hope now was that his father would bring back a substantial catch. Lying on his bed, boredom enveloped him. After a moment of contemplation, he squatted down to observe an objecta stone jar, roughly the size of a human head, dark and hefty. He had picked it up outside, drawn to its weight and utility for holding items. To describe its weight, he estimated it at over 1,000 pounds. He knew this because he could lift it with ease. Indeed, you read that correctly. At this moment, Wu Año was using both hands to grip the stone jar, summoning all his strength to hoist the heavy object. Up, down, up, down. He lifted and lowered it 10 times before finally tossing it to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Gazing at the stone jar on the floor, he looked at his hands. He found it curious that since childhood, he had possessed extraordinary strength. At 3 years old, he could lift over 200 pounds of feet, more befitting an adult. At that time, the villagers referred to him as a prodigy, but as he grew older and gained a better understanding of the world, he learned to conceal his abilities. He did not wish to be perceived as a freak, nor did he want his mother to overthink his eating habits, which might lead her to doubt his needs. Thus, he refrained from showcasing his strength, and gradually, the villagers forgot about it. Even his father and mother remained unaware of the true extent of his might. While having great strength was advantageous, it came with the caveat of needing to eat considerably. Thus, he often ventured out to forage for food. However, recently he noticed the absence of animals within miles of their home, prompting his father and the villagers to venture deeper into the forest. Within the vast wilderness, a group of 20 to 30 individuals was meticulously searching for prey, among them Año's father, Wu Chun. "Village chief, we have yet to encounter any suitable game." The depths of this wilderness are home to formidable beasts. If we venture further, we may exit the forest's edge and enter the heart of it. The robust village chief glanced at the elder beside him and nodded slightly. I am aware, Uncle Abu. However, the outskirts offer little in the way of decent game. The villagers need meat and animal hides to exchange for gold to purchase grain. We must press on, I assure you, that if we do not find suitable prey in a few more miles, we will turn back. Uncle Abu could only sigh softly at these words and continued to follow the village chief deeper into the forest. The villagers, observing their leader's resolve, voiced no objections and followed closely behind. Wu Chun regarded the village chief ahead and glanced at the thickening trees, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Yet, considering his child and wife at home, coupled with the rapidly depleting grain supply, he could only proceed cautiously in the village chief's wake. At that moment, deep within the forest, a massive black bear, standing over 3 meters tall, suddenly sniffed the damp air. In an instant, it appeared exhilarated and charged forward in the direction of the villagers. Drip drop, the rain lightened, gently pattering through the gaps between the trees, which could be embraced by several people. Identity exposure, village chief. Do you hear that sound? A tall, slender villager furrowed his brow and inquired. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, even the ground began to tremble slightly. All eyes turned towards the village chief, and an inexplicable atmosphere of fear began to spread through the crowd. Everyone remained calm. Despite the rising panic among the villagers, the chief spoke with composure. Perhaps a large creature is merely passing by. Everyone hide immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, directing the villagers to conceal themselves. Each villager quickly camouflaged themselves on the ground, silently praying that no formidable beast would appear. However, when a towering bear, approximately 30 feet tall with jet black fur, emerged into view, an involuntary gasp escaped the lips of the villagers. They had never encountered such a powerful and ferocious creature. The black bear arrived at the scene, sniffing the air with its dark nose. It looked left and right, taking cautious steps forward. At that moment, the village chief regretted his greed for venturing into the depths of the forest, which their ancestors had always forbidden. But before he could ponder further, one villager, unable to withstand the overwhelming terror of life and death, cried out, "Oh no, help!" This villager, named Hosan, suddenly leapt up from his hiding place and sprinted towards his home. In that instant, the bear spotted the figure and, with an almost human-like grin, it moved with astonishing speed despite its seemingly clumsy form. In a few swift strides, it caught up with the fleeing villager and, right before the eyes of the onlookers, swiped its massive paw, striking him down. Hosan, who had only just taken a few steps, felt as though he had been struck by a 1,000-pound boulder, and with a thud, he was sent crashing against a large tree trunk. His body crumpled like tofu, lifeless and bloodied, as crimson liquid mingled with chunks of flesh flowed from his mouth. In an instant, a vibrant life had turned into a cold corpse. The bear paid no heed to the fallen body. Instead, it abruptly turned and charged towards another hidden villager, batting him away with a single swipe. "It has discovered us. Run!" someone shouted, and soon, over 20 villagers fled in a panic. Sensing an abundance of prey, the bear became exhilarated, eagerly pursuing one of the villagers. Ordinary villagers stood no chance against such a beast. It was a relentless massacre. Upon witnessing another villager lose his head to the bear's jaws, Wu Qin shouted urgently, "Village chief, we cannot escape this. If this continues, we will all perish. We might as well fight back." With bloodshot eyes, the chief glanced at the remaining few villagers, a hint of madness flickering in his gaze. "Fight back. If we are to die, let us do so fighting." Emboldened by the chief's resolve, the villagers rallied, brandishing their knives and spears as they charged forward. Yet, despite their numbers, the bear's tough hide rendered their weapons ineffective, merely grazing its fur. After several more villagers fell, the remaining ones began to succumb to the threat of death. The timid turned to flee. With a resounding smack, Wu Chun was struck from behind by the bear's paw, the immense force propelling him forward as if he had been hit by a ton of bricks. In that moment, he felt his bones shatter under the tremendous pressure, as one villager after another fell, and the village chief was also sent flying by the bear's swipe. Wu Chun sighed deeply at the sight of their horrified faces. Enough of this. Closing his eyes, he raised his still-functioning left hand and struck his chest. It felt as though something within his heart had shattered. Suddenly, a faint glow enveloped his body, and he witnessed his injuries healing at an astonishing pace, a surge of power flooding through him. In an instant, the previously unassuming and somewhat dull Wu Chun transformed, exuding an air of newfound strength. The fallen village chief, witnessing Wu Chun rise anew, gazed in disbelief. He recalled the winter years prior when this seemingly honest man had arrived in their remote mountain village with his wife. He had harbored suspicions then, but he never anticipated the depths of Wu Chen's hidden power. At that very moment, the bear ceased its onslaught, sensing an indescribable threat emanating from the man who should have perished. It was intrigued, yet not afraid. With a thunderous roar, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Wu Chun, its colossal paw sweeping towards the minuscule figure before it. However, just as its paw was mere inches away, it felt an immense force halting its advance. Wu Chun regarded the fearsome bear with a scoff. In an instant, a crimson long knife appeared in his hand, radiating a pulsating energy that sent shivers down spines. In a breathtaking display, he leapt into the air, unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes against the bear. Waves of annihilating power surged forth from the blade, and before the villagers could comprehend the scene, the bear was reduced to mere chunks of flesh, unable to utter a single cry. The sudden turn of events left the injured villagers momentarily oblivious to their pain, struggling to comprehend how the once meek Wu Chun had transformed into such a formidable force. Disregarding their astonished gazes, Wu Chun reached for a white porcelain vial at his waist, pouring out several black pills. He distributed them among the surviving villagers. In awe, they accepted the pills, and under the village chief's urging, consumed them. A warm sensation coursed through their bodies, and to their astonishment, their injuries began to heal. No longer facing death, those on the brink of demise found themselves revived, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they struggled to express their gratitude to Wu Chun. Meanwhile, in a stone chamber shrouded in swirling black mist atop a perpetually cloud-covered peak, an old man with a hawk-like nose and a grotesque visage abruptly opened his eyes during meditation. With a raspy voice, he mused, "Ah, Wu Chun, you have finally appeared. You have kept this old man waiting for years. Once I capture you, I shall ensure that you cannot live nor die." He then executed a spell, sending a golden light soaring from the chamber. Shortly thereafter, a pair of individuals clad in black and white garments entered. The old man spoke to them briefly, and they soon departed, bowing in reverence. Chapter 3. The unspoken farewell. The village chief gazed at Wu Chun, opening his mouth but failing to articulate his thoughts, merely exhaling a soft sigh. "Wu Chun, there is no need for words," he said. "It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of my true identity. I had hoped to live a humble life hidden away in the mountains, yet fate has dictated otherwise. You must remember, should anyone inquire about my existence, you must deny ever knowing me. Otherwise, calamity shall befall the village." The village chief nodded, though he was oblivious to the full extent of the situation. Nevertheless, in that moment, Wu Chun's demeanor instilled within him an inexplicable sense of trust. After a moment's contemplation, the chief could not suppress his concern. "If you depart, what will become of Qiuyun and the child?" Wu Chun raised his gaze to the sky, where delicate raindrops began to fall once more. A tumult of emotions swirled within him, and despite the multitude of words he wished to express, he could only manage a deep sigh. "Village chief, I no longer have the time to return to see them," he confessed. "Please tell Qiuyun that I am truly sorry. This farewell may be eternal, and I do not know when I shall return. Encourage her to find someone to marry. As for Inyo, I cannot take him with me. Please advise Qiuyun to raise him well." As he spoke, the village chief watched as Wu Chun reached to his waist, producing a handful of gold coins. He placed the coins into the chief's palm. "Ensure that you care for them both," he implored. Without waiting for a response, Wu Chun ascended into the sky, vanishing into the ether. An immortal. Even the simplest of villagers grasped the profound truth at that moment. Wu Chun was indeed a celestial being. The village chief, regaining his former authority after Wu Chun's departure, wore a stern expression, his face carved with resolve. Although he had harbored doubts about Wu Chun in the past, he was unprepared for the revelation of Wu Chun's divine nature. He glanced at the scattered remains of the fallen bear, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Then, with a cold demeanor, he addressed the villagers. "What transpired today must remain a secret. It could determine the fate of our village. As for Wu Chun, upon returning to the village, we shall say he was attacked by the bear and is now missing." The remaining villagers nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the chief's words. Wu Chun's potent elixirs had worked wonders. After a brief respite, their injuries had miraculously healed. With heavy hearts, they shouldered the deceased and began to gather the remnants of the bear, ensuring that the village would have sufficient provisions for a time. Though they wore smiles, an underlying sorrow cloaked their spirits. Mother, when will father and the others return? Chiyun gazed out the window at Inyo, shaking her head slowly. Who knows? It should be soon. Are you hungry again? Inyo, feeling exposed, chuckled sheepishly. Chiyun playfully tapped his nose and said, Come, let me prepare some food for you. Yes. Inyo nodded vigorously. He was indeed famished. Chiyun served him a generous bowl of corn rice, accompanied by a small dish of pickles. Without hesitation, Inyo began to devour the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Watching him, Chiyun felt a wave of contentment wash over her. After 3 hearty bowls, Inyo reluctantly halted, noticing the diminishing contents of the pot. Mother, I will check at the village entrance. Perhaps father is on his way back. Without waiting for Chiyun's reply, he dashed out. This child, it's still drizzling outside, she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. Inyo ran swiftly, and before reaching the village entrance, he spotted several children heading in the same direction. Hey, Inyo, come here. It was CZ, the village's spirited leader, the chief's son, who was 3 years Inyo's senior. Inyo quickened his pace to join them, exchanging greetings with the group. Under CZ's guidance, they dashed toward the village entrance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the children played games while occasionally glancing into the distance. Inyo, come and arm wrestle. This time, we'll win some copper coins. CZ approached Inyo, who sat lost in thought on a large stone at the village entrance. Arm wrestling was a frequent pastime, and Inyo would often conceal his true strength, winning and losing in turns. Among the children, only he could truly challenge CZ. Upon hearing about the potential prize of copper coins, the other children's eyes lit up, and they rushed over excitedly. Come on, Inyo, don't let him win, shouted a snot-nosed boy. His outburst spurred the others into a frenzy of encouragement. As Inyo met CZ's challenging gaze and noted the gleam of 2 shiny coins in his hand, a smile crept across his face. You offer me money. How could I refuse? With that thought in mind, he finally nodded in agreement. Oh, the children erupted in cheers, for they relished such spectacles, especially with the promise of a feast for the victor. Thus, the small ones eagerly awaited the showdown. Inyo feigned limbering up his wrists, thinking about how to maintain the illusion that he was not exerting all his strength. Meanwhile, CZ steeled himself, determined to achieve a definitive victory. Just as they were about to commence, a child suddenly shouted, Look, the village chief is back. At this announcement, the excitement of arm wrestling faded as all heads turned to the horizon. In the distance, illuminated by the fading sun, the silhouettes of a dozen villagers approached. Why are there so few of them? What happened? A throng of children began to chatter at the sight of their diminished numbers. Inyo and CZ exchanged apprehensive glances, sensing something amiss, and they both sprinted toward the gathering crowd. As night enveloped the village, tranquility gave way to a somber atmosphere. The entire village congregated in the clearing at the entrance. They formed a circle, torches flickering to illuminate the area, where a pile of timber lay stacked, upon which rested 7 lifeless bodies. The village chief led the mournful assembly in a farewell song, punctuated by the sound of stifled sobs. This night would forever be etched in the memories of those who could not find solace in sleep. Across from Chiyun sat the village chief, observing her sorrowful countenance. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gently. Sister, do not grieve. Your Wuchun is not dead. He is merely missing. Here, take this. He placed 2 gold coins upon the table before her. Upon seeing the coins, Chiyun looked up, her eyes brimming with confusion. Village chief, is there something else you are hiding from me? Please tell me. I am not a child anymore. I do not wish to be deceived. Meeting her unwavering gaze, the village chief hesitated, then, with a resolute breath, recounted the events of the day in full detail. Chapter 4. Forging weapons. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Chiyun's eyes gradually brightened, as memories of her initial encounter with Wuchun began to clarify the lingering doubt she held. She could not help but think, Wuchun, oh Wuchun, you have deceived me so deeply. After the village chief recounted these matters, he placed the remaining gold coins on the table. Chiyun, it appears that your Wuchun will not be returning. You should seek a good man to marry. This money was always yours, initially. I feared that giving it all to you might raise suspicions, but since the truth is now revealed, it is yours to keep. Seeing the golden coins shining on the table, Chiyun shook her head and only took 2 coins, pushing the rest back towards the village chief. Chief, please distribute the remaining coins, especially to those families that have lost their men. Without their pillars, their lives will be even more arduous. Observing Chiuyun's unwavering resolve, the village chief nodded with a hint of resignation and took back the coins. He then stood and bowed to Chiuyun. On behalf of the villagers, I thank you. Anyo had been sent inside the house early by his mother. Though his father was missing, knowing he was still alive brought him some solace. Yet, his father's sudden disappearance was a reality he could not accept. As the saying goes, one must see the living and the dead. Without having laid eyes on his father, he felt a profound sense of unease. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Anyo awoke to the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. Entering the kitchen, he beheld a whole pot of meat bubbling away, the savory scent making his mouth water. He knew the meat had been sent by the village chief the previous day, with each household receiving a share. Though families that had lost members would receive a larger portion, his own family had been given extra attention due to his father's disappearance. Stepping outside, he saw his mother, Chiuyun, tending to the fire in the yard, smoking the leftover meat to preserve it. Mother, Chiuyun turned, the meat in the pot is cooked. You can help yourself. After speaking, she resumed her focused gaze on the roasting meat. However, after a while, she noticed Anyo still standing there. She set down the meat and approached him, gently stroking his head. Anyo, what troubles you? Seeing his mother's swollen eyes, Anyo gathered his courage and said, Mother, I want to find father. Chiuyun gazed at her son in surprise, and upon meeting his determined gaze, she managed a reluctant smile. Silly child, your father has gone far away. No one knows where he is. Where will you go to find him? I am not afraid. I am strong, and I will find him, Anyo declared, his tone resolute. It was the first time he had spoken so defiantly to his mother. Hearing his words, Chiuyun stroked his hair, thinking to herself that he was still just a child. Dear child, listen to your mother. Your father will return in due time. Now, go and fetch some meat from the pot to eat. Though his mother treated him like a child, Anyo felt he was no longer small. He had grown tall enough to reach his mother's shoulder, and he was aware of his own strength. Ideas began to sprout in his mind like seeds. After fetching several pieces of meat, he devoured them while contemplating how to search for his father. Since his father had disappeared deep within the forest, his first destination was clear. However, he had heard tales of fearsome beasts lurking there, including the giant creature over 3 zhang high that had confronted the village chief. The forest was undoubtedly perilous. Despite his confidence, he knew he needed to prepare, starting with a suitable weapon. As he savored the meat, a plan began to form in his mind. When Chiuyun finished roasting the jerky, Anyo completed his breakfast. Mother, I am going out for a bit. Without waiting for her response, he rushed inside to seize a palm-sized, dark iron ingot and dashed outside. He recognized it as iron, having discovered it alongside a stone jar. However, it was unusually heavy. He estimated it weighed around 600 or 700 G. As he was embarking on this journey, he deemed it essential to forge a weapon. The village boasted a blacksmith shop, equipped with a bellows for melting iron. Unfortunately, Uncle Wang, the village blacksmith, was away visiting his daughter and would not return for some time. Having previously observed Uncle Wang's forging techniques, Anyo resolved to attempt the task himself. Arriving at the blacksmith's shop, he tossed the iron ingot onto the ground, eager to exert his strength. He ignited the fire and worked the bellows, causing the flames to blaze a vibrant red. He then placed the iron ingot into the furnace. The metal heated slowly, taking a long time to even begin to glow red. With no alternative, Anyo diligently pumped the bellows to raise the furnace's temperature. After what felt like an eternity, the ingot finally glowed a fiery red. It was time to hammer it. He swung the heavy hammer with surprising ease. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the ingot. Yet it did not budge. How sturdy it is, Anyo thought, undeterred, and continued to hammer away. Minutes turned into hours, and he soon realized the ingot was extraordinarily resilient. After a lengthy struggle, he had only managed to alter its shape slightly. To achieve the knife he envisioned would require several more days of labor. Thus, the first day passed, followed by more days of early departures and late returns. Chiuyun, preoccupied with her own tasks, paid little attention to her son. Meanwhile, the other children were oblivious to Anyo's clandestine visits to the blacksmith shop. Days silently slipped by, and soon a week had elapsed. As the saying goes, with diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. On this particular day, drenched in sweat, Anyo gazed at the weapon he had forged, a broad grin spreading across his face. It was a simple yet functional knife, resembling a chopping knife, measuring over a foot in length and about the width of half a palm. The blade, tempered and polished, glimmered faintly. its impurities having been largely removed during the forging process. Weighing only around 4 or 500 jin, the knife felt manageable in his hands. When he wielded it, it felt surprisingly comfortable. Of course, if the villagers were to discover that he possessed such strength at such a young age, they would undoubtedly regard him as a prodigy. Chapter 5. A brave heart in recent days. Qiu Yun has noticed something peculiar about Inyo. He isolates himself in his room for prolonged periods, engaging in activities unknown to her. Even when village children come to seek him out, he remains unresponsive. Perhaps the disappearance of his father has weighed heavily on the child's spirit. Contemplating this, Qiu Yun can only shake her head in resignation. On several occasions, she has ventured into Inyo's room, finding him gazing out of the window, lost in thought. This sight stirs a profound discomfort within her. Little does she know that Inyo is diligently sharpening a knife, observing the blade grow increasingly sharp. He is acutely aware that his time at home is dwindling. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. Recently, Inyo has been particularly industrious, climbing the mountains each day to chop and gather ample firewood, filling the water jars to the brim. Witnessing the sweat-drenched child, Qiu Yun's spirits begin to lift. Time has a way of erasing all wounds. The impact of the tragic incident from nearly a month ago is gradually fading from the villagers' recollections. Whether intentional or not, discussions surrounding that matter have ceased. One day, Inyo ascends the mountain as usual, standing before a pine tree as thick as a man's head. He draws the machete from his back, channels all his strength, and with a mighty swing, the stout tree falls with a resounding thud. Watching the tree collapse, Inyo feels a surge of satisfaction. He fondly caresses the knife, reflecting on its remarkable quality, heavy and sharp. He feels confident that should he encounter a wild boar, he could vanquish it with a single strike. Next, he begins to saw the wood in half, binding it into bundles. Once completed, he slings the bundles over his shoulder and heads home. As the full moon rises, the night sky is exceptionally clear, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. At the stroke of midnight, Inyo, who should have been sound asleep, suddenly opens his eyes. He quietly exits his room, already dressed and with the machete strapped to his back. Approaching his mother's door, he peers through the crack to see her peacefully slumbering. A fleeting moment of hesitation flickers in his eyes, but it is swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, he kneels before his mother, gently bowing his head 3 times. In his heart, he whispers, "Mother, I am unfilial, unable to remain by your side. I am unwilling to accept this. I must find my father. Await my return." Rising to his feet, his eyes reflect a newfound determination devoid of doubt. He moves to the dining table and retrieves a letter he has penned for his mother. The night progresses swiftly as he quietly departs, merging into the shadows. The following morning, Qiu Yun awakens to find the letter on the dining table. As she picks it up, she reads the hastily scrawled words, "I am unfilial, unable to stay by your side. I have gone to find father. Do not worry, mother." Upon reading these lines, her heart plummets, and a wave of sorrow erupts from her throat. "Oh, this foolish child, what is he doing? Village chief, village chief," she cries, weeping. Having already lost her husband, she cannot bear the thought of losing her son. She runs desperately, her voice filled with anguish. The once quiet village erupts into chaos as the adults and children alike are stirred by Qiu Yun's sorrowful cries. "What happened? What happened?" People rush out to inquire. The village chief hurries to her side. "Qiu Yun, what is the matter?" Inyo has left," she exclaims. Upon hearing this, the chief furrows his brow. "What? Qiu Yun, what is going on? Please, calm down and explain." Suppressing her emotions, Qiu Yun finally manages to articulate, "Village chief, Inyo left me a letter and has gone to find his father. Look, what are we to do?" She hands the letter to the village chief. As he reads it, his brow furrows further. He cannot help but think that while the boy possesses great courage, he is also recklessly impulsive. He is unaware of the dangers lurking in the forest and the perils beyond. His father is a being of extraordinary prowess, not someone easily found. "It is my fault. I should have spoken to him sooner," Qiu Yun laments, consumed by guilt. The village chief, observing her distress, reassures her, "Fear not, Qiu Yun. Who could have predicted such boldness from this child? I will gather a search party. He cannot have ventured far." With that, he turns and calls for the villagers, who now grasp the situation. All the men, even the young boys, prepare themselves for the search. Under the chief's command, they head towards the forest. After hours of searching, Anyo finally arrives at the spot where his father and the others had slain the great bear. The ground bears remnants of blood, and a faint scent of iron lingers in the air. However, he can only observe this evidence before pressing onward. The chief had mentioned that his father vanished without a trace, but Anyo refuses to believe it. He does not think his father could simply disappear. He is no deity capable of vanishing at will. Resolute in his belief that perhaps his father had merely lost his way, he continues deeper into the forest. With the audacity of youth, Anyo strides forward, unencumbered by fear or doubt. Meanwhile, the village chief and the search party have scoured the outskirts of the forest but have yet to find Anyo. Upon arriving at the site of the bear's demise, they pause. Peering into the dimly lit depths of the woods, the chief ultimately concedes defeat. He cannot risk the lives of the entire village in pursuit of one child. Resolute in his decision, he casts an apologetic glance at Qiu Yun. Anyo will be fine, Qiu Yun. Let us return. Her gaze remains fixed ahead, her heartache a silent burden known only to her. Tears cascade down her cheeks as she glances at her fellow villagers, offering a faint nod. Child, may you return safely. Chapter 6 Encounter with the Behemoth before Wuani. Towering trees stretched towards the heavens, each trunk thick enough to require several people to encircle. He frequently glimpsed enormous insects, such as centipedes measuring over 3 feet in length and mosquitoes the size of his palm. It is worth noting that such creatures were never seen at the forest's edge. However, he had heard from the village elder about the ancient behemoth said to dwell within this woodland, a creature rumored to summon storms and spew fire and water, truly formidable. Yet, this remained mere folklore, for no one had ever laid eyes on it. Now that he had ventured into this realm, he harbored a desire to ascertain the truth of that legend. As day turned to night, Wuani lost track of how far he had wandered. The trees grew ever thicker, and the animals larger. Just yesterday, he had encountered a serpent stretching 7 or 8 zhang, which had left him so terrified that he could scarcely catch his breath. Fortunately, the colossal snake had not noticed him, allowing him to narrowly escape a grim fate. However, from that moment on, he adopted a more cautious demeanor. Fortunately, the forest abounded with sustenance. Wild fruits and vegetables were plentiful, and he occasionally managed to catch small creatures for roasting. Yet, he faced one significant drawback. He had lost his way. The immense trees obscured his sense of direction. And during a frantic escape from a ferocious beast, he had completely lost his bearings, unable to discern east from west. Nevertheless, he resolved to press forward in a determined direction. Even if he could not find his father here, he believed that if he could merely exit this forest, he would have a chance to reunite with him. He was convinced that his father was alive. Though taciturn, he had imparted numerous survival skills to Wuani, instilling in him the unwavering belief that his father was waiting for him somewhere. Suddenly, the melodic chirping of birds reached his ears, suggesting a multitude nearby. Drawn by the sounds, Wuani cautiously approached. Upon reaching the source of the commotion, he beheld a flock of several birds, their feathers a vivid, flame-like red, fluttering around a small tree over a meter tall. The tree bore 5 or 6 fist-sized fruits, which were beginning to blush with ripeness. It seemed those birds were patiently awaiting the fruit's complete maturation before feasting. Intrigued, Wuani contemplated plucking one for himself. However, before he could act, a mountain rat scurried to the base of the fruit tree, evidently intent on the same prize. Yet, before it could make a move, 3 or 4 of the birds swooped down, and Wuani watched in astonishment as they unleashed jets of flame from their beaks. The fire, a brilliant red, ignited the rat's fur upon contact, and despite its desperate writhing, it could not extinguish the fierce blaze. Only when it had been reduced to a pile of black ash did the flames finally subside. At that moment, Wuani was left in a state of shock, convinced that these birds were indeed the legendary creatures of lore. Otherwise, how could they breathe fire? The thought of danger filled him with fear. Yet knowing he could not confront them, he resolved to keep his distance from these avian fire breathers. Just as he prepared to leave, an unexpected chill crept upon him from behind, as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon him. Whirling around, he found himself staring into the large, malevolent eyes of a giant wolf, its snowy white fur gleaming in the dim light, measuring over a zhang in length. Saliva dripped from its slightly parted jaws, pooling on the ground below. Their eye contact lasted but a fleeting moment before instinct took over, and Wuani's first reaction was to flee. In a heartbeat, he turned and sprinted away without a hint of hesitation. The wolf let out a bone-chilling howl and lunged after him. Despite Wuani's bravery, the sight of the immense predator instilled a deep-seated terror within him. The The creature's size and ferocity rendered him weak-kneed. Fortunately, Wuani was agile, and as he ran, he gradually distanced himself from the giant wolf. After what felt like an eternity of frantic flight, he glanced back and was relieved to find that the wolf had vanished from sight. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Perhaps he had finally evaded the beast. Shaking his head, he mused on the dangers of this place, lamenting his disorientation and lack of direction. Lost in thought, he suddenly rolled to the side. In that instant, he heard a sharp snap, witnessing the massive wolf's head snap down where he had just stood, the sound of its teeth clashing echoing ominously. Looking up, he realized the giant wolf had somehow circled around to confront him. Its cold, calculating gaze bore into him. Realizing escape was no longer an option, he prepared to fight. The wolf, now fully revealing its predatory nature, lunged at him with its gaping maw. In a frantic motion, Wuani drew the machete from his back and swung it at the beast. Caught off guard, the wolf was struck, and with Wuani's innate strength, the blow sent the creature tumbling. Fortunately, its bones held firm, preventing any fractures. Nevertheless, the wolf howled in agony, realizing that his small stature belied a certain prowess. The wolf's fury only intensified, igniting a primal rage within it as it bared its teeth and lunged once more, while Wuani battled the colossal wolf. Deeper within the forest, a man and a woman wielding flying swords engaged in a fierce confrontation with a massive creature. This beast, measuring several zhang in length, was a pristine white and sported hundreds of legs. It opened its maw, exhaling a cloud of white mist that froze its surroundings into a glacial blue. This was none other than a rare ice spirit centipede. "Senior brother, this centipede is formidable. We must act quickly. We cannot fathom what other abilities it may possess," the woman exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with urgency. The man, acknowledging her words, replied, "Sister, let us combine our swords." As he raised his sword, a radiant crimson light enveloped it, flames suddenly igniting its blade. The woman mirrored his action, her sword shimmering with a delicate blue water veil. Together, they raised their swords and unleashed their supreme techniques, the fire and water intertwining to create a dazzling display of light. In that moment, the air around them thickened, and a formidable, terrifying aura surged forth. Chapter 7. Alas, at this moment, the ice soul centipede sensed an overwhelming aura of terror approaching, and in a state of panic, it turned and fled. "You vile creature, where do you think you're going?" The pair, wielding their swords, soared into the air. As their blades crossed, a massive beam of light erupted forth, emanating a chilling and fearsome energy that swept away all in its path. In that instant, the radiant light flashed past the ice soul centipede, cleaving it in two, and a torrent of crimson blood gushed from its body, marking its demise beyond any doubt. "Brother, this is wonderful. We have slain an ice soul centipede," the woman exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the creature's death. The man merely nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the apparent ease of the strike, it had drained over half of his magical energy. Contemplating this, he approached the fallen beast and, wielding his sword, began to harvest its valuable parts. The ice soul centipede was laden with treasures. Its icy sacs, impenetrable shell, and formidable pincers were all highly sought after. Not to mention its flesh, renowned for its restorative properties. Regrettably, they lacked the magical tools to carry these spoils and could only select a few precious items. Once they had gathered the more valuable components, the man delivered a decisive blow to the centipede's head. To their astonishment, a pearl, no larger than a fingernail and radiating a potent chill, fell from its corpse. The woman picked up the pearl, her excitement palpable. "Brother, our fortune is remarkable. This creature bore a demon pearl. Its quality suggests it could fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones." Observing his sister's elation, the man cautioned, "Let us not rejoice too soon, sister. This area remains perilous, and our magical reserves are dwindling. We should depart swiftly." The woman nodded in agreement, fully aware that the recent encounter had drained her energy significantly. Should they encounter another foe of that caliber, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, a chilling howl pierced the air, filled with anguish. Curiosity piqued, the woman turned to her brother. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her brow furrowed. The man nodded, replying, "Indeed, it seems that Wolf is in severe distress, as if on the brink of death. How fortunate. Perhaps we should investigate. We might find some treasure, making this journey worthwhile. Who knows what formidable beings might await us there," he cautioned. "But brother, if danger arises, we can simply retreat, can't we?" Faced with her eager gaze, he reluctantly acquiesced. With that, they unsheathed their flying swords and set forth. Meanwhile, Not far away, Wu Einyo lay on the ground. A massive wolf sprawled beside him. The wolf writhed in agony, blood pooling from its mouth, its once pristine fur marred by wounds. A gaping, foot-long gash on its abdomen spilled its entrails, presenting a gruesome sight. It was evident the beast was nearing its end. Wu Einyo, bloodied and disoriented, lay supine, unsure if the blood on his face was his own or that of the wolf. Clutching his knife in one hand and balling the other into a fist, he gasped for breath while blood gushed from a severe wound on his thigh. His strength ebbed away, fatigue threatening to drag him into unconsciousness. Yet, he feared that slumber might lead to his eternal rest. Struggling to maintain his composure, he pressed his hand against the wound, desperate to stem the flow of blood. But to no avail, it continued to seep uncontrollably. Am I to perish? He pondered slowly. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind grew nearer, and soon, he beheld a pair descending from the sky. Brother, look at that enormous wolf. The man, however, quickly spotted Wu Einyo. Approaching him, he noted the blood streaming from his leg and swiftly produced a ceramic vial, pouring a powder onto the wound. Remarkably, as the powder made contact, Wu Einyo felt a soothing coolness wash over him, and his injury began to mend. In mere moments, the bleeding ceased, replaced by a fresh layer of coagulated blood. Thank you, Wu Einyo managed to utter, though his strength was waning. Ah, this child has slain the great wolf, the man remarked, intrigued by Wu Einyo's resilience. With great effort, Wu Einyo nodded in affirmation. Extraordinary. How young he is to have vanquished such a formidable creature. Brother, he appears to be an ordinary mortal, the woman exclaimed, astonished. The man agreed, then inquired, where do you hail from, and what brings you here? I am from Fengshan village. I came to find my father. Wu Einyo felt his eyelids growing heavy as he spoke, unable to maintain his consciousness. Fengshan village. The man shook his head, glancing at his sister. She contemplated before responding, there are a few villages on the outskirts of this vast wilderness, one of which is indeed called Fengshan. The man nodded, musing aloud. This child does not seem like an ordinary mortal. To have slain such a giant wolf is quite remarkable. Perhaps you have developed a fondness for talent, brother. If so, should we not ascertain whether he possesses spiritual roots? If he does, we might consider bringing him back to our sect, the woman suggested. The man regarded Wu Einyo thoughtfully, intrigued by his sister's proposal. After a moment, he approached the unconscious youth. He produced a small orb, glowing softly, and placed it in Wu Einyo's palm. The orb shimmered, releasing 4 swirling hues of darkness, red, gold, and green. The woman sighed softly, observing, this child possesses 4 elemental roots, yet their attributes are weak. Should he pursue cultivation, his achievements may be limited. He seems merely a slightly stronger mortal. The man silently shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. Let us return him home then. With that, he lifted Wu Einyo into his arms, and together with the woman, they soared into the sky on their swords. Chapter 8. Fengshan village. As the man cradled Einyo and soared through the air, he was struck by a profound sense of exhaustion. He had not anticipated the boy's considerable weight, which felt to be around 500 to 600 pounds. Unbeknownst to him, the true source of this burden was the hefty machete secured at Einyo's waist. After flying for an hour, they finally beheld Fengshan village. However, upon landing and surveying the scene before them, words eluded both of them. It was as if Einyo had slipped into a dream, one in which he dined joyously with his mother and father, relishing fragrant dishes as his mother lovingly piled meat onto his plate and his father continuously offered him vegetables. Just as he reveled in this blissful moment, he was abruptly jolted awake. To his bewilderment, he found himself in the arms of a man. Where am I? His chaotic thoughts began to settle as he recalled that he had slain the giant wolf. He shifted slightly, attempting to free himself, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through his body. At that moment, the man realized Einyo had regained consciousness. He and his junior sister stood at the village entrance, gazing into the heart of the village. Observing Einyo's bruised visage, the man sighed softly. Young one, this is indeed the Fengshan village you spoke of. Einyo's heart raced upon hearing this revelation. He had not imagined being brought back. What would he do now? If his mother were to see him in this state, escaping would be nearly impossible. With this thought, he forced a smile and wriggled free from the man's embrace. But as he turned to face the village, his expression contorted in shock, revealing an unimaginable horror in his eyes. The once vibrant Fengshan village lay shrouded in darkness, its remnants reduced to crumbling walls, as if ravaged by bandits. Staring at the desolation, Einyo could hardly believe his eyes. Then, A realization struck him, and he dashed toward the village center. Upon arrival, a scene of utter devastation unfolded before him. Corpses littered the ground. Villagers he recognized, including the village chief, Old Ba, and Sizai, lay sprawled in grotesque positions, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, as if they had witnessed something unfathomable in their final moments. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on their bodies, leaving Enyo bewildered as to how they had perished. "Mother! Mother!" he cried out, desperately searching for his mother's face among the dead. As despair washed over him, he felt both a flicker of hope and a surge of fear. He immediately raced toward his home. "Brother, look at these poor souls. Their deaths are so strange, as if they beheld some great horror," the man said, kneeling beside a villager to examine him. After a moment, his expression darkened. "Sister, these people were directly deprived of their souls. I know not what malevolent being is responsible for such cruelty. We must return to our sect and inform the elders to investigate which faction is behind this." "What about that boy?" the sister inquired, glancing at the lifeless bodies surrounding them. Given the circumstances, it seemed they had no choice but to take him back for now. Enyo reached his home, only to find it desolate and empty. Grief overwhelmed him. "Where are you, mother? Why has everyone perished? What has transpired?" His mind swirled with emotion, and he fainted from the tumult within. "Brother, this child is so pitiable," the woman lamented. The man nodded thoughtfully, then declared, "Sister, let us take the child and leave at once." With that, he summoned a flying sword and ascended into the sky, carrying the unconscious Enyo. In his hazy state, Enyo envisioned the village chief and many familiar faces, all calling out to him, "Enyo, you must avenge us." When he inquired who had slain them and where his mother was, the figures suddenly transformed into swirling black mist, dissipating before his eyes. "Ah!" Enyo jolted awake. "Where am I?" "Ah, you're finally awake. Just a moment. I'll fetch you something to eat," a soft voice said. Enyo turned to see a girl's silhouette retreating, her gentle demeanor suggesting she was quite young. Where could he possibly be now? Before he could ponder further, the girl hurried back, carrying a small basket. She placed it on the table, pulling out various items. Enyo's eyes widened at the sight of 3 plump steamed buns and a small dish of pickles. His stomach growled in response. "Why are you just staring? Come on, hurry up. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I refuse to believe you're not hungry," the girl exclaimed, her tone playful yet insistent. Enyo chuckled awkwardly and, propping himself up, approached the table. The aroma of the buns was irresistible, and he promptly snatched one up, taking a hearty bite. The girl watched in astonishment as Enyo devoured the 3 buns in mere moments. "This boy eats like a pig," she thought, her eyes wide with disbelief. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her gaze, Enyo cleared his throat. "I don't even know your name." Snapping out of her surprise, the girl replied, "Oh, I'm Yuzishin. If you're lucky, you might even get to be my little junior brother." "Yuzishin? Junior brother? Where exactly is this place?" Enyo queried. But before he could ask further, Yuzishin interrupted. "Come on, we must go meet the master and uncles to see how they wish to arrange your future." Without waiting for Enyo's response, she grabbed his hand and dashed outside. Feeling a rush of warmth on his cheeks from the unexpected contact, Enyo stammered. "Where are we going?" "Stop asking questions. You'll find out soon enough," she shot back, pulling him along at a brisk pace. As they stepped outside, Enyo was enveloped by the fragrant scent of herbs, intriguing yet unfamiliar. Before he could take in his surroundings, Yuzishin towed him along further. After a considerable sprint, they arrived at an expansive complex of pavilions and towers, and Yuzishin led him into a grand hall. Inside sat several individuals, each exuding an otherworldly aura, unmistakably not of this realm. At the head of the hall, a dignified middle-aged man with a commanding presence surveyed the newcomers, his brows knitting together in displeasure. "Zishin, you mischievous child, do you not see we are in the midst of important discussions? Withdraw at once." Chapter 9. Riding the clouds. Upon hearing the words of the man and observing the surrounding individuals, Yuzishin instinctively realized she had gotten herself into trouble. With a playful gesture, she stuck out her tongue and assumed a whimsical demeanor. She then bowed and addressed her master, "Honorable master. The young man brought back by senior brother Chin has awakened, and in my eagerness, I brought him here." The man, upon hearing this, glanced at Yuzishin with a hint of exasperation. He had indulged her too much in the past and wished to admonish her, but her mischievous expression rendered him speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Clearing his throat, he turned to Wu Aniu and inquired, "What is your name? Do you have any leads regarding the massacre of your village?" At these words, Wu Anyu felt a sharp pang in his heart. As the faces of the village chief and others resurfaced in his mind, prompting tears to well up in his eyes, he slowly shook his head and replied, "My name is Wu Anyu. I do not know why the village chief and the others perished. Who is it that has killed them? My mother is also missing. I implore you, immortal, to seek justice for us and uncover the murderer." The man nodded thoughtfully and said, "I have dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. My young friend, your village no longer exists. What are your plans moving forward?" Wu Anyu shook his head. At merely 9 years old, despite his considerable strength, his maturity was lacking, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Observing his expression, the man continued, "Now, I present you with 2 choices. The first option is to send you to the secular world, where we have a branch. You may learn some earthly martial arts there and live a good life. The second option, considering your young age and the turmoil you have faced, is to allow you to remain here in the mountains for cultivation, despite your poor spiritual root. The choice is yours." Listening to the man's words, Wu Anyu lowered his head, contemplating his options. Ultimately, he chose the latter. Although he did not fully understand the concept of spiritual roots, he felt that the opportunity to learn the arts of the immortals was a rare and precious chance. Resolutely, he declared, "I wish to stay here." The man nodded and addressed those around him. "Brothers, does anyone from your peaks require a disciple? Who will take him back?" One individual inquired, "May I ask, Master, what is this child's spiritual root?" After a brief pause, the master replied with a hint of resignation, "This child possesses a mixed spiritual root, and it is quite weak. However, he has the advantage of remarkable strength, which suggests he could excel in physical cultivation." Hearing this, those who had initially felt sympathy for Wu Anyu lowered their heads in silence. The man, sensing the atmosphere, turned to the first individual on his left and remarked, "Zhua, does your peak still lack disciples? Perhaps he could go there." Zhua Yihong quickly shook his head. "Master, as you know, our resources for training are limited, and it is a struggle to cultivate ordinary disciples, let alone this young boy." The man recognized this as a polite refusal, but chose not to press further. As he continued scanning the room, it became evident that no one was inclined to take on the responsibility. Was it possible that this child would remain with him? Just then, he noticed an individual seated at the far end, and his eyes brightened. "Liu, just a few days ago, you mentioned your peak was short on disciples and that you sought to recruit more. Well, here's a perfect candidate." Liu Qingshan's eyes widened in surprise. "Master, I..." Before he could finish, the man interjected, "Enough, Liu. This is settled. Do not underestimate this child due to his weak spiritual root. He is a promising candidate for physical cultivation. It is getting late. Let us conclude this meeting." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving no room for further discussion. As the master departed, the remaining individuals cast their eyes upon Liu Qingshan, their expressions tinged with amusement, feeling a surge of frustration at their reactions. Liu Qingshan approached Wu Anyu, his demeanor serious. "Come with me," he commanded, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, Wu Anyu felt himself lifted into the air. Before he could bid farewell to Yu Zixin, Liu Qishan had already soared far away. Standing beside Liu Qishan, the rush of wind filled Wu Anyu's ears, and glancing down, he felt a wave of vertigo. He was flying high above the ground, standing atop a thin layer of white clouds, truly experiencing the sensation of riding the clouds. In no time, Liu Qingshan brought Wu Anyu to a mountainside, where a spacious area was dotted with numerous buildings. He led Wu Anyu to the front of the tallest structure. "Come, enter with me," he instructed. Wu Anyu, sensing a mix of anger and sympathy in the tone, followed Liu Qingshan into the building. Inside, he watched as Liu Qingshan produced a bell, shaking it vigorously. Instantly, an unseen wave of energy rippled outward, summoning the disciples of the mountain to gather. Once this was done, Liu Qingshan remained silent, leaving Wu Anyu to stand aside as he leisurely sipped tea. Within a quarter of an hour, individuals began to stream into the room, varying in age but all seemingly older than Wu Anyu. "Master, what urgent matter requires our presence?" inquired a strikingly handsome youth who swiftly descended on his flying sword, landing gracefully before Liu Qingshan. Liu Qingshan welcomed the youth with a smile. "Qingyun, your cultivation has progressed again. Tell me, what level have you reached?" Qingyun stepped forward, pride evident in his stance. "Master, I have reached the 5th layer of the Zixia heart method. Recently, I have felt my spiritual energy surging and am ready to break through to foundation establishment." The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. Liu Qingshan clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent, excellent. As the elder brother, You must set an example and establish your foundation soon, showing the old geezers that our Zixia Peak is not without capable disciples. Chapter 10. Tai's sect. Upon receiving praise from his master, Qing Yun felt immense joy. At that moment, Li Qingshan's mood also brightened considerably, noticing that all the disciples had gathered. He cleared his throat gently and addressed everyone below. Dear disciples, today we shall welcome a new member to our Zixia Peak. Let us commence the apprenticeship ceremony. As he spoke, the disciples had just turned their attention to their senior brother, and now they shifted their gaze to Wu Anyu. Upon seeing him standing there, they could discern nothing particularly remarkable about him, leaving them puzzled as to why their master had taken this lad as his disciple. Wu Anyu, hearing their murmurs, was at a loss for what to do, merely offering a silly grin. However, Qing Yun, as the senior brother, promptly approached Wu Anyu and began whispering in his ear. Wu Anyu listened intently, nodding continuously, and when Qing Yun finished speaking, he cast a grateful glance in his direction. Qing Yun, observing him, gently patted his shoulder and said, "From now on, we are all one family. Do not be shy, little junior brother." Wu Anyu nodded vigorously, and, for the moment, his heart felt less heavy. Following Qing Yun's guidance, he approached Li Qingshan, knelt down, and earnestly bowed 3 times. Rising to his feet, he presented a cup of hot tea to Li Qingshan and called out, "Master." Seeing Wu Anyu's obedient demeanor, Li Qingshan felt a sense of comfort. Yet he was reminded of the boy's chaotic spiritual roots, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, he accepted the tea and slowly took a sip, signifying the acceptance of his new disciple. He then placed the cup down and looked at Wu Anyu, saying, "Wu Anyu, since you have come under my tutelage, I shall take it upon myself to guide you well. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a name. No more shall you be called Anyu. You are quite handsome. So from now on, you shall be known as Qing Feng. Qing Feng, Qing Feng. I shall be called Qing Feng from now on," he mused, feeling that it indeed sounded more pleasant than Anyu. "Thank you, master." Li Qingshan nodded and continued, "These are all your senior brothers. Come and greet them all." Upon his words, Qing Yun quickly stepped forward, leading Qi Feng to meet each disciple. There were not many people on Zixia Peak, only about 30 in total. Qing Feng greeted each senior brother, committing their appearances to memory, aware that misrecognizing someone in the future would be quite embarrassing. After completing the introductions, Li Qingshan spoke again. "Qing Feng, your spiritual roots are a bit disordered, and even if you study our sect's techniques, progress will be slow. I have a body cultivation method for you to study. Take it back and contemplate it. Should you encounter any difficulties, return and seek my guidance." Upon hearing this, Qi Feng stepped forward to receive the manual, glancing at it to find the words Body Ju inscribed on the cover. "Thank you, master," he said immediately. Zixia Peak had numerous dwellings, but due to his late arrival, the more favorable locations, rich in spiritual energy, had already been claimed. Thus, he was assigned to the most remote area, where the spiritual essence was scant. However, despite its remoteness, the space was ample, consisting of a thatched cottage, a tinjong white fence, and a small courtyard. Qingfeng's new abode was arranged by Qing Yun, situated at the mountainside's edge, adjacent to the cliff. Although secluded, it offered a rare tranquility. Before leaving, Qing Yun had advised him not to hesitate and to seek him out if he needed anything. Grateful, Qi Feng waved goodbye to his senior brother. At that moment, he held a cloth bag containing the Body Ju cultivation method and the sect's handbook. The handbook detailed the sect's regulations and identified forbidden areas. Additionally, it contained 2 silver ingots, a set of clothes, and a bamboo sword. The silver ingots were intended for purchasing necessities for one must eat, and on the mountain, there was no canteen. Meals were obtained from a dedicated marketplace where food was sold. He would need to prepare his own meals, but fortunately, the sect provided for new disciples with such funds, albeit this was a one-time allocation for the year. From then on, he would have to rely on his own abilities to earn a living. He understood that he was still an ordinary person, but he fantasized about the day he could become a cultivator like his senior brothers, who, he heard, no longer needed to eat. Contemplating this, he felt unconcerned and began to survey his surroundings, clutching the cloth bag as he entered his small home. Upon entering, he was struck by the modesty of the space. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair. Perhaps due to its long abandonment, dust covered everything. He took out a broom and began to clean. After a considerable effort, he had tidied the place to his satisfaction. Once the room was clean, he noticed it was already afternoon, and realizing he had no food, he decided it was wise to purchase some provisions lest he go hungry. He organized his belongings and set out with 2 silver ingots in hand. The sect Qingfeng belonged to was called Tai sect, one of the 7 major sects on this continent, comprising 7 peaks, each with its own unique techniques and sword arts. Tai sect primarily focused on sword techniques, and every individual took pride in possessing a powerful flying sword. To facilitate the disciples of each peak, the sect had established shops on every mountain peak that sold spiritual items. Qingfeng located one such shop, named Tianbao Pavilion. Approaching the entrance, he noticed several senior brothers inside. Upon entering, he greeted each of them warmly. The person in charge, however, lounged lazily in a recliner. Noticing the unfamiliar face of Qingfeng, he offered a slight nod. Acknowledging him, Qingfeng, unsure of the cause of his indifference, approached him and said, "Senior brother, I would like to purchase some rice." The man glanced at him, smiled slightly, and replied, "Ah, junior brother, you are new here, aren't you?" Seeing the man's vague response, Qingfeng opted for honesty, replying, "Yes, senior brother, I am new here. I hope for your kind guidance in the future." Upon hearing this, the senior brother's eyes gleamed with interest. He stood up and said, "Come here, junior brother. My name is Lu Macho, and we will be seeing each other often from now on. You may not know, but I am quite amiable and easy to get along with. Now that you are settling in, you will not only need to buy food, but also seeds." As he spoke, he casually retrieved a handful of colorful seeds from a nearby shelf. "Let me tell you, as you live on your own, you must learn to manage your resources. Make good use of your courtyard. Plant some spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and if possible, some medicinal herbs too. Since it's your first time here, I will give you a discount. These seeds will only cost you 1 silver ingot. What do you say? Am I generous or what?" Listening to his words, Qingfeng could only smile wryly and nod incessantly. Chapter 11. The ancient secret scroll Wu Anyi to return to his humble abode. Gazing at a handful of seeds in his palm, feeling a mixture of amusement and despair, he could not help but ponder the absurdity of the situation. 2 silver coins had exchanged for 30 pounds of rice and a handful of seeds of indeterminate potential. With a soft sigh, he examined the seeds once more, resolved to take up a hoe, and began to dig holes throughout the yard for planting. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, he realized that after a day of labor, he had not yet eaten. Gathering rice, he commenced cooking. Once the fire was lit, he retrieved the book of cultivation techniques bestowed upon him by his master. The cover bore the imposing title Dominant Body Technique, and the first page informed him that the text was divided into 3 tiers. Mastery of the first tier would render one impervious to blades and fire. Mastery of the second would allow one to shift mountains and seas, and mastery of the third would culminate in the achievement of an immortal body. Aniyu felt a surge of excitement. He had never anticipated such regard from his master, who had entrusted him with such a formidable technique, a veritable divine art. However, as he continued to peruse the text, his expression fell. The book contained not only illustrations but also writings, some of which were obscured or bore signs of having been torn. Most frustratingly, it only presented the first 8 levels of the first tier, whereas the text indicated that each tier comprised 9 levels. Little did Wu Anyi know that the Tai sect was a prestigious sword sect, with very few other techniques available. The dominant body technique was a treasure discovered by Lu Qingshan during a youthful expedition into a secret realm. He was unaware that this technique was an ancient scroll, chronicling unparalleled skills. When Lu first acquired it, he had been overjoyed. Yet, upon closer examination, he found the text not only incomplete, but also arduous to comprehend, filled with obscure phrases, which led him to abandon it in a corner. It was only when he recognized Aniyu's chaotic spiritual roots and his inability to learn superior techniques that he unearthed the scroll from its forgotten hiding place. Of course, whether Aniyu could grasp the contents of the scroll depended on his own fortune. Aniyu, oblivious to the intricacies within, expressed deep gratitude as he studied it. Yet he could not discern its meaning. Fortunately, at that moment, the rice was ready, and satisfying his hunger took precedence. Savoring the fragrant rice with just a pinch of salt, he relished every bite. Once satiated, he resumed his study of the book. Although he struggled with some of the meanings, he found himself able to understand the illustrations of figures, both sitting and standing, adorned with numerous lines. Thus, he began to mimic the postures illustrated. As the moon ascended and the day transitioned into night, he felt a slight discomfort in his muscles. Despite following the instructions, he sensed no trace of energy within himself. Resigned, He shook his head at the rising sun and decided to adhere to the book's guidance, beginning with the foundational exercises. The first page declared that those wishing to master this technique must possess immense willpower, and the first layer of the first tier required one to cultivate patience and increase strength. Ainyu was not lacking in strength, yet he found the initial exercise rather extreme. It mandated the daily felling of trees and running 10 miles while carrying 100 pounds. Once an individual could fell a tree with a single stroke and cover 10 miles in half an hour, they would have mastered the first layer of the technique. Upon reading this, Ainyu thought the technique was simple yet rather extreme. While felling trees was manageable, the requirement to wield a bamboo knife was perplexing. Moreover, carrying 100 pounds of timber was no small feat nevertheless. Knowing that this technique was bestowed by his master, he felt compelled to persevere, not wishing to disappoint him. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and set off toward the mountains with a bamboo knife in hand. In the verdant woods halfway up the mountain, Ainyu faced trees thick enough to require both arms to encircle. With all his might, he struck the tree with his bamboo knife. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted. The struck tree stood unscathed, while the bamboo knife shattered, leaving only the handle in his grasp. Ainyu felt a sense of helplessness but resolved to procure another bamboo knife and continue his endeavor. Thus, seasons changed, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Ainyu, wielding a weathered bamboo knife, took a deep breath and struck with all his might at a tree that could be embraced by a single person. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered explosively, transforming into a shower of splinters, while the massive trunk crashed down. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Ainyu was ecstatic. He had finally succeeded after 8 long years of relentless training. He had devoted himself tirelessly, never yielding to fatigue, and at long last, he had mastered the first layer of the dominant body technique. Little did he realize that the first layer's exercise was meant to cultivate his character. And for an ordinary cultivator, merely felling a tree of equivalent thickness to an arm sufficed for mastery. Unfortunately, without guidance, Ainyu had set his sights too high. Believing he must fell a tree thick enough to be embraced by 2 people, deeming anything less inadequate. What he did not know was that at this moment, he had not merely reached the first layer's completion, he had achieved an extraordinary level of mastery. The ancients who devised this technique likely never anticipated such dedication from a young practitioner like him. Yet, despite this triumph, Ainyu felt a twinge of regret. His poor spiritual roots had yet to allow him to open his meridians and channel energy into his body. Reflecting on this, the joy of his recent achievement dimmed considerably. Over the years, he had toiled diligently, spending his days either training or gathering wood to sell to his senior disciples or tending to gardens, nurturing spiritual rice and herbs to earn a meager living. He had grown increasingly ravenous, gaining considerable strength, yet oddly, no matter how much he consumed, he never seemed to gain weight. Instead, he had grown taller, now standing among his peers as one of the tallest, with a face that had matured into a strikingly handsome visage. Although he had made significant progress in his cultivation, he felt no inclination to report his success to his master. For years, he had dreaded the prospect of facing him, as his master would often shake his head in disappointment, ultimately becoming weary of seeing him. Over time, his master may have even chosen to forget about him, as he had not received a summons in 2 or 3 years. Yet perhaps this was for the best, as it freed him from the anxiety of constant scrutiny. Chapter 12. The Golden Wonder. Ainyu meticulously stripped the tree of its branches, sawing it into several sections that he bound and hoisted upon his shoulder. The weight of the timber was a staggering 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, yet he moved with remarkable agility, racing home. This burden far exceeded the stipulated 100 pounds of the first tier, and even the predecessors who had achieved such feats would likely be left speechless at this spectacle. Upon returning to his courtyard, Ainyu beheld his flourishing spiritual rice and herbs, a sight that filled him with immense joy. However, at that moment, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted within his yard, revealing thin, almost imperceptible threads of golden light swirling throughout the space. These luminous strands enveloped the courtyard, and within moments, the various spiritual entities began to visibly wither and turn yellow, losing all vitality, until, with a resounding pop, they transformed into a pile of ashes. At that instant, the myriad golden threads dissipated into the air. In the midst of this, only a single golden flower remained in front of his house. This flower stood merely half a foot tall and possessed 3 leaves. In that moment, a 4th leaf rapidly sprouted from the flower, emerging in just a few breaths, vibrant and golden. Thus, the flower transitioned from 3 leaves to 4. Ainyu observed this transformation without a hint of surprise. Such occurrences were not new to him. Over the years, whenever the spiritual rice and herbs reached maturity, this flower would absorb and consume the spiritual essence of the entities, leaving him devoid of any spiritual sustenance. Consequently, he had endured years of ridicule from his peers, who deemed him a mere wastrel. Yet, gazing at the golden flower, he felt no sorrow. For he had inquired about it, and learned that it might be the legendary 9-leaf spirit-washing flower, said to aid in unblocking spiritual meridians. However, as the flower had only just produced its 4th leaf, it was uncertain when it would blossom into the full 9 leaves. According to legend, this extraordinary flower was a rare celestial wonder. Once it bore 9 leaves, it could be used to concoct a pill known as the spirit-washing pill, which not only facilitated the unblocking of meridians but also expanded one's spiritual capacity, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Anyo had gleaned this information through subtle inquiries from his senior, Lu Macho. As for how this spirit-washing flower came to be, he was at a loss. He recalled planting the seeds given to him by Lu Macho in his courtyard. Though the origin of this particular flower's seed remained a mystery, perhaps inadvertently gifted to him by Lu Macho. Yet, such details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had come to understand the flower's purpose, which represented his greatest hope for the future. To avoid detection, he had never allowed anyone to enter his domain. Unfortunately, the flower's insatiable appetite for absorbing the essence of crops had left him with little yield, forcing him to toil tirelessly for his peers. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved more seeds and planted them in the soil. As night fell, Anyo stood in his courtyard, gazing at the steep cliff just a few meters away. For the past 2 years, this precipice had inexplicably emitted a misty vapor on nights of the full moon. Strangely, the aroma of this vapor was sweet and refreshing, invigorating his spirit, while the spirit-washing flower greedily absorbed it during this time. Just beyond his courtyard lay the sheer drop of the cliff, towering 100 feet high. He recalled the sect's regulations, which stated that beneath this cliff lay a forbidden pit, home to one of the sect's 3 guardian beasts, the golden-horned silver serpent. He often wondered if this ethereal vapor was somehow connected to the creature. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of Zixia Peak, a light streaked through the sky, drawing closer. In no time, a figure riding a sword appeared. Some disciples were already waiting for her arrival. As she approached and landed, it became evident that she wore a flowing purple robe and possessed an enchanting beauty, exuding an indescribable aura. However, her demeanor was cold, presenting an air of aloofness. The young woman, no more than 17 or 18 years old, radiated formidable power, her cultivation level indiscernible. She was none other than the rising star of Tai's sect, Yu Zixin, who had crossed paths with Arnyo before. At the entrance of the Zixia Grand Hall, Qingji, the second disciple of Zixia Peak, stood with a group of junior disciples. Upon seeing Yu Zixin, his pupils involuntarily constricted as he reflected on how much she had changed over the years. The once young girl had blossomed into such a striking figure. To be honest, her appearance stirred feelings even in him, a man who had long since forsaken worldly attachments. Qingji, may I inquire if Master Lu is present? Yu Zixin's voice was melodious, carrying a hint of magnetism that made it exceedingly pleasant to hear. Observing the besotted expressions of his junior disciples, Qingji could not help but snort in disapproval. Junior sister Yu, Master is currently in seclusion and will not emerge for several months. May I ask the purpose of your visit? He replied. At this, Yu Zixin furrowed her brow slightly, but remained composed. Senior brother Qingji, under Master's orders, I must inform you that something unusual is occurring in the pit beneath Zixia Peak, where the golden-horned silver serpent resides. It may exhibit unusual behavior in the near future, and Master has instructed me to alert the elders to strictly supervise the disciples, forbidding them from approaching or making noise in that vicinity. Any unusual occurrences should be reported promptly to Tongtian Peak. After conveying this message, Yu Zixin turned her gaze toward Qingji. He nodded in acknowledgement and quickly responded. I appreciate your assistance, junior sister. The disciples of Zixia Peak will heed this directive. My master is in seclusion, and senior brother Qing Yun has been away on a journey, but I, Qingji, will ensure that all junior disciples are well managed. Should anything arise, I will report it to Tongtian Peak at the earliest opportunity. Yu Zixin nodded in agreement, and as the full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow, her exquisite visage appeared even more radiant. Thank you, senior brother Qingji. I shall return to inform Master and trust you will remain vigilant. With that, She gestured with her hand, summoning her flying sword, which soared forth. She gracefully stepped onto it, and with a swift incantation, the sword transformed into a streak of light, whisking her away. As the light vanished from sight, Qingji reluctantly withdrew his gaze, only to find his junior disciples still wearing foolish expressions, igniting his ire. What a bunch of ungrateful fools, he thought to himself, and with a disdainful snort, a wave of sound reverberated through the air, causing the disciples to stumble and fall in utter disarray. Chapter 13. The greed of the second disciple. At this moment, Enyo gazed at the moonlit sky, while Qingji was busy notifying the disciples about the sect master's decree. As they walked, one of the disciples beside Qingji remarked, "Brother, that Qingfeng resides by the cliff's edge. Shouldn't we persuade him to temporarily relocate?" Upon hearing the name, Qingji furrowed his brow in confusion. "Qingfeng? Which Qingfeng?" The disciple, feeling a bit awkward, clarified, "Brother, it's the country bumpkin our master took in a few years ago." Realization dawned upon Qingji, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, you mean that useless fellow who has yet to cultivate any magical power even after 8 years?" The disciple scratched his head and continued, "Indeed. He brings shame to our Zixia peak. After all these years, he hasn't made a shred of progress." "Humph, where does he reside?" queried Qingji. "Right by the cliff's edge, just above the territory of the forbidden area of our sect, the domain of the golden-horned silver serpent," the disciple replied. Furrowing his brow further, Qingji declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us head there immediately, and we shall inform the others separately." With that, he summoned his flying sword and sped away. The disciple smiled slightly and followed suit, while the others hurried off in various directions upon receiving the command. As Qingji soared through the air, he reached Enyo's courtyard and was met with a dazzling golden light pulsating from within. Simultaneously, he noticed a green mist wafting up from the cliff below. Observing the phenomena, he noted that part of the green mist rose skyward, while another portion was drawn toward the golden light, merging with it. Just then, the disciple arrived. Astonished by the sight, "Brother, what is happening here? This place is rather peculiar." Qingji nodded and replied, "Qingyi, look closely. If I am not mistaken, that golden light seems to emanate from a golden flower. What kind of flower possesses such power to absorb that mist?" "Ah, brother, I have heard that extraordinary flowers can absorb spiritual energy on their own. Each of these rare flowers is immensely valuable, though I do not know its variety. I suspect it is not an ordinary thing," Qingyi surmised. "This Qingfeng is merely a waste. What right does he have to possess such a treasure? Perhaps we should take this flower away, lest he squander it." As he spoke, Qingyi's eyes sparkled with unabashed greed. Qingji, stirred by this notion, hesitated only momentarily due to his status. Yet, Qingyi's words resonated deeply within him. Indeed, the worthy should possess such heavenly treasures. It is fortuitous for that Qingfeng to have stumbled upon such a rarity, but he is a waste of potential. It would be a pity for it to be squandered. "Brother, you speak wisely. Let us take this treasure for ourselves," Qingji proposed. Qingyi, elated, responded eagerly, "Excellent, brother. Let us assist our junior brother." At that moment, Qingfeng was meditating in his courtyard, oblivious to the scheming outside. Little did he know, calamity lurked just beyond his door. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Qingfeng, wake up. Your brother has come to announce the sect master's decree." Startled by the mention of a decree, Enyo opened his eyes. In Tai sect, such announcements were rare and typically reserved for significant matters. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qingji and Qingyi standing before him. He quickly rose and greeted them with cupped hands. "Greetings, brothers. May I ask what decree has been issued by the sect master?" Qingji, noting Enyo's respectful demeanor, hesitated to demand the treasure outright and instead said, "The decree from the Tontian Peak states that all disciples of Zixia Peak must vacate the cliff's edge and refrain from causing disturbances. Thus, I have come to inform you that you must leave immediately." "What?" Enyo exclaimed, taken aback. While he could leave at any moment, he was concerned about the precious cleansing flower he had found. The flower was his sole hope. The thought of leaving it behind was unbearable. Realizing this, he mustered his courage and said, "But, brothers, I have pressing matters here. I cannot leave, so I implore you to consider my situation." Exchanging glances, Qingji and Qingyi shared a knowing look before Qingji cleared his throat and said, "Junior brother, your reluctance to leave is clearly due to that flower." He gestured toward the golden blossom by the wall. Understanding that his secret was no longer safe, Enyo reluctantly nodded. "Yes, brothers, that flower is of utmost importance to me. I must guard it." "Ah, dear junior brother, that extraordinary flower is not something you can keep. In light of your fortunate encounter, I will offer you 3 spirit stones as compensation for your care of it. Afterward, you needn't concern yourself with the flower any longer." As Qingji spoke, his eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, fixating on the golden flower. Ainyo's heart surged with anger, and upon witnessing Qingji's rapacious gaze, his fury intensified. "Second brother, that flower belongs to me. Are you truly attempting to seize it?" Qingji turned to face Ainyo, his eyes glinting with menace. Qingyi, standing beside him, quickly interjected, "Humph. Junior brother, the second brother wishes to trade with you out of respect. Do not be ungrateful." "Qingyi, I did not expect you to conspire with him. I tell you both, that flower is my lifeline, and I will never agree to a trade." Qingji chuckled darkly, thinking how stubborn Ainyo was. "Dear junior brother, you leave me no choice. Today, you will exchange it, whether you like it or not." As he finished speaking, Qingji strode purposefully toward the golden flower. Chapter 14. Unyielding to death anxiously, Ainyo observed Qingji drawing ever closer to the flower, his heart racing with desperation. He had invested all his hopes in that bloom, and now it was on the verge of being snatched away. Regrettably, he was merely at the first level of the overbearing body technique, possessing only a rugged exterior, and the thought of confronting Qingji was utterly unrealistic. At that moment, Qingji had produced a jade spade and commenced his excavation. The flower's roots were shallow, and after a brief period of labor, he uprooted it entirely. Holding the flower aloft, his face radiated sheer delight, revealing the extent of his elation. However, Ainyo's face flushed crimson with suppressed anger. He felt a voice incessantly whispering in his ear, "Retrieve it, reclaim it." Clenching his fists tightly, he struggled to maintain composure. Qingji, reveling in his triumph, turned to Ainyo and, upon seeing his defiant expression, disdainfully remarked, "Humph, you worthless fool. From now on, stay in your lane and refrain from making absurd claims, or you'll regret it." Ainyo, already seething with rage, felt as though a fire had been ignited within him upon hearing those words. He was at a loss for courage, but, propelled by an unknown resolve, stepped forward and reached for the flower. Qingji, taken aback by Ainyo's audacity, was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Ainyo to seize the flower effortlessly. Yet, before Ainyo could savor his victory, Qingji's expression darkened with fury. "You insolent brat! How dare you!" he exclaimed, as he conjured a spirit energy orb in his palm. The orb launched directly towards Ainyo's face. Aware of the orb's destructive potential, capable of shattering boulders weighing over 100 pounds, Ainyo swiftly turned to evade. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. The spirit energy orb narrowly missed him, crashing into the ground behind and creating a crater approximately half a meter deep. Seeing his attack fail, Qingji's hands tightened, summoning 2 more spirit energy orbs. Ainyo's heart sank at the sight, realizing that escaping the first orb had been a matter of luck. He wouldn't be so fortunate again. The revelation that a once amicable brotherhood could devolve into such hostility over a mere treasure filled him with bitterness. Although anger surged within him, he was painfully aware of his own inadequacies. Should one of those orbs strike him, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury or worse. Casting a glance at the precipice a few meters behind him, he gritted his teeth and dashed toward the edge. In that fleeting moment, he resolved that he would not allow Qingji to triumph, even if it meant his own demise. He believed that his master would undoubtedly seek justice for him. Qingji, witnessing Ainyo's reckless sprint toward the cliff, felt an ominous premonition. He quickly thrust his hand forward, sending 2 spirit energy orbs hurtling towards Ainyo. In a split second, Ainyo, with unwavering determination, leaped off the cliff. Both Qingji and Qingyi were taken aback, astonished by Ainyo's fierce resolve to leap into the abyss. However, Qingji, quick-witted as he was, immediately took flight on his sword, intent on rescuing Ainyo. He knew he could inflict serious harm, but he was unwilling to bear the consequences of a fatality before their master. As he soared towards the cliff's edge, a sudden surge of azure mist enveloped the area, interspersed with sharp wind blades. The moment the wind swept past, Qingji felt his body racked with pain, discovering numerous cuts adorning his skin. Alarmed, he retreated, no longer daring to venture downward. Qingyi, puzzled by Qingji's retreat, inquired, "Second brother, what happened? Aren't you going to save him?" With a dismissive snort, Qingji replied, "There is something amiss below. If that fool chooses to jump, it is his own folly. We bear no responsibility for his actions, do you understand?" Realizing the truth in his words, Qingyi nodded. Indeed, he jumped on his own accord. We cannot be held accountable for that. Yet, despite this reasoning, Qin Shi's brow remained furrowed, burdened by the weight of their actions. He could not have anticipated Nyo's fierce spirit. With a silent shake of his head, he turned to leave with Qing Yi. Meanwhile, as Qing Feng plummeted into the abyss, he felt a rush of warm air around him, as if his entire being was enveloped in blades. Pain coursed through him as he descended, but his resilient skin, hardened from rigorous training, bore only superficial wounds. Nonetheless, the agony pierced deep within his heart. Through gritted teeth, he forced his eyes open, shrouded in darkness. He sensed his rapid descent, relieved that the azure mist somewhat cushioned his fall. Glancing downward, dread enveloped him. He had no idea how deep the chasm truly was, fearing he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate upon impact. Yet, thoughts of unfinished business haunted him. He could not bear the thought of dying without resolution. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented the years of effort wasted. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a glimmer of hope appeared below, an over 2-meter-long tree sprouting from the cliffside. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the slender trunk, grasping it with all his might. However, in his fervor, he exerted too much force, uprooting the tree entirely as he continued his descent. "My life is over," Qing Feng cried out, his voice echoing into the void. Chapter 15. The demise of the golden-horned silver snake. As Qi Feng contemplated his impending doom, a sudden thud resonated through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust. He felt a tremor beneath his feet and realized he had landed safely. At that moment, he held a golden flower in one hand and raised a small tree with the other, his mouth agape in disbelief. It turned out that just 3 or 4 meters below him was solid ground, and the brief tug had allowed him to shed the force of gravity, providing a momentary reprieve that enabled him to land steadily. He could not deny that fortune had smiled upon him. Gradually closing his mouth, he found himself still somewhat shaken. However, as he calmed down, his thoughts began to flow more smoothly. His loud shout echoed through the abyss, awakening countless creatures within. Suddenly, a colossal being opened its previously shut eyes, revealing a pair of lantern-like orbs that emitted an eerie green glow. Yet, within those eyes lay hints of fury and anguish. In an instant, 2 beams of light shot forth from its gaze, striking Qi Feng. The moment he was ensnared by the green light, he felt an invisible weight bear down upon him, rendering him immobile. Before him loomed a massive head, and he stared in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he was aware that beneath the cliff resided the sect's guardian beast, the golden-horned silver snake, he had heard tales that it had not been seen for over a century, with many claiming it to be mere legend. Today, however, he bore witness to its reality. For the enormous serpent's head, adorned with a golden horn as thick as a man's arm, confirmed its identity. At this moment, he found himself breathing more shallowly, fearful that a misstep could lead to his demise. The serpent's enormous eyes, however, were not fixed upon him, but rather scrutinizing the peculiar flower in his grasp. Remarkably, the golden petals were absorbing the green gas emanating from the silver snake's body, becoming increasingly vibrant. Witnessing this, Qing Feng knelt in reverence, murmuring, "Guardian beast, I am but a disciple from the mountain. Please do not consume me." Whether the golden-horned silver snake comprehended his plea remained uncertain, as it merely cast a sidelong glance at him before returning its focus to the golden flower. The flower, known as the washing spirit flower, inexplicably began to levitate, swirling as it voraciously absorbed the green gas from the serpent. Qing Feng had anticipated the snake's wrath, yet to his astonishment, it appeared to revel in the experience. Perplexed, he remained unaware that the golden-horned silver snake had ingested an ancient pill years prior, a potent substance whose effects had recently intensified. On nights of the full moon, the serpent's magical power would retract into its core, leaving it vulnerable to the overwhelming effects of the pill. As the potency surged without magical restraint, it inflicted a peculiar agony upon the serpent. Unable to absorb much of the potency through its physical form, it could only expel the excess slowly to alleviate its suffering. Unfortunately, without magic to assist, it could not expel the potency effectively. At that moment, the golden flower was uniquely capable of extracting the potency from afar, alleviating the serpent's discomfort considerably. As the serpent experienced a notable reduction in pain, the washing spirit flower accelerated its extraction, enveloping the golden-horned silver snake in a shimmering golden light, enhancing its speed. After a while, the serpent suddenly sensed something amiss. The golden light was not only draining its magical potency but also encroaching upon its very essence. With a furious glare, it opened its mouth, intent on devouring the flower. However, To its bewilderment, its body remained immobile, as if it no longer belonged to it, paralyzed by an inexplicable force. It was the night of the full moon, and devoid of magical power, it could not retaliate against the insidious flower. The serpent glared at Qi Feng, perhaps suspecting him of orchestrating this predicament. Qi Feng, equally bewildered by the bizarre scene, remained oblivious to the fact that the washing spirit flower was not only siphoning the serpent's essence, but also providing it a strange sense of comfort. Yet, as the serpent's expression shifted from confusion to rage, Qi Feng surmised that he might be in the way, provoking the golden-horned silver snake to demand his departure. Concluding that this was the most likely scenario, he nodded respectfully to the serpent and turned to venture further into the abyss. After taking a few steps, he glanced back and noted the serpent's increasingly fierce demeanor, causing his heart to race. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to close his eyes and sit in meditation, focusing inwardly, hoping this would suffice. The golden-horned silver snake, witnessing this, felt a murderous intent rise within it. Yet, it soon realized that its strength was waning. The washing spirit flower, initially possessing 4 petals, had now sprouted 7, with an 8th leaf bulging, ready to emerge. As the loss of essence intensified, fear gripped the serpent. It attempted to regain control of its body, but to no avail. It felt as though it had been rendered unconscious. Unbeknownst to it, the golden flower emitted slender strands of light that not only siphoned its essence, but also released a narcotic substance, leaving the serpent in a state of numbness. As time progressed, the golden-horned silver snake grew increasingly feeble, its azure aura dissipating, and a significant portion of its essence was consumed. Desperate to seek help from the young man, it found itself unable to produce sound, while the meditative figure before it remained oblivious to its plight. As time slowly drifted by, the serpent's once mighty body began to wither, the golden flower now drawing not only its essence, but also its life force. Suddenly, Qi Feng was jolted awake by a thunderous crack, his eyes snapping open to behold the golden flower suspended in midair, now enveloped in electric light. 1 flash, 2 flashes, 3 flashes of lightning struck, and the flower twirled gracefully, appearing charred yet unscathed. In the next instant, it plunged downward, its roots burrowing into the earth. Qi Feng rushed forward, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and as he widened his gaze, astonishment painted his features. Chapter 16. The white blossom and the red fruit. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, 13 petals. Qi Feng stared blankly as he finished counting the last leaf of the shieling flower. Wasn't it said that the shieling flower bore only 9 leaves? Yet, upon the flower's stem, there were threads resembling blood vessels, through which a liquid akin to blood flowed. What was happening? It appeared exceedingly strange. Before he could ponder further, he witnessed the top of the shieling flower rapidly blooming into a snow-white blossom. The petals unfurled gradually, shrouded in a mist of primordial essence, and from within the flower's core emerged a fruit the size of a thumb, glowing a vivid red. Qi Feng was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this? Who could provide him with an answer? Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed that not far away, the golden-horned silver snake was left with nothing but its skin and bones. Its flesh had vanished, resembling a desiccated corpse. The once majestic guardian beast had inexplicably perished. What would he say if someone discovered this? For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, he gazed once more at the shieling flower, only to find it beginning to wither. Witnessing this scene left him at a loss for words. Honestly, he could not even ascertain what kind of flower this was. Years ago, his senior brother Lu Macho had told him that the shieling flower had golden petals and could absorb the essence of other spiritual entities, maturing with 9 leaves. However, he had never mentioned that it would bloom or bear fruit, and the leaf count was incorrect. There were a total of 13 leaves. As he watched the entire plant rapidly deteriorate, he acted without hesitation and plucked the vibrant red fruit. Just as he considered gathering a few leaves, it was already too late. The moment the fruit was severed, all the leaves turned a pale gray and fell away. Subsequently, the flower's stem withered, losing all luster. In an instant, the entire flower he had nurtured for several years vanished, leaving him speechless. He glanced at the corpse of the golden-horned silver snake, then at the fruit in his hand, his brow furrowing deeper. The snake's death was suspicious, and though he had not witnessed the events unfold, he surmised it must be connected to this flower. If the sect were to investigate, he would find it impossible to provide a satisfactory explanation. Perhaps this fruit could be offered as evidence of his innocence. With this thought in mind, he searched for a container to store the fruit, only to be dismayed as it began to wither as well. Qi Feng was once again stunned. Although this may not be the shielding flower, he understood that it was certainly no ordinary spiritual object. If he allowed it to wither away, all his efforts over the years would be in vain, especially considering the mission he bore, the deep-seated enmity of the entire Fengshan village. With his parents missing and the village slaughtered, he needed to uncover the truth. Yet, with his innate talents, he would likely achieve nothing in his lifetime. Now, even his last hope, the shielding flower, was gone. He could not afford to let this solitary opportunity slip away. Resolutely, he thought that even if the fruit proved useless or poisoned him, he would accept it. With a determined heart, he swallowed the fruit whole. Upon entering his mouth, it burst forth with a sweet, fragrant juice that trickled down his throat, filling him with a sense of unparalleled delight. However, as the juice settled in his stomach, he soon realized that the torment was only beginning. The moment the juice entered his belly, it felt as though molten iron was being poured into his stomach, igniting an overwhelming agony that spread throughout his entire being. It felt as if his meridians were ablaze, and he writhed in agony, experiencing an indescribable pain that surged from within. With his consciousness still somewhat intact, he gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged, attempting to channel the Ba Ti Ju to alleviate the suffering. Yet, he found it futile. The inner torment was inescapable. The exquisite pain caused cold sweat to drip from him like rain, and his awareness began to blur. For some inexplicable reason, the bizarre postures from the Ba Ti Ju flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he began to mimic them. One-legged golden rooster, old ox pulling a cart, little horse kicking. As he executed these postures, he sensed a slight reduction in pain. Though minimal, it was better than succumbing to the agony entirely. Thus, he continued to perform the postures in a dazed state. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, Qingfeng stood on one leg, the other raised. His arms held in peculiar positions, motionless like a statue. A gust of wind swept by, and his eyes suddenly opened, a flash of brilliance glimmering within before it faded away. Crack, crack, the sounds echoed continuously. Gradually, he lowered his limbs and rolled his neck, the cracking noise resounding once more. He exhaled a hot breath, as if finally liberated, and sank to the ground, feeling his body grow soft. The torment of being burned by flames had finally ceased. Were it not for the postures from the Ba Ti Ju mitigating some of the suffering, he might have truly perished from the pain. He could only be grateful that his master had possessed such foresight. As he reflected, he realized that every meridian within him seemed to have been unblocked. He practiced his techniques and discovered a current of magical energy coursing through him. This revelation sparked a light in his eyes and an indescribable joy within his heart. At that moment, he concluded that even if the golden flower was not the shielding flower, it must possess similar properties. Since he had acquired magical energy, it implied that his spiritual veins had transformed. He finally possessed magical power. After so many years, he had taken a significant step into the realm of cultivation and would no longer be subject to ridicule. In a moment of exuberance, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a resounding crash as a dark pit formed beneath his blow. Staring at the pit, then at his fist, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the strength of his recent punch likely approached 10,000 pounds, and he had only exerted 50% of his strength. Rising to his feet, he focused on a massive boulder over 3 meters high and struck it with a punch, shattering it into countless fragments. This was real. His full-force punch could exceed 20,000 pounds. The sheer incredulity of it all left him in awe. Although he had always been strong, he had never imagined such a display of power. Joy filled him, and he settled into a meditative position, silently absorbing the overwhelming strength flooding his being. Though he soon sensed a wave of weakness, it suddenly dawned on him. He was hungry. Chapter 17. The Great Sunset Clouds Technique within the depths of this pit. A perpetual darkness prevailed, leaving one to ponder if any edible flora could thrive here. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the lifeless form of the golden-horned silver snake, suddenly realizing that, despite its demise, the creature was a treasure trove. Its skin could be fashioned into armor, and its golden horn was an exceedingly rare gem. As he contemplated this, he approached the snake's body, only to discover that both its skin and horn were devoid of any spiritual essence, clearly indicating that its vitality had been entirely siphoned away. He shook his head in resignation, a pang of guilt washing over him. Had he not brought that flower down, the guardian beast would not have perished. Was this not tantamount to having indirectly caused its death? He lamented this misfortune, though it was a fait accompli, and could only offer a silent prayer for the creature's soul. He was perplexed as to how that extraordinary flower could drain the life force from such a formidable serpent. Circumnavigating the massive carcass, he pressed onward and soon stumbled upon a vast cavern. The walls and ceiling sparkled with countless luminous gems, illuminating the cavern with a radiant glow. The expanse was immense, measuring nearly 1,000 meters in circumference, with the ground adorned by patches of purple grass rising over half a foot high. Venturing deeper, he noticed the terrain began to rise abruptly, revealing a surface of obsidian rock. Scattered every few meters were small nurseries encircled by piles of rubble. These nurseries, each measuring about a square meter, were filled with dark, fertile soil and various herbs. Some herbs had just sprouted, while others appeared to have matured for quite some time. The further he ventured, the more aged and fragrant the herbs became, filling the air with a potent aroma. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The purple jade dragon herb." In the forefront lay a vibrant purple seven-leaf plant adorned with 5 or 6 bright red fruits, unmistakably the purple jade dragon herb. Overcome with excitement, he stepped into the nursery and carefully excavated with a jade spade he always carried. In a matter of moments, a ginseng exuding a soft violet aura emerged. It was quite a sizable specimen, roughly the thickness of an arm and the size of a palm, with numerous roots resembling dragon whiskers. Such a grand specimen must be over a century old. He glanced around, contemplating the dire consequences of being discovered with such a find. He could lose his life, or at the very least face severe repercussions. Thus, he made a bold decision, plucking the ginseng and biting into it as one would a carrot. To his surprise, it possessed a sweet flavor, crisp upon entry, and once swallowed, transformed into a wave of warmth that coursed through his body. He immediately settled into a meditative pose, guiding the warmth into his meridians, converting it into spiritual energy, and subsequently into magical power. After consuming the ginseng, he felt a profound sense of satiety and a remarkable vitality, as though every pore in his body had been opened, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort and an increase in strength. Continuing forward, he encountered several more herbs of notable age, some of which he did not recognize and others that could only be utilized for alchemical purposes. Although these herbs were undoubtedly valuable, he dared not take them lightly. Should he be discovered, he could not bear the consequences. Upon reaching the cavern's end, he was astounded to find a trove of gold coins and jewels, piled high and radiating a dazzling brilliance. This spectacle left him in awe. Who would have thought the golden-horned silver snake had an affinity for such mundane treasures? Admittedly, he too found them appealing. He selected a dozen gold ingots and stowed them in his clothing, reasoning that if anyone were to discover them, he could simply claim to have found them. Who would investigate such trivial matters? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a pure gold box nestled in the corner. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to reveal several stones of varying hues and an ancient-looking book. Flipping the book open, he was greeted by powerful characters emblazoned on the first page, the Great Sunset Clouds Technique. To his delight, he realized this was a manual for cultivating magical powers. He had intended to seek out a master and acquire the teachings of his sect, but fortune had smiled upon him. He had found a treasure without seeking it. Yet, he wondered about the efficacy of this technique and contemplated consulting his senior brother upon his return. Little did he know, the Great Sunset Clouds Technique was the pinnacle of his sect's teachings, a closely guarded secret reserved for the sect leader and his successors. In the past, when the third-generation patriarch faced his impending demise, he dreamt of a cataclysm where mountains crumbled and seas reversed, and a colossal, golden-glowing entity snatched the book away. Upon awakening, he was filled with dread, perceiving it as an ominous portent, foreseeing the potential loss of this invaluable tome. Thus, he discreetly duplicated the text and entrusted it to the formidable guardian spirit, the golden-horned silver snake, ensuring that should such a calamity arise, the sect would not be bereft of its divine teachings. Unaware of this history, he carefully stored the book away. Upon examining the box further, he discovered several pill vials. He opened one to find each vial contained pills exuding a potent aroma. Regrettably, he could not ascertain their nature and dared not consume them carelessly. Instead, he meticulously placed them in his robe, ensuring he also secured the stones. Each stone was astonishingly heavy, weighing over 1,000 pounds. And although he could not identify their composition, he surmised they must hold considerable value. He discarded the now empty box into the pile of gold and jewels, glancing around to confirm there was nothing else of worth remaining. The gold and jewels held little significance for him moving forward. The risks outweighed the potential benefits. After gathering his findings, he exited the cavern, casting one last glance at the skeletal remains of the golden-horned silver snake and murmuring an apology before approaching the edge of the pit. He then began to scale the rocky walls with the agility of a monkey, utilizing his newfound strength. Any protruding stone was a foothold, allowing him to ascend effortlessly. However, as he climbed approximately 10 meters, a fierce wind, sharp as a blade, surged around him. Initially, he believed it to be a manifestation of the snake's lingering power, but realizing it had pervaded the area long before its demise, he understood why the creature had chosen this location for its lair. It served as a natural defense against intrusions. Now endowed with enhanced strength and resilience, the winds merely caused him minor discomfort. Therefore, he hastened his ascent, climbing rapidly toward the surface. Chapter 18. The younger sister. The cliff was towering, and he bore several heavy oars upon him. Despite exerting all his strength, he had spent nearly half an hour climbing. At noon, upon leaping onto the cliff, he was met with the dazzling sunlight pouring down. His first sensation was warmth. Looking up, his abode appeared unchanged, and there was no one outside the fence. Upon entering, he noticed a layer of dust had settled on the bed, likely due to several days of abandonment. He hurriedly tidied up and began rinsing rice to cook. In no time, the rice pot began to bubble, releasing a fragrant aroma. At last, he could indulge in a hearty meal, and a joyous expression lit up Qingfeng's face. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Hall atop Tongtian Peak, a disciple rushed in hastily. The headmaster, Guiyuanzi, who was in the midst of a discussion, was about to reprimand the disciple when he heard the urgent exclamation, "Master, a grave matter has arisen." Guiyuanzi's face darkened, and he scolded, "Impudent! This hall is sacred. What urgent matter could warrant such haste? This is utterly unacceptable." The disciple, drenched in sweat, replied breathlessly, "Master, something terrible has occurred. During the bi-weekly inspection today at Tongtian Pavilion, we discovered that the life lamp of our sect's guardian beast, the golden-horned silver snake, has extinguished." What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, and Guiyuanzi's expression turned incredulous. Just months prior, he had observed the snake's life force flourishing and had even visited it during that time. The golden-horned silver snake had indicated it was on the verge of a breakthrough, potentially ascending to a higher tier. How could it have perished so suddenly? This creature had protected the sect for over 1,000 years. Its power formidable and a significant asset to their strength. Its absence would undoubtedly weaken the sect. Guiyuanzi was baffled. Could it have faced an unforeseen calamity during its breakthrough? Zhuai Yihong, noticing his elder brother's daze, promptly suggested, "Brother, this matter is of utmost importance. Let us hasten to ascertain what has transpired." Guiyuanzi nodded, and without further delay, they took to the skies on clouds, followed closely by several elders. Qi Feng was savoring his rice, occasionally nibbling on pickles, feeling quite content. Just as he was relishing his meal, he suddenly heard urgent whistling sounds from above. Looking up, he saw several beams of light rapidly approaching. Before he could set down his bowl, figures had already landed at the cliff's edge. Guiyuanzi glanced at Qi Feng, perplexed as to why this disciple resided here, especially when it had been communicated that no one was to disturb the area around the golden-horned silver snake. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to ponder this and merely cast a fleeting glance at Qi Feng before diving into the pit, with the others following suit, indifferent to Qingfeng's presence. Standing at the cliff's edge, Qi Feng felt a pang of nervousness, knowing that the snake's demise was closely linked to him, and he worried whether suspicion might fall upon him. Shortly after, he heard a furious roar emanating from the depths of the chasm. Who is it? Who has committed this heinous act? Qingfeng's heart raced, and he instinctively glanced around. At that moment, a multitude of sword lights surged from the horizon, a large contingent of disciples from Taiyi's sect arriving, eager to uncover the gravity of the situation. Leading the group was the strikingly beautiful Yu Zixin, her expression cold and composed. As Qi Feng contemplated how to respond if questioned, he caught sight of her and was momentarily captivated. He mused on her identity, marveling at her exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. She turned her gaze toward him, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity, and asked in a melodious voice, "What is your name, junior brother?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Qi Feng stammered, "I am Qi Feng, disciple of Lu Qingshan." The name seemed unfamiliar to her, yet for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this boy. Shaking her head slightly, she fell silent. The others around her exchanged glances, puzzled by Yu Zixin's sudden interest in Qi Feng, but upon noticing his cultivation level, they quickly dismissed their thoughts. One disciple ventured, "Junior brother, do Do you know what has transpired below? Qing Feng shook his head, hurriedly explaining that he was unaware, only having seen the headmaster and several elders descend. And he had just heard the headmaster's wrathful voice from below. Upon hearing this, the others recognized the gravity of the situation. Yu Zixin's brows furrowed as she waved her sleeve and leapt into the chasm. Wait! Qing Feng called out, attempting to stop her, but it was too late. They watched as Yu Zixin descended into the pit, a faint azure shield enveloping her, before she vanished from sight. Seeing her leap, some were compelled to follow. But as one disciple jumped into the pit, he quickly re-emerged, his robes tattered and bearing numerous wounds. The remaining disciples hesitated, wary of making a move. As they anxiously awaited, within a mere quarter of an hour, the headmaster and several elders ascended in succession. They did not spare a glance at the disciples and soon disappeared into the horizon. Yu Zixin was the last to surface, her expression colder than ever. Approaching the cliff's edge, she addressed the crowd. By the decree of the sect leader, no one is permitted to speak of today's events without explicit permission. Any breach of this directive will be met with disciplinary action from the Hall of Regulations. The disciples immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Yu Zixin nodded in satisfaction before departing on her sword, vanishing into the distance. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, their collective curiosity piqued. Yet none dared to discuss the matter for fear of invoking the ire of the Hall of Regulations. Soon, they dispersed, leaving no trace behind. Qing Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a strange sense of relief. Back in his abode, he resumed his feast. Though an undercurrent of unease lingered in his mind as he pondered whether he had left any trace of his involvement. Little did he know that regardless of their suspicions, none would suspect him. After all, his meager abilities were indistinguishable from that of a mere novice in the eyes of those formidable figures. Even if he were to shout claims of having slain the golden-horned silver snake, others would merely deem him delusional, lost in fantasies. And thus, the truth remained obscured. A perplexity for those embroiled in the chaos, while outsiders observed with clarity. Chapter 19. The same blade within the Grand Hall of Zixiao. The sect leader Guiyuanzizi and a congregation of elders had assembled. The lifeless body of the golden-horned silver snake lay upon the ground, completely drained of its spiritual energy and blood essence. Who could possess such cruelty? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Guiyuanzizi's voice resonated with strength and indignation. Zhuo Yihang circled the corpse, shaking his head in disbelief. How peculiar. Even if a malevolent individual infiltrated the sect, it would be impossible for them to slay the golden-horned silver snake undetected and extract its entire essence. Could it be that a formidable demon had emerged? This seemed implausible. If such a being existed, they would not specifically seek out the golden-horned silver snake, especially since there was no trace of demonic or malevolent energy present. Truly, it was baffling. The gathered individuals began to speculate, exchanging theories about the incident. They had thoroughly examined the snake's cave, where the medicinal herbs remained untouched, and various treasures were still intact, yielding no useful evidence. The only lead was the corpse itself, which led their conjectures to point inward, towards the sect. However, the notion of internal betrayal felt far-fetched. The golden-horned silver snake had cultivated for thousands of years, its power formidable. Even Guiyuanzizi might struggle to defeat it, let alone the others. Furthermore, the leaders of the various peaks, if not practicing dark arts, would have no reason to drain its essence. Guiyuanzizi was well acquainted with his disciples. None were given to the practice of such malevolence. To suggest that a disciple might be behind this was even more absurd. After the great battle, the sects had suffered losses, and the talents among the disciples had limitations. Who among them could accomplish such a feat without detection? Countless speculations remained unsubstantiated, creating a heavy cloud of despair within the Zixiao Hall. As the sun rose, a stream of purple energy appeared on the horizon. Anya activated the great sun setting and rising technique, drawing in the violet energy, which transformed into pure spiritual power within his being. It first coalesced into a mass the size of a fist, and through the workings of his technique, it was refined into a droplet, akin to a bead of water. With each breath, he absorbed more of the purple energy until he could no longer take in any more after 49 streams. This was the maximum he could absorb in a day. Yet, he kept his eyes closed, continuing his cultivation as the gathered purple energy solidified and remained motionless at the center of his being. It had now condensed to the size of a mung bean, though it continued to refine and shrink. An hour later, the purple energy had solidified to the size of a grain of sand, reaching its final form. Despite its diminutive size, one could sense the terrifying energy contained within upon contact. slowly opening his eyes. Aniu perceived the profound intricacies of the great sun setting and rising technique. He recalled reading the manual thoroughly the previous night. Unlike the later stages of the body dominance technique, this text was not overly obscure, and certain annotations made it easier to comprehend. He was uncertain why the book stated that practitioners must possess exceptional intellect, superior spiritual roots, and deep origins. Otherwise, even the slightest understanding would be unattainable. After reading this, he almost gave up, but, driven by a glimmer of hope, decided to try. To his surprise, it was not as difficult as he imagined, and he quickly grasped the basics. Could it be that his spiritual roots had changed? The flower he had mentioned was indeed the legendary spirit-purifying flower. He couldn't determine the reason, but resolved to test it further when the opportunity arose. With these thoughts settled, he resumed his practice, realizing that cultivating internal energy was entirely different from the body dominance technique. The body dominance technique focused on physical refinement. Once one reached a certain level, true energy would spontaneously transform into spiritual power. In contrast, the great sun setting and rising technique relied on directly absorbing external spiritual energy to elevate one's cultivation. This required vast amounts of spiritual energy, but the environment here was lacking, making progress exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, he could absorb the innate purple energy of the rising sun. Otherwise, he would have made little headway. It appeared that to advance in this technique, mere meditation would not suffice. He needed to seek a place rich in spiritual energy. Upon opening his eyes, he decided to cease his practice, for continuing would only waste time. The great sun setting and rising technique comprised 9 levels. Achieving the first level allowed one to reach the chi layer, while the second enabled the ability to manipulate objects and fly. Reaching the third level would allow one to attempt foundation building. Contemplating this information filled Aniu with yearning. Since this location was unsuitable for cultivating the great sun setting and rising technique, he resolved to focus on the body dominance technique, which he had already mastered at the first level, and began practicing the second level. This second level involved refining one's muscles and skin, making one nearly impervious to ordinary blades. The method was peculiar. One had to find a great waterfall, allowing the water to continually strike their body, for, as the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. This would hone one's physique thoroughly. However, there was no such waterfall on Zixia Peak. Nor was Aniu aware of any such place in the sect due to his lengthy stay here. He would need to consult his senior brothers. His first thought was of senior brother Lu Macho from Tianbao Pavilion, the person he had come to know best over the years. Lu Macho was approachable and amiable, making Aniu eager to converse with him. With this in mind, he returned to his quarters to gather some silver coins, intending to purchase some necessities. As he unfolded his bedding, he discovered 10 gold ingots, each weighing about a pound, at the head of his bed. He picked one up, realizing that such a large item would certainly attract attention if taken outside, and any suspicion could lead to trouble. With this thought, he glanced around and spotted a black short knife, covered in dust, that he had tossed into the corner. This knife was one he had forged himself from an unknown iron ingot long ago. Seeing it stirred up some unpleasant memories, which was why he had refrained from using it for so many years. At this moment, he approached the corner and grasped the knife. It felt as heavy as ever. Yet he had grown stronger, and the weight of 500 or 600 pounds felt as effortless as wielding a wooden stick to an adult. Chapter 20 Senior Brother. May I inquire? He noticed that the blade bore remnants of dried blood, likely from the time he vanquished the white giant wolf. Once, this exquisite knife had mesmerized him. Now, it appeared rather ordinary and somewhat coarse. At that time, he had assumed it was made of fine iron, but now, despite his inability to identify the material, years of experience had taught him that the iron ingot was no ordinary item. He intended to present it to senior brother Lu Macho for appraisal, to discern its true nature. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of melancholy washed over him, evoking memories of his parents and the tragic fates of those villagers, CZ, the snotty boy, and the vivid faces that lingered in his memory. Wiping away his tears, he suddenly felt a surge of homesickness. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress these emotions, then meticulously polished the blade until it gleamed anew. At that moment, he grasped the knife and swiftly sliced through a gold ingot, dividing it into several pieces of similar size. He took one of the segments and, with a firm clap of his hands, transformed it into a palm-sized gold nugget. Noticing its irregular shape, he trimmed it further until it met his satisfaction. After crafting the remaining pieces into gold nuggets, he sheathed the knife and prepared to depart. Within the Tianbao pavilion, Lu Macho was engaged in some explanations to a visitor. Qing Feng, standing nearby, refrained from interrupting until the visitor had left. Upon seeing Qing Feng, Lu Macho approached him, patting his shoulder warmly. "You rascal. It has been ages since your last visit. By the way, why haven't you brought any timber to sell recently?" Qing Feng chuckled softly and replied, "I've been quite busy lately, and with my foundational training nearly complete, I no longer need to practice felling trees." "Oh, I see. Congratulations, little junior brother. I am quite curious. What kind of cultivation technique have you been practicing that requires such an extensive duration for the first stage?" At Lu Macho's inquiry, Qing Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, he too thought that his progress was rather slow. He couldn't help but imagine how the venerable creator of this technique would react upon learning of his pace, perhaps in a fit of rage. The mere thought brought a smile to his lips. "Hey, you possess a trace of magical energy. Can it be that you have begun to condense spiritual energy?" Before Qing Feng could respond, Lu Macho posed another question. Qing Feng nodded, sharing that he had recently begun to harness spiritual energy and had reached the first layer of condensation. Lu Macho beamed with joy, for he was acutely aware that Qing Feng's spiritual roots were chaotic and weak, once dismissed as a failure by many on Zixia Peak. It was widely believed that he would never cultivate spiritual power, with some even betting on it. Yet, Lu Macho had witnessed Qing Feng's relentless efforts over the years. Now, at last, his hard work had borne fruit. While it was merely the first layer of condensation, it represented a significant stride forward. Delighted for him, Lu Macho showered him with praise. Amidst their lively conversation, Qing Feng remembered his purpose and inquired, "Where can I find a waterfall in our sect?" "The higher, the better." Lu Macho, upon hearing this, promptly affirmed that he had asked the right person. He then informed Qing Feng of 3 waterfalls within the sect, one at Luxia Peak, another at Xiaya Peak, and the most magnificent at Tongtian Peak. The waterfall at Tongtian Peak, known as Luyun Feipu, cascaded dramatically over 1,000 feet, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He recounted his own experience there, where the sound of roaring water echoed like a stampede of horses. Standing beneath the falls, one could feel an exhilarating rush, though the initial thrill could soon lead to hallucinations, as if one were immersed in a blood-soaked battlefield, risking madness. Moreover, the place was perilous. The force of the falling water could be lethal, with tales of individuals suffering grave injuries from attempting to bathe beneath it. If not for the intervention of an elder, they might have met a tragic end. Lu Macho then detailed the other 2 waterfalls, and Qing Feng committed their locations and features to memory. Afterward, he produced the knife and placed it before Lu Macho, seeking his expert evaluation. Lu Macho took the knife but nearly stumbled in surprise. He quickly steadied himself, channeling his spiritual energy to maintain control. "By the heavens," he exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Qing Feng. "Are you jesting with me?" Seeing the genuine confusion on Qing Feng's face, Lu Macho was momentarily perplexed. Just moments ago, he had observed Qing Feng handle the knife with apparent ease. Could it be a clever ruse? He took a moment to collect himself, weighing the seemingly unremarkable, darkened blade, which had been polished to a shine, yet possessed a weight that suggested it was several hundred pounds. He scrutinized the knife and then turned to Qing Feng, placing the blade on the table. "Qing Feng, tell me, you are not mocking me, are you?" Qing Feng, with an expression of innocence, shook his head earnestly. "Senior brother Lu, I hold you in the highest regard. Why would I jest? I merely noticed you seemed to struggle with the knife earlier. Are you unwell?" Lu Macho felt his face heat at the retort. He reflected on the differences in their training. While those who practiced physical cultivation possessed greater strength than ordinary people, they still relied heavily on the manipulation of spiritual energy. In a typical scenario, he could lift 500 or 600 pounds using sheer vitality, but to lift weights in the thousands would require the use of mystical energy. He pondered whether Qing Feng would grasp the complexities of this distinction, ultimately deciding against elaborating, merely shaking his head and dismissing the matter as a lapse in concentration. Qing Feng, unperturbed, assumed that his senior brother, Qing Yun, could easily lift immense weights. He believed that Lu Macho, while perhaps not on par with his master, would not be far behind. Thus, he considered Lu Macho's earlier struggle merely an accident. However, at that moment, Lu Macho's voice of admiration began to resonate in the air. Chapter 21. Is this a counterattack? Little junior brother, while your sword is not poorly crafted, the material is truly exceptional. As he spoke, he brought his fingers together, emanating a faint flame, which he used to ignite the sword's blade. To everyone's astonishment, a delicate blue halo began to shimmer along the blade. This is pure shin iron. An entire block of it. What a treasure. If we were to present this to the refinement pavilion, we might just forge a splendid flying sword. Upon hearing the mention of shin iron, several others in the room gravitated towards him. One person exclaimed, "Senior Lu, you must be mistaken. Is the entire sword made of it?" Lu Macho's expression darkened, and he replied, slightly irritated, "Do you doubt my years of experience and discerning eye?" The man quickly offered a sheepish grin, mumbling an apology. At that moment, many gazes sparkled with desire, as if the sword belonged to them already. The speaker then addressed Qing Feng, "Junior brother, would you consider parting with this treasure? I can offer you 5 spirit stones." Before he could finish, another voice sneered. 5 spirit stones for a piece of shin iron? You might as well steal it. This newcomer, clad in blue, was unfamiliar to Qing Feng, likely from another peak. "Shin-san, mind your tongue. This isn't Luoxia Peak." "Oh, so you wish to threaten me?" "Qingku, for someone of your stature, bullying a junior brother is quite unbecoming. Where's your conscience?" Qingku, taken aback by the reprimand, was momentarily speechless, his face shifting as if he were about to retaliate. Seeing the tension rise, Lu Macho intervened. "Fellow disciples, let's communicate respectfully. We are all part of the same lineage. Why engage in mutual ridicule? Moreover, junior brother has not expressed any intention to sell this sword. What is there to quarrel over?" Hearing his words, both sides ceased their bickering and turned their attention to Qing Feng. With a chuckle, he scratched his head and said, "Dear brothers, this axe has been with me for many years. I truly cannot part with it. I appreciate your kindness, though." Upon hearing this, several who had hoped to bid were visibly disappointed, yet some remained skeptical and wished to examine the axe. "What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be cultivating? Where is Senior Lu? I need to speak with him." The speaker's exasperation drew everyone's gaze, revealing him to be the blue-clad figure once more. "Blue-clad?" Qing Feng shouted. The blue-clad man, upon noticing Qing Feng, widened his eyes in disbelief and turned to flee. However, he quickly realized that this junior brother was not dead after all. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he was acutely aware of the onlookers. If news spread that he had been frightened away by a seemingly useless junior brother, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In a swift moment, his eyes darted, plotting his next move. He executed a series of flips and launched himself at Qing Feng with a powerful strike. In full view of the crowd, he bellowed, "You insolent brat, kneel and apologize." The declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, leaving them bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Even Lu Macho was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed the blue-clad figure unleash a forceful strike toward Qing Feng. The blue-clad man, at the 6th level of qi condensation, possessed formidable power. It was evident that if his strike landed, the 1st-level Qing Feng would surely be gravely injured. In that critical moment, Lu Macho shouted, "Blue-clad, do not." But before he could finish, a deafening crash resounded, sending a wave of terrifying energy that forced everyone to stagger back, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and obscuring the scene. "This is bad," Lu Macho gasped, regretting his inaction. Based on the force of that strike, it was certain that Qing Feng would be severely injured. As the dust settled, the onlookers were left speechless. There stood Qing Feng, appearing quite peculiar, with one hand still extended in defiance. In stark contrast, the blue-clad man found his garments in tatters, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a mere 1st-level practitioner have caused him, a 6th-level cultivator, to bleed? Time rewound slightly, just as the blue-clad man had attacked. Qing Feng had not anticipated such a vicious counter. Fueled by anger, he had prepared to scold the assailant, only to find himself suddenly under attack. Realizing he could not evade the strike, he felt assured that the blue-clad man would not dare to kill him in front of so many witnesses. With this understanding, Qing Feng resolved to retaliate, determined that he would not let the blue-clad man have it easy. He gathered his strength, instinctively striking a peculiar stance, a reflection of his training and body refinement. As the blue-clad man closed in, Qing Feng unleashed a palm strike, feeling a tremendous force surge through him. Albeit not as overwhelming as he had anticipated, the impact was mitigated by his odd stance, leaving him with enough fortitude to withstand the blow. After all, as a body refiner, he was well-versed in enduring strikes, though he had never tested his mettle against his seniors and had always perceived himself as weak. In his attack, Qing Feng exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. The blue-clad man, airborne, had only intended to inflict some injury to silence Qing Feng. He underestimated the junior brother. Believing him to be merely a feeble body refiner, thus only employing 30% of his power. Witnessing Qingfeng's sudden unusual stance and his own instinctive response, he grew enraged, deciding to increase his force to teach this insolent junior a lesson. As their palms collided, the blue-clad man felt as if he had struck a mountain. Before he could comprehend the sensation, a torrent of power surged back at him. Had he not reacted swiftly and fortified his defenses with his full energy, the consequences could have been dire. Even so, he felt his bones shatter under the tremendous pressure, pain radiating throughout his body. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness that left everyone in utter astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 22. The rumors grow more sinister. The excruciating pain compelled Qingyi to let out a wretched cry. His familiar brothers swiftly assisted him, offering healing elixirs. Filled with resentment, Qingyi glared at Qingfeng, intent on hurling insults, but his supporters quickly silenced him and carried him away. At that moment, they realized that this normally carefree junior must possess hidden strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deliver such a decisive blow. This level of cunning and restraint was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. They were well aware of Qingyi's character, fearing that his reckless words might lead to his downfall. As the saying goes, a wise man avoids immediate losses. It was prudent to remove him from the scene first. As Qingyi was taken away, those remaining in the room cast complex and bewildered glances at Qingfeng. Lu Macho opened her mouth to inquire but ultimately refrained from speaking. As Qingfeng collected himself, he noticed the piercing gazes of his senior brothers and wished to offer an explanation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could only shake his head slightly, conveying an apologetic look to Lu Macho before he exited. Instinctively, those who stood in his path took a step back. Witnessing this, Qingfeng could only manage a wry smile as he strode out. Once he departed, the room erupted into a flurry of speculation, with disciples from the outer peaks seeking to understand the situation. While brawls were not uncommon, the fact that a disciple, universally regarded as a waste, could best a sixth-layer master was monumental. Even if Qingyi had been careless, his defeat was undeniable and utterly humiliating. Whispers spread like wildfire, traversing Zixia Peak, then Luoxia Peak, and finally reaching Tongtian Peak. A group of brothers gathered by the lakeside, discussing the astonishing news. Have you heard? There's a junior from Zixia Peak who has long been labeled a waste. For 8 years, he didn't even cultivate any spiritual energy. Yet, he managed to incapacitate a sixth-layer brother with a single punch, reportedly leaving him dazed and spewing blood. He didn't cultivate any energy? That lad merely concealed his strength. I heard the two had a grudge, and he has been biding his time for 8 years to make a surprise comeback, remarked one bystander. Wow, 8 years of patience. Impressive, truly admirable. Such cunning is unparalleled, commented another. In the bamboo grove of Tongtian Peak, a thatched cottage stood by a small lake, surrounded by an herb garden filled with fragrant medicinal plants. In the courtyard, an ancient apricot tree cast a cool shade over a small table and 2 chairs. 2 women were seated, one in a white dress and the other in purple robes, Yuzi Xian and Mengru, respectively. Sister, have you heard about the major event that has unfolded recently? The white-clad woman began. Yuzi Xian looked at her in confusion and shook her head. You came all the way here just to tell me about some grand event? Hee. Of course not. I just wanted to see you. It's been so long. I've missed you. When did you become so gossipy? Just tell me what happened. Not at all offended, Mengru chuckled and replied. You won't believe it. A disciple who just reached the first layer of qi condensation defeated a sixth-layer brother, leaving him with multiple fractures and spewing blood. Upon hearing this, even Yuzi Xian, who typically dismissed gossip, was taken aback and eagerly asked for the details. Sensing her interest, Mengru elaborated with vivid embellishments. Meanwhile, Qingfeng gained notoriety, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the tempest of rumors swirling around him. For the past few days, he had been secretly training at Luoxia Peak, focusing on the first and second layers of the overbearing body technique. At the back mountain of Luoxia Peak, a towering waterfall cascaded down like a silken ribbon, splashing into a small pool below. Qingfeng found a stone to adopt a peculiar posture, preparing to endure the waterfall's relentless pounding. He had never imagined that such a gentle element as water could wield such tremendous force. In the beginning, he was knocked into the water before he could even position himself. Though he later managed to remain standing, he quickly became swollen from the repeated strikes. Fortunately, after several days of rigorous training, he gradually adapted. Striking that odd pose, he began to sense streams of spiritual energy forming within him. Combining this with the Great Sun Luoxia technique yielded unexpectedly beneficial results. At Zixia Peak, Qingji regarded Qingyi with incredulity. You mean to say you felt a force akin to 10,000 pounds crashing down upon you, as if you were struck by a mountain? Having recovered significantly over the past few days, Qingyi no longer resembled the disheveled figure from before. Hearing Qingji's skepticism, he asserted firmly, "It's absolutely true. The force was beyond 10,000 pounds. I suspect that the demise of our sect's golden horned silver serpent is somehow linked to that brat." Observing Qingyi's contorted expression, Qingji felt a twinge of doubt. He couldn't fathom how someone labeled a waste could suddenly become so formidable. He recalled the day Qingyi had leaped into the abyss. If he had been that powerful, why hadn't he fought back then? After much contemplation, he began to question everything. Given the circumstances, Qingyi should have had a slim chance of survival, yet now he was vibrant and brimming with remarkable abilities. It was evident that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, or perhaps had a hand in the golden horned silver serpent's demise. The thought of capturing the one responsible for the serpent's death ignited excitement within Qingji. Surely, the sect would reward him handsomely for such an achievement. His expression grew increasingly animated. Meanwhile, Qingyi, observing Qingji's fervor, felt a surge of disdain. He had already considered these possibilities, yet would anyone believe his claims? His humiliation had become common knowledge throughout the sect, an affront to his honor. Without avenging this grievance, how could he possibly retain his standing within the sect? Thus, he schemed to ensnare Qingji in his plot. Chapter 23. Capturing the tale of Qing Feng had spread far and wide, taking on a sinister hue, and soon even some elders of the sect had caught wind of it. Lu Qingshan, the master of Zixia Peak, had just emerged from his seclusion when he was informed of the matter by none other than Qingji. Of course, Qingji dared not divulge the details of his earlier coercion of Qing Feng, embellishing the story instead to suggest that Qing Feng had suddenly become extraordinarily powerful, akin to a prodigy, and he speculated there must be a reason behind this transformation. He noted the proximity of Qing Feng's location to the site of the golden-horned silver snake's demise, insinuating a possible connection. Qingji's insinuations aroused Lu Qingshan's suspicion. Given the gravity of the situation, he did not dare to be complacent and promptly instructed Qingji to summon Qing Feng. Sensing the success of his cunning plan, Qingji could not suppress a smile, and he hurried off to find Qing Feng. In his mind, if Qing Feng dared to refuse his summons, it would provide a perfect pretext to severely injure him on the spot. He had resolved to exert all his strength. He would ensure that Qing Feng, regardless of being a prodigy, would learn that he, the second senior brother of Zixia Peak, was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, he was curious about what Qing Feng had experienced beneath the pit. After a day's cultivation, Qing Feng felt his power had advanced further, and he sensed an increase in strength. He had gradually acclimatized to the might of the waterfall, transitioning from enduring mere moments to now sustaining it for several hours with ease. Observing his physique, he noticed his neck was robust, muscles well-defined, and skin taut, with a marble-like fairness that shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a faint glow. Clad in his garments, with his legs slightly bent, he exerted a slight force and leapt from the waterfall. Feeling famished and in need of a meal, he decided to return home. As he made his way, he marveled at the beauty of Luoxia Peak, where a small stream wound its way down the mountainside, traversing the entire range. Along the way, celestial birds flitted through the air, and deer grazed nearby, while the stream occasionally revealed small black fish darting about. This place appeared far superior to Zixia Peak, with a greater number of disciples, and he often witnessed individuals soaring through the sky on swords, filling him with envy and a sincere hope that one day he too could achieve such feats. Alas, his current magical prowess was inadequate, and he could only wonder how many years it would take to reach the 6th level of qi condensation. Pushing such thoughts aside, he quickened his pace, grateful that Zixia Peak and Luoxia Peak were not too far apart, though he still found himself running for over half an hour. Upon arriving at his courtyard, he rushed to the water tank and began to drink deeply. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he beheld a figure with hands clasped behind, exuding an air of arrogance. None other than Qingji. "Second senior brother?" Qing Feng exclaimed, "It is unexpected to see you, yet you seem to harbor deep suspicions. Pray tell, what ulterior motives do you believe I possess upon entering our sect? You are indeed formidable, having endured until now. I advise you to come clean about your intentions at Zixia Peak and how you harmed the golden-horned silver snake." At this moment, Qingji's gaze was piercing, as though he were ready to devour Qing Feng whole. Catching himself, Qi Feng felt a momentary daze, nearly confessing that it was unintentional. Fortunately, his spiritual core activated on its own. A surge of spiritual energy rushing to his mind, bringing him back to clarity. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he regarded Qingji, repulsed by his despicable tactics. Realizing that Qingji had employed an illusionary spell to ensnare his mind. Thankfully, his cultivation of the sunsetting technique had shielded him from falling into that trap. Are you not going to confess? Qingji's tone grew more menacing, his eyes sharper than before. Qing Feng steadied his mind and retorted, "Second senior brother, please refrain from slandering me. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Qingji regarded him with a cold smirk, convinced of Qing Feng's connection to the golden-horned silver snake's demise. How long will you continue this charade? Do you truly believe you can deceive everyone? When you leapt into the pit, I presumed you would meet your end. Yet here you stand today, and shortly after, the golden-horned silver snake perished. You, who had no prior cultivation, managed to strike Qing Shi to the point of bloodshed with a single blow. Everything is becoming clear. Now, you must thoroughly explain what transpired beneath that pit, and how you caused the golden-horned silver snake's death. Perhaps I might plead with the master to spare your life. Such nonsense. Qingji, you compelled me to leap from the cliff. I have yet to settle that score with you. How dare you accuse me first? With your demeanor, you aspire to be the second senior brother of Zixia Peak? It is a source of shame for us younger disciples. Listening to Qing Feng's defiance, Qingji was overtaken by fury. For years, he had diligently cultivated his status at Zixia Peak, receiving respect from all save for the eldest brother, Qinyan. Yet, this young brat not only disrespected him, but dared to speak back. If he did not teach him a lesson today, it would only embolden him in the future. With anger surging through him, Qingji bellowed, "You insolent brat, refusing to heed the master's orders. Today, I shall teach you a lesson before dragging you to see the master." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's eyes widened, realizing that Qin Yun was once again ensnaring him. Without further contemplation, he heard Qingji shout, "Qi Feng, I wish to see what skills you possess. Prepare yourself." With that, Qingji launched a fiery punch, radiating intense heat. Qing Feng's heart raced. Qingji had achieved the 8th level of qi condensation, his cultivation unfathomable. He had not anticipated such a base assault. In that moment, Qing Feng understood he could not flee. He must stand and fight for his dignity, even at the cost of injury. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a punch, enveloped in a layer of azure light. With a resounding crash, both Qing Feng and Qingji staggered backward. They were both astonished. Although Qingji had heard of Qing Feng's prowess, he had dismissed it as exaggeration. Yet, after this initial clash, he too felt as though he were striking steel. He was internally alarmed, never expecting that someone without any magical power could possess such strength. Qing Feng's punch had great force, and had Qingji not been prepared, he would have surely been struck. Indeed, this young man was exceedingly cunning. Chapter 24. A critical moment, the gentle breeze retreated a couple of steps, observing the inky darkness that had enveloped his fist, were it not for his innate magical prowess, allowing him to circulate his protective energy. He feared that this strike could have turned his entire wrist to cinders. This moment further enlightened him to the formidable nature of cultivators. Nevertheless, he found solace in the thought that if this practitioner were to engage him in a direct confrontation, it seemed he would not emerge with a significant advantage. Of course, he had not exerted his full strength earlier. He merely sought to gauge the true capabilities of this 8th-layer consummate cultivator. Young man, I must admit, I underestimated you. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It appears you have indeed acquired something extraordinary down below, he mused inwardly, convinced that the youth had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. The breeze remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze in his direction. A disdainful snort escaped Qingji's lips as he deftly summoned his flying sword with a single hand, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. "You little brat, I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Can you withstand a strike from my flying sword?" As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers, casting a sword technique. The flying sword momentarily flickered before transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the gentle breeze with remarkable speed. In an instant, the breeze felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. This was his first experience witnessing a flying sword in action. He had no strategy to counter it and could only evade. Yet, the sword pursued him relentlessly, akin to an insatiable insect. Faced with the razor-sharp brilliance of the sword light, the breeze gritted his teeth and drew the wood-cutting knife he carried. With a resounding clash, the two weapons met, erupting into a shower of sparks. However, he was unprepared for what followed. In that very moment, a flash of light surged along the sword's body, and a sword aura erupted, striking him directly. He activated his body-tempering technique, a faint layer of protective energy forming on his skin. Although this barrier was recently cultivated and insufficiently robust, it provided some defense against the sword aura. Nonetheless, the aura pierced through the barrier, relentlessly assaulting him. Panic surged within him as he fully channeled his energy, his skin glowing faintly, with a cracking sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The sword aura finally made contact with his flesh. He felt a piercing sensation as the sharp energy burrowed into his body, despite his efforts to suppress it. The sword aura gradually infiltrated his muscles. In that moment of desperation, he let out a primal roar, his muscles swelling as he invoked the great sunsetting technique, which dispersed the sword aura that had penetrated half an inch into his being. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was the terrifying aspect of sword cultivators, a realization that struck him deeply. Although he had managed to shatter the initial sword aura, remnants still invaded his body, causing damage. Fortunately, the refined energy within his dantian erupted, annihilating the remnants of the sword aura. Even so, he sustained considerable harm. Observing this, Qing Ji let out a cold snort. He had anticipated that his strike would severely injure the breeze, only to be taken aback by how his opponent had withstood such a devastating blow. Embarrassment flushed his cheeks, as a consummate eighth-layer cultivator on the verge of foundational establishment. It was humiliating to find himself unable to subdue a mere novice. Resolving himself, he glared fiercely at the breeze. I truly underestimated you. To withstand my Qiankuan sword is no small feat now. I am determined to see just how powerful you really are. Prepare yourself. With that, he raised both hands, executing a dazzling array of sword techniques. The flying sword before him split into two, then into three. The three sword shadows whirled forth, radiating an aura of annihilation that was far beyond the breeze's current capacity to withstand. In a moment of despair, the breeze could only shout, his muscles taut, as he summoned all his protective energy, invoking the great sunsetting technique with all his might, shielding his chest with both hands, hoping merely to survive the impending strike. He resolved to bring this matter to Ling Xian Pavilion, demanding justice from his master. In the blink of an eye, Qing Ji unleashed this strike with nearly all his magical power, fueled by a lethal intent. His eyes were wild with frenzy, fearing that the breeze might have a hidden card up his sleeve, making him suffer the same fate as Qing Yi, becoming a laughingstock within the sect. As the overwhelming sword aura approached, a sudden flash of light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a resonant sound. In an instant, the sword shadow, now merely a foot away from the breeze, was struck by the light, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that sent the breeze hurtling away, landing 10 meters distant. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, the bewildered breeze sat on the ground, contemplating who had come to his rescue at such a critical moment. As the dust settled, he noticed Qing Ji lying on the ground nearby, his hair disheveled and blood trickling from his mouth, evidently suffering from internal injuries. Panic filled his eyes as he gazed forward. At that moment, a figure descended from the horizon, landing gracefully between the two. Clad in a blue robe, with hair tied back and piercing eyes, the newcomer's angular features conveyed both confusion and anger. After a moment, the breeze recognized him. It was his senior brother, Qing Yun, whom he had not seen for several years. Senior brother, the breeze exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion as if reuniting with a long-lost family member. Qing Yun, known for his benevolence and unselfishness, treated each junior disciple with kindness, embodying the role of a true elder brother. He recalled the warmth with which Qing Yun had welcomed him upon his arrival at the sect. Unfortunately, as the years passed, Qing Yun had become increasingly occupied with his own cultivation and external matters, causing him to lose touch with the breeze. By chance, Qing Yun had just returned from an outing, intending to visit their master. During a conversation with Lu Qingshan about the breeze, Qing Yun decided to check on him after noting his absence. However, he had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. The overwhelming sword intent had stirred even him, and seeing his younger disciple on the verge of annihilation compelled him to act without hesitation. Chapter 25. The Inquiry from the Master upon hearing Qingfeng's call. Qing Yun turned to him, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, he lifted Qingfeng into the air. Junior brother, the master has issued a decree for you to report to Ling Xian Pavilion. Why have you yet to make your way there? Qing Yun's gaze was deep as he looked at Qingfeng. Startled by the question, Chi Feng paused for a moment before realizing the implication. He quickly explained, I respectfully inform you, senior brother, that it is not my reluctance to go, but rather that second senior brother did not mention this matter to me at all. He confronted me aggressively and, disregarding our bond as fellow disciples, pressed me relentlessly, seemingly intent on my demise. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Qingyun's brow furrowed as he directed his gaze toward Qingji. At that moment, Qingji averted his eyes, unable to meet Qingyun's stare. Since childhood, Qingyun had treated him with great kindness, akin to that of a true brother. Though he held himself in high regard, he harbored a profound respect and fear for Qingyun. Seeing Qingji's demeanor, Qingyun shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although the specifics remained unclear, it seemed that Qingfeng's account bore a measure of truth. With a quiet sigh, he gently suggested, you both should present this matter to the master. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the flying sword sang as he soared into the sky, taking Qingfeng with him, leaving behind a bewildered Qingji, the second senior brother of Zixia Peak. Within Lingxian Pavilion, Qingfeng stood at the foot of the hall, while Qingyun seated himself on the sides. Master Lu Qingshan sat high above, gazing down at them. Qingyun recounted the events he had just witnessed in detail to Lu Qishan, while Qingfeng narrated the incidents leading up to the confrontation, detailing how second senior brother had approached him and subsequently attacked him. However, Qingfeng chose to conceal the critical matter of his fall into the pit, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should he reveal it, the consequences could be dire. Expulsion from the sect would be a minor concern. He feared losing his cultivation and potentially his life, leaving no chance to seek out his parents. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of sword light gracefully approached the hall entrance, revealing a disheveled Qingji, blood still staining his lips. He entered, head bowed, and, upon reaching Lu Qingshan, knelt with a thud. Before Lu Qingshan could inquire, he burst into tears, pleading, disciple nearly committed a grave error. I earnestly request the master's punishment. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingshan, who had initially been filled with righteous anger, softened. Qingji had always demonstrated commendable behavior and diligently managed the affairs of Zixia Peak over the years, serving as a significant support. What could have driven him to such a violent act against Qingfeng? With a furrowed brow, he inquired, rebellious disciple, do you understand the gravity of harming a fellow sect member? I grant you an opportunity. Explain the deep enmity you hold against your junior brother that compelled you to strike with such malice. Qingfeng felt a wave of disdain wash over him at this moment. The esteemed second senior brother of Zixia Peak had displayed a complete lack of shame, showcasing an impressive talent for theatrics. Qingji then recounted the circumstances, omitting any mention of how he had forced Qingfeng into the pit over the matter of the cleansing flower. He understood that should this information come to light, the repercussions would be severe, and Lu Qingshan's temper could lead to harsh punishment. He believed that the incident involving the golden-horned silver snake was connected to Qingfeng, and thus, Qingfeng would likely fear bringing it up. Qingji explained that he had intended to call Qingfeng for questioning. However, upon seeing him, memories of the earlier incident involving Qingshi sparked a moment of impulse, leading him to test Qingfeng's strength, as rumored. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. He sought to teach this little brother a lesson on behalf of Qingshi. Yet, during their confrontation, he realized that Qingfeng possessed formidable strength. He could not hope to defeat him in close combat. Thus, he resorted to using sword techniques. To his dismay, even his most powerful strike failed to harm Qingfeng. Fearing the news of his inadequacy would spread, leading to a loss of reputation akin to Qingshi's, he succumbed to his inner demons and unleashed a supreme technique in a fit of rage, desperate to salvage his honor. In that moment, he lost sight of whether his junior brother could withstand his assault. Fortunately, his senior brother intervened just in time, preventing him from committing an irreparable act. It was only then that he realized his folly, filled with regret and panic. After listening to Qingji's account, Lu Qingshan exchanged a glance with Qingyun, both sighing in unison. Qifeng, hearing Qingji's words, felt a deep sense of contempt, yet refrained from speaking further, fearing that Qingji, in a fit of passion, might expose their entangled history, rendering him unable to clarify his position. At that moment, Lu Qingshan sighed and addressed Qingji. You have greatly disappointed me this time. Thankfully, your senior brother acted swiftly, preventing you from committing an unforgivable error. Yet, even so, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the punishment for your transgressions. No matter how many reasons you present, they cannot erase the impending consequences. To uphold the discipline of Zixia Peak, I hereby declare your punishment. Though he had braced himself for this moment, Qingji felt a wave of dread wash over him. Lu Qingshan was known for his integrity and strictness, and he harbored a fierce disdain for wrongdoing. He feared that, disregarding their years of master-disciple bond, Lu Qingshan would cast him into despair, stripping him of his cultivation. Thus, he raised his head, gazing imploringly at his master, hoping for leniency. Just as Lu Qingshan was about to speak, a melodious voice interjected, "Qingshan, please pause. May I have a word?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the back door, where a figure emerged. She stood tall and graceful, exuding an indescribable charm. "Where, Master Mother?" they exclaimed almost in unison. Luo Yu acknowledged them with a nod, surveying the room before fixing her gaze on Qing Feng and Qingji. Lu Qingshan spoke first. "Where? What brings you here? Do you not see that I am engaged in serious matters?" His tone was firm yet tinged with curiosity. Luo Yu shot him a glance, shaking her head slightly before addressing Qingji. "You, Qingji, are truly foolish. To harm a fellow disciple is a grave sin. How could you bear to hurt your junior brother?" Upon hearing her reproach, Qingji immediately expressed remorse. "Disciple acknowledges my error. In a moment of confusion, I acted thoughtlessly. I promise never to commit such an irrational act again. I beseech Master Mother to intercede with the Master on my behalf, granting me another chance." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, revealing genuine repentance. Chapter 26. A plea from the Master's wife. As Luo Yu gazed upon Qingji's demeanor, a deep sigh escaped his lips. "Qingji, you have truly disappointed both your master and mistress this time. However, considering your years of diligent and selfless service in assisting with the affairs of Zixia Peak, your mistress, out of compassion for your momentary lapse, has decided to impose a punishment of solitary reflection on the cliff of contemplation for 3 years, enduring the torment of the gale. Unacceptable." Lu Qingshan interjected, his voice laced with indignation. "Luo Yu, you have gone too far. As the mistress, it is imperative that you lead by example and administer this matter impartially, ensuring the respect of all disciples. How can such a punishment reflect fairness and justice? How will it earn Qing Feng's admiration? Or how will the other disciples regard you henceforth?" Lu Qingshan's agitation grew, his voice rising with each word. In contrast, Luo Yu turned her attention to Qing Feng, her tone gentle as she spoke. "Qing Feng, your senior brother Qingji has erred gravely and deserves a severe penalty. Yet, it is said that a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. He has toiled for many years to achieve his current standing, and it is from a place of compassion that I have decided upon this course of action. However, if you find this decision unjust and feel he ought to be punished more severely, I shall defer to your judgment." At her words, the hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Qing Feng. As he scanned the room, he felt that the punishment was indeed somewhat lenient, yet knowing the mistress had spoken, he found it difficult to voice his dissent. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. After all, the mistress had interceded on behalf of Qingji, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, he remembered her kindness and the care she had shown him upon his arrival, and he considered Qingji's long-standing relationship with her. Additionally, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. If Qingji were to act recklessly, revealing the incident of his fall from the cliff, it could lead to a meticulous investigation that might uncover the truth behind the golden horn and silver serpent's demise. In such a scenario, no amount of eloquence would suffice to absolve him. With these thoughts settled, he resolved to go along with the mistress's wishes to spare her any distress. He nodded and said, "Master, I am grateful that my senior brother acted promptly. I am not seriously harmed. If second brother is truly contrite, the severity of the punishment becomes less significant in my eyes. I have no objections to any form of discipline and will fully comply with your and the mistress's decisions." Luo Yu felt a swell of joy at Qing Feng's words, admiring his profound magnanimity. Lu Qingshan, however, cast a dark glance at Qingji, his tone icy. Ungrateful disciple, do not forget to express your gratitude to your junior brother for his understanding." Though Qingji felt a torrent of resentment, he had no choice but to comply, forcing a grateful expression as he said, "Thank you, junior brother, for your forgiveness. I am deeply ashamed, and during my time of reflection, I vow to genuinely repent and reform." Observing Qingji's expression, Qing Feng found it difficult to discern whether his words were sincere or merely a facade. He merely nodded, sincerely hoping that Qingji would honor his word and not betray him in the future. Once the matter was settled, Lu Qingshan decided not to let Qingji depart immediately. Instead, he remained to listen attentively. When Lu Qingshan inquired about Qing Feng's recent developments, Qing Feng recounted the tales he had meticulously prepared. Upon hearing that he had spent 8 years mastering the first tier of body refinement to perfection, the audience was struck with both admiration and embarrassment. They marveled at his perseverance while also questioning his apparent lack of intellect. However, when he described how he felled a tree as thick as a person with a single stroke of his bamboo sword, a glimmer of excitement shone in their eyes. He further astonished them by declaring that his strength had surpassed 20,000 pounds, nearly causing Lu Qingshan to drop his jaw in disbelief. How could it be that with his current cultivation, he could manage such a feat when he had not yet even reached the second tier of qi condensation? It was hard to fathom. In a final revelation, Qing Feng disclosed that he had recently cultivated protective vital energy, stunning everyone present. This technique was not easily attained. Many formidable practitioners had labored for decades, even centuries, to cultivate such a skill. For someone at the second tier of body refinement to achieve this was indeed extraordinary, suggesting that once he fully mastered his foundational techniques, he would be impervious to blades and arrows. As Lu Qingshan listened, a nagging thought crept into his mind. Perhaps he too should intensify his training. Ultimately, Qing Feng conveyed that he felt his strength was continuously evolving but was uncertain whether it was due to the practice of the dominant body technique or his innate talent. Lu Qingshan and Luo Yu could not provide a definitive answer, merely advising him to continue his training and consult with his master should any questions arise. As a gesture of compensation, perhaps feeling that the situation was somewhat inequitable, the mistress discreetly handed Qing Feng a small parcel upon his departure. To his astonishment, it contained 10 precious spirit stones, a significant boon for his cultivation. In that moment, he found it within himself to forgive the mistress, who he had previously perceived as unjust. At the peak of the back mountain of Tongtian Peak, a sheer cliff loomed, where fierce winds howled relentlessly, inflicting pain upon anyone who braved their fury. There, Luo Yu addressed Qing Ji with a gentle voice. Qing Ji, every individual must take responsibility for their misdeeds. I hope this punishment serves as a catalyst for your transformation and introspection. As Qing Ji listened, tears welled in his eyes. He understood that while the conditions here were harsh, they paled in comparison to the severe reprimand he could have received from his master. He recognized the gravity of the mistress's decision to publicly challenge her husband on his behalf, and he felt profound gratitude towards her. As he looked at her kind visage and caring gaze, he was almost compelled to confess the entire truth of the incident. Yet, the words caught in his throat. The stakes were far too high. Should he reveal what transpired, the consequences would be dire. And he knew well that even the mistress might not be able to shield him from the repercussions. With this realization, he was reminded of the timeless adage, one misstep leads to another. Chapter 27. Senior Sister Lu Qing'er. Upon returning to his abode, Qing Feng retrieved the spirit stone entrusted to him by his master, a possession he had never truly owned before. Typically, disciples who have entered the qi condensation stage receive 2 spirit stones annually. To amass a greater quantity of these stones, one must venture outside to trade or barter for items of equivalent value. Occasionally, the sect assigns tasks that reward spirit stones as well. As he had just entered the qi condensation stage and had yet to register, once he was officially recorded, he would begin to receive spirit stones regularly, with the amount increasing as his cultivation progressed. At this moment, with the spirit stone in hand, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, activating the grand sun-setting technique. A vast amount of spiritual energy was extracted from the stone through this technique. As the mystical arts circulated within him, he was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated the spirit stone to be so extraordinary, for he could absorb a considerable amount of spiritual energy in mere moments, something he could not achieve through hours of meditation. It was no wonder that some claimed that the path of cultivation not only required exceptional talent, but also abundant resources for true success. This was likely the reason so many noble families in the realm of cultivation sought to preserve these resources for their descendants. With these thoughts dissipated, he dedicated himself entirely to the practice. After 3 days, he had completely absorbed the spirit stone, achieving a breakthrough to the second layer of qi condensation. He was astonished by his rapid advancement, having heard that some cultivators take years to progress through each layer. He pondered whether this swift progression was linked to the nature of the technique he employed. His introspection revealed a tiny, rice-sized violet crystal residing in his purple palace, which brought him immense joy. This small crystal represented the innate purple energy he absorbed daily, steadily increasing and emanating a unique energy that nourished his body, providing numerous benefits. Had it not been for its explosive energy that annihilated the sword Qi, he would have sustained only minor injuries. However, he still had not fully grasped the intricate uses of this energy. He believed that, with time and cultivation, he would eventually comprehend its applications. Rising to his feet, he willed forth a protective aura around him, akin to gossamer wings. Though seemingly delicate, this barrier could withstand forces exceeding 1,000 pounds. He sensed that as he delved deeper into the practice of his dominant body technique, this protective energy would grow increasingly substantial. Having gone several days without sustenance, he hastily procured food and devoured it voraciously, finally feeling satiated. Today he opted not to visit the falling sunset peak. As he felt the waterfall there no longer contributed to the advancement of his dominant body technique. He had heard that the waterfall at the Dawn Moon Peak was 100 feet taller and its torrents more vigorous. However, access to that waterfall was restricted, as the peak was exclusively for female cultivators, and outsiders were generally prohibited unless under exceptional circumstances. Fortunately, he had a connection there, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit, hoping his acquaintance might grant him access. The rugged mountain path stretched before him, and he couldn't help but envy his senior brothers who could soar through the skies on their flying swords, effortlessly ascending with a mere flick of their wrist. Alas, he was confined to traversing the terrain on foot, which, while not physically taxing, consumed a considerable amount of time. After what felt like half a day, he finally arrived at the foot of Dawn Moon Peak. As anticipated, disciples were stationed to prevent unauthorized access. Thus, he approached his senior sister and conveyed that he had an acquaintance within, seeking to pay a visit. With a name mentioned, he added, "Junior sister Lu Qing'er has a little brother named Qing Feng who wishes to see you." The senior sister, after relaying the message to a paper crane, watched as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, vanishing in a flash of light. This form of communication was a simple yet effective method of sending messages, employing a special talismanic technique. It was economical and convenient, albeit limited in range. Should the crane's energy deplete before reaching its destination, the message would remain undelivered. Before long, the crane returned. The senior sister listened intently and then informed Qing Feng, "All right, Lu Qing'er has granted you entry." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, fearing he might be disregarded. The senior sister directed the paper crane once more, which took to the skies, leading Qing Feng along. She cautioned him to follow closely and refrain from wandering off, lest he be expelled from Dawn Moon Peak. Qing Feng had no objections, promptly trailing behind the crane. In a short time, they reached a cluster of dwellings nestled partway up the mountain, where several senior sisters were meditating or practicing their techniques amidst a paved courtyard. A few women were engaged in lively conversation when one, clad in emerald garments, waved enthusiastically at him, beckoning him to approach. This was none other than his rarely seen junior sister, Lu Qing'er, the cherished daughter of his master, Lu Qingshan. "Ah, little brother, I didn't expect you to have the leisure to visit me. You've changed quite a bit over the years," she teased. Qing Feng scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Senior sister, you flatter me. In truth, I have come seeking your assistance." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'er's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Well, as long as it's not a request for me to commit any nefarious deeds, I am willing to help. However, I do have a matter that requires your assistance. Are you willing to lend a hand?" Caught off guard by her unexpected proposition, Qing Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment as he observed the radiant smiles of the beautiful sisters surrounding them. He felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a ship with no way to disembark, yet he steeled himself to agree. "Excellent. You have no idea how fortunate we are. A few of us are planning to venture into the Rainy Night Forest, and we could truly use someone strong and capable like you. Come, let me introduce you to these lovely senior sisters." Upon hearing the mention of the Rainy Night Forest, Qi Feng stood frozen in place. Chapter 28. The Rainy Night Forest. Snow Ru, by Fan, and Fang Yuxin were introduced one by Lu Qing'er, who also shared his name with everyone. At that moment, Fang Yuxin, uncertain, inquired, "Are you the one from Zixia Peak who is referred to as the useless little junior brother?" As soon as she finished, she quickly clarified, "I didn't mean it that way. I meant, are you the one who defeated Qing'e?" Upon hearing this, Qing Feng felt genuinely embarrassed. Yet he nodded and replied, "Yes, that would be me." "Wow, it's really you," the young woman exclaimed once more, prompting the other two to join in their astonishment. After all, everyone had heard of the incident involving Qing'e, but they never expected to meet the male protagonist of the rumors in person. Lu Qing'er then approached and inquired about what had transpired that day. At that moment, Qing Feng wished he could run away. Had it not been for the necessity of refining his body with the waterfall here, he would have avoided this group of women at all costs. He could only mumble vague responses to their questions. Fortunately, it wasn't long before another man approached from the foot of the mountain. He was tall and imposing, wielding a massive sword, exuding an aura of great strength. Lu Qing'er introduced him as Zhao Tianxi, a senior brother from Wanxia Peak. With everyone gathered, they ceased their chatter and proceeded to the edge of the cliff at the mountain's front. At this moment, Lu Qing'er produced a palm-sized white boat. Her expression turned serious as she recited a series of incantations, accompanied by several hand gestures. Before long, the white boat began to grow in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a vessel that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. Qing Feng recognized this artifact as a rare large flying vessel. Not only expensive, but also not something an ordinary person could possess. It must have been a gift from her master. As everyone boarded the boat, Lu Qing'er extended her hand, requesting a spirit stone from each person. It seemed they had prearranged this, as they promptly produced their prepared stones. However, when it came to Qing Feng, she declined to accept his, informing him that she would cover his fare this time. At that moment, Qing Feng realized that there was indeed a fare for the journey. Once Lu Qing'er had collected enough spirit stones, she meticulously embedded them into the recessed holes of the boat. After completing this, she executed a spell, causing the white boat to emit a low hum as a shimmering barrier enveloped it. She then performed another spell, and the boat rose into the air, swiftly gliding forward. The scenery rushed by at an astonishing speed. He had not anticipated the vessel to be so fast. The protective barrier was indeed a marvel, eliminating the need for anyone to expend their magical energy for protection, making the journey both effortless and worry-free. Only one person was required to steer the craft, allowing the others to engage in light conversation. Qing Feng, naturally reserved, found himself at a loss for words, merely responding when addressed. Yet, he found their continuous chatter quite engaging. Before long, half a day had passed, and they finally reached the periphery of the rainy night forest. Yet the boat showed no signs of slowing, heading straight into the depths of the forest. As he gazed at the forest below, Qing Feng experienced an indescribable feeling. 8 years had slipped by in a fleeting moment, and he wondered if his parents were still alive and where they might be. Was Fengshan village now completely obliterated? Who was the enemy? In recent years, he had deliberately avoided mentioning this place, feeling utterly powerless against an adversary that felt so elusive. This time, he had decided to return, not only to pay homage to the souls of the departed, but also to retrieve something. The exceptionally heavy stone jar he had found years ago. In his childhood innocence, he had regarded it merely as a tool for exercise. However, now, the thought of that object filled him with curiosity. He believed it was far from ordinary due to its extraordinary weight, far exceeding that of a typical stone jar. Thus, he wished to take it back and study its true nature. After half an hour, they had ventured a third of the way into the forest, where towering ancient trees loomed, and the sounds of beasts echoed, instilling a sense of unease. Sensing they had reached a suitable point, they descended from the clouds and landed within the forest. The purpose of their expedition was to complete a task assigned by their sect, to hunt a second-tier demon beast known as the green-eyed demon spider. This second-tier beast was comparable in strength to a human cultivator at the 6th level of chi condensation, rendering the task relatively safe. It would not only yield rewards and spirit stones from the sect, but also provide an opportunity for the group to hone their skills, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Demon beasts were categorized by humans into tiers, with each tier corresponding to 3 levels of chi condensation. As the vessel landed, Lu Qing'er cast a spell, causing the boat to rapidly shrink until it was palm-sized, and she stowed it away. Their current mission involved 3 green-eyed demon spiders. But should any rare beasts appear, they could seize the opportunity to capture them as well. However, everyone remained vigilant, as higher-tier demon beasts still roamed the rainy night forest. As Lu Qing'er finished speaking, the group nodded in agreement. To expedite their search for the green-eyed demon spiders, they decided to split up, promptly signaling each other upon discovery. There were 6 people total, easily dividing into 2 groups. Naturally, Lu Qing'er would lead the way with the little junior brother, while Fang Yuxian expressed her desire to accompany them. The remaining 3 formed their own group, establishing this location as their rendezvous point should anyone become lost. Once separated, Lu Qing'er led the way, with Qing Feng and Fang Yuxian closely following, eager not to be left behind. After walking approximately 500 or 600 meters, they heard a tremendous roar ahead. Lu Qing'er climbed a tall tree and glimpsed a black bear engaged in a fierce battle with a massive wild boar several dozen meters away. Recognizing these creatures as mere ordinary beasts, they had no interest in such mundane wildlife and opted to circumvent the confrontation. After another 100 meters, the light began to dim significantly. The trees grew taller, their dense canopies intertwining. Sunlight barely penetrated, casting an even darker shadow upon the surroundings. Vibrant, enormous flowers and towering mushrooms sparkled as they ventured deeper into the forest, and suddenly, Lu Qing'er pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" The other two raised their eyes, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Chapter 29. The coxcomb golden-winged serpent before them stood a diminutive tree, towering over a single person. Its entire form ablaze with a fiery red hue. Atop its branches hung 3 pale yellow fruits, glimmering with a subtle sheen that immediately suggested their extraordinary nature. To be frank, both Fang Yuxian and Qing Feng were momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing their eyes. They had not anticipated such fortuitous luck upon their entrance, stumbling upon such a treasure so swiftly. As they marveled at their discovery, Qing Feng's heart suddenly quaked with apprehension. He surveyed the surroundings, sensing an unsettling disquiet. Cautiously, he inquired, "Do you not feel that something is amiss?" Upon hearing his words, the two women paused, then began to notice the peculiarities themselves. Why was it so eerily quiet? And given the presence of such a treasure, where were the beasts that would typically roam nearby? Indeed, something felt decidedly off. In response to Fang Yuxian's musings, Lu Qing'er nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unnatural stillness, which starkly contrasted the cacophony of chirping birds and roaring beasts they had encountered earlier. "I've heard from my senior brother that powerful monsters often guard treasures," she remarked, her gaze fixed on the remarkable fruit tree. "This tree is clearly extraordinary. Do either of you recognize it?" Lu Qing'er shook her head, and Fang Yuxian echoed her uncertainty. After all, their excursions were infrequent, and their knowledge of such matters was limited. Gazing at the fruit tree, Lu Qing'er promptly declared, "Let us not dwell on other considerations. There are precisely 3 fruits, perfectly divisible among us. Though they appear somewhat unripe, they likely possess significant medicinal properties." Without awaiting a response from the others, she advanced eagerly towards the tree, intent on seizing the fruits. "Wait," Qing Feng called out, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'er reached the tree and extended her hand to pluck the fruits. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, accompanied by a foul stench, as a massive shadow descended from above, lunging toward Lu Qing'er with a ravenous bite. Quick on her feet, she retracted her hand, clutching the 3 fruits, and leaped aside just in time to evade the monstrous maw. A furious roar echoed from miles away, sending tremors through the bodies of countless low-tier beasts that quaked in fear. What is happening? A different group of adventurers, hearing the roar, fell into a state of alarm, cautiously scanning their surroundings. After a moment of vigilance, when no beasts emerged, they regained their composure, yet a newfound reverence for the forest settled within their hearts. The shrill roar disoriented Qing Feng and his companions, leaving them momentarily stunned, before a tremendous pressure descended upon them. At that moment, they beheld a serpent, stretching an impressive 10 yards in length, its head adorned with a coxcomb-like crest, glaring at them with malevolent intent. "The coxcomb golden-winged serpent," Fang Yuxian exclaimed in terror. "Fortunately, it hasn't developed golden wings. Its strength is still within the 3rd tier, or we would surely be doomed." Before Lu Qing'er could finish her thought, the enormous serpent opened its jaws wide and lunged toward her. Armed with her sword, she unleashed a strike, which clashed against the serpent's scales with a resounding crack. The sword sparked against the creature's armored hide, yet failed to penetrate its defenses. Struggling to manage the fruits in her hand, Lu Qing'er tossed them to Qing Feng, urging him to secure them. He swiftly retrieved a small box, stowing the fruits away, reasoning that the die was cast, and they must adapt to the situation. The coxcomb golden-winged serpent-esque gaze shifted to Qing Feng, who felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, Fang Yuxian charged forward, engaging the serpent in combat. "Qing Feng, fall back. Do not allow the serpent to get close," she shouted, aware of Qing Feng's past triumph over the Qingyi. Yet she believed that victory had come only due to the latter's carelessness, compounded by Qing Feng's peculiar and formidable strength. Though they were aware of his capabilities, both women held reservations about his skill level. Qi Feng, obediently retreating, felt this was not a battle he could join. The two women wielded flying swords against the serpent. While he would have to engage in close combat, a perilous endeavor, the serpent's massive form alone was enough to induce dizziness, and he doubted that even an additional 20,000 pounds of strength would suffice to subdue such a behemoth. As the battle raged on, Lu Qing'er and Fang Yusin began to feel increasingly fatigued. The serpent was remarkably resilient, occasionally exhaling scorching flames. With a thunderous roar, its tail whipped around, sending both women flying. The serpent reared up, lunging toward Fang Yusin, its cavernous mouth opening wide as if intent on swallowing her whole. Fang Yusin's heart raced with fear as she faced the approaching maw, her expression betraying her panic. They were not seasoned hunters of beasts, and their combat experience was woefully inadequate. Who could have foreseen encountering such a creature so soon? Resigned to her fate, tears brimming in her eyes, Fang Yusin grasped a black lightning orb from her waist, an heirloom bestowed by her master, a last resort for survival. Yet she was perilously close to the beast. Unleashing the orb's power would mean certain doom for them all. In that split second, as the serpent's jaws descended, Fang Yusin's expression hardened. She resolved that if she were to perish, she would take the beast with her. Nearby, Lu Qing'er regained her footing, invoking the supreme sword technique, sending her flying sword forth as she shouted, "Abomination, do you dare?" Fang Yusin gathered her powers, preparing to shatter the lightning orb and confront the serpent in a final, desperate gambit. But at that critical juncture, the serpent suddenly reared its head back, emitting a cry of pain. Fang Yusin widened her eyes in disbelief, realizing that a figure stood atop the serpent's head, Qin Feng. He had leaped onto the creature, gripping its nostrils and pulling upward with all his might, causing the serpent to writhe in agony. Having witnessed the two women being flung away, Qin Feng had recognized the imminent danger. Despite their considerable cultivation levels, their lack of combat experience had left them vulnerable. In that moment, he dashed to the serpent's rear and leaped onto its back, narrowly averting disaster. Now, he exerted all his strength, gripping the serpent's nostrils, while raising his blade, poised to strike down. Just then, a voice cried out urgently, "Be careful, junior brother." Chapter 30. Life and death at a critical moment. Upon hearing Lu Qing'er's urgent cries, Qin Feng instinctively shifted his position, just in time to hear a hissing sound as the crimson crest of the rooster-headed snake suddenly ignited with a blaze of orange flames, descending upon the very spot where he had stood moments before. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been reduced to cinders before he could ponder further. The snake's crest lunged at him once more. With no time to deliberate, he abandoned his current location and began to flee down the length of the immense serpent's body. The giant snake, enraged by his actions and aware that the fruit rested upon Qin Feng, was determined not to let him escape. As Qin Feng leapt from the serpent's back, he had barely taken 5 steps before the colossal tail of the snake whipped towards him with a deafening crash, propelling him through the air with overwhelming force. "Perish, vile beast!" Fang Yusin swiftly hurled her thunder pearl, which struck the rooster-headed snake squarely on its head. A resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of thunder's fury, as an overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning that struck the serpent's head. The rooster-headed snake let out a piercing shriek, its face scorched and charred. With a thud, the giant serpent collapsed, lifeless and motionless. Qin Feng struggled to his feet, his body racked with pain. Fortunately, his cultivation of the dominant body technique had rendered him exceptionally resilient, sparing him from severe injury. Nonetheless, he remained shaken to his core. Lu Qing'er and Fang Yusin, neglecting to check on him, rushed to the giant snake's side, eager to ascertain its fate. Upon reaching the massive creature, they observed its eyes tightly shut, devoid of any breath. Sensing danger, Lu Qing'er gripped her flying sword and aimed it at the snake's head, ensuring that even if it were not completely dead, it would be beyond revival. However, just as she raised her sword, the giant serpent's eyes snapped open. With a fierce whoosh, a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, sending both women hurtling backward. Had they not possessed some level of foresight, they would undoubtedly have perished. Even so, both Lu Qing'er and Fang Yusin lay on the ground, gravely injured. The serpent rose, its eyes ablaze with fury, and let out a chilling howl as it charged toward the two humans, seeking to sate its wrath. Qin Feng, momentarily dumbfounded, could scarcely believe that this beast possessed such intelligence. As he witnessed the giant snake barreling towards the women, he yearned to intervene, but feared it would be too late. with its drooling maw wide open. The rooster-headed golden-winged snake prepared to deliver a fatal bite to Lu Qingwen. In a desperate moment, Qing Feng seized its tail, exerting every ounce of strength to pull it backward. Infuriated, the snake turned, seeking vengeance on the diminutive human that had thwarted its plans twice. Qing Feng glanced back at Lu Qing'er and Feng Yusen, realizing that his only hope of saving them lay in leading the massive serpent away. Without hesitation, he shouted defiantly at the beast and sprinted into the distance. The rooster-headed, golden-winged snake, glancing at Qing Feng's receding figure and then at the injured women, chose to pursue the most detestable of foes, especially since he bore the precious golden fruit it had guarded for years. As the giant serpent thundered after him, Lu Qing'er promptly retrieved her signaling crane, inscribing a spell upon it, and the crane took flight at once. Qing Feng ran at breakneck speed, not daring to pause for breath. Fortunately, his physical training allowed him to cover vast distances with ease, though the serpent matched his pace with reckless abandon, smashing through anything in its path. Had it not been for the pain throbbing in its injured head, the creature would have undoubtedly caught up to Qing Feng long ago. With another furious roar, the giant snake accelerated, closing the distance between them. Qing Feng felt the foul, hot breath of the serpent on his back, filling him with dread, compelling him to flee even faster. Thus, the chase continued, one man and one beast racing through the wilderness. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they had covered several dozen miles. Qing Feng could distinctly feel the weight of fatigue settling in. Despite his remarkable stamina, he felt utterly drained. The serpent, too, appeared weary, panting heavily as it pursued him. Moments later, as they raced on, the sky suddenly brightened. Unbeknownst to them, they had emerged from the forest and into the open air. To Qing Feng's astonishment, he found himself near his former village, Fengshan Village. The sight of it awakened a flood of childhood memories. In that instant of distraction, the rooster-headed golden-winged snake charged forward, fueled by rage, and lunged at Qing Feng with its fangs bared. In a flash, the two were locked in combat. Qing Feng, now unable to run, resolved not to flee. After all, Fengshan Village lay directly ahead, and should he lead this creature there, the village would be obliterated, and the souls of its inhabitants might be lost forever. Suddenly, the snake's tail lashed out with ferocious speed. Qing Feng was caught off guard and struck directly, propelled through the air by the force of the blow. As he soared, the giant serpent leaped up, its jaws wide open, prepared to swallow him whole. Startled, Qing Feng reacted instantly, bracing himself and thrusting his arms upward to prevent the snake's jaws from closing. As the serpent landed, it clamped its jaws together with all its might, intending to crush the human within. Qing Feng summoned every ounce of strength within him, knowing that should those razor-sharp teeth bite down, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. The two remained locked in this deadly stalemate until Qing Feng suddenly felt a constricting sensation around his waist. The snake's tongue had ensnared him. Before he could react, it yanked him forcefully, dragging him toward its throat. In an instant, Qing Feng was plunged into darkness, swallowed whole by the serpent. He found himself enveloped in a powerful acidic liquid. As the corrosive aura surrounded him, Qing Feng unleashed his internal energy, desperately channeling his cultivation technique. In the midst of his panic, his hand found the hatchet at his waist. Without hesitation, he swung it fiercely, the blade slicing through flesh and sinew with ease. The giant serpent, having intended to rest, suddenly felt an agonizing pain in its belly, followed by waves of torment that sent it thrashing about in agony. Qing Feng continued to hack away, finally slicing open the serpent's innards, and, without a trace of hesitation, began to cut through its muscular abdomen. Chapter 31. The mysterious stone jar. A quarter of an hour later, the enormous serpent finally lay still. Qing Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air from outside. His outer garments, now tattered and corroded by the serpent's gastric juices, were hastily discarded. He looked up and realized the giant snake had reached the village's edge, with the home of Erwa just a few paces ahead. A sense of familiarity stirred within him. He could no longer endure the pain from the acid burns and limped forward. He passed by the homes of Erwa, Sitsi, the snot-nosed boy, and his uncle, gradually making his way to the village center. Rows of corpses, long exposed to the elements, had turned to bleached bones. No one had come to collect their remains. It seemed that Fengshan Village truly harbored no living souls. Continuing onward, he beheld his long-lost home, unchanged from the day he departed, though now shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Silently, he entered his dwelling, greeted by the same scene. with the dark stone jar unceremoniously discarded in the corner. What struck him as odd was the absence of dust upon the jar after so many years. Approaching the stone jar, he lifted it. It still bore its weight. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it, merely a stone jar. The black substance on its surface remained a mystery. When he struck it with force, a crack appeared with a sharp sound. Intrigued, he pondered if there was more to this jar than met the eye. Without hesitation, he struck again, creating more fissures, until the entire jar was crisscrossed with cracks. In a moment of determination, he pried off a piece of the hard black crust. After a few breaths, a weathered, gray-white stone jar emerged, now renewed in appearance. Its volume diminished, but not its weight. This stone jar exuded an ancient aura, reminiscent of relics from a distant past. It measured roughly the size of 2 palms, its height akin to that of a chopstick, with an exceedingly smooth surface reminiscent of jade, both inside and out. It appeared unremarkable, yet its weight belied that of an ordinary stone. Contemplating the possibility of a hidden layer, Qing Feng summoned his strength and struck it once more. But the jar remained unscathed. As he toyed with it, he recalled his senior brothers mentioning that some advanced treasures required blood to bond with their master. Could this jar be similar? Desperate, he made a small incision in his palm, allowing his blood to drip into the jar. To his astonishment, the blood seeped in and vanished before he could even attempt a ritual. He tried again, but the outcome remained unchanged, leaving him perplexed. Doubt crept in. Had his brothers deceived him? Yet, something told him this stone jar was not ordinary. Could a mere jar truly absorb blood? With lingering questions, he decided to stow the jar away for now. He intended to gather the bones of the deceased villagers of Fengshan before dawn, to grant their lost souls a proper resting place. Back in the village center, he collected the scattered bones. Due to the passage of time, many bodies had been intertwined, making it impossible to separate them. Instead, he gathered all the remains together, burying them in one grave, where he inscribed the names of the village head, Sitsi, and all the villagers upon a wooden plank, placing it atop the mound. Village head, Sitsi, all my fellow villagers, await my return. One day, I shall uncover the identity of the murderer and avenge you. Qing Feng knelt before the grave, tears streaming down his cheeks as he spoke with a hoarse yet resolute voice. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind arose, and a multitude of colorful butterflies took flight, swirling around Qi Feng twice before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Qi Feng wept anew, feeling as if he could see the village head and his uncle smiling at him, encouraging him to persevere. Once more, he knelt, bowing deeply 3 times before rising and making his way out of the village. Beyond the village, the massive corpse of the rooster-headed, golden-winged serpent lay sprawled, its expression one of agonizing suffering, eyes wide with lingering rage and defiance. Qing Feng shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, there was a stark divide between humans and monsters. To pity the serpent would be akin to courting death, especially as he bore the weight of a blood feud. Thus, the outcome was clear. One must perish for the other to survive. With determination, he took his axe and severed a large chunk of the serpent's flesh. The flesh of such beasts held a trace of spiritual energy, particularly in the moments following their demise. Not only was this meat nourishing, but it could also enhance one's power. Having long been famished, Qing Feng kindled a fire and began roasting the serpent's meat. Before long, the meat turned golden and fragrant. As he gazed at the succulent flesh, a bold idea struck him. He retrieved the stone jar, placing it on the ground before slicing off a piece of serpent meat. As the serpent's blood dripped onto the jar, it astonishingly vanished within moments. Intrigued, he decided to place an entire piece of meat inside. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. The jar filled with a mist, and as the mist dissipated, the meat disappeared entirely. He lifted the jar, shaking it vigorously, but nothing fell out. Confounded, he pondered the whereabouts of the meat. Undeterred, he cut another piece and tossed it inside, only to encounter the same result. After several attempts, an idea struck him. Surely, such a large beast must possess a demon core. With renewed vigor, he made his way to the serpent's belly, measuring carefully, before plunging his knife decisively into the flesh. Chapter 32. The extraordinary function of the stone jar standing there, with bloodied hands yet a smile illuminating his face. Qing Feng cradled the demon core in his palm, crimson and roughly the size of a thumb. Its energy was subtly restrained. Had one not observed it closely, they might have mistaken it for a mere jewel. As he scrutinized the demon core, a flicker of thought allowed him to sense the immense energy pulsating within it. the entirety of the coxcomb golden-winged snake's cultivation encapsulated within. Such cores held great value. They could be used for alchemy or artifact forging, and certain techniques even enabled direct absorption of their energy. However, those methods were rare and perilous, with many practitioners succumbing to madness or worse. The worth of this core surpassed that of the snake's flesh and hide combined. Yet, in an unexpected moment, he tossed the core into the stone jar. A mist erupted from the jar, and the demon core vanished before his eyes. Chi Feng was left speechless, pondering the jar's insatiable appetite. Determined, he removed his socks and cast them into the jar as well. To his astonishment, they too disappeared without a trace. Bewildered, he couldn't fathom where these objects had gone. Was the jar a portal to another realm? His imagination spiraled wildly until he shook his head, dispelling the absurd thoughts. Unyielding, he began slicing the snake meat, tossing pieces into the stone jar. As he neared the halfway mark, a sudden flash of light revealed golden characters inscribed upon the jar's surface. Qingfeng's eyes widened in fear, wary of what might ensue. However, after the initial appearance, nothing further occurred. He memorized the characters, and as the light flickered again, they vanished. He stroked the jar's surface, still slick and smooth, and doubted his own perception. Muttering the characters, he felt as if they held incantatory power. At that moment, he pointed at the jar, uttering the incantation infused with his magical essence. To his astonishment, the jar levitated. He directed it toward the head of the snake, and suddenly, the jar inverted above the colossal serpent. Chanting furiously, he amplified his magical energy, and the jar began to rotate slowly, emanating a powerful suction. Upon contact with the giant snake, it began to diminish in size until it matched the jar's dimensions, swiftly being drawn inside. The mist within the jar swirled as the coxcomb golden-winged snake completely vanished. The jar returned to Qingfeng's grasp, leaving him dizzy and weak. His magical energy depleted to a mere fraction. He had felt his power surge uncontrollably, unable to halt the process. It seemed the jar had autonomously siphoned his energy, rendering him powerless to stop the manipulation. In a moment of cold sweat, he realized the danger. Had his energy been drained completely before the snake was absorbed, would the jar have consumed him as well? The memory of the washing spirit flower draining the golden-horned silver snake flashed in his mind, inducing a sense of panic. He resolved not to experiment further with the jar, sensing its eerie nature akin to the rumored artifacts of dark magic. Contemplating, he decided to present this enigma to his master upon his return, seeking wisdom on its true nature. The night had deepened, the roasted snake meat was ready, and disregarding his apprehensions, he devoured a hefty portion, satisfying his hunger. As he filled his belly, he noted the darkness surrounding him. The forest was especially perilous at this hour. With his magical energy nearly depleted and his body weakened, he dared not re-enter the woods. He could only endure the night and hope to reunite with his companions, wondering about their safety as he drifted into a deep slumber. In the depths of the forest, Lu Qing'er and her group of 5 had successfully regrouped. After Qing Feng had lured the giant snake away, she and Feng Yusen had taken refuge in a large tree, evading several waves of wild beasts. Now, engulfed in darkness, despite her worry for her junior's safety, they were too injured to venture out and could only pray for his safe return. That night, Lu Qing'er tossed and turned, her thoughts consumed by the resolute figure of her junior. Beside her, a woman clad in white gazed skyward, wondering if the young man was faring well. Meanwhile, the worried Qing Feng lay in peaceful slumber, utterly exhausted, grateful for the sustenance that allowed him to rest. At dawn, tranquility enveloped the forest, and the eastern horizon glimmered with the first light, gently illuminating the pale blue sky. Qing Feng awoke, staring blankly at the stone jar. After a moment, he cautiously reached inside and withdrew a blood-red pill, smooth and warm to the touch, exuding a potent essence of vitality. He was perplexed as to how this pill had materialized within the jar, for upon waking, it was merely a habitual glance that revealed its presence. Scanning the area, he concluded that no one had come through, nor had any beast carried it. The only explanation was that the pill had spontaneously emerged from the stone jar. Curiously, could the jar fabricate pills on its own? Was this one created from the essence of yesterday's great serpent? The thought thrilled him. A jar capable of alchemy was extraordinary. The practice of alchemy was not one for the faint-hearted. It demanded innate talent and immense time investment, luxuries many could not afford, often too consumed by their own cultivation to spare time for such endeavors. Even those who endeavored to learn alchemy typically remained apprentices, crafting only low-grade pills, while only masters could produce higher-level elixirs. To ascend to the rank of master alchemist without familial or sect support was nearly impossible. The resources required could be overwhelming. For instance, within the Tai sect, there were merely 2 formidable alchemists. Shaking his head, Qingfeng pondered whether he should test the pill's effects on himself to determine its authenticity. Chapter 33. The marvelous Dan pill. The Crimson Dan pill appeared to possess remarkable quality, yet its origins left much to be desired in terms of reassurance. If this pill proved effective upon consumption, Qingfeng understood that the prospect of avenging himself would soon be within reach. Casting a glance back at Fengshan village, he resolved that should he perish after ingesting it, it would simply be his fate. With that thought firmly in mind, he steeled himself and tossed the Dan pill into his mouth. As the pill slid down his throat and into his stomach, it quickly dissolved, releasing an overwhelming surge of powerful blood energy that coursed through his meridians and permeated every part of his body. He felt an inexhaustible force generating within him. His once feeble physique began to regain its strength at an accelerating pace, spurred on by the potency of the medicine. In less than 15 minutes, he had returned to his peak condition, and this state continued to evolve. His strength surged, and his magical energy gradually began to restore itself. Overjoyed by this transformation, Qingfeng immediately assumed the posture for practicing the dominant body technique, and with the medicine's influence, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a wave of aura erupted from him, as some of the blood energy coalesced directly into this aura. After a day and night of intense cultivation, Qingfeng awoke to find that he had mastered the second layer of the dominant body technique. His skin had grown more taut, resembling white jade. Moreover, when he drew a sharp axe across his skin, it merely left a faint white mark, a testament to the prowess of the second layer. According to the texts, if ordinary blades could not harm the skin, it indicated that the second layer of the technique had been successfully cultivated. His axe, forged from refined black iron, was no ordinary tool, and although it was not yet a magical artifact, it certainly surpassed common blades. Standing there, he chuckled to himself for quite some time, contemplating the extraordinary power of the Dan pill. It was no wonder that certain families hoarded wealth, with resources at hand. They could compel their younger generations to consume such potent medicines, and the effects were indeed remarkable. He had initially believed that mastering the second layer would take at least a decade, yet he had achieved it in a mere half-year. The Dan pill had expedited his progress, equating to 7 or 8 years of cultivation. Not only that, but his strength had increased by a significant margin, and each punch he threw felt more powerful than ever. At that moment, he glanced at the stone jar nearby, feeling an unexplainable sensation. Although it seemed peculiar, almost reminiscent of legendary demonic artifacts, he initially intended to return it to his master for disposal. However, he reconsidered. This object was of immense importance to him. Despite the uncertainty of any potential side effects, it was currently his sole means of rapid advancement. This treasure was something he could not part with, nor could he allow anyone to discover its existence. The lesson from Qingji echoed in his mind. Innocence can bear the burden of a precious gem. If word of such an item were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract endless troubles. Nevertheless, he resolved to study the stone jar thoroughly upon his return to uncover any additional functions it might possess. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Oh no! In my fervor for cultivation, I completely forgot about my senior sister and the others in the forest. I wonder if they have already left." With that, he hurriedly packed the stone jar and dashed back into the woods. Deep within the forest, at the designated meeting spot where several had descended, a fierce battle was unfolding. Zhao Tianxi, accompanied by Bifan, was engaged in a relentless struggle against several demonic beasts. Within a 100-meter radius, numerous slain beast carcasses littered the ground, indicating they had been besieged by a horde of adversaries. Behind them, Xueru stood poised with her sword, guarding against potential ambushes from the beasts targeting the two behind her, Lu Qing'er and Fang Yusen. At that moment, Lu Qing'er appeared pale, her breath shallow, and her body broken, clearly suffering grave injuries that could threaten her life if not treated promptly. Fang Yusen fared slightly better, though she was also bloodied and injured. Zhao Tianxi, drenched in cold sweat, fought valiantly against the remaining earth scorpion spirits. Yet, he felt his strength waning, having battled throughout the night. Had it not been for Lu Qing'er's insistence on waiting for her junior brother, they likely would not be in such dire straits, and she would not have sustained such severe injuries. He pondered her stubbornness, unable to comprehend why she was so fixated. Just then, in a moment of distraction, an earth scorpion leapt towards him, its venomous tail aimed directly at his face. In that instant, evasion was impossible. Zhao Tianxi's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. At that critical juncture, a flash of black light surged from the distance, hurtling towards him with blinding speed. With a swift sound, the scorpion's tail was severed, narrowly missing Zhao Tianxi. The creature let out a piercing scream, its enraged shriek echoing like the screech of metal grinding against metal, leaving everyone's ears ringing. In the next moment, a shadow darted into the fray, and before anyone could discern its form, it was already among the demonic beasts. Booms resounded as the figure unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the remaining beasts flying with just a few blows. Upon their landing, their bodies lay mangled, clearly beyond salvation. When the figure turned, the onlookers were astonished to recognize none other than Qifeng. Zhao Tianxi and Baifeng gaped in disbelief, for they knew that this young man had only achieved the second or third layer of qi condensation. Yet, witnessing his prowess and strength, no one could believe he had not reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. After greeting his companions, Qifeng quickly noticed Lu Qing'er lying on the ground, her complexion pale. He rushed to her side, incredulity etched on his face as he asked what had transpired. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Tianxi's expression darkened as he replied, "It's all because of you. Junior sister Lu Qing'er was already gravely injured. We suggested returning to the sect for treatment, but she stubbornly insisted on waiting for your return. Unexpectedly, the demonic beast launched a surprise attack on us in the dead of night, and with so many of them, we could not protect everyone. Lu Qing'er and Fang Yusin fell victim to the ambush and ended up in this dire state." After hearing his account, Qingfeng's heart sank. He was genuinely moved, realizing that his senior sister had risked so much for him, a relatively unfamiliar junior brother. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret for his selfishness in prolonging his absence, leading to her current plight. Seeing her breathing weakly, he feared that if they returned now, she might not survive the journey back to the sect. If that were to happen, he would become a historic villain. In that moment of reflection, a glimmer of hope sparked in his mind. Perhaps there was still a chance to save her. Chapter 34, The Great Elixir in a Moment of Urgency. Qifeng suddenly recalled an item that might save his junior sister. He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings. His outer garment had been corroded by the venom of a giant serpent, but fortunately, his inner clothing remained intact. Within its layers, he had concealed several elixir vials, which he had scavenged from the golden-horned silver snake. He had carried them with him, fearing that he might encounter unforeseen peril, and perhaps these pills could preserve his life. He quickly retrieved the vials, but regrettably, he was unaware of their contents, so he presented them to the others, asking which elixir might be effective. Zhao Tianxi regarded the vials with disdain, thinking that a mere disciple like Qifeng could possess anything of value, likely just some simples for stopping bleeding or replenishing energy. Baifeng and Shiwaru shared the same skepticism, unable to believe that Qifeng could have a remedy potent enough to heal Lu Qing'er. However, as Qifeng insisted that they examine the vials, they had no choice but to oblige, opening them one by one. When Baifeng opened one vial, an intense medicinal aroma wafted out. The elixir was sweetly fragrant, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a purple pill, about the size of a thumb, emanating a faint violet glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Unfortunately, she could not discern its nature. As the others took turns examining it, no one could identify it. Yet the sight of this singular pill opened their eyes to Qifeng's potential. Even without knowledge of the pill's classification, its impressive appearance suggested considerable value, and its glowing nature implied it was of at least a third-tier quality. After opening several more vials, revealing red and green pills of high caliber, the onlookers were left astonished, speculating about Qifeng's true identity. Finally, Baifeng exclaimed in delight, "I recognize this. It's the great elixir. Its efficacy is extraordinary. As long as one still draws breath, it can revive them. Its worth is immense, a rare celestial treasure." Qifeng took the porcelain vial, revealing 3 pink pills within, each the size of a dove's egg, exuding a continuous sweet fragrance. He hastily extracted one and approached Lu Qing'er, gently parting her lips to feed her the pill. Upon ingestion, she emitted a soft sound, her brow relaxing as her pain dissipated. Without hesitation, he retrieved another pill, intending to administer it to the equally injured Fang Yusin. Yusin was startled and protested, "I can hold on a little longer. Such a precious elixir would be too wasteful for me." Qifeng shook his head, immensely grateful to them for remaining by his side. Though the elixir was invaluable, it could never compare to the bonds of friendship he shared with them. Moreover, with the stone jar in his possession, he anticipated acquiring more elixirs in the future, making him less reluctant to part with this one. Yusin, I stumbled upon this by chance. You should consume it quickly. If you delay, your injuries may become irreparable, and your cultivation will surely suffer in the future. Upon hearing this, Yusin's eyes flickered, and her opinion of her junior brother shifted slightly. Qingfeng wasted no more time and fed her the elixir. It melted upon contact, transforming into a refreshing essence that flowed into her abdomen. Instantly, waves of energy coursed through her limbs, rapidly mending her injuries. Moreover, she felt a surge of spiritual power nurturing her meridians. Feeling the benefits, Yusin immediately seated herself to cultivate her inner strength. Observing Lu Qing'er's now rosy complexion, Qingfeng's heart swelled with joy, and the others shared in his relief. After all, Lu Qing'er was the daughter of Lu Qingshan. Had she perished here, they would have faced dire consequences upon returning. If Lu Qingshan harbored resentment, expelling them from their sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, the group inquired about Qingfeng's whereabouts during this time and whether the giant serpent had pursued him. Anticipating such questions, Qingfeng recounted his tale of evading the serpent and inadvertently stumbling into a hidden place. Of course, this was all fabricated, a mere story crafted to explain his unscathed return and the source of his high-tier elixirs. Though he suspected the others were not as naive as Qingji, he understood that one should never test human nature with treasures. Upon hearing him mention consuming several drops of a white, viscous substance, Zhao Tianxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be the legendary 10,000-year stone milk? That is a celestial treasure. Qifeng feigned ignorance, merely stating that it was incredibly sweet and had healed his injuries, even enhancing his strength. He lamented the small quantity, which nearly provoked Zhao Tianxi to give him a slap in frustration. Having roamed extensively through renowned mountains and rivers, Zhao Tianxi couldn't help but feel envious of Qingfeng's fortune. He continued, describing how after acquiring the elixirs, a sudden mist enveloped him, and in a flash of light, he found himself in another location. When he attempted to return to that place, he could no longer find it. At this point, he recalled their agreed meeting place and promptly returned. After listening to his account, the others believed him to a large extent, though they understood that Qingfeng was likely withholding details. Yet, no one pried further. Such inquiries were taboo among cultivators. When he concluded his tale, stating he had emerged in a daze and that the location had changed, it aligned perfectly with legends of hidden caves. Little brother Qifeng, I never expected you to possess such fortuitous destiny, discovering a celestial realm. We must all make an effort to visit more often, Zhao Tianxi remarked. Bifan, hearing this, felt a twinge of disdain, recalling who had insisted they should not wait for him. However, she smiled and told Qifeng that since they were all fellow disciples, he must remember to seek her out when they visited Xiaya Peak in the future. As they exchanged banter, the atmosphere grew lighter. At last, Lu Qing'er slowly opened her eyes, and Bifan recounted the events that had transpired during her unconsciousness. Lu Qing'er listened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Qingfeng with astonishment. Chapter 35. Bone Refinement. Before long, Feng Yusin awakened from her meditation. Although her injuries had not completely healed, they were nearly mended. With just a bit more rest, she would recover fully. Moreover, her cultivation had progressed, filling her with immense joy. Lu Qing'er's condition had improved, yet she was unable to engage in combat and required a period of peaceful recuperation. Thus, their expedition had to conclude for the time being. They released their flying artifacts, with Zhao Tianxi assuming the role of the pilot. During the flight, Lu Qing'er exchanged a few words with Qingfeng, expressing her gratitude for his generous assistance. After all, the large elixir was no ordinary pill. Its value was substantial and difficult to procure. Qingfeng merely chuckled, urging her not to dwell on it. Yet Lu Qing'er kept this sentiment in her heart, vowing to repay him doubly in the future. After the same duration as their journey there, they returned to Xiaya Peak. Qingfeng bid farewell to everyone, and Feng Yusin once again expressed her thanks, requesting that he visit her on the mountain in the future. The others echoed her sentiments. Zhao Tianxi suggested they venture out together again when the opportunity arose. Qingfeng agreed to each farewell, and they parted ways. Upon descending the mountain, Qingfeng took his time returning, leisurely walking back. Along the way, he observed many people soaring through the air on their flying swords, stirring a deep sense of envy within him. By the time he reached his little dwelling on the cliffside, the moon had risen high, marking the midnight hour. Yet, sleep eluded him. He first washed some rice and cooked a large pot of it, setting down the stone jar he had carried on his back, a burden that, while not heavy, was quite cumbersome. He pondered how wonderful it would be if the jar could shrink further. To his astonishment, as this thought crossed his mind, the jar indeed diminished in size. Staring in disbelief, he wished for it to shrink even more. The jar continued to shrink until it was no larger than his fist, unable to reduce any further. Despite this, he was elated. Though its size had decreased, its weight remained unchanged. In a playful mood, he thought of making it larger, and to his surprise, the jar began to expand again, but it only returned to its original size, unable to grow beyond that. Qing Feng understood then that while the jar could shrink, it could not enlarge further. By this time, the rice was cooked, and his gaze fell upon a nearby hatchet. Feeling inspired, he tossed the hatchet into the jar. To his mild disappointment, the hatchet remained firmly in the jar, not vanishing as he had hoped. Curious, he retrieved the hatchet and tossed in a sock. It too failed to disappear. Was it possible he had broken it? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Contemplating for a while, he recalled the events of that night and suddenly slapped his forehead, wondering if this could be the reason. With that thought in mind, he picked up the hatchet and drew it across his palm. To his surprise, it merely left a white mark without cutting through the skin. Qing Feng felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. His skin was remarkably tough. Determined, he applied more force, finally slicing a small cut into his palm, causing a few drops of crimson blood to fall into the jar. Instantly, the blood was absorbed. He tossed the hatchet into the jar again. A mist rising as it vanished from sight. Realization dawned upon him. The jar required his blood as a medium for its magic. However, the thought of needing to offer his blood each time was rather disheartening. Having resolved these matters, he felt no concern for his hatchet. Deciding to wait until the next day to see the results, he consumed a generous portion of rice, feeling only partially satisfied before retiring to bed for the night. The dawn broke, and before the sun had risen, he was already awake. He approached the jar, only to find it empty, disappointment washing over him. As the sun began to rise, he took a deep breath to steady himself and entered a meditative state, channeling his energy through the great sunsetting clouds technique. As the sun ascended, he absorbed the primordial purple energy that filled the air, warmth enveloping him as his magical power surged. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find a sleek, black dagger, over half a foot long, inside the jar. He grasped it, marveling at its craftsmanship, forged from mysterious iron with every impurity eliminated. Yet it still weighed over 400 pounds. Excited, he realized it was almost as he had envisioned, though he was slightly disappointed that it hadn't transformed directly into a magical artifact. Perhaps he had been too greedy in his expectations. He carefully shrank the jar and tucked it into his clothing, recognizing its immense importance and feeling uneasy about not carrying it with him. As he admired the dagger, his mind wandered to various thoughts. He then took out the Ba Ti Ju technique, noting that he had mastered the second level and was now ready to cultivate the third. The third level detailed methods for refining bones and skin, primarily through striking against large objects or using sticks to hit the body, aiming to achieve remarkably resilient bones. The postures required for this level were quite bizarre and, in his eyes, rather awkward. After struggling for some time to mimic the prescribed stance, he wondered if the creator of this technique was somewhat eccentric. Setting aside his musings, he practiced the position for a brief while, suddenly feeling a warmth radiate through his bones, akin to being submerged in boiling water. He sensed an increase in his vital energy, surpassing what the second level could offer. Realizing this, he felt a surge of joy, as he had been concerned that the second level's methods produced only minimal vital energy. Now, with this newfound increase, his protective energy shield would thicken and strengthen. A welcome prospect considering his past encounters with aggressive cultivators. If his vital energy became sufficiently dense, those cultivators would find themselves unable to penetrate his defenses. However, the third level posed its own challenges. Seeking someone to strike him was best avoided, yet he could certainly find a large rock on Purple Cloud Peak to practice against. Chapter 36. Brother, please make way at the foot of Zixia Peak. There lies a colossal boulder, towering over 10 meters and weighing more than 100 tons. This enigmatic monolith has been resting here for countless years, its origins unknown. The steward of this peak, for the sake of convenience, designated it as the Mountain Gate and inscribed the three powerful characters Zixia Peak upon it. A stone staircase runs alongside the boulder, leading upwards to the mountainside. Adjacent to the boulder, a pavilion has been erected for the disciples to rest. Upon arriving, Qing Feng noticed the area was deserted and, seizing the moment, he began to strike against the massive stone. His strength was formidable, and the impact reverberated as if he were colliding with a mountain, causing his bones to crack audibly. A wave of numbing pain surged through him, yet he pressed on, gritting his teeth and continuing his assault. Each day, after his sessions of striking the stone, he would leap atop it, adopting peculiar postures to further his cultivation. The sight bewildered his fellow disciples, many of whom speculated about his sanity. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to their skeptical glances, absorbed in his practice, and over time, their curiosity dulled into indifference. One day, he resolved to visit Tontian Peak to explore the scripture pavilion in search of alchemical formulas, for he had realized that relentless cultivation had yielded painfully slow progress. Having tasted the efficacy of elixirs, his thoughts were consumed by their allure. The advancement of his dominant body technique was sluggish, and the grand sun setting technique was even more stagnant, largely due to the meager spiritual energy in this locale. For his cultivation methods, the available energy was but a drop in the ocean. Under these circumstances, ascending to the next level of mastery would require decades of grueling effort. In his possession was a mysterious stone jar capable of concocting elixirs. To neglect such a wondrous artifact would be a grave misstep. Yet he needed to acquire a proper formula to avoid the peril of inadvertently creating toxic concoctions. Thus, a journey to Tongtian Peak was imperative. Tongtian Peak, soaring to 10,000 meters, pierces the clouds, often shrouded in white mist that obscures its summit. It stands as the tallest amongst the 7 peaks of the Tai sect, a realm rich with dense forests, cascading waterfalls, rare fauna, and exotic flora. However, within its depths lie treacherous areas that inspire both respect and trepidation. Unlike other peaks, ascending Tontian Peak necessitates genuine skill. At its base, a stone tablet mandates that all who seek to ascend must strike it to demonstrate their strength and cultivation level. The lowest ranks illuminate the stone in red, with ascending tiers glowing orange and yellow. Only those who can ignite the tablet are deemed worthy of the ascent. Otherwise, entry is denied. This regulation serves to prevent low-level disciples from disrupting the training of their peers and to mitigate the burden of vigilance on the patrolling disciples. Upon arrival, Qi Feng presented a gold coin to the gatekeeper and was directed to another guiding disciple beside the stone tablet. This guide, possessing commendable character and a welcoming demeanor, kindly instructed him, "Junior brother, exert your full strength upon the tablet. If it glows, you may proceed." Qi Feng nodded, observing 2 others in line before him, both appearing to possess modest skills. One, a tall figure, summoned all his might and struck the tablet, only to produce a faint sound with no illumination, a clear failure. The man sighed and shook his head in disappointment. He then turned to the guiding disciple, pleading, "Brother, may I have another chance?" The guide hesitated, taken aback by such an audacious request, yet after a moment's contemplation, he noticed the man's pitiable state. Reluctantly, he replied, "Very well, as a fellow disciple, if you insist, you may try again, but you will need to provide 2 more gold coins." The man stood dumbfounded, shaking his head helplessly as he murmured his lack of funds. At that moment, a burly disciple behind him scoffed, taunting, "A pauper, lacking strength yet eager to ascend. Surely, you hail from Feixia Peak." Qing Feng's interest piqued at this remark. Noting the apparent discord among the sections, a few others in line seemed to relish the unfolding drama. The humiliated disciple, upon hearing this, bristled with indignation and retorted, "What did you say? How dare you insult a disciple of Feixia Peak? You must be weary of life." The taunter dismissed him with scorn. "Insult you? Your brethren from Feixia Peak are all destitute. Your Jianghu owes me a spirit stone for 3 years. You fit the stereotype perfectly. Truly, Feixia Peak is filled with beggars." Enraged, the tall disciple shouted, "You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he drew his weapon, intent on confrontation. Just then, a luminous chain shot forth, yanking the weapon from his grasp. It was the vigilant gatekeeper, who swiftly disarmed him. The man, taken aback, opened his mouth to inquire, but the gatekeeper coldly interjected, "This is sacred ground. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Should you transgress again, do not blame me for casting you into the abyss." The hulking disciple, seemingly well aware of the regulations, refrained from retaliating, casting a glance of malicious glee at the other. Qi Feng shook his head, pondering the unseemly behavior of his fellow disciple. Despite his discontent, he felt it unwise to intervene further, as the confrontation continued to escalate, threatening to thwart his ascent. At that juncture, he interjected, "Brother, Could you kindly step aside? I wish to ascend the mountain first. The instigator, momentarily halted by Qingfeng's words, glared with hostility, retorting, What? Are you in a hurry? Or do you wish to champion this fool? You seem young and yet show such disrespect to your seniors. Do you seek punishment? The provocateur continued to prattle on. And Qifeng's patience waned. Without waiting for a response, the man continued, If you seek to defend him, do consider your own stature, a pale face. Resembling a mere pretty boy. I wonder which impoverished peak you crawled from. You do not deserve to call me brother. Chapter 37. A contest of strength. The words spoken were deeply disparaging and incredibly insulting. In the past, Qingfeng would have endured such affronts with humility. But now he felt no inclination to restrain himself. He remarked loudly, You appear to be a respectable individual, yet your words are nothing but vile filth, utterly nauseating. I feel ashamed to be associated with someone from your sect. Upon hearing Qingfeng's retort, the man's fury ignited. He raised his fist, ready to strike. At that moment, senior brother Jane let out a cold snort, his displeasure evident as he glared at the aggressor. Leopard, you have gone too far. Do not presume to act recklessly just because your brother is Lei Hong. Remember, this is Tai's sect, not your family's territory. If you wish to misbehave here, you must first reckon with your own strength. The man, known as Lei Bao, etched his name into Qingfeng's memory. With a disdainful huff, Lei Bao lowered his fist but retained a menacing demeanor. Very well, rustic bumpkin. You wish to defend that wretched boy? Fine, let us engage in a contest. Have you seen that stone monument? We shall see who can make it shine brighter and deeper in hue. Qingfeng furrowed his brows, but his mind was elsewhere. Lei Bao, misinterpreting his expression as fear, grew increasingly arrogant. I knew you would shy away. Best return home and play in the mud. Mark my words, tread carefully in the future. Should I cross paths with you, I shall strike you down without mercy. His provocations incited not only Qingfeng's ire, but also that of the onlookers. With a cold snort, Qingfeng did not bother to defend himself. A contest it shall be, but I refuse to waste time without stakes. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao sneered. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi condensation, while he assessed Qingfeng to be merely at the 2nd or 3rd level. He mused that perhaps the boy was simply a fool. What, afraid now? Qingfeng taunted, aiming to provoke him further. Lei Bao scoffed. A contest is a contest. Do you think I fear you? You ought to inquire about who I am, Lei Bao. Now, tell me, what are you willing to wager? The mention of stakes piqued the interest of those around them, and a growing crowd gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qingfeng proposed 3 conditions, should Lei Bao lose. He must apologize to the tall senior brother and provide 2 gold coins for a rematch. The second condition was to forfeit a spirit stone to offset some trivial matter. And thirdly, he was to pay 10 spirit stones and apologize publicly for his earlier insults. Qingfeng concluded, Conversely, if you win, I shall compensate you with an equal value of spirit stones and apologize. The wager was deemed fair. Lei Bao regarded Qingfeng with a smirk, concealing his derision. Unbeknownst to the others, he had not only cultivated his spiritual energy, but also honed his physical prowess, walking the arduous path of dual cultivation. His family had recognized his potential and invested heavily in his training, ensuring his brother's protection over the years. He had refrained from revealing his abilities until now, intending to astonish all and make the Tai sect tremble at his name. To challenge him was akin to confronting a tempest. He was supremely confident that, among equals, he would claim the title of the strongest without contest. As he contemplated this, a wave of sympathy for Qingfeng washed over him. With the witnesses of the mountain guardians and senior brother Jane, the wager was established. The tall senior brother approached Qingfeng, expressing concern. Little junior brother, I appreciate your intentions, but do consider your own capabilities. Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement of the concern, but felt no trepidation. His strength would not permit him to falter. Standing before the stone monument, Lei Bao raised his hands, channeling his energy. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a frosty white light enveloped his fists, emanating an overwhelming force. As the brilliance intensified, he unleashed a primal roar, summoning a layer of azure light that enveloped his fists, condensing all his power. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the monument, producing a thunderous echo akin to a clap of thunder. A wave of formidable energy radiated outward, sending shockwaves that knocked some spectators off their feet. The stone monument erupted in a golden glow, reaching a height of over 3 meters, signifying that the force behind his punch exceeded 10,000 pounds. The crowd gaped in disbelief. A mere 7th-level qi condensation practitioner wielded such immense strength. indicating limitless potential for the future. Some began to ponder the implications of this revelation, while acquaintances of Lei Bao cheered him on. Lei Bao beamed with pride, casting a triumphant glance at Qing Feng and the gathering spectators, reveling in the thought of his impending fame. How about that? From this day forth, the name Lei Bao will echo throughout Tai's sect. Though he yearned to laugh aloud in exultation, he restrained himself, waiting for the moment when Qing Feng would bow in defeat, allowing him to relish the humiliation. With malevolent intent, he fixated his gaze upon Qing Feng. At that moment, all eyes were on him, collectively lamenting the young man's naivete. Although the unseasoned may fear not, encountering a ferocious tiger leaves little room for escape. The tall man's expression turned pale, unable to bear the sight of the young challenger's impending downfall. Unexpectedly, Qing Feng appeared unfazed, stepping confidently towards the stone monument. The crowd anticipated him to take a moment to gather his strength, yet in the next instant, without any preparation, he unleashed a punch against the stone. Chapter 38. The power of a single punch. There was no immense roar, no deafening sound, and no terrifying energy fluctuations. Qing Feng's fist struck heavily against the stone monument, and before he could withdraw his hand, everyone stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. In that very moment, the stone tablet shattered with a resounding crack and flew apart. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Bao's eyes widened, and those disciples who were on friendly terms with him were equally astonished. The senior brother in charge of the mountain looked on in disbelief, while the guiding senior brother rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. The onlookers were already in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though they had just suffered an immense blow. It's impossible. This must be a trick. You cheated. Lei Bao's furious shout shattered the silence, as he pointed an accusing finger at Qing Feng. Qing Feng cast a disdainful glance in his direction, but refrained from uttering a single word. In his view, engaging in a dispute with such a person was a sheer waste of breath. Seeing the strange looks directed at him from the crowd, Lei Bao remained undeterred. He approached the stone monument and shouted, "This stone must have been tampered with. Otherwise, how could it possibly shatter?" In all the years of our Tai sect's establishment, no disciple in the Qi condensation stage could break a Xuanyu stone tablet. He continued, "This monument is capable of withstanding a weight of up to 21,500 pounds. Tell me, how could a disciple at the second or third layer of Qi condensation accomplish this? I suspect he must have used some kind of treasure." At this point, he turned to the guiding senior brother, hoping he would seek justice. However, the guiding senior brother was just as perplexed. The stone tablet had stood firm for over a century without incident, and as Lei Bao mentioned, the weight it could bear far exceeded what any disciple in the Qi condensation stage could possess. So, the question arose, how had he accomplished such a feat? Could it be that he truly possessed some artifact that augmented his strength? As the guiding senior brother pondered this, the onlookers' gazes shifted increasingly toward Qing Feng, as they all shared a similar sentiment, speculating that there must be some hidden intricacies involved. At this juncture, the guiding senior brother felt compelled to speak. "Junior brother, while I believe you, you can see that many people harbor doubts. If you do not provide some explanation, it will be difficult for me to satisfy them." Qing Feng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. Although he had appeared to make minimal effort, he had actually amassed the maximum amount of energy within himself. He too was curious to discover just how powerful he truly was. Who would have imagined that this object was so fragile, unable to withstand the force of a single punch? Nevertheless, he found some solace in the fact that the guiding senior brother had not mentioned him needing to compensate for the monument. Now, as for proving himself, how could he possibly do that? He looked at the guiding senior brother, his expression one of helplessness. At this moment, Lei Bao interjected, impatiently declaring, "What is stopping you from proving yourself? If you can't, then hurry up and apologize and pay the wager." His friends chimed in, urging him to make reparations. Observing these foolish clowns, Qi Feng could not help but smirk coldly, thinking that these individuals would not shed a tear until they saw the coffin. "Since you are so skeptical," he announced, "and the guiding senior brother has requested an explanation, I have devised the perfect solution to demonstrate the disparity between us." Lei Bao scoffed, demanding he speak without any further delay. Qi Feng glanced at the guiding senior brother, who nodded in agreement, before he continued, "Since everyone doubts my integrity, let us have another match. The Xuanyu stone tablet is now destroyed. Why not engage in a direct contest of strength? This way, the victor will be clearly discernible. I wonder if you, the big-eyed senior brother, dare to compete?" Being referred to as big-eyed senior brother angered Lei Bao, who glared furiously, ready to hurl insults at Qingfeng. Yet, it was the guiding senior brother who spoke up. This is an excellent suggestion. Lei Bao, do you dare? With this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes turned to Lei Bao. He furrowed his brow and replied venomously, "Why would I be afraid? However, I suspect this fellow has used some sort of aid. I demand he compete bare-chested. Otherwise, I will still suspect he cheated." The guiding senior brother, feeling helpless, turned to Qingfeng. Qingfeng also found himself at a loss, reflecting on how unreasonable Lei Bao's demand was in front of such a large gathering. At that moment, a steady stream of people, curious about the commotion, began to gather, resulting in an even larger crowd. Just then, two men descended the mountain. One, clad in green, exuded an extraordinary grace, while the other, with a sharply chiseled face, radiated vigor. For reasons unknown, the latter inspired an urge in those nearby to follow him. As they walked and conversed, they noticed the throng of people and assumed something significant must have occurred, prompting their curiosity to lead them closer. Upon their arrival at the edge of the crowd, the throng parted to let them through. The senior brother in charge of the mountain approached them, whispering, "Senior brother, Yun, what brings you here?" The man in green smiled lightly, simply stating his curiosity about the gathering. He then turned his attention to the scene before him. The other man, upon spotting Qingfeng, paused in surprise. This individual was none other than Qing Yun, the eldest disciple of Zixia Peak. Seeing Qing Yun's expression, the one referred to as senior brother narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. At that moment, Qing Yun, deep in thought, inquired of the senior brother in charge of the mountain about the unfolding events. Upon hearing the inquiry, the senior brother, far from irritated, cautiously recounted everything that had transpired. In the center of the scene, Qingfeng remained troubled. However, as more people gathered, he realized that leaving was no longer an option. Observing Lei Bao's smug demeanor across from him, he steeled himself and declared, "If it must be so, then I shall disrobe as well. But for the sake of fairness, Lei Bao should do the same." Upon hearing this, Lei Bao dismissed the notion with indifference, stating that it's a trivial matter. Without further ado, he swiftly removed his shirt, revealing his bronzed skin and muscular physique, complemented by a striking tuft of dark, lustrous chest hair that radiated an overwhelming sense of masculinity. Chapter 39. The Master Brother of Tongtian Peak. As soon as Lei Bao revealed his muscular torso, a chorus of whispers erupted among onlookers, with some voices praising him and others expressing disdain. The spectators were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. However, the female cultivators present wore expressions of bashfulness, muttering curses at the lecherous display while occasionally stealing glances through their fingers. After observing Lei Bao, anticipation grew among the crowd to see how this seemingly less robust junior brother would compare in physique. Qingfeng regarded Lei Bao with a silent incredulity, pondering the audacity of the man. With no alternative, he resolved to match him, swiftly shedding his outer garment to reveal skin as smooth and white as jade, evoking envy among some of the female cultivators. His musculature, reminiscent of gnarled roots of an ancient tree, exuded a formidable power, rendering Lei Bao's physique pale in comparison. The female cultivators, momentarily forgetting their shyness, gazed intently at his radiant skin that seemed to emit a gentle glow, wishing to touch it. Even the men looked on with envy, their expressions a mix of admiration and jealousy. Lei Bao snorted derisively, casting a few disdainful glances, internally branding Qingfeng as a pretty boy. At that juncture, senior brother Jieyin approached, instructing the two to prepare for the bout. With a commanding voice, he initiated the contest. Upon hearing the command, Lei Bao immediately summoned his inner power, a faint luminescence enveloping him as the muscles in his arms bulged with prominent veins, energy surging toward his fists. Qingfeng, recognizing the seriousness of the impending clash, assumed a defensive stance. One could afford to belittle an opponent tactically, but not in combat, particularly in a contest where the outcome would be swiftly determined. Thus, he began to channel his own energy, determined to unleash his full potential in a decisive strike. Both combatants' energies intensified, stirring a fierce wind that swept across the ground. "Ah, take this!" Lei Bao bellowed, launching a punch that sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, seemingly imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds. Qingfeng, undeterred, mirrored the action. His fist propelled forward with thunderous might. In an instant, their fists collided, producing a resounding crack akin to a thunderclap in the heavens. A wave of overwhelming force radiated outward, sending disciples with insufficient cultivation flying. Within a 10-meter radius of the two, The ground was transformed into a shallow crater. All vegetation reduced to dust and debris. Suddenly, a figure screamed as he was propelled away at astonishing speed, crashing through several trees before plummeting from the sky. Unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left aghast. This was no mere contest among chi condensation cultivators, but a display that rivaled Foundation establishment battles, especially considering one was at the 7th level of chi condensation while the other barely reached 2 or 3 levels. In that moment, doubts began to seed in the minds of the assembled crowd regarding Qing Feng, the young disciple, and whether he had mastered some concealed technique to mask his true cultivation level. As the dust settled, Qing Feng was revealed, his expression grave yet immobile, maintaining the same stance as during the attack. The audience stood frozen, eyes fixed on Qing Feng, eager to ascertain whether he had perished on the spot. Fortunately, after a brief pause, he stirred, rising to his feet and donning his shirt as though unscathed. Many breathed a sigh of relief, but when their gaze shifted, they saw Lei Bao trembling as he slowly stood, pointing a finger at Qing Feng, struggling to utter, This is impossible." With that proclamation, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. The stunned crowd finally reacted, dispatching a few individuals to assist Lei Bao. Fortunately, someone assessed the situation, stating that it was merely an internal injury. The spectators confirmed their earlier suspicions. Qing Feng had certainly deceived them all, and he was undoubtedly a formidable expert, perhaps even a fully established Foundation cultivator. Qing Yun, witnessing the scene, felt astonished yet elated. He had already gleaned much about his younger disciples during the trial of Qing Ji, and witnessing Qing Feng's prowess firsthand was an eye-opener. His heart swelled with pride, for another promising disciple had emerged from Zixia Peak. Approaching Qing Feng, he expressed his delight. "Well done, little brother." Upon hearing those words, Qing Feng turned to face his most admired senior brother, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, "Senior brother." Qing Yun patted his shoulder, affirming his commendation. At that moment, the senior brother, known as the master brother of Hushan, approached. This individual, strikingly handsome, required no further introduction. Just as Qing Yun was about to introduce him, Qing Feng's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the figure, and he suddenly knelt, voice trembling with emotion. "Benefactor." The master brother appeared bewildered, uncertain of this unexpected recognition. "What is happening? I don't believe I know you." Qing Feng chuckled at the confusion and replied, "You may have forgotten me. I was just a child back then. Do you recall the stormy night by the Great Forest 9 years ago, near Fengshan Village?" Upon hearing this, the master brother smacked his forehead, realization dawning. "No wonder. Your face seemed vaguely familiar. Yes, I was quite young then, and of course, I've changed significantly since." As Qing Feng spoke, the master brother nodded in agreement, continuously exclaiming, very good indeed." Observing their apparent connection, Qing Yun was intrigued and made a mental note to inquire further. However, noticing that the two were unfamiliar with each other's names, he promptly informed Qing Feng, "Little brother, I believe you do not yet know the name of this master brother." Qing Feng nodded, recalling only that he had been brought back by this man and a celestial maiden, after which he had never seen either again. Seeing his nod, Qing Yun smiled and said, "This is the master brother of Tongtian Peak, the direct disciple of the sect leader, renowned as one of the twin prodigies of Tongtian, Shenlantian." "Oh, so he possesses such notable fame," Qing Feng exclaimed, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, master brother." Shenlantian nodded, reflecting on how, at the time, he felt he had merely performed a trivial act, unaware that the child he had aided would grow to such heights. At that moment, Qing Feng inquired, "Master brother, how is that celestial maiden who was with you back then? Where is she now?" Chapter 40. The vastness of heaven and earth. As the crowd witnessed the unexpected familiarity and apparent connection between the two individuals, their gazes shifted towards Qing Feng with intrigue. Senior brother Jane approached, having retrieved 10 spirit stones from the Lei Bao, and graciously handed them over to Qing Feng. Filled with gratitude, Qing Feng expressed his appreciation, to which the senior brother humbly replied, dismissing the praise. With the festivities dwindling, the throng of people began to disperse. The tall senior brother observed Qing Feng engaging in conversation with his companions, yet he refrained from interrupting, silently fading away into the crowd. Qing Yun and Shenlantian had already taken their leave, with Qing Yun urging Qing Feng to devote himself to his cultivation, while Shenlantian suggested they reminisce together when time permitted. Qing Feng had learned of the plight of the female immortal, whose name was Lingyun. Unfortunately, 6 months prior, Lingyun fell victim to a nefarious plot by demonic practitioners. Suffering from a bizarre fiery poison, her condition had worsened recently, prompting Chun Lantian and Qin Yun to descend the mountain in search of a rare medicinal herb. Qin Yun mentioned they were seeking a plant known as the seven-leaf snow lotus. Qin Feng committed the name to memory, contemplating a visit to Sister Lingyun, but ultimately dismissed the idea upon recalling her current state. Burdened with thoughts, he lost interest in the picturesque scenery and hurriedly made his way to the scripture repository. Halfway up the Tongtian Peak, an expansive plaza had been conjured through immense magical prowess, culminating in pavilions and palaces that, from a distance, appeared more numerous than those on Zixia Peak. Standing there, he gazed back to behold a billowing sea of clouds stretching endlessly, ever-changing like waves, as if immersed in a celestial realm. It was said that the cloud sea of Tongtian Peak was a magnificent spectacle, and having witnessed it firsthand, he found the reputation well-deserved. Ignoring the wonders around him, he hastened towards the pavilions, his destination being the scripture repository. Upon revealing his identity at the entrance, he was granted entry. Inside, the first floor housed 7 rows of bookshelves, predominantly filled with various texts on spiritual understanding, while comprehensive treatises on cultivation techniques were scarce, limited to rudimentary 5-element spells. After a brief survey, he found no names of alchemical formulas. Inquiring with the brother overseeing the library, he learned that superior materials could be found on the 2nd floor, albeit for a fee of 1 spirit stone. For Qi Feng, a single spirit stone was quite a significant expense, but having 1 from the Lei Bao, he was not deterred. After paying, the brother gestured towards a wall, where water-like ripples appeared, revealing a staircase leading upstairs. Understanding this to be a form of illusionary array, he ascended without further thought. On the 2nd floor, the number of books diminished, with only 3 shelves on display. Scanning his surroundings, he discovered an ancient tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy. Upon opening it, he found instructions on alchemical processes and methodologies. Regrettably, this was not what he sought. So he hurriedly flipped through the pages until he stumbled upon 2 formulas at the end. One was the minor recovery pill, capable of healing both external and internal injuries, albeit primarily effective against physical wounds. The other was the Xian Yuan pill, the finest elixir for those in the qi condensation stage, enhancing spiritual power and cultivation. He promptly memorized the formulas for both pills, setting the book aside, but found no further texts on alchemy. In a corner, however, he noticed a dusty volume titled Water Manipulation Techniques, which appeared to have been neglected. This book detailed the mastery of water, providing insights into its manipulation and application, culminating in a section on a spell known as the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolations Water Dragon Technique. The description suggested that mastering this spell could allow one to transform water into dragons, commanding up to 8 water dragons in battle. Upon reading this, he understood why the book had been overlooked. Many likely deemed its contents fanciful. If the claims were indeed true, it seemed improbable that such a manuscript would languish here, having surely been seized as a treasure by the sect's leaders. Curious, he consulted the brother in charge of this floor, who chuckled and confirmed that the spell's name was indeed imposing. He recounted how countless disciples had once pursued this technique, only to abandon it due to its extraordinary difficulty and lack of tangible results over the years. Some had managed to summon a water dragon, but it proved utterly ineffectual in combat. The brother confided that he too had practiced the technique for a time before ultimately conceding defeat, leading to the book's gradual neglect. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng realized his suspicions were correct. Nonetheless, the nuanced understanding of water presented in the text captivated him, and he reluctantly read through the entire account. Despite his initial disinterest, his curiosity about the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolations Water Dragon Technique compelled him to delve deeper, and he soon found himself unable to stop. To his surprise, the Water Dragon Technique contained hidden intricacies. Following its prescribed methods would yield nothing but failure, merely serving to astonish the uninitiated and act as a decorative piece. However, when paired with the Great Sunsetting Technique, the outcome transformed entirely, as the latter even referenced the innate purple energy. At that moment, he realized the significance of his own purple aura. As he examined the signature at the end of the book, he was startled to find it attributed to the Da Yin Jinren. This was none other than the title of the sect's second-generation patriarch. It seemed this book indeed held profound significance, perhaps even revolving around the Great Sunsetting Technique itself. Having subtly inquired with a few senior brothers, He had learned that this technique was the sect's ultimate secret art, reserved solely for the leaders of each generation. The fact that he had unwittingly acquired this book and was secretly practicing it filled him with trepidation at the thought of potential repercussions if discovered. Shaking his head, he dared not contemplate the implications further, instead committing the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolations water dragon technique entirely to memory. After perusing the book, he found that there was truly nothing else suitable for his study. However, he was aware that the scripture repository likely held more valuable texts. With this thought in mind, he approached the overseeing brother to inquire about the availability of additional scriptures. Chapter 41. The Flowing Clouds and Flying Waterfalls. The senior brother nodded and informed him that if he wished to seek higher-level martial arts, he could ascend to the 3rd floor, but it would require a payment of 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing this sum, Qifeng nearly leapt in disbelief, wondering why they didn't simply resort to theft. The supervising senior brother, noticing his expression, not only remained unperturbed but smiled broadly, saying, "Little junior brother, I must confess, when I first heard that figure, I bore the same expression as you do. However, it is a rule of the sect, immutable by any, and it bears profound significance that you will come to understand in due time." Qifeng nodded, sighing inwardly. Ascending to the 3rd floor seemed utterly impossible, as he had barely a handful of spirit stones in his pocket. He couldn't fathom why the sect imposed such stringent measures. What significant meaning could there be? It seemed more like a sign of their own impoverishment. Having departed from the scripture pavilion, although he did not ascend to the 3rd floor, he felt he had gained much and was still quite pleased. Since he was at Tongtian Peak, he was eager to witness the marvel known as the Flowing Clouds waterfall. Rumor had it that this waterfall soared 1,000 feet high, a sight of immense grandeur. In the past, during the final stages of his cultivation of the body dominance technique as 2nd layer, he had wished to come here for further enlightenment. Unfortunately, the consumption of a blood-red pill had catapulted him directly to the completion of the 2nd layer. Nevertheless, since he was here now, he still yearned to visit the waterfall. This magnificent waterfall lay on the eastern side of Tongtian Peak. After inquiring with several senior brothers, he finally located the site. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could hear the thunderous roar akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. As he drew near, he was utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. The waterfall seemed endless. Looking up, he could see only swirling mists, as a silken cascade tumbled downwards, the water glistening like crystal, as if it were heavenly nectar pouring forth. A rainbow arched across the scene, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. Standing beneath it, he felt his blood boiling with exhilaration. The resounding roar would, if listened to for too long, induce a piercing sensation in the mind, creating an almost hallucinatory effect. Yet, having often meditated beneath such waterfalls, Qifeng had developed an immunity to the sound, which now felt rather pleasant. As he gazed at the waterfall, his excitement grew, and he could no longer resist the urge to leap onto a large round stone directly beneath the cascade. As he landed, he swiftly assumed a stance to steady himself, but he immediately experienced excruciating pain, as if torment itself had been unleashed upon him. The water crashing down felt akin to being struck by 100-pound stone. One impact was manageable, but a barrage would surely leave anyone dazed. Fortunately, Qifeng was an exceptional practitioner. His skin could withstand such blows. He realized that this environment was excellent for tempering his bones, far superior to foolishly colliding with a mountain. Thus, he adjusted his stance, adopting the form of the 3rd layer of body dominance, and soon felt currents of energy coalescing around him. Moreover, he sensed an abundance of spiritual energy within the waterfall, vastly superior to that of his previous location. Indeed, it was a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. As time passed, he felt as if his bones were cracking under the relentless pressure. But through his practiced stance, the emanating energy began to mend these fissures, reinforcing them. In this manner, fracture and repair occurred simultaneously. Qifeng endured the immense pain, remaining utterly still. 3 days and nights slipped by. Upon opening his eyes, Qifeng discovered that his mastery of the 3rd layer had significantly advanced, far surpassing the lethargic progress he had made through mountain collisions. However, he was now quite famished, realizing it was time to return. He hurried back, the journey noticeably quicker. Along the way, he caught a plump wild rabbit on Tongtian Peak. Upon arriving home, he began cooking, feasting upon roasted rabbit. He noticed his appetite had grown substantially, while the gold in his possession had dwindled. After consuming a large pot of rice and a rabbit, he felt sufficiently sated. After his meal, He made another trip to Tianbao Pavilion to see Lu Macho, where he purchased a plethora of spiritual herbs with his remaining spirit stones, all intended for concocting Xinyuan pills. Back at home, gazing at the pile of herbs on the ground, his heart ached. Their exorbitant prices were staggering. The few dozen herbs he acquired, all of relatively short age, had completely depleted his spirit stones. He took out a stone jar, dripped a drop of his blood into it, and then unceremoniously tossed all the herbs inside. Having completed this, he sat in the courtyard to meditate and await the results of his efforts the following day. At dawn the next day, after absorbing the innate purple qi, he rushed to the stone jar, only to find 7 glimmering pills nestled within. He picked one up to examine it. The pill was a pale yellow, exuding a fragrant aroma, and appeared to be of excellent quality. Just inhaling its scent made him feel invigorated. Although he was uncertain of the appearance of Xinyuan pills, he presumed that this elixir, if not the Xinyuan pill itself, would surely possess commendable effects. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth, and as it descended into his abdomen, it began to release a potent wave of medicinal energy. He promptly sat cross-legged, activating the Great Sun and Sunset technique. After a month of continuous cultivation, he consumed all 7 pills, propelling his cultivation from the 3rd layer into the 4th layer of qi condensation. Exhaling a breath of spiritual energy, Qi Feng felt not only a significant enhancement in his cultivation but also an increase in his strength. However, the days of cultivation had drained him of all his resources, leaving him on the brink of starvation. At this moment, an idea struck him. He would descend the mountain to hunt some demon beasts. Perhaps fortune would favor him with the discovery of more spiritual herbs. Yet, he realized he could not rely solely on his fists. Recalling his previous encounter with the golden-crested serpent, he mused that had he possessed a weapon, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Suddenly, he remembered the ore he had salvaged from the golden-crested silver serpent. He hurriedly returned to his dwelling, retrieving the precious ores he had hidden away, laying them out in the courtyard. The materials were of various colors, each quite heavy, collectively weighing at least 7,000 or 8,000 pounds. Although he did not know their specific properties, he surmised that the treasures hoarded by the golden-crested silver serpent must be of exceptional quality, or else he would not have gone to the trouble of setting them aside. Once again, he dripped a drop of his blood into the stone jar and tossed all the ores inside, even including the mysterious black iron dagger. That day, he did nothing else but visit Lu Macho at Tianbao Pavilion to inquire about locations abundant in spiritual herbs and teeming with demon beasts. Lu Macho, ever knowledgeable, provided him with ample information and even generously gifted him a booklet detailing the habitats, characteristics, and effects of various spiritual herbs. Qi Feng was elated to receive this book and returned home to study it diligently. The next day, he hurriedly headed to the stone jar, eager to discover what kind of weapon it might yield for him. Chapter 42. The Demon Sealing Order. With fervent anticipation, Qi Feng approached the stone jar. Upon reaching it, he found himself momentarily stupefied by its contents. Inside the jar lay a short staff, its colors reminiscent of a vibrant caterpillar. Measuring 1.5 feet in length and as thick as a wrist, the staff displayed an array of hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each segment harmoniously proportioned, yet its appearance struck him as rather peculiar, akin to a child's toy. He sighed, pondering whether in battle he might inadvertently amuse his adversaries. Resigned to his fate, he grasped the staff firmly by its handle and drew it forth. To his surprise, it bore considerable weight, approximately 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. He swung the staff toward a boulder standing as tall as a person, and with a tremendous crash, the stone shattered into fragments, propelled outward. Quite remarkable, he mused. Though the colors were somewhat garish, its power was undeniably formidable. Few could withstand such force in combat. Regrettably, it remained a mere ordinary weapon. He wished it could transform into a magical artifact under his command. This thought left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the stone jar's utility. To mitigate the glaring appearance of the staff, he decided to wrap it in a piece of beast hide. With a weapon at hand, he intended to inform his master of his descent from the mountain to explore the world below. However, before he could act on this thought, someone hurriedly approached him. Upon arriving at Qi Feng's residence, the individual relayed that the master had summoned all disciples to gather at Lingxian Pavilion. Without hesitation, Qi Feng secured the stone jar and shouldered the staff. Despite its weight, he felt little discomfort. The presence of a weapon instilled him with a sense of security. Yet he still yearned for a flying sword, having long admired the grace of his senior brothers wielding such blades. Upon reaching Lingxian Pavilion, he found a considerable gathering of disciples. He exchanged greetings with familiar faces and even spotted Qingyi. Their eyes met, but Qingyi's gaze was filled with animosity. Qingfeng, unfazed, brushed past him. He was no longer the defenseless junior he once was. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 30 or so disciples had assembled, including several unfamiliar faces, likely new recruits taken in by the master over the past few years. Eventually, Master Lu Qingshan arrived, and as he emerged from the inner hall, all disciples bowed in unison. He acknowledged them with a nod before addressing the assembly. Dear disciples, there have been numerous reports of malevolent creatures wreaking havoc near Longcheng, resulting in countless fatalities. It is our duty to eradicate these demons and restore justice. Thus, the sect leader has decreed that each peak must dispatch some of its members to the mortal realm for this task. Consider it a valuable opportunity for experience. At this proclamation, the hall erupted in murmurs. Some expressed joy, others fear, while some appeared anxious or bewildered. Qingfeng, however, felt elated. This was precisely the occasion for which he had been waiting, alleviating his uncertainty about where to venture. Lu Qingshan surveyed the expressions of the disciples and continued. Participation in this expedition is entirely voluntary. We will also implement a reward system based on the tasks completed. Though danger looms, I see it as an opportunity. You may choose to come forward to receive a demon sealing order if you wish to participate. As soon as he finished speaking, disciples began conversing amongst themselves. Without hesitation, Qingfeng stepped forward and declared, Master, I wish to go. Lu Qingshan nodded, visibly pleased. Noting Qingfeng's rapid progress in cultivation, he had reached the 4th layer of qi condensation in a remarkably short time. Seeing this, the master could not help but caution Qingfeng. The outside world is fraught with peril, unlike the tranquility of our sect. Your cultivation is still low, you must exercise utmost caution. Touched by his master's concern, Qingfeng felt a swell of emotion, his eyes moistening. He nodded in acknowledgement, unsure how to express his gratitude. At that moment, Lu Qingshan opened a box made of mysterious iron, revealing several golden tokens within. He handed one to Qingfeng, instructing him on its usage. The token felt heavy in his palm, approximately the size of a hand. Its golden hue was captivating, inscribed on one side with the ancient characters for demon sealing, while the other bore the image of the mythical beast Taodai, its gaping maw seemingly ready to devour the world. Once activated against a demon, the token would record the event, and if any ordinary demon came within 10 meters, it would sound an alarm. In dire circumstances, the token could be detonated, unleashing energy equivalent to a thunder pearl, potentially saving his life in a critical moment. With this knowledge, others began to step forward to register. After a quarter of an hour, 11 disciples had volunteered for the mission. Lu Qingshan distributed 3 spirit stones to each participant and announced their departure for the following day, allowing them to prepare. Upon seeing the distribution of spirit stones, envy flickered among those remaining. Most were either of lower cultivation or too timid to engage in worldly affairs, while others preferred to focus solely on their training. As the saying goes, 100 hearts, 100 thoughts. After bidding farewell to his master, Qingfeng did not return home but instead hastened to Xiaoya Peak, recalling that he had not checked on his junior sister and Feng Yusen in days. Upon arrival at Xiaoya Peak, he was granted entry after announcing himself. He found Lu Qinger much improved, though her previous injuries required more time for complete recovery. Feng Yusen, however, appeared nearly unscathed. After a light-hearted chat, the 2 women cautioned him to be careful as he prepared to descend the mountain to exterminate demons. Before he left, they gifted him some snacks for the journey. After departing from Xiaoya Peak, he continued onward, fervently making his way toward Tantian Peak. Chapter 43. Misunderstanding of the junior sister with swift strides. Qingfeng soon arrived at the foot of Tantian Peak, where the mountain guardians and the reception elders greeted him with unexpected warmth. Qingfeng inquired about the possibility of a test, but they quickly dissuaded him, jesting that the stone tablet they guarded was of considerable value. They recounted how they had faced a lengthy reprimand from the elders after the last one was damaged, and they truly had nothing better to do. They added that in the future, anyone wishing to visit Tantian Peak could enter directly. Qingfeng nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to the 2, well aware that the primary purpose of the testing stone was to prevent less skilled disciples from ascending the mountain. Firstly, those of insufficient cultivation had no reason to be there, and secondly, the influx of visitors could disrupt the secluded cultivation of other disciples. Moreover, with a larger crowd, the likelihood of incidents increased, particularly with low-ranking disciples causing trouble. Hence, the establishment of a threshold was necessary. Setting aside these considerations, Qingfeng's main objective was to reach the Luyan waterfall. With a day to spare and nothing to pack, he intended to make the most of his time. This time, however, he did not rush, instead taking the opportunity to admire the enchanting scenery along the way. Tongtian Peak rose majestically, stretching for an unknown number of miles, populated by various spiritual beasts and celestial birds soaring in the sky. An abundance of exotic flowers and rare herbs dazzled his senses, evoking his admiration at every turn. As he traversed through the rocky cliffs and perilous peaks, he stumbled upon a thatched cottage, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the base of the waterfall. Suddenly, a large white fish, over a meter in length, leapt from the water, its scales reflecting a blinding light in the sun. Qingfeng was taken aback, surprised to find fish in such frigid waters, but soon a grin spread across his face. Thinking that dinner was now assured, he leaped into action, diving beneath the waterfall to commence his cultivation. As he immersed himself in practice, time slipped away unnoticed. And before long, the moon hung high above the willow treetops. Qingfeng remained absorbed in his training. At that moment, a radiant light approached rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before the waterfall. Bathed in moonlight, her stunning beauty became apparent. It was none other than Yu Zixin. It was unclear what brought her here at such a late hour. With her hands clasped behind her back, Yu Zixin gazed at the shimmering waterfall, lost in the thunderous roar of the cascading water, eventually closing her eyes in bliss. Moments later, she moved, casually shedding her garments to reveal her jade-like shoulders. And with a splash, she plunged into the water for a bath. The sound of her entry startled Qingfeng from his reverie. Initially, he thought another fish had surfaced, but when he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a woman bathing. In that instant, he found himself utterly bewildered. Unsure whether to reveal himself or remain hidden, fearing misunderstandings in either scenario. He could only lament his misfortune, ultimately deciding to remain still. In the moonlight, he recognized the woman in the water. Indeed, it was the junior sister Yu Zixin of Tongtian Peak. The memories of their past encounter flooded back to him. He recalled the petite girl from years ago, now transformed into an exceptionally captivating beauty. Truly, the saying women grow more beautiful with age held true. At that moment, her thin silk robe barely concealed her beauty, as she emerged from the water like a pristine lotus, unadorned and natural, captivating Qingfeng's gaze. Yu Zixin, feeling at ease in her bathing, had surveyed her surroundings and found no one within hundreds of meters. Little did she know that someone was indeed practicing beneath the waterfall. After a while, a large fish unexpectedly darted from the water. Upon seeing this creature, a subtle smile graced Yu Zixin's icy countenance, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. The white fish swam around her, clearly familiar with her, leaving Qingfeng perplexed. Could it be that the fish had developed intelligence? As he pondered this, the fish suddenly turned and swam towards the rock where Qingfeng stood. Alarmed, he realized the impending trouble. In mere moments, the fish leapt towards him, and Qingfeng could scarcely believe that such a seemingly mundane creature possessed tremendous strength. Had he been on solid ground, it would have posed no concern. But in his current precarious position, he could barely maintain his balance. The fish collided with him, sending him tumbling off the stone with a splash. Yu Zixin, noticing someone peering from the waterfall, was infuriated. Yet, to expose herself now would be to invite scrutiny, so she suppressed her anger and shouted, "Who dares to be so audacious?" At that moment, Qingfeng emerged from the water, flustered and frantic, exclaiming, "Junior sister, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean to intrude." Under the moonlight, Yu Zixin recognized Qingfeng as the boy from the Jinjiao Inshi pit. How deceiving appearances could be. He looked refined and composed, yet behind closed doors, he was nothing short of a lecher, engaging in such disgraceful behavior. Yu Zixin unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon him. And though Qingfeng sought to explain, she offered him no opportunity to speak. As her frustration mounted, Yu Zixin approached him, delivering a powerful strike. Qingfeng, knowing he was in the wrong, chose not to evade, accepting her slap as an apology. With a resounding impact, her palm struck him, delivering a force akin to 1,000 pounds. Though he remained unyielding, he sustained a minor injury, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. Yu Zixin furrowed her brow, perplexed by his resilience. Despite appearing to possess only a cultivation level of 3 or 4, he had withstood her blow. Observing the blood, her thoughts became tangled with complexity. In an icy tone, she asked, "Why did you not dodge?" "Junior sister, I truly meant no offense. I was simply cultivating here and did not expect you to come for a bath at this hour. I really did not see much." Silence. Yu Zixin's heart had begun to calm, only to be stirred once more by his words. "Truly, junior sister, I swear, I only saw." With a sharp slap, Qing Feng felt warmth spread across his face, bewildered by her refusal to listen to his explanation. Chapter 44. Dragon City. Yu Zixin cast a fierce glare at him, and in that moment, a white fish leapt swiftly from the water, sending countless splashes and mist into the air, obscuring the scene entirely. By the time the mist dissipated, Yu Zixin had already donned her attire and stood resolutely on the shore. "Junior sister, I." As Yu Zixin turned her gaze towards him once more, their eyes met. The words that Qing Feng intended to utter caught in his throat, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yu Zixin spun around and coldly declared, "If today's events are to be spread, I shall not hesitate to kill you without mercy. Consider this a warning." With that, a flash of sword light flickered, and she soared into the sky on her sword. Qi Feng gazed into the distance, his heart tumultuous, and after a moment of introspection, he could only sigh. Pondering the absurdity of the situation, he touched his face, contemplating the strange intricacies of her thoughts, unable to fathom why she wouldn't allow him to explain. By now, it was already the dead of night. Following the incident, he found it impossible to focus on his cultivation. With a determined leap, he bounded onto the shore, only to realize that the source of all this chaos was the elusive white fish. He scanned the waters, but the creature was nowhere to be seen. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. When I return, I shall certainly hunt you down and roast you." Qing Feng harbored his grievances, channeling all his frustration towards that white fish. The following morning, before the sun had risen, the horizon was ablaze with crimson clouds, resembling a sea of fire, truly a breathtaking sight. He arrived early at the gathering spot, where disciples gradually began to assemble, and within a quarter of an hour, the square was bustling with students. At that moment, several figures descended like shadows, one of whom was none other than junior sister Yu Zixin. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and when she spotted Qi Feng, her brows furrowed slightly before she quickly averted her eyes. Qing Feng, under her fleeting glance, felt his face flush inexplicably. He looked around to ensure no one was watching him, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. For reasons unknown, encountering Yu Zixin made him feel as though he were a thief, burdened with guilt. At her side stood three individuals, one exuding an air of arrogance that bore a resemblance to Lei Bao. Whispers surfaced among the crowd, identifying him as Lei Hong, the second brother of the Tongtian Peak, known for his haughty demeanor that instilled fear in his fellow disciples. Beyond the master and the eldest brother, there were few who could command his respect. The other two were elderly figures, distinguished elders of their sect. After a brief motivational speech to boost morale, one elder produced a transport artifact, a small gray boat. Upon being cast forth, the boat expanded magnificently, growing to a width of over 10 meters and a length of 40 to 50 meters in mere moments. The elders, along with Lei Hong and Yu Zixin, stepped onto the bow, and with a command, the disciples began to ascend onto the vessel. The ship towered 10 zhang high, leaving Qing Feng to watch enviously as others flew or rode artifacts aboard, while he relied solely on sheer strength to climb up. As most had boarded, he found himself the sole remaining on the ground, attracting the attention of many. With a resigned smile, he bent his legs and, with a powerful spring, leapt upward. The solid rock beneath him shattered into fragments, creating a spectacle that astonished onlookers as he soared over 50 meters into the air. Upon his descent, he landed with a resounding crash that tilted the entire ship forward. He bent one leg, braced himself with a hand on the ground, and arched his back. A mysterious object wrapped behind him that remained concealed. Slowly lifting his head, he realized he might have damaged the wooden deck beneath him with his excessive force. The awe-inspiring entrance drew gasps from the crowd, many questioning why he felt the need to create such a commotion when he could have simply ascended gracefully. At the bow, reactions varied. Yu Zixin's eyes widened in surprise. Lei Hong's expression dripped with disdain, while the two elders nodded approvingly, their faces alight with admiration. The ship took flight, and the wind howled as it surged into the sky. Qing Feng found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged, and at that moment, a beaming senior approached him, eager to engage in conversation. This talkative individual, named Zhang Bao, a disciple of Feixia Peak, proved to be exceptionally amiable, though his incessant chatter left Qing Feng merely listening. Before long, Zhao Tianzi, Bifan, and Shuaru, acquaintances of Qing Feng, joined them, and the group exchanged pleasantries, planning to venture out together when the opportunity arose. Thus, they journeyed through rivers and mountains, marveling at the stunning landscapes. The flying ship moved with remarkable speed, unlike the one in Lu Qing'er's possession. And by the next morning, they arrived at their destination, Dragon City. This city was immense, spanning 1,000 miles, its population numbering in the millions, with bridges, flowing waters, and pavilions adorning the landscape. On the city walls, mortal officials awaited their arrival, their eyes filled with reverence as they beheld the grand ship approaching. As the vessel docked outside the city, the officials rushed forward to extend their greetings. Among them was a valiant general, clad in armor, who knelt before an elder, proclaiming his respect. It was then that they learned that Elder Tsangquan had a disciple in the mortal realm. The group was led into the city, where vendors lined the streets, selling a plethora of snacks and trinkets. Though all were cultivators, they had little exposure to such earthly delights, and their excitement was palpable. Qing Feng eagerly purchased an assortment of items, including one called candied hawthorn. The vibrant red berries, coated in a shimmering sugar glaze, sparkled like crystal, and upon tasting, their sweet and sour flavor was a delightful revelation. Soon after, the elder, perhaps disapproving of their indulgence, instructed everyone to refrain from wandering off and disturbing the mortals, guiding them instead towards the general's residence. The general, sensing the mood, promised that they would find everything they desired there, assuring satisfaction. As they followed, Qi Feng caught sight of Yu Zixin, who, to his surprise, was holding a candied hawthorn as well. For a fleeting moment, he thought he discerned a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 45. The dragon boat of 1,000 lakes within the general's residence. Everyone was indulging in luxurious comforts. Silken garments and sumptuous feasts were abundant. The general, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, had also provided a collection of gold and silver treasures for their future expenditures, for in this mundane world, one must rely on such wealth to navigate through life. The elders did not refuse this generosity, encouraging everyone to take their share for unforeseen needs. Naturally, Qing Feng was not one to be polite, especially since he was nearly penniless and faced challenges in affording meals. With someone offering timely assistance, he felt no need for decorum. As the others each took their portion, no one exhibited the high-mindedness to decline. Doing so would surely earn them scorn from their peers. After ensuring that everyone was well-fed and satisfied, the general invited the two elders, along with Lei Heng and Yu Zixin, into a private chamber for a more in-depth discussion regarding the local circumstances. Meanwhile, the remaining guests found themselves with nothing to occupy their time. Some continued to savor the delicacies, others formed small groups to engage in lively discussions, and others sat cross-legged, immersed in their cultivation practices. Zhang Bao, a spirited young man, approached Qing Feng and struck up a conversation. It was then that Qing Feng understood Zhang Bao's warmth towards him. He had a friendship with Jiang Hui from Feixia Peak. The previous time Qi Feng and Lei Bao had a wager during their duel, Jiang Hui had benefited from the outcome, and his tall senior had recounted the events in great detail to everyone. The people from Feixia Peak were naturally pleased and made a note of Qing Feng's name, considering him a future ally. Zhang Bao had long been curious about Qing Feng, and meeting him now filled him with delight, hence his enthusiastic demeanor. Upon realizing this connection, Qi Feng found it both amusing and perplexing. But he accepted the unexpected bond with grace. Given Zhang Bao's earnestness, Qing Feng reciprocated his warmth. It became evident that Zhang Bao was not only amiable, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge akin to a living encyclopedia. The two spent an enjoyable afternoon together, appearing to others as inseparable brothers. As night descended, the gates of the general's residence swung open, and the group of disciples made their way to the grandest scenic lake in the city. The general, unable to contain his hospitality, insisted that all the brothers experience the Thousand Lakes dragon boat. Upon arrival, they beheld a breathtaking sight. The lake was glistening with countless dragon boats drifting gracefully across its surface, while the shores were bustling with throngs of people. The general had reserved several dragon boats, and everyone eagerly boarded one. These boats were spacious, adorned with pavilions and towers. Beautiful maidens greeted them aboard, dancing in vibrant attire under the shimmering lights, resembling celestial beings descended from the heavens, captivating all who beheld them. The intoxicating blend of exquisite wine, gourmet dishes, and enchanting women created an atmosphere that blurred the lines between the celestial realm and the earthly realm. Amidst the revelry, however, Qing Feng's brow furrowed with concern. Zhang Bao approached him, draping an arm around his shoulders, and remarked, "Junior brother, there's something unsettling about this place. It's as if I am losing control of myself." Qi Feng was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Are you also feeling this way? Is it difficult to restrain your emotions, as if you were drawn to the allure around us?" Zhang Bao nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with realization. "You too?" Qi Feng confirmed his own experience, noting that had he not recently regained clarity of mind, he would have surely succumbed to the enchantment. They exchanged a grave look, a shared understanding of the peculiar situation unfolding around them. At that moment, Qi Feng stood and gazed outward, spotting a tall, ominous railing on the boat, entirely black and towering over 3 meters high. Atop it hung a peculiar red lantern, distinctly octagonal, intricately adorned with a myriad of bewildering patterns. Pointing towards it, Qi Feng urged Zhang Bao to look. The more Zhang Bao scrutinized it, the deeper his frown became, until he gravely remarked, "Those patterns resemble talismans." As they turned to observe the others, they saw nothing but expressions of joy and merriment. Suddenly, Zhang Bao produced a small, greenish porcelain bottle from his pocket, opening its lid to reveal a foul odor. He extracted a viscous liquid with a flick of his finger and applied it to Qing Feng's eyelids before doing the same for himself. Qing Feng, puzzled, asked, "What is this substance?" Zhang Bao chuckled. "It is a secret concoction made from the urine of a 3-legged toad, quite valuable. Were it not for the urgency, I would hesitate to use it." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, realizing why the atmosphere felt so strange. When he finally opened his eyes, a stunning scene unfolded before him. Countless specks of light soared into the sky, drawn towards the blood-red lantern, while an equal number of lights cascaded down from the lantern, descending upon the crowd. Looking at the maidens aboard the boat, their once welcoming smiles had vanished, replaced by vacant expressions and exhaustion. It was astonishing to discover that this lantern was siphoning the souls of those present, releasing an aura that induced hallucinations. Zhang Bao exclaimed in horror. Seizing Qing Feng's arm, they took flight, soaring high above the gathering. From this vantage point, they could clearly discern that the dragon boats were arranged in a peculiar formation, interconnected like a sinister array. Realizing the gravity of the situation, beads of cold sweat formed on their brows. They had not anticipated that such malevolent individuals would employ this method for their schemes, nor that they would orchestrate such a grand design. The mastermind behind this plot must possess formidable power. Yet, Qing Feng was perplexed. What purpose could they have in extracting souls? Zhang Bao explained. Those who tread the wicked path often seek bizarre artifacts or weapons, or cultivate nefarious powers. I believe these items serve such purposes. With understanding dawning upon them, Qing Feng approached the railing and kicked it down with force. The railing crashed to the ground, causing the lantern to drift away serenely. Qing Feng felt an urge to pursue it. Yet he found himself powerless to fly, filling him with frustration. At that moment, the brothers and sisters who had been lost in indulgence began to regain clarity of mind, realizing the enchantment that had held them captive. The maidens, however, appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing one by one from sheer fatigue. Witnessing this, most of the crowd wore expressions of confusion, before suddenly recalling something that filled them with awe. Qing Feng and Zhang Bao wasted no time, rushing to another boat in search of the sect elders. In a brief span, they arrived aboard and, after greeting the elders, reported their alarming discoveries. One elder listened with a look of relief, while Elder Tsang Quan nodded repeatedly, encouraging them to take a seat, displaying no sense of urgency. This left both Qing Feng and Zhang Bao utterly bewildered. Chapter 46. Unmasking. As Qing Feng and Zhang Bao observed the unfolding scene, a sense of unease began to stir within them. They anticipated that the next course of action would involve overturning the table to confront the malevolent figure. Had the two elders also fallen victim to this predicament? The thought sent cold sweat trickling down their backs. While the two exchanged furtive glances, Elder Tsangchuan spoke, his gaze fixed on them with evident satisfaction. "Very well," he remarked. "Though your cultivation levels are modest, your keen perception has allowed you to quickly discern the anomalies at play." Upon hearing this, both young men realized that it was not ignorance that had kept others from acting, but rather a profound understanding of the situation. Sanchuan continued, "Our purpose in coming here was not merely for leisure. We have long been aware of this place, but in our pursuit of a greater catch, we have refrained from acting until now. Today, however, the opportunity presents itself." Qing Feng, anxious, interjected, "Uncle Master, why not seize the moment and apprehend him immediately?" San Chuan shook his head, sighing, "My young friend, the matter is far more complex than you imagine. This establishment has been in operation for over a century, and those capable of orchestrating such a long-term scheme are certainly not mere petty characters, but rather notorious practitioners of the dark arts. This individual is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond our current capabilities. Fortunately, we have already dispatched someone to seek assistance." With this explanation, Qing Feng felt a sense of relief, understanding that this was also a test set forth by his elder. Yet, he grew increasingly curious about the true strength of this nefarious practitioner, one who could even challenge his uncle master. Was it possible they would need to summon the sect leader? Despite his curiosity, Qing Feng and Zhang Bao were urged by Elder San Chuan to enjoy the dance and partake in the festivities. However, Qing Feng's mind was not at ease. He noticed that Yu Zixin and Lei Heng had vanished, possibly engaged in their own tasks. The two remained on high alert, fearing an unforeseen attack from the dark practitioner. Yet, as time passed, the vibrant atmosphere around them remained undisturbed. At long last, as the clock struck midnight, Elder San Chuan and another elder, Mai Junren, abruptly rose. With a grave expression, he announced, "Reinforcements have arrived. It is time to act." With a flourish of his hands, immense magical energy surged forth, sweeping through the vicinity, and several dragon boats were pierced by the force. The disciples of Tai's sect awakened abruptly, realizing with horror that they had been ensnared without a sound, their expressions a mix of fear and anger. Elder San Chuan's commanding voice rang out, "Disciples of Tai's sect, heed my command. Remove the lanterns from every dragon boat. Any malevolent beings that attack shall be dealt with immediately." As soon as the order was given, the disciples took to the skies on their swords, racing towards the bow of each boat. Within moments, the sounds of combat and cries of battle erupted from the boats. Qing Feng, anxious and unable to fly or swim, felt utterly helpless. He feared arriving only to find that everyone had fled. Zhang Bao, noticing his distress, chuckled and grabbed him, intending to take him along on his sword. However, as Qing Feng stood upon the sword, it suddenly plummeted to the ground, no matter how much Zhang Bao exerted his magical energy. Dumbfounded, Zhang Bao exchanged bewildered glances with the other two elders. At that moment, Qi Feng chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps my weapon is simply too heavy." When Qi Feng leapt off the sword, Zhang Bao's efforts bore fruit, and the sword ascended once more, leaving him momentarily convinced that his powers had waned. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of weapon Qing Feng possessed that could weigh so heavily. Irritation brewed within him, feeling as though he had lost face before the two elders. Determined to uncover the truth, he leapt down to inspect Qing Feng's weapon. The two elders, intrigued, shared a glance, pondering whether this young man was boasting or genuinely unable to wield his weapon. Reluctantly, Qing Feng produced a colorful short stick from behind him. Upon sighting it, Zhang Bao erupted in laughter, and even the two elders wore expressions of mockery, questioning the absurdity of their young disciple's choice of weapon. Qing Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily tossed the stick to Zhang Bao, catching it with a grin. Zhang Bao was taken aback as he felt as though he had lifted a boulder. Summoning all his strength, he found it futile. With a resounding thud, the short stick fell onto the deck, and Zhang Bao tumbled down, landing awkwardly. The onlookers were momentarily stupefied, wondering whether this stick truly bore such weight, or if the two were merely engaging in a farce. Zhang Bao dusted himself off, visibly exasperated at Qing Feng's lack of decorum. Some disciples, skeptical, approached to grasp the stick, only to discover its formidable heft. Even those imbued with magical energy struggled to lift it. Eventually, one disciple, summoning every ounce of strength, managed to lift it, his forehead bulging with effort. This spectacle astonished everyone present. Elder San Chuan, upon grasping the stick, confirmed Qing Feng's claims. It indeed weighed several thousand pounds. He marveled at the young man's strength and the manner in which he wielded it. The other elder, equally astonished, regarded Qing Feng as if he were a creature of legend. Meanwhile, outside, the clamor of battle intensified. San Chuan returned the stick to Qing Feng, instructing him to keep it close while the other disciples moved ahead. In the blink of an eye, only the three of them remained aboard the vessel. Curiosity piqued, Elder San Chuan inquired, "Who is your master, Qing Feng?" To which Qing Feng respectfully replied, "My master is Lu Qingshan." Upon hearing the name, both elders exchanged incredulous glances. San Chuan sighed, acknowledging, "Brother Qingshan is indeed fortunate to have a disciple of your caliber. You will undoubtedly bring glory to the Zixia Peak in the future." Qing Feng nodded. and the two elders refrained from further inquiries. They respected the privacy surrounding Qingfeng's formidable abilities, particularly since he was a disciple of their peak, and they were wary of provoking unnecessary complications. As the battle escalated on the dragon boats outside, Qingfeng observed malevolent figures plunging into the water, while the disciples of Tai's sect began to suffer casualties. Yet, the two elders remained poised, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Chapter 47. Between distant horizons and close proximities anxious, Qingfeng could only wait in silence. Shortly thereafter, a piercing shriek echoed from afar, elongated and sharp, reverberating with a soul-shattering force. Instantly, everyone on the lake clasped their ears in defense. The less powerful cultivators were particularly affected, suffering from nosebleeds and excruciating headaches. Elder Songquan waved his sleeve, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped Qingfeng within. The shriek crashed against the barrier like waves, but fortunately, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Elder Songquan snorted, declaring, "Finally arrived." With this utterance, Elder Songquan's aura transformed, matched by another elder, Master Mai. Qingfeng was immediately overwhelmed by their formidable presence, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, his indomitable spirit held him upright. Before he could ponder further, the two elders soared into the sky, each summoning their flying swords to ascend. In that moment, a voice thundered from the heavens. "You little thieves, dare to flaunt your strength? Prepare to meet your demise." The atmosphere shifted ominously, dark clouds rolling in overhead, as if the speaker was right beside them, causing the timid to faint from sheer terror. Almost instantaneously, the sky blazed with flickering lights and booming sounds, illuminating the firmament. The speaker roared again, "A pack of despicable scoundrels, daring to ensnare me with your formations. You are utterly ignorant of your impending doom. Today, I shall grind your bones to ashes and cast your souls into the soul-refining banner. Dewey, you engage in such heinous acts against the heavens, yet remain unrepentant? Surrender now, and I might intercede for you, granting you a peaceful existence in the heavenly prison. You young ones, do you think you can contend with me, Dewey? Observe my treasures." As he spoke, a radiant beam shot towards Elder Songquan. Before he could react, the light struck him, leaving him momentarily dazed, blood streaming from his ears and nose. Fortunately, Elder Songquan was above him, falling onto his boat. Qingfeng, swift and agile, leaped to catch him. However, in that very moment, he too was touched by the residual light, plunging him into darkness and nausea. "Ah, you little brat, thwarting my endeavors. This treasure has absorbed the essence of souls for nearly a century, and you dare to ruin my progress? You shall taste the might of my artifact." After his proclamation, another beam shot towards Master Mai. He quickly conjured a small shield, but to his dismay, the beam pierced through, striking him as well. In an instant, they had lost two crucial pillars, casting a wave of despair over everyone present. The malevolent Dewey then unleashed indiscriminate attacks with his artifact, where the light passed. Countless cultivators fell unconscious. In the blink of an eye, half of the combatants lay incapacitated. Just as a beam was about to strike Qingfeng, a commanding voice resounded from the sky. "Demon, cease your rampage. Let me witness your true prowess." Barely had the words left his mouth when a flying sword, majestic and swift as thunder, hurtled down from the horizon. Accompanying it was a purple figure soaring through the air. It was none other than the long-missing Yu Zixin. From another direction, a mighty roar echoed. "Old thief, I, Lei Hung, have arrived. Prepare to face my blade." A colossal golden sword descended like a meteor. Unfazed, Dewey summoned a bowl-like artifact that hovered above him, exuding streams of pink gas. The two swords approached almost simultaneously but found themselves ensnared in the pink mist. As if trapped in a quagmire, unable to advance. A stalemate ensued. "This item taints the cultivator's artifact," Lei Hung exclaimed, attempting to retract his sword, only to find it immovable. "No time left. I shall confront it head-on," Yu Zixin declared, channeling her energy, causing her sword to blaze with brilliance, unleashing tremendous force. "You think you can kill me? A futile dream." Dewey waved his hand, accelerating the spinning bowl, releasing beams of pink light toward the two. Below, Qingfeng watched, both enthralled and anxious for Yu Zixin. In a moment, his fears materialized as he heard Yu Zixin exclaim "despicable" before plummeting downward. Qingfeng was stunned, and just then, a shadow surged upward, wielding a gleaming demon blade aimed at Yu Zixin. Already weakened from the previous attack, Yu Zixin struggled against the oncoming strike. Believing her end was nigh, suddenly, A thunderous roar erupted from below, as if the very earth had split. Despicable demon! How dare you! In a daze, she beheld a figure soaring into the sky, clutching a colorful fire staff. Seeing Yu Zixin in peril, Qingfeng's fury ignited. In that critical moment, he summoned all his strength, propelling himself skyward with a force that threatened to shatter the boat beneath him. With a tremendous exertion, he ascended to a height of 100 feet, brandishing his short staff just before the black-clad assailant could strike Yu Zixin. The collision between the blade and staff unleashed Qingfeng's greatest strength, a force akin to 25,000 pounds. The black-clad assailant, dismissing him as merely a novice, was caught off guard by the overwhelming power, akin to being struck by a prehistoric beast. Before he could react, he and his weapon were sent hurtling away, exploding mid-air in a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing this, all onlookers were left in awe, speculating who this formidable disciple could be and from which peak he hailed. As the two figures fell, they appeared destined for the lake below, but in that instant, a radiant beam of light materialized from the horizon, gently catching them. At that moment, Qifeng noticed a crimson flying sword beneath him. In an instant, a figure appeared in the distance, quickly approaching. Qifeng could hardly comprehend the miraculous nature of this celestial magic. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man with hair as white as snow appeared before them. Yu Zixin, in a daze, murmured incoherently. The elder, relieved to see her unharmed, softly whispered, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Chapter 48. The Great Terror Between Life and Death. Qingfeng had never seen this person before, yet strangely, he felt an unparalleled sense of warmth emanating from him. The man appeared utterly devoid of any magical power, leaving Qingfeng momentarily perplexed. The old man glanced at Qingfeng and, with a smile, said, "You possess remarkable skills, young friend. I entrust my heart to you." With that, he cast a spell, transporting the two of them onto a dragon boat. In the next moment, he waved his large sleeve, and a flying sword shot forth towards the Taoist, Dui. Lei Hong was still struggling, on the verge of being vanquished beneath DS magical artifact. Just as terror gripped him, he spotted a flying sword rushing towards him, infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The immense killing intent startled Dui, prompting him to release Lei Hong and direct his artifact against the approaching sword. However, the sword remained unaffected, soaring straight up towards DS' face. Alarmed, Dui immediately hurled several magical artifacts to intercept the sword, which he managed to stop just in time. In the next instant, he found himself aboard a painted boat, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he turned to Qingfeng. "So it is you, Fuyao. You old ghost have not yet perished." DS' venomous voice dripped with malice. "Humph, you will be disappointed. After being defeated by you, I reflected deeply and devoted myself to rigorous training for this day. Dui, next year on this day will mark your death anniversary," Fuyao retorted, laughter echoing in his tone. "How audacious. You are merely a defeated foe, Fuyao. My artifact may not be fully matured, yet it is more than enough to deal with you." Dui sneered coldly. Fuyao scoffed, "Is that so? Then bring it on. I wish to see just how formidable you have become." Dui smirked darkly, slowly declaring, "Let me demonstrate the might of my artifact, which will surely shatter your very being, preventing you from ever reincarnating." Upon finishing his words, he executed a spell with one hand while raising a bowl with the other. The air filled with an array of mesmerizing sounds, and the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble. Countless dragon boats emitted mournful cries, and a multitude of red lanterns ascended into the sky, forming a bizarre pattern above. Seeing this, Fuyao's eyes narrowed. He leaped into the air, reaching out to grasp a thick bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminated the skies, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. In that moment, a brilliant orb of light appeared in his hand, emanating pure lightning power. He then directed a spell towards the lake below, causing the waters to boil. The countless souls that had perished in its depths erupted with anguish and fear, swirling into the orb of light. In an instant, the heavens were filled with chilling winds, and the air resonated with wails that evoked a sense of utter despair. Beneath Fuyao, Qingfeng felt this sensation acutely, sending shivers down his spine. It was his first encounter with the overwhelming power of a cultivator capable of shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth, causing even the spirits to tremble. At that moment, Fuyao spoke, "Dui, heaven embodies benevolence. I advise you to turn back and return with me to face your punishment. It may spare your life. Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to meet your end." Dui roared, shaking the heavens with his fury. A profound chill enveloped the atmosphere, causing all to tremble. As a beam of light surged towards Fuyao. As the light passed, it seemed to freeze time itself, emanating countless emotions. "Let us see if you can withstand the myriad flavors of life," Dewey proclaimed, but before he could finish, Fuyao made his move, sweeping his hand to unleash a spell upon the radiant orb. The orb was instantly activated. In that moment, the orb collided with the beam of light. To everyone's astonishment, the orb disregarded the light as potency, swiftly reaching Dewey. Before he could react, it pierced through him. With a sharp crack, Dewey's bowl fell from his grasp, the light dissipating as his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? He gasped, unable to fathom his defeat. Fuyao leaped beside him, observing the defeated Dewey with a heavy sigh. "No, this cannot be true. What have you done?" The dying Dewey clutched Fuyao's pant leg, his face a mask of confusion. Fuyao met his gaze, a hint of pity in his eyes. "Your underworld bowl cannot compare to the myriad grievances and fears contained within my lightning. The essence of the soul pales in the face of the profound terror of life and death." Upon hearing these words, Dewey spat forth a mouthful of blood, muttering, "Impossible, impossible," before falling silent. Fuyao shook his head slightly, disappointed that even in death, the man remained so obstinate. Little did Dewey know the lengths Fuyao had gone to uncover the means to counter his underworld bowl over the years. As he gazed upon his fallen foe, Fuyao felt a stirring within, as though the last vestiges of his inner demons had vanished. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with renewed purpose, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Perhaps he could achieve another breakthrough and ascend to greater heights. With Dewey's demise, his subordinates lost their resolve and began to flee. The disciples of Tai's sect, having regained their senses, pursued the retreating foes with vigor, resulting in countless casualties among the wicked. Yu Zixin opened her eyes to see a determined face before her. "It's you," she spoke softly, her voice hoarse. Upon realizing she was awake, Qingfeng gently set her down. "Little senior sister, just now," he stammered, his cheeks flushed, unsure of how to explain. Yu Zixin recalled the moments before her unconsciousness, remembering a figure soaring into the sky, wielding a colorful staff, and in that final moment, vanquishing the fiend. She could hardly believe the recurrent entanglements with this junior disciple. As her beautiful eyes met Qingfeng's, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Her words startled Qingfeng, who quickly waved his hands, saying, "I dare not accept such praise. I acted out of desperation, and as a disciple of the sect, I believe anyone would have done the same." Hearing his stammering response, Yu Zixin couldn't help but smile, revealing a long-lost joy that blossomed like a lotus, bringing delight to all who beheld it. "Come here, young friend," a voice called from behind them, prompting Qingfeng to turn around. Chapter 49. The Secret Art of Shrinking the Earth. At that moment, Master Fuyao was gazing at him, and Qingfeng promptly approached. Bowing deeply as he said, "Disciple pays respects to the esteemed Uncle Master." Earlier, Elder Songchuan and Master Ma had already paid their respects to this individual, which is why Qingfeng understood the situation and called out accordingly. At this point, Elder Songchuan and Master Ma appeared quite disheveled, their faces betraying a sense of shame. Meanwhile, Master Fuyao graciously bestowed 2 pills upon the two, who expressed their profound gratitude before departing to attend to their remaining affairs. Suddenly, a brilliant aurora descended from the heavens and landed upon the grand vessel, revealing a figure in considerable disarray, hair disheveled, armor missing, and blood smeared across his face, suggesting he had just endured a fierce battle. After paying his respects to Master Fuyao, he approached Yu Zixin. "Junior sister Zixin, are you unharmed?" His expression was laced with urgency and concern. Yu Zixin, having already regained her former self, nodded and replied, "Brother Lei, I am fine." With this, Lei Hong exhibited a look of relief, then turned his gaze towards Qingfeng, revealing a complex expression. After a moment, he nodded at Qingfeng before soaring into the sky. Now, only the 3 of them remained aboard the dragon ship, enveloped in an air of profound silence. Master Fuyao regarded Qingfeng and then Yu Zixin, gesturing for the latter to come closer. To everyone's surprise, Yu Zixin obediently stepped beside him. "Zixin pays respects to the ancestor," she said. In that instant, Qingfeng understood why Master Fuyao frequently glanced at Yu Zixin with satisfaction, and a different thought crossed his mind. Master Fuyao nodded at Yu Zixin and then addressed Qingfeng. "I am deeply grateful to you for rescuing my great-granddaughter. Zixin possesses exceptional talent and is the hope for our Yu family in the future. Should anything have happened here, I would have felt an immense burden of guilt." Upon hearing this, Qi Feng was uncertain how to respond, so he simply bowed his head in silence. My young friend. Master Fuyao continued, you are indeed Zixin's savior. I, Fuyao, have never owed anyone a favor. Speak freely of your desires or wishes. Seeing the earnestness in Master Fuyao's gaze, Qi Feng felt a surge of panic. He hastily replied, Uncle Master, I require nothing. I merely acted on impulse to save junior sister. Master Fuyao studied him, slightly shaking his head. Every action has its consequences. Even if you acted impulsively to save Zixin, it is still a tremendous favor. If you do not repay this deed, there will surely be repercussions in the future. Moreover, I do not wish for Zixin to be burdened with such weighty karma. Do you understand my meaning? Qi Feng nodded, realizing it was the first time someone had so insistently requested a return of favor. He felt somewhat at a loss, but given the gravity of the situation, he could not persist in his refusal. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him. Uncle Master, may I inquire if any wish is permissible? Master Fuyao nodded, indicating that as long as it was not excessive, it would be acceptable. Qi Feng hesitated, his expression betraying his difficulty. But he finally mustered the courage to say, Uncle Master, as you can see, I am cultivating body refinement techniques with supplementary studies in immortal arts. However, my current cultivation level is too low to manipulate objects freely, making movement quite cumbersome. I noticed that you can traverse great distances in an instant. Might you impart that technique? Upon hearing this request, Master Fuyao paused, his expression turning contemplative. Sensing his hesitation, Qi Feng quickly added, if this request troubles you, I would not insist. After a moment of thought, Master Fuyu replied calmly. The technique is known as shrinking the earth to an inch. It is a secret art passed down within my family. Though it is a secret, I am willing to share it, provided you ensure that it is never taught to a third party. Qi Feng immediately swore an oath, guaranteeing that he would never disclose the technique. Yu Zixin, however, was taken aback, never expecting the ancestor would share such a secret with an outsider. It was known that only those of elder status within the family were permitted to practice this art, and even she lacked the qualifications. She pondered whether the ancestor's gesture was excessively generous or if he had ulterior motives. Next, the ancestor instructed Yu Zixin to step aside and began to elucidate the intricacies of the technique and its cultivation process to Qi Feng, emphasizing that it was not as simple as he might think, but rather exceptionally challenging. The two engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour, during which Qi Feng fully grasped the method of cultivation, although he realized many aspects would require contemplation upon his return. At that moment, Sangchuan and Master Mai returned, reporting to Master Fuyao that the wicked cultivators had been subdued, yet many had escaped due to their sheer numbers. Master Fuyao listened intently before declaring the matter resolved, leaving the remaining tasks to the two while he departed for other pressing matters. In the blink of an eye, Master Fuyao transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Exhausted from a day of battle, Sangchuan ordered the retrieval of the casualties to the general's mansion, and thus, they worked tirelessly until dawn to finalize everything. The following day, efforts commenced to tend to the injured, proceeding in an orderly fashion. The battle had claimed the lives of 5 or 6 disciples, and over 20 had sustained injuries. Yu Zixin and Lei Heng were responsible for escorting the wounded back to the mountain gate for recuperation, while the deceased were also returned for burial. No one anticipated that within a single day, those who had previously engaged in lively discussions and laughter would no longer be seen. At that moment, everyone came to understand the profound terror of life and death. Slaying demons and evil was not merely a matter of words. This incident imparted a deeper understanding of the gravity of their mission, reinforcing that it was not a matter of impulse, but a true endeavor requiring the sacrifice of life, prompting them to devote themselves more diligently to their cultivation. After several days of recuperation, the cultivators were assigned new tasks. Although the wicked cultivators within Dragon City had been eradicated, numerous malevolent creatures continued to wreak havoc within a 1,000-mile radius. Now that they had emerged from seclusion, they were determined to restore tranquility to the mortal realm. In the vicinity of Munyo Town, located 700 miles west of Dragon City, several villages had been entirely slaughtered. Qi Feng and a few senior brothers were dispatched to investigate, and upon receiving their orders, they hurriedly set off, traveling day and night. They arrived at their destination the following morning, in Dafu village, with a population of 200, every man, woman, and child had been drained of their flesh and blood overnight, leaving behind only desiccated corpses. This news had been reported by the town's officials the previous night. At this moment, the mayor of Munyo Town was briefing Qing Feng and the others on the situation. They nodded in acknowledgement, but to grasp the specifics, they knew they needed to visit the site of the incident. Chapter 50. The Joyful Sect. This time, the party led by Qing Feng was accompanied by his senior brother, Zhou Tong, a practitioner at the 8th level of qi condensation. Among the team were familiar faces, Zhang Bao from Wanxia Peak, alongside Chen Han and Wang Shuang. As they traversed their path, no one dared to underestimate Qing Feng, for he had shone too brightly on that fateful day. Despite his relatively humble cultivation level, his formidable strength was undeniable. Before long, they arrived at Dafeng village. Standing at the village's entrance, an overwhelming sense of gloom enveloped them, a stark contrast to the bright sun overhead. The group felt an eerie chill seep into their bones as they stepped into the deserted village. It was not until they reached the heart of the village that they stumbled upon a grim sight. A multitude of villagers had been gathered and laid together. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Feng felt a stirring in his heart. The sight profoundly moved him. He rushed forward to inspect the bodies, and upon seeing the desolate state of the villagers, he was rendered speechless. "What's wrong, junior brother?" the others inquired, noticing his unusual reaction. Qing Feng shook his head slightly and sighed. "The manner of these villagers' demise mirrors that of my kin in Fengshan village, exactly the same." His words revealed a past that none had known, prompting his companions to offer words of comfort before they began to investigate in earnest. Yet, within Qing Feng, there was a tumult of emotions. Joy for the realization he had grasped something significant, and sorrow for the tragic fate of these common folk, so cruelly tormented to their end. Reminiscent of helpless ants crushed underfoot. Subsequently, the group dispersed to search for clues, but their endeavors yielded little, with several other villages still requiring investigation. They opted to split up to save time, agreeing upon a rendezvous point before hastily departing. Qing Feng set off eastward towards Dongfang village, a small settlement with merely 100 or so inhabitants. He arrived just before dusk, standing at the village's entrance, where he sensed a palpable aura of resentment and the chill of ominous winds. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, darkness enveloped the sky, though a half-moon offered a glimmer of light amidst the blackness. As he ventured deeper into the eerily silent village, an unexpected gust of cold wind swept past him, and before he could react, a flash of cold light surged toward him. Reacting swiftly, Qing Feng turned just in time to evade the attack. Before him stood a figure clad in black, wielding a curved blade, eyes glinting with malice. "Who are you? State your name," Qing Feng demanded. "Humph. You lot should be diligently cultivating in the mountains, yet here you are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of such interference," the man retorted, clapping his hands lightly. Instantly, 5 or 6 more figures emerged from the empty houses, drawing their weapons, their blades emanating a sinister dark aura. Casting an ominous chill, "Die, brat," the leader of the black-clad figures shouted coldly. Feigning cowardice, Qing Feng raised his hands, saying, "Hold on a moment." The attackers paused, taken aback by this unusual display. Such a scenario was unprecedented for them, who were accustomed to immediate violence. Curiosity piqued, they turned to the leader. With a sneer, he replied, "Are you afraid? I can offer you a chance. Swear loyalty to us, and you may join our ranks." Qing Feng lowered his hands and smiled slightly. "Very well, but I wonder what sect you belong to. You seem quite formidable. What benefits would I gain from joining?" The leader's expression turned playful at Qing Feng's words. "Benefits? Oh, there are many. As a disciple of the immortal path, you might even become a squad leader." "Oh, is that so? That sounds quite appealing. Certainly better than my current standing in the immortal sect. But how do I know the strength of your sect? If you're a small, insignificant faction, I would refuse out of embarrassment." Seeing Qing Feng's sincerity, the leader replied, "Fear not. The joyful sect is undoubtedly your best choice." At that moment, he suddenly grew wary, narrowing his eyes. "Brat, do you truly wish to join us?" "Joyful sect," Qing Feng murmured to himself. "Kid, what are you rambling about? I'm asking you a question." The leader snapped. Realizing further conversation would yield no fruitful information, Qing Feng drew a rainbow-hued short staff from behind him. "You have committed many heinous acts. I will certainly not join you. However, if you confess, perhaps I might spare your lives." "Seeking death? Kill him," the leader bellowed, and the group lunged at Qing Feng. Unperturbed, Qing Feng retaliated with swift strikes, sending several assailants flying with each blow. His strength was monumental, rendering them mere fodder against his might. The leader, witnessing this, was struck with fear. He hastily produced a small flag from his possession, reciting incantations as the flag swelled in the wind, emitting a cacophony of wails. As he brandished the flag toward Qing Feng, the latter bent his knees and leapt high into the air, swiftly striking the flag before it could unleash its power, sending it spiraling away. The leader, now terrified, drew his weapon, prepared to engage Qing Feng in a desperate fight. Yet, Qing Feng was relentless. With a single strike, he sent the black-clad man reeling back, blood spewing from his mouth. Following closely, Qing Feng pinned the fallen leader to the ground, demanding, "What have you done with the souls and blood essence of those villagers?" Spitting blood, the man cackled maniacally, "I never imagined I, Wang Huiying, would fall today to a mere wretch like you. You, a righteous cultivator, hiding your true power. How shameless. This secret will die with me. Long live my master, whose life rivals the heavens." In that instant, his pupils widened, his voice ceased, and he perished. Suicide, Qing Feng mused. Recognizing the merciless nature of these fiends, who showed no hesitation even toward themselves, he recalled the elders' warnings. When facing such adversaries, one must show no mercy. Yet, he was wronged. He had not concealed his cultivation. Turning back, he dealt each fallen minion a final blow, knowing they would reveal nothing of value. The joyful sect? This place must be intricately linked to the deaths of all in Fengshan village, and perhaps they had abducted his mother. For years, he had pondered why only she had been taken. How could these people have found such a remote place? Could it be related to his father? In his memory, his father was simply an honest villager. Chapter 51. Hearing though Qing Feng could not fully comprehend the intricacies of the matter, he was resolute in his conviction that it was closely tied to the joyful sect. Upon his return, he intended to inquire thoroughly about this sect, which he had never heard of before. With these thoughts settled, he ceased to dwell on his parents' situation, recognizing that such matters would necessitate careful investigation. Especially given his limited cultivation, he needed to proceed with caution. He ventured into the heart of the village to survey the scene, finding the devastation unchanged. In resignation, he set ablaze the corpses, offering them a semblance of a burial. Upon returning to the village entrance, he observed the body of the leader and, suddenly struck by a thought, searched through the remains. To his surprise, he discovered a semi-transparent jade box, roughly the size of a palm, adorned with an octagonal design. Holding it in his hand, he sensed a strong, bloody aura emanating from within. Gradually twisting the lid open, he was met with an overwhelming surge of blood energy swirling within the box. It was evident that this was the essence they had collected. In a fit of rage, he crushed the box with great force, causing the blood energy to disperse chaotically into the air, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, he noticed the flag that had been knocked away. Picking it up, he found it to be palm-sized, embroidered with countless incantations. Infusing it with his magical energy, the flag unfurled dramatically, growing to over a meter tall, revealing countless wailing souls trapped within. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qing Feng shook his head in sorrow. He refrained from destroying the flag, knowing that to do so would also annihilate the souls contained within. Instead, he resolved to take it back to the sect for the elders to address. After continuing his search without unearthing any useful evidence, he turned back to regroup with the others. However, anxiety gnawed at him, wondering if they had also suffered a similar ambush. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, he was surprised to find that his companions had already arrived. Though they were intact, they bore various injuries, confirming that they too had encountered an assault. Their glances towards him were peculiar, assuming he had escaped unscathed. Upon questioning, they soon learned that he had dealt with the attackers single-handedly, which left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Given his relatively low cultivation level of just 3 or 4 layers, they regarded him as a curiosity, unable to fathom how he had managed such a feat, ultimately attributing it to his innate strength. In the following days, wary of further ambushes, they stayed together. After dispatching a few more attackers, those nefarious beings seemed to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, the elders of the sect sent word for everyone to return, declaring the matter resolved and peace restored for the time being. This announcement left many puzzled, yet they complied without further speculation, hastening back to the sect. Upon returning, each disciple was rewarded, with Qing Feng receiving 50 spirit stones for his remarkable performance, eliciting envy from his peers. Once back at Zixia Peak, he promptly visited Lu Macho to procure additional medicinal herbs. He returned home and tossed the herbs into a stone jar, then began practicing the spatial contraction technique imparted to him by the master of the rising gale. This technique was profoundly intricate and challenging to master, yet it captivated his attention as he yearned for swiftness. Thus, he devoted himself diligently to mastering both the spatial contraction technique and the great sun-setting clouds exercise. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Before the flowing clouds waterfall on Tantian Peak, Qing Feng, despite being a kilometer away, appeared before the waterfall in an instant. Delighted by the fruits of his labor, he realized he had made significant progress with the spatial contraction technique. Now able to traverse a kilometer in a heartbeat, though it consumed a considerable amount of magical energy, making it unwise to use unless absolutely necessary. During this period, his cultivation of the great sun-setting clouds advanced remarkably, reaching the 4th layer of condensation, and he sensed that with the right opportunity, he might soon attain the 5th layer. He had come to this place with the intention of furthering his mastery of the tyrant body technique, which had progressed slowly over the days. Nevertheless, it had saved his life on multiple occasions and possessed formidable power, so he dared not squander any time. With that resolve, he swiftly entered the waterfall to continue his training. A day passed, and on this particular day, 2 female cultivators approached the waterfall. One remarked, "Sister Lingyun's injuries have worsened. It's a pity that both senior brother and Qingjun returned empty-handed. I wonder if sister can endure." The other replied, "Indeed, I heard that aside from the 7-leaf snow lotus, there is little that can heal her. The master has already tried several rare elixirs to no avail. It seems he may have to descend the mountain himself." "Shoo, don't speak carelessly." "I'm not being careless," one of them sighed, shaking her head, as if to chastise her companion for her lack of awareness. After a brief exchange, the two departed. Qi Feng overheard their conversation and, initially confident in Qin Lantian and Qingyun's abilities to procure the 7-leaf snow lotus, was taken aback to learn they had returned empty-handed after such a long time. Concern gnawed at him, especially regarding Sister Lingyun's deteriorating condition. After all, had they not saved him back then, he would not have attained his current level of cultivation. Though Sister Lingyun had acted selflessly and perhaps had long since forgotten that incident, he would never forget. Feeling compelled to take action, he resolved to pay her a visit. With that determination, he soared upwards, journeying up the mountain. After some inquiries, he finally located Sister Lingyun in a serene and spiritually rich small peak. This secluded peak, though modest in size, was ample for a dwelling. Surrounded by a fence, the courtyard contained a small medicinal garden, where several unfamiliar herbs grew alongside a patch of spiritual rice, presumably for her own sustenance. Reaching the door, he gently knocked, and a figure emerged from within. Their eyes met, and for a moment, they were both taken aback. "Is it you? Is it you?" They spoke in unison. "I came to see sister. I came to find sister." Once again, their simultaneous declarations left them both feeling awkward. After a brief silence, Qing Feng opened his mouth, and upon noticing her silence, he finally spoke. Chapter 52. Senior Sister Lingyun, I did not expect to find you here. I came to see Senior Sister Lingyun. Yu Zixin furrowed her brow, gazing at him with confusion. "You know Senior Sister, but I have never heard her mention you." Qing Feng sighed and replied, "This is a long story. It is best to wait until I see Senior Sister to explain." Yu Zixin did not press further but advised him to speak softly, as Senior Sister's condition had worsened. They entered the modest room, which, though simple, contained more feminine items than his own place. Upon the bed, Senior Sister Lingyun lay with a pained expression, her brow furrowed. Qi Feng spoke softly, "Senior Sister." Lingyun slowly opened her eyes, looking at Qi Feng with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "Senior Sister, do you remember 9 years ago, when you and Master Brother Qin Lantian rescued a boy in the rainy night forest and brought him back to Fengshan village, which was later slaughtered? You then took him back to the sect." Qing Feng's voice was filled with emotion as he painted a picture of a distant memory. After a moment, Lingyun examined his face, forcing a smile and saying, "So it is you. Master Brother thought you were extraordinary and measured your spiritual root, but alas, it was chaotic and weak. He lamented your potential. I never imagined you would grow into such a fine young man." "Senior Sister, you still remember?" Lingyun nodded, then asked with concern, "Over the years, Master Brother and I have traveled often. I do not know how you have fared." Qing Feng promptly recounted his journey, detailing the challenges he faced along the way. Meanwhile, Yu Zixin listened intently, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. When he mentioned that it took him 8 years to cultivate to the first level of the dominance body, she felt a tinge of disdain for his perceived foolishness. Yet, when he described the initial surge of his magical power, boasting an impressive strength of 20,000 jin. Her astonishment returned, leading her to conclude that he was indeed a peculiar individual. Unaware of Yu Zixin's judgment, Qing Feng continued sharing his experiences until he noticed that senior sister seemed fatigued. He inquired about her condition. Ling Yun forced a smile and asked Yu Zixin to explain the circumstances. Upon hearing that senior sister had been injured by a fiend from the Joy sect, Qing Feng's heart filled with fury, astonished by the cruelty of such a sect. Finally, he learned that senior sister was afflicted by a special fire poison, a malicious toxin that invaded the body and damaged one's meridians. If it fully penetrated the dantian, not only would one's cultivation be rendered useless, but the person could also perish from the burning effects of the poison. In the coming days, the sect master would send Ling Yun to the cold jade cave to suppress the fire poison until a method of eradication could be found. Qing Feng attentively listened to Yu Zixin's explanation and inquired about the properties of the seven-leaf snow lotus and its potential locations. Without hesitation, she divulged all she knew, but afterward, she questioned his motives for asking. Qing Feng urged senior sister to rest, and after exiting with Yu Zixin, he expressed his determination to venture to Zhulong Abyss in search of the seven-leaf snow lotus. Yu Zixin regarded him for a moment, her expression one of bewilderment. She then spoke with rising emotion. Are you mad? Do you realize that Zhulong Abyss lies deep within the vast snowy mountains? It is perpetually covered in snow, and it is said that no bird can cross. Most importantly, it was once the stronghold of the infamous 10,000 Demons sect, although obliterated 500 years ago. Who can say if remnants of that dark sect linger there? There are few places where the seven-leaf snow lotus can grow. Why do you insist on choosing that location? Qing Feng met her gaze, and for some reason, her ethereal voice brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. At that moment, she looked at him, her face a canvas of confusion. Little senior sister, Zhulong Abyss is the most remote and mysterious place, offering the greatest hope of obtaining the seven-leaf snow lotus. The other locations are not far, and Master Brother and Qingyun Brother will also be searching there. Why should I follow them? If they do not succeed, we still have hope, do we not? If we wait until they arrive, perhaps senior sister will have already perished. Upon hearing his words, Yu Zixin felt a tremor in her heartstrings. It was the first time she had witnessed such unwavering dedication, even in the face of certain death. Driven solely by a desire for gratitude. For reasons unknown, her mind drifted back to a few years prior, when a little girl fed a comatose boy rice porridge. In his stupor, the boy grasped her small hand, repeatedly calling out for his mother. Time blurred as the boy's face melded with that of the man before her, who had now grown into a responsible young man, no longer bearing the tears of a child. In that moment, memories of their encounters flooded back, by the sinkhole, beside the waterfall, as he wielded the colorful short staff. A surge of emotion stirred within her, leaving her uncertain if these moments were mere coincidence or fate. She shook her head slightly, almost impulsively voicing her desire to accompany him, yet rationality ultimately prevailed over impulse. Very well, may all go smoothly for you. Upon hearing her words, Qing Feng felt a warmth course through him, as if a long-lost tenderness had returned. For many years, aside from his mother, perhaps only she had spoken such words to him. He regarded her, his heart unsettled. Senior sister. Yu Zixin's eyes darted, observing him intently. Thank you, he managed to utter after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Yu Zixin's usually icy countenance, and she blurted out, fool. After saying this, a sudden flush of embarrassment colored her cheeks, and she felt a warmth spread across her face, questioning what had come over her. Before Qing Feng could react, she had turned and walked away. Qing Feng stood momentarily bewildered, pondering why little senior sister had suddenly appeared displeased, or whether he truly was a bit foolish. Just then, her voice floated back from a distance. Take care on your journey. Do not overexert yourself. Though it was merely a gentle reminder, Qing Feng felt an indescribable sensation within him once more. Upon returning to his dwelling, he met with his master and recounted his purpose for the journey. Upon hearing his insistence on going there, Lu Qingshan could only acquiesce helplessly. He knew well that this stubborn disciple would remain resolute once he had made up his mind, and thus he could only allow him to proceed. Chapter 53. A peculiar girl. After several performances, Lu Qingshan had begun to regard his once seemingly worthless disciple with newfound respect. He hoped the boy would diligently cultivate his skills, as he might one day inherit his legacy. However, it seemed that the lad lacked any innate talent for cultivation. as he had only managed to reach the third or fourth level of qi training. Lu Qingshan regretted not imparting his teachings earlier, which had led the boy to practice other methods. But what was done was done. He could only wait until the boy established his foundation before passing on the secrets of their sect. With these thoughts in mind, he recounted to Qingfeng everything he knew about the Candle Dragon Abyss. At the end of their conversation, Lu Qingshan produced a small bag of spiritual stones and a palm-sized, octagonal silver shield. He advised the boy, "This shield, known as the Rui Shield, was my protective talisman in my youth. Though you possess the body of dominance, it is always wise to exercise caution. Do not let pride lead you astray." Qingfeng accepted the gifts without hesitation, committing his master's words to memory before bowing respectfully and departing. Everything was understood without the need for excessive words. He silently appreciated his master's kindness. The following morning, without informing anyone, he left the mountain. The Great Snow Mountain lay 1,000 miles from the Tai sect, and he would need to traverse countless rivers and mountains. Relying solely on his own 2 legs would be impractical, so he purchased a sturdy steed from the sect stable. This horse, a hybrid of a fine blood horse and a demonic beast, was not only swift but also obedient, an essential companion for his journey. Unfortunately, the seller charged him an exorbitant 40 spiritual stones, all while spouting platitudes about brotherhood, lining his own pockets in the process. Had it not been for the spiritual stones gifted to him by his master, he would not have been able to afford the horse. However, he had underestimated one factor. His weapon was too heavy. The horse could barely carry him, significantly slowing their pace. In that moment, Qingfeng mused how wonderful it would be if his short staff were a magical artifact. If he could channel his mana, its weight would be considerably less. Alas, such was not the case. 10 days passed swiftly, yet he had only covered a distance of 2,000 miles. At this rate, he could not fathom how long it would take to reach his destination. To make matters worse, his horse had lost considerable weight after days of strenuous travel. No longer the robust creature he had initially purchased, leaving him at a loss for words. There was no other choice. A city lay just a few miles ahead, and he would take the horse there to replenish its strength. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by throngs of people, with vendors calling out their wares from both sides of the street. He casually bought a candied hawthorn and searched for a well-regarded inn. Having amassed a fair amount of gold during his time in Dragon City, courtesy of a senior brother, he felt no qualms about spending it. Upon entering the inn, he instructed the waiter to provide his horse with the finest fodder and some nutritious treats, as he would need the animal's strength for future endeavors. Guided by the waiter, he ascended to the top floor, tossing a gold coin to the waiter to ensure the best meal was brought forth. It was not long before the table before him was laden with exquisite delicacies, an array of mountain and sea treasures. Gazing at the feast, Qingfeng felt a deep appreciation for the wealth he had acquired. His usual meals of rice and pickled vegetables seemed paltry in comparison. He marveled at how some of his senior brothers became enamored with the mundane pleasures of the world after experiencing such abundance. Just as he prepared to indulge, a girl suddenly appeared on the upper floor. With a face as charming as a flower and hair in disarray, she scanned the room and, upon spotting Qingfeng's bountiful spread, made her way over. Before he could inquire about her intentions, she snatched the chopsticks from his hand and began devouring the food voraciously, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. Qingfeng stood there, stunned and bewildered. As he observed her gluttonous feast, a sense of urgency overtook him. He quickly grabbed another pair of chopsticks and joined the fray. The onlookers in the inn stared at them as if witnessing a grand spectacle, bemused by the sight of 2 individuals fighting over food. His face burned with embarrassment. Yet the allure of the food was too great to ignore. After all, he had paid for it, and if he did not eat, the girl would consume it all. 15 minutes later, the girl, with a toothpick in her mouth and a satisfied look on her face, clutched her stomach in contentment. Qingfeng, seething with frustration, exclaimed, "Hey, I paid for this. You should at least share the cost." The girl looked at him with wide eyes, feigning innocence, and replied with a giggle, "I didn't pay anything." At a loss for words, Qingfeng realized he was dealing with another girl, and he didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, he could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting his unfortunate luck. As he turned to leave, the girl unexpectedly grabbed his arm, startling him. She exclaimed dramatically, "You've already made a commitment to me, and now you want to abandon me? I can't go on." With that, she burst into tears. This scene drew the attention of everyone in the inn, who began to whisper and point at him. Qingfeng was utterly speechless, perplexed by the girl's behavior. He sighed and remarked, Can we please stop this charade? What kind of nonsense is this? We don't even know each other. Why must you make my life difficult? The girl looked up, her big, shimmering eyes sparkling with mischief. She extended her hand and said, I lost my money on the way. Could you spare some for me? So she had consumed his food and now expected him to give her money as well. Qing Feng realized the harsh reality of the world. It was indeed a cruel lesson. Refuse? Fine, then I'll just cry, she threatened. All right, I'll accept my misfortune, he sighed, producing a gold coin and tossing it to her. The girl weighed the coin in her hand, her face lighting up with satisfaction as she said, not bad. Thank you. With that, she turned and vanished around the corner. Qing Feng was left shaking his head, bewildered by the absurdity of the encounter. What had begun as a simple meal had turned into an inexplicable episode, leaving him to ponder the peculiar nature of women, as his senior brother Lu often remarked. Chapter 54. Radiant glory. Not long after the girl departed, he too made his way downstairs, eager to ascertain whether his prized steed had been well cared for by the attendant. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was relieved to find his horse indulging in a sumptuous feast of premium fodder, replete with numerous nourishing supplements. This sight alleviated his worries, as he had invested a considerable sum in the animal. Returning to the inn, he discovered that the proprietor had assigned him a top-tier room. As he opened the door, the adjacent door swung open simultaneously, revealing another occupant just emerging. Their eyes met, and he gestured towards the room, exclaiming, Do not tell me you are staying here. The girl chuckled and replied, Indeed, it is quite the coincidence that I am here, having paid for my lodging with your money. It appears we are neighbors. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of frustration. Shaking his head, he hastily stepped into his room and slammed the door shut, only to be greeted by the sound of her melodic laughter from outside. With a resigned shake of his head, he settled onto the bed to meditate and cultivate his inner peace. Soon, midnight arrived, and the fatigue that had plagued him over the past few days vanished. Rising from his repose, he contemplated a late-night snack. After satisfying his hunger, he discovered a quaint garden in the back courtyard. With time to spare and unable to sleep, he decided to take a leisurely stroll through the enchanting space. The garden featured a small bridge over a gentle stream, adorned with vibrant blossoms of every hue. Each flower seemed to compete for attention, each more exquisite than the last. As he became lost in the beauty before him, a sudden face emerged from within the blossoms, startling him so much that he nearly struck out in reflex. The face, however, wore a playful grin, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as that of the flower-faced girl from before. Heavens above, he silently lamented, wondering if he had unwittingly attracted misfortune for encountering her yet again. Unperturbed, she exclaimed, What a coincidence. He chose to ignore her, feigning indifference, but she pouted, her cheeks puffing out in mock indignation. You men are all the same, always bullying girls. Her words only deepened his unwillingness to engage, prompting him to swiftly retreat back into his room, determined not to venture out again. The following morning, he rose, had a light breakfast, and led his horse out of the city. The sun was just cresting the horizon, casting a breathtaking glow across the sky. As he exited the city gates, he leapt onto his steed with the intention of urging it into a gallop. Suddenly, he heard frantic cries of help, help, from behind. Turning to investigate, he spotted the flower-faced girl sprinting ahead, closely pursued by a group of masked men in black. Though initially reluctant to intervene, the girl reached him in an instant, leaping onto his horse and shouting, Go, go. To her dismay, the horse remained unresponsive, not budging an inch. The girl stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. What kind of horse is this? Hurry up and move. Oh, what a coincidence, it's you again. Upon recognizing his now darkened expression, her surprise was evident. Of course it's me. What do you want from me? Can't you just leave me alone? He retorted. The girl, appearing quite forlorn, replied, Those men have been chasing me. I had no choice. You seem brave and gallant, yet here you are, a coward in disguise. Her words struck a chord, causing his brow to furrow deeply. When had he become such a coward? Stung by her taunts, he leapt off his horse and bellowed. What do you intend to do? Are you really going to abduct a maiden in broad daylight? At this moment, a burly man stepped forward, and upon seeing someone dismount, he signaled for his group to halt. The man glared at him, then turned to the girl on the horse, saying, Saint. Saint what? You've been pursued for days, yet you cannot escape this debt? My father owes you a great deal of money, but I am merely a helpless girl. Go ahead, do as you wish. I shall die before this gallant hero. From her words, he gleaned the situation's essence. It was a matter of debt. Understanding this, he felt a sense of relief. Such disputes need not devolve into violence. Since fate had intertwined their paths, he resolved to intervene, regardless of her presence. He reached into his pocket and produced several gold coins, declaring, "How much does she owe you? I shall pay her debt." The girl gazed at him with admiration, her demeanor transforming from that of a troublesome child to one of grace. However, the leader of the group appeared bewildered and, in a fit of rage, swatted the gold coins from his hand, stepping forward menacingly. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl interjected once more, "Hey, you hold them off. I'll take my leave first. We will meet again ahead." With that, her previously stubborn horse suddenly whinnied and galloped away, disappearing into the distance. He stood in shock, as did the burly man. The latter's furious gaze turned to him, but he paid no heed, sprinting after his horse, desperate to reclaim it before the girl could deceive him again. Just as he took a step, he heard the man shout, "Capture him!" Instantly, the men surged toward him with weapons drawn. Initially, he had no intention of engaging, but realizing that time was of the essence if he wished to recover his horse, he resolved to fight back. With a fierce determination, he swung his fists with great force, striking down his assailants. Though he held back his strength, after all, this was merely a financial dispute. His adversaries insisted on escalating the conflict, forcing him to retaliate with increased ferocity. One by one, he incapacitated them, while the leader, though formidable, was merely a mortal fighter and could not withstand his blows. With the immediate threat neutralized, he swiftly conjured his skills to pursue the girl who had eluded him. Within moments, a fierce black whirlwind swept through, revealing a woman clad in dark robes. Her beauty was striking, almost captivating, and her expression betrayed a simmering anger as she surveyed the fallen men. Chapter 55. Lu Rian. She pointed her slender, alabaster fingers at the burly man, who then jolted awake. Upon seeing her, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he immediately knelt, trembling as he spoke. "I report to you, my lady, that I failed to stop the saintess. She escaped with a boy. I beg for your mercy." The woman in black, her gaze turning icy, spoke in a voice like celestial music. "A group of useless fools. Mortals are utterly unreliable." Hearing this, the man trembled like a leaf and cried out, "Please, my lady, it is not that we lacked diligence, but that the boy is truly formidable. We were no match for him." The woman snorted coldly, refusing to hear his excuses, and with a swift motion, her claw descended upon him. Dark energy surged from his head, and in mere moments, he was left cold and lifeless. At this moment, the woman gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, "Lu Rian, I truly hope you never return." As soon as she uttered these words, a plume of black smoke rushed towards her from the horizon, transforming upon landing into a strikingly beautiful woman clad in azure robes adorned with the insignia of the demonic sect, unmistakably one of their own. Observing the scene before her, the azure-robed woman frowned slightly, her voice laced with restrained anger. "Qinshin, why do you continue to slaughter the innocent?" The woman referred to as Qinshin dismissed her concern, replying indifferently, "She was merely a worthless mortal. It is no great loss that she failed to capture the saintess once more." At this, the azure-robed woman's irritation visibly grew, prompting Qinshin to step closer, taking her by the arm and saying charmingly, "Sister, why become upset over a mere mortal? We have pursued the saintess tirelessly, yet she clearly wishes to escape. Let us cease this pursuit and return to report to the sect master." The azure-robed woman sighed softly. Ruyan is naive to the ways of the world. She does not understand the dangers that lurk in the hearts of men. "If anything were to happen, how would I face the sect master?" Hearing this, Qinshin scoffed. "Humph, while she may be innocent, that girl is cunning and clever. She knows how to manipulate others to her advantage. I fear she would sell someone out and still count her profits." Upon hearing this, the azure-robed woman felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps this journey would not be entirely detrimental. It could serve as a chance for her to gain experience and learn that there are greater heights and depths beyond her current understanding. With this thought, she replied tactfully, "Qinshin, you make a valid point. I have changed my mind and will not capture her." "Oh, is that so?" Qinshin's face brightened with joy. However, the azure-robed woman quickly added, "We will follow her quietly and protect her from the shadows. If she truly encounters a life-threatening crisis, we shall intervene at the right moment." Hearing this, Qinshin's expression turned frosty, and she felt an immense frustration. This task was far more arduous than simply bringing her back. In a moment of regret for her loose tongue, she lamented her predicament. Meanwhile, Qing Feng was diligently employing the technique of shortening distances, moving with great speed, covering several miles in the blink of an eye. After pursuing for more than 50 miles, he finally spotted his tall horse stationed beside a willow tree, where the girl was drinking cool water from a gourd. Witnessing this scene, Qing Feng felt as if his lungs would burst from anger. The girl noticed him approaching and, with a flash of brilliance in her eyes, greeted him with a smile. As he drew near, brimming with fury ready to reprimand her, she raised the gourd and said with a grin, "Thank you." At a loss for words, Qing Feng, overwhelmed by indignation, snatched the gourd from her and began to drink deeply. After quenching his thirst, he mustered the courage to scold her once more, but she swiftly mounted her horse, calling out gently, and the horse began to trot leisurely. 2 days later, by a pond and along an ancient path, the grass stretched endlessly beneath a vast sky, the setting sun casting a golden hue over the horizon. A man and a woman lay on a slope, with a horse beside them, munching on tender grass. Their shadows, elongated by the evening light, painted a picturesque scene. Yet, amidst this idyllic landscape, the man reclined on the ground, a blade of grass between his lips, his expression one of utter despondency. In contrast, the girl was all smiles. Teasing him, "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? I assure you, I am very, very bad." With no other option, Qing Feng resorted to this desperate tactic. The girl pouted playfully, "It's fine. Otherwise, would you force yourself on me?" She leaned closer, causing Qing Feng to stumble backward in a flustered retreat. Her laughter rang out, unrestrained and unrefined. Qing Feng, wide-eyed, felt a surge of annoyance, but it quickly dissipated, and he sighed. "Miss, I must be candid. My destination is far away, an icy realm where the snow falls for thousands of miles. I advise you to turn back." Yet the girl shook her head, responding, "What a coincidence. We're traveling the same path. It seems fate has brought us together, not only meeting halfway, but sharing the same destination." Qing Feng, exasperated, gazed up at the heavens, his voice rising with urgency. "Do you not understand? I am a cultivator, a practitioner of the mystical arts. If you, a mere mortal, venture there, you will surely perish from the cold." Her eyes glistened with tears, her lips quivering as she threatened to cry, leaving Qing Feng utterly at a loss for words. For 2 days, her antics had left him profoundly exasperated. Several times he contemplated abandoning her and leaving, but he ultimately dismissed the idea. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and should she fall prey to wild beasts, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. His master had instilled in him the duty to protect the weak and vanquish evil, and he could not reconcile such an act in his heart. However, the agonizing delay made him fret over how long it would take to reach their destination. Just as he pondered this, the girl spoke up. "Hey, kid, we've gone through a lot together, yet I still don't know your name. What do they call you?" Qing Feng, disinterested, replied coldly, "Qing Feng. Qing Feng, Qing Feng under the bright moon. Perhaps I shall change my name to Bright Moon," she mused. Qing Feng shuddered at the thought and quickly interrupted her. But the girl, flashing her pearly smile, said, "Ah, you seem quite annoyed by me. Very well, I won't change it. But you must remember, my name is Lu Ruyan." With a dismissive huff, Qing Feng cared little for what she chose to call herself. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, and he turned to see several figures racing towards them. Chapter 56. The Blood Refining Hall and the Daoxian sect. As Qing Feng observed several figures rushing towards him, his brow furrowed in concern, unsure of the unfolding events. In a mere moment, the individuals approached, revealing themselves to be disciples clad in white garments, unmistakably from a certain sect. Before he could ponder further, a streak of black light darted past, striking the last disciple in the rear. The impact sent him careening backwards, blood spewing from his mouth as he landed several meters away, visibly injured. In a bid to rescue their companion, the remaining disciples halted and faced their pursuers, one of them breaking away to tend to the wounded. Qing Feng then noticed that the assailants were all adorned in blood-red robes, their faces shrouded in a haze of malevolence, rendering their features indistinguishable. One of the leaders among them spoke in a chilling tone. "You may run, but you must relinquish the item." "Humph, you demonic cultists. If you desire that item, let us see if you possess the capability to take it," he retorted, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Sensing that a peaceful resolution was unattainable, the others followed suit, and the area erupted into a cacophony of intense combat. Witnessing this scene, Qi Feng instinctively grasped Lu Ruyan's hand to pull her back, fearing she might become collateral damage. Yet, Lu Ruyan remained composed, devoid of any trace of fear. He urged her to mount her horse and retreat to a safe distance, where she nodded and spurred the steed forward. However, the horse only ventured 100 meters before she halted it, gazing intently at the fray. Although Qing Feng was unaware of what the two factions were contending over, he could not remain a passive observer while these malevolent forces attacked righteous disciples. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to join the fray. As the battle raged on, a powerful figure charged towards the red-robed assailants, wielding an immense club that sent opponents flying with a single blow. The tide began to turn as Qing Feng's presence bolstered the white-clad disciples, pushing the red-robed ones into retreat. "Young hero, do not meddle in our affairs," one of the red-robed men implored, urgency in his voice. "Humph, you wicked fiends wreaking havoc upon the world. How could I stand idly by?" Qing Feng proclaimed with resolute conviction. "Do you know who we are, boy? Do not invite trouble upon yourself," the man warned. "I care not for your identity. My actions speak for themselves," Qing Feng declared, leading the charge as they struck back relentlessly, forcing the red-robed assailants to falter. Ultimately, Qing Feng delivered a decisive blow that sent the leader soaring through the air, who, in a state of shock, shouted, "Retreat." The red-robed figures, already demoralized, fled at his command. Yet, just then, the leader's voice echoed from a distance. "You insolent brat, I have engraved your visage in my memory. One day, in the realm of mortals, the blood-refining hall shall pursue you without relent. We are sworn to your destruction." Qing Feng cast a disdainful glance ahead, dismissing the threat entirely. Behind him, his companions gazed at him with admiration. The leader bowed in gratitude for Qing Feng's assistance and inquired about his sect. Upon learning that he was a disciple of the Tai sect, their enthusiasm grew, revealing that they hailed from the Daoxian sect, one of the righteous 7 factions. As fellow practitioners, conversation flowed freely. Qing Feng asked about their circumstances, and the leader recounted their tale. Meanwhile, Lu Rian observed from a distance, her expressions shifting, though her gaze conveyed admiration. This young man is truly fascinating. Despite his apparent lack of strength, he managed to drive off those formidable foes. Could he be an extraordinary talent? If only I could bring him to our sect, I would surely earn great merit, she mused, before shaking her head. But this fool is so naive. If he joined us, he would likely meet his demise. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. With that, she ceased her musings and gently urged her horse back. At this juncture, Qing Feng learned that the robust man, Su Rong, was tasked by his master to undertake an important mission in the distant snowy mountains. He discovered that the rumors surrounding the lair of the 10,000 demons sect spoke of a demonic tome that had emerged, enticing both righteous and nefarious factions alike to send their disciples there. Su Rong and his companions had descended the mountain to hone their skills, only to encounter the blood-refining hall ambushing righteous disciples on their way down. One of those disciples had entrusted him with a crucial item just before meeting his end, leading to the current conflict. Qing Feng nodded, understanding that whatever the item was, it must hold significant value, and he refrained from probing further. Upon learning that they too were bound for the snowy mountains, Qing Feng expressed his delight, sharing that he was headed to the perilous Zhulong abyss. His companions, upon hearing this, attempted to dissuade him, but Qing Feng merely smiled, articulating the reasons for his journey. The Daoxian disciples gazed at him with admiration, recognizing his loyalty and righteousness. At this moment, Lu Rian approached, and the onlookers were struck by her lack of apparent spiritual energy. This led them to speculate that she might be either an unparalleled master concealing her power or someone of ordinary status. When she reached Qing Feng and displayed an affectionate demeanor, they naturally assumed the former. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, their perceptions of him were quite different. Despite his apparent cultivation level being at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi condensation, his prowess in battle had been undeniable, leaving them in awe. Qing Feng, however, found her affectionate behavior disconcerting amidst the crowd, feeling a silent struggle within. At this juncture, Su Rong interjected. "Qing Feng, our master has bestowed upon us a precious vessel for our journey. If you do not mind, we would be honored to have you accompany us to the snowy mountains." Overjoyed by this prospect, Qing Feng's expression brightened. He had been concerned about how long it would take to traverse the journey with Lu Rian in tow. However, he glanced at her, realizing that she, being of mortal flesh, would undoubtedly face peril if she accompanied them. With this in mind, he pulled her aside and whispered a few words, only to hear her exclaim, You are not abandoning me, are you?" Chapter 57. 1,000 miles of ice and endless snow. Upon hearing her shout, Qing Feng was instantly startled into covering her mouth. Su Rong and the others widened their eyes in curiosity. Qing Feng awkwardly smiled at them, pulling her away to a distance. At this moment, Su Rong quickly pulled his fellow disciples aside, advising them to refrain from prying. What are you doing? What is the matter with you? I'm referring to you, my dear aunt. What business do you, an ordinary mortal, have on the vast snow-covered mountains? You've never even mentioned what your intentions are there. What are you truly thinking? In response to Qing Feng's interrogation, Lu Rian merely snorted coldly, her eyes glimmering as she pondered for a moment before whispering mysteriously to Qing Feng. Actually, I am also a cultivator. Qing Feng glanced at her, thinking that this girl was quite untrustworthy. Don't treat me like a fool. You don't exhibit a hint of magical aura. You claim to be a cultivator? Very well, then enlighten me. What sect do you belong to? Lu Rian's eyes flickered, and she leaned closer to whisper, You fool. Do you not know there exists a means to conceal one's magical power and cultivation? You yourself are hiding your cultivation. How could you be unaware of this? Qing Feng found himself at a loss for words. Many believed he was concealing his cultivation, yet only he understood the truth within his heart. He decided it was futile to explain. However, he had heard of peculiar techniques capable of masking one's cultivation, though he had not heard of anything that could entirely shroud one's prowess. If it were someone else, he would certainly borrow it to examine, but considering this girl, he thought better of it to avoid further trouble. Nonetheless, he still held some skepticism regarding her claims. Then tell me, why do you wish to conceal your cultivation? Which sect do you belong to? Ah, this is a long story. I shall explain it properly another day, she replied, looking at Qing Feng. Then, in a mysterious manner, she produced a palm-sized, sky-blue jade token. Upon it was intricately carved a majestic, soaring dragon, and on the reverse side were 4 bold characters, Weak Water Dragon Palace. The name seemed familiar, and after a moment, he recalled that it belonged to one of the most distant sects among the 7 major factions. This sect was renowned for its mystery, never participating in the grand gatherings of the other sections. It was said that every individual from there possessed extraordinary powers. However, it was also rumored that they rarely ventured into the world. What brought this girl out? Was it not somewhat rash to believe in her identity based solely on a token? With his doubts lingering, he asked, not wanting to be deceived. Lu Rian succinctly explained that there was indeed a demonic tome now manifesting in the world, and her sect had dispatched her to locate and destroy it, serving as a form of training for her. Furthermore, she suggested that if Qing Feng did not believe her, she could undress to reveal the unique mark of the Weak Water Dragon Palace. This frightened Qing Feng, who hastily waved his hands, fearing she might do something outrageous, which would leave him unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. What is this demonic tome? I have no idea, Qing Feng sighed in exasperation. Returning to the group, Qing Feng shared his thoughts with them, only to see Su Rong produce a ship-like magical artifact. Once the treasure ship enlarged, everyone boarded. With 7 people from Su Rong's group, along with the 2 of them, they fit perfectly. Su Rong filled the ship with spirit stones, and it soared into the sky. In midair, Qing Feng handed over 5 spirit stones to Su Rong as payment for the journey. But Su Rong insisted that Qing Feng had saved their lives and could not accept his fare. However, Qing Feng was quite persistent, saying that matters should be settled fairly. In the end, Su Rong reluctantly accepted the payment, and their group began to regard Qing Feng with newfound respect. The only regret was that he had released the tall-legged horse. Perhaps that creature could find its way back to its mountain gate. In this desolate wilderness, there was no one to whom he could entrust it, so he had to let it go. Spending 40 spirit stones for it made Qing Feng's heart ache. The treasure ship moved swiftly, flying over mountains and rivers, offering glimpses of breathtaking scenery. Along the way, due to the presence of injured comrades, they occasionally stopped at towns to dine and rest, continuing this rhythm of travel. It was not until 10 days later that they finally beheld the snow-capped mountains. Standing on the ship, they gazed at the endless expanse of white, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Wow, it's so beautiful, Lu Rian exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, expressing that it was indeed their first time witnessing such a scene. As snowflakes danced in the air and fierce cold winds whipped about, the treasure ship could advance no further, prompting everyone to disembark and proceed on foot. The great snow mountain extended for hundreds of thousands of miles, appearing endless, and it was common for snow to fall even during the day, so they were not overly surprised. Fortunately, while they could not pinpoint the exact location of the former lair of the 10,000 Demons sect, they had a rough idea of where it lay. The legendary candle dragon abyss was said to be at the very center of that lair. With this understanding, they decided to travel together, agreeing to look out for one another. Qingfeng had initially worried that Lu Ruyan might feel cold, but to his surprise, she appeared invigorated, showing no signs of discomfort. At that moment, he began to believe that she indeed possessed a treasure that could conceal her cultivation. Without further ado, they began their ascent up the mountain. The journey through the harsh winds and snow was arduous, and he wondered why the demonic practitioners of Ur had chosen such a place for their stronghold. It was only by nightfall that they finally reached the summit. Yet before them lay a series of towering mountains, and they could not tell how much farther they needed to walk to reach their destination. Fortunately, the snow had ceased, and the temperature at the peak seemed to warm slightly. Everyone took out their provisions to eat. Although they had cultivated magical powers and could fast for extended periods without food, consuming something made their bodies feel more comfortable. Generally, cultivators still preferred to eat for the sake of enjoyment. Otherwise, life would lack flavor. Qingfeng shared 2 pieces of smoked meat with Lu Ruyan, and the two began to chew slowly. Lu Ruyan was not picky and seemed to relish the food. After their meal, the group intended to rest, but at that moment, a sudden wolf howl echoed from the horizon, followed by a chorus of howls, enveloping the entire world. Just then, one of the female disciples among Su Rong's group suddenly cried out, urging everyone to look down the mountain. Hearing this, Qingfeng turned to look and saw countless pairs of green, glowing eyes staring up at them from halfway down the slope. Upon witnessing this sight, a chill ran through everyone. They had scarcely ascended the mountain when they encountered a massive wolf pack, and a rough estimate suggested that there were at least several thousand, if not more than 10,000. Chapter 58. The silver wolf howls at the moon in the distance. A majestic wolf king with a silver-white coat raised its head to the moon and let out a haunting howl. In an instant, countless wolves surged forth from all directions, racing up the mountain. Upon witnessing this, Su Rong swiftly produced an object and began to chant an incantation. The item unfurled in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a yellow silk umbrella. Once opened, it emitted a transparent dome of light, enveloping everyone within. However, the space was confined, barely accommodating them all. Lu Yuyan found herself pressed tightly against Qingfeng, their bodies in close proximity, and despite the frigid night, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. Unfortunately, the area was too cramped for him to move freely, lest he inadvertently push her out, leaving her to the wolves. At that moment, Lu Yuyan appeared flustered, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Soon, the pack of wolves reached them, and as they looked out, a vast sea of white wolves encircled them, an endless tide of ferocity. It became evident that these wolves were nothing like those found in the surrounding forests. Each was a colossal beast, towering and fierce, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. They lunged at the dome, their massive jaws snapping in an attempt to breach the barrier. Su Rong's expression turned grave as he recited the incantation with fervor, the light from the umbrella growing ever brighter. A resounding crash echoed as one of the giant wolves collided with the dome. Shockingly, the seemingly fragile barrier remained steadfast, impervious to the onslaught. One after another, the wolves attacked, yet the dome held firm, as resilient as a fortress wall, without a hint of wavering. Witnessing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. Qingfeng and Lu Yuyan, too, found their discomfort alleviated as the wolves' attention shifted. However, embarrassment soon returned, as the dome unexpectedly shrank inward. With no other option, Lu Yuyan wrapped her arms tightly around Qingfeng's waist to avoid being exposed. Qingfeng's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He dared not move, silently chastising himself for the predicament. "Brother, what is happening?" one of Dao Xian's sect's disciples inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Rong, his face flushed, merely shook his head, stating, "My spiritual energy is waning. Everyone, lend me your strength." Upon hearing this, several members placed their hands upon him, channeling their immense power, allowing the dome's radius to gradually expand. Lu Yuyan, meanwhile, was perplexed. Her previously shy demeanor transformed into one of mild surprise. Leaning close to Qingfeng's ear, she whispered, "Hey, you little rascal, you're surprisingly warm. I'm not even cold anymore." Qingfeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking, how could I not be warm? His heart raced with anxiety. Being embraced by a girl for the first time was overwhelming. As he was no longer a child, but rather at the age of burgeoning emotions, his thoughts became a whirlwind. Fortunately, the dome had expanded slightly, prompting him to push Lu Yuyan back, but to his astonishment, she clung even tighter. Qing Feng was at a loss for words when he noticed something peculiar stuck near her ear. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to investigate and inadvertently peeled away a layer of her skin. In that moment, Qing Feng stared in disbelief at the piece of skin in his hand, momentarily convinced he had stripped Lu Yuyan of her very visage. She gasped in shock, realizing her disguise had been unveiled. Flustered, she instinctively attempted to cover her face. Yet, as Qing Feng looked at her anew, he found himself utterly mesmerized. The girl before him was no longer the masked figure. Her exquisite features rivaled those of a celestial being, her beauty eclipsing even that of Yu Zixin, though she lacked the latter's icy demeanor, appearing far more radiant and enchanting. Caught in a reverie, Qing Feng was jolted back to reality by Lu Yuyan's sharp gaze. "Hey, you little rascal, look at what you've done," she exclaimed. Only then did Qing Feng regain his senses. But the deed was done, and all he could do was silently apologize. Meanwhile, the dome began to tremble ominously, the once sturdy barrier now quaking under the relentless assault. Su Rong's complexion turned crimson as he shook his head, revealing, "There are too many of them. The barrier may not withstand much longer." Panic surged through Qing Feng as he contemplated the dire consequences of the dome's potential breach, knowing that failure would spell doom for them all. In the face of imminent danger, Lu Yuyan fell silent, her expression reflecting the gravity of their situation. The relentless wolves showed no signs of halting their assault. Action was imperative. With resolve, Qing Feng brandished his staff and struck a giant wolf, sending it crashing to the ground. Yet, even as one fell, more surged forward. Though this brief respite allowed the dome to regain some strength. Emboldened by the effectiveness of their tactics, Su Rong and the others joined the fray, wielding their weapons against the relentless onslaught. Yet, the wolves seemed endless. After an hour of battle, a mountain of their corpses piled high, yet Qing Feng found himself utterly exhausted. Even Su Rong and the others were nearing their limits, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Just then, the full moon was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the sky into darkness, further heightening their fear. Yet, from the distant mountains came a haunting wolf howl, causing all the giant wolves to halt their assault and abruptly turn to flee. Within moments, the mountain was devoid of a single living wolf. As the tension dissipated, the group collectively sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. Qing Feng gasped for breath as Lu Yuyan approached, offering him a gourd filled with fresh water. He accepted it instinctively, taking a sip, only to feel an unsettling sensation wash over him. He turned to her, exhaling a sigh. "Why did you disguise yourself? And why conceal your powers if you could have intervened earlier?" With a slight frown, Lu Yuyan replied, "There are reasons for everything, and I had to mask my identity and powers for a purpose, you fool." Chapter 59. Half a beast's skin. Qing Feng found himself speechless as he was reprimanded by Lu Yuyan, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. He could only silently remind himself that a true gentleman does not quarrel with a woman. Behind him, Su Rong and the others had finally caught their breath, and upon catching sight of Lu Yuyan's exquisite features, they were momentarily awestruck, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. In a hurried attempt to explain, Qing Feng expressed that he had acted this way to avoid unnecessary trouble, and upon reflection, the others concurred. The enchanting appearance of Miss Yuyan could certainly attract unwelcome attention from ill-intentioned individuals. Where there is ill intent, there is trouble, and thus the group dismissed any further thoughts on the matter. However, a few disciples from the Daoxian sect continued to steal glances in their direction. Seemingly unable to quench their curiosity, Su Rong pretended to clear his throat, prompting the young men to avert their gazes and focus. By the time midnight arrived, the air was unbearably cold, making it impossible for anyone to rest comfortably. Everyone feared that if they fell asleep, they would awaken frozen solid. Reluctantly, they resorted to meditative practices to alleviate their fatigue. After enduring the long night, the first rays of dawn began to warm the horizon. It was then that they beheld the countless corpses of giant wolves littering the area, leaving them in awe of Qing Feng's prowess, as none could fathom how many he had slain overnight. While the others marveled, Qing Feng approached one of the wolf carcasses and began to skin it. Observing his actions, the others quickly followed suit. In no time, they had successfully removed the pelts. With deft movements, Qing Feng transformed the massive wolf skin into a luxurious fur coat, which he tossed to Lu Yuyan. Overjoyed, she donned the coat and felt a wave of warmth envelop her, finding it utterly delightful. Regrettably, they lacked firewood. Otherwise, roasting some wolf meat would have been a splendid idea. As time passed, All 9 travelers were clad in wolf skin coats, appearing indistinguishable from the snow-covered mountains. During their journey, they were suddenly interrupted by a distant cry for help. The voice, though faint and intermittent, was sharp enough to capture the keen ears of the group. They hastily followed the sound and soon discovered a dark hole in the mountain wall, starkly contrasting against the white snow. Rushing towards it, they could hear faint breaths emanating from within. Su Rong cautiously approached and unleashed a spirit pearl that floated gently into the cave, casting a soft glow that illuminated the figure of a bloodied man. Upon witnessing this sight, the group wasted no time in advancing, with a junior disciple entering the cave to drag the man out. Clad in ordinary attire, he did not resemble anyone from the 7 factions. The man appeared dazed, covered in severe lacerations, his flesh gruesomely torn, and it was evident he was on the brink of death. Seeing his condition, Qing Feng felt a pang of sympathy and swiftly removed his coat to drape it over the unfortunate soul. One of the disciples offered him some water, which he managed to sip, gradually regaining consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he looked toward the group. Qing Feng moved closer and asked if he could hold on. The man shook his head, grasping Qing Feng's hand tightly, mumbling through gritted teeth, "Great terror, great terror." He then fumbled in his clothes and produced a crumpled piece of beast skin, handing it to Qing Feng while gasping, "Give it to Liang Xiao." Before he could finish, his head slumped to the side, lifeless. Qing Feng sighed, holding the beast skin, pondering the meaning behind the man's last words. He could not fathom who Liang Xiao was or where to begin searching for him. Though it was a dying man's final request, he felt powerless, resigned to the whims of fate. At that moment, Lu Rian approached curiously, opening the beast skin to reveal a map etched upon it. However, it was only half a map. As she studied it, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Gently, Qing Feng closed the man's unseeing eyes, allowing him to rest in peace. Yet, seeing Lu Rian so engrossed in the beast skin stirred a flicker of annoyance within him, prompting him to snatch it away. Startled, Lu Rian looked at him, and he exclaimed, "This is someone else's relic. It is inappropriate to examine it so casually." Her expression turned cold at his admonishment. But then she seemed to comprehend something, pouting as she replied, "How can you know what it is if you don't look? What if that person was a villain?" Caught off guard by her retort, Qing Feng found himself at a loss for words, sensing the validity in her argument, yet also feeling it was somewhat unreasonable. He chose to remain silent, fearing she would berate him further. Instead, he tucked away the beast skin for future consideration. Su Rong and the others sighed softly, and they laid the man to rest in the cave. With a decisive punch, Qing Feng collapsed the entrance with a cascade of stones, burying it securely. Following this brief interruption, they resumed their journey, though along the way, they speculated about the great terror the man had mentioned. The ghastly wounds on his body were likely inflicted by the giant wolves, and they couldn't comprehend how he had escaped such a fate. Despite the wolves being numerous and fierce, they hardly constituted a great terror. Perhaps the man had alluded to something else entirely. Ultimately, they chose to abandon the topic, as the man's cryptic words provided little clarity, leaving them to conjecture in vain. Lu Rian remained silent throughout the journey, and Qi Feng assumed she was upset. He intended to comfort her, but words eluded him as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. As night fell once more, snow began to fall heavily from the sky, and with no shelter in sight, they were left to camp in the vastness of the mountains. Fortunately, their wolfskin coats kept them warm, although Qing Feng's coat had been lost with the man they buried. Being of a resilient physique, he managed to endure the cold. In the dead of night, as the full moon hung high and the snowfall intensified, a chill wind swept through the air. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qing Feng suddenly felt warmth beside him. Turning, he was met with Lu Ruyan's lovely face, which was now pressed closely against him, sharing half of her coat. The closeness ignited a comforting warmth that spread throughout his body. Gazing at her, Qing Feng felt a twinge of regret for having scolded her earlier. Gathering his courage, he finally said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you." Upon hearing his apology, Lu Ruyan blinked in surprise, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then, with a playful pout, she shot him a teasing glare and said, "Humph, silly boy." Realizing she was no longer upset, Qing Feng's heart soared with joy, and he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. This moment, witnessed by Lu Ruyan, seemed irresistibly charming to her. Fortunately, no giant wolves attacked that night. Despite the cold, Qing Feng felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, a sensation he had not experienced in years. Little did he know, the girl by his side shared the same sentiment. Chapter 60. The Cave of Demons. As the sun rose, streaks of purple light soared from the horizon, drawn into the mouth of the gentle breeze. The heavy snow had ceased without him noticing, and at this moment, the sky was devoid of clouds. A brilliant blue and remarkably clear. Upon introspection, he discovered that the purple energy had gathered within his dantian, forming a bead the size of a mung bean. In that instant, he exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he opened his eyes, realizing he had made a breakthrough, reaching the 5th level of chi condensation. It was a moment of great joy. However, a sense of worry crept in. The sunsetting radiance technique he practiced was a secret of his sect, one he had never revealed, even telling his master that he was studying an ordinary method. As his cultivation deepened, he feared that one day he might be discovered, and he pondered how he would explain it. Just then, he sensed movement beside him. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Ruyan's eyelashes fluttering, indicating she was about to awaken. After spending these days in close proximity, he felt an inexplicable connection to this girl, a vague sensation that he couldn't quite articulate. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes, and their gazes met. Qingfeng found himself momentarily entranced by her sparkling eyes. Lu Ruyan's face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, pulling the wolf fur coat closer as if slightly irritated. Realizing he might have overstepped, Qingfeng intended to apologize, but the words eluded him, leaving him in silent resignation. At that time, the members of Daoxian's sect began to awaken intermittently. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey, discussing their direction along the way. Suddenly, they spotted several figures on the opposite mountain, eliciting cheers of joy from the group. It wasn't long before the figures waved back at them. Although they appeared close, the distance turned out to be considerable, and they walked for nearly half an hour before finally meeting the strangers. Upon approaching, they could see that the group consisted of 3 handsome young men and 1 beautiful young woman. Upon inquiry, they learned that these individuals were disciples of the Two Instruments Sword sect, one of the 7 sections. As members of the same alliance, the initial barriers of unfamiliarity faded, and through mutual introductions, they learned each other's names: Zhang Zhang, Su Rushi, Zhou Kuan, and the woman named Lin Rushuang. As they exchanged greetings, the 3 young men couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Ruyan, and even Lin Rushuang found herself captivated by her beauty, a testament to the allure of a lovely visage. As they gathered together, they began to inquire about each other's intentions. It turned out that these individuals were also sent by their sect to investigate the situation in this region. The Two Instruments Sword sect, being situated atop the vast snowy mountains, possessed greater knowledge of the circumstances and had more detailed information regarding the location of the demon sect. Hearing this, Qingfeng and his companions felt a surge of relief. Qingfeng suddenly recalled the nameless figure from the cave and casually asked if they had heard of someone named Liang Qiu. The others shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Now traveling together, they felt emboldened by their numbers, their spirits lifted. The disciples of the Two Instruments Sword sect not only helped find some wind-sheltered caves, but also brought along a type of combustible stone. This meant that they could enjoy warm meals, enhancing the camaraderie among them. They continued their journey for another 3 days until a towering snow mountain, seemingly endless in height, came into view. At its side lay a cave, 2 zhang high, exuding a chilling, dark wind that sent shivers down their spines. According to legend, this was the lair of the 10,000 Demons sect, the Cave of Demons. Zhou Kuan explained, the 10,000 Demons sect once thrived on the heavenly sacred divine mountain. However, during a time of righteous dominance, they were repeatedly hunted down. To evade extermination under the leadership of the last demon sect master, Hentian Xiao, they retreated to this desolate snowy expanse. Unfortunately, 500 years ago, under the command of the 7 sects leader, Wan Jianxing, a combined assault was launched against the 10,000 Demons sect, leading to a cataclysmic battle that lasted 3 days and nights, shrouding the world in chaos and darkness. Countless talented disciples and demonic beings perished. In the end, the last demon sect master fell to Wan Jianxing's blade. But it is said that Wan Jianxing himself succumbed to his injuries a year later. Since then, both the righteous and the demonic paths have seen a decline, failing to regain their former vitality, and no leader of such extraordinary caliber as Wan Jianxing has emerged since. Moreover, over the years, rifts have formed between the 7 sections. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and his companions were struck by the gravity of the history, while Lu Ruyan appeared contemplative, her eyes reflecting her thoughts. Zhou Kuan continued, recently, Rumors have circulated that a demonic tome has resurfaced at the 10,000 Demons sect's lair, stirring great commotion. However, my master insists that the tome mysteriously vanished long ago, and its sudden reappearance raises suspicions. It could very well be a ploy by remnants of the Demons sect. We have come to investigate. Understanding the situation now, Qi Feng recognized he had no interest in competing for the tome, only seeking the seven-leaf snow lotus. He shared this intent with the disciples of the Two Instruments Sword sect, but to his surprise, they were taken aback. Zhou Kuan cautioned, "Perhaps you are unaware, but while it is said that the Zhulong abyss lies within the Cave of Demons, it has not been seen by anyone for many years. Legend has it that a Zhulong fell from the heavens, creating an endless abyss. This abyss is said to be rife with malevolent spirits and fearsome beasts, making it a perilous place. Although there are tales of treasures within, no one has verified their existence over the years, so I urge you to think carefully." Qi Feng appreciated the concern, yet his resolve was unwavering. Perhaps he was indeed like his childhood nickname, stubborn as a cow. At that moment, Su Rong added, "It is possible that the forces of the demon sect may come here to investigate as well. Once we enter the cave, we must exercise extreme caution and not fall prey to the schemes of those demonic beings." Chapter 61. Ambush. Upon hearing Su Rong's words, Zhou Kuan nodded in agreement, stating, "In the past, remnants of the demonic cult fled, and now they have formed several sinister organizations. These factions have developed over the years and are once again gaining momentum. We must remain vigilant." At this moment, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Su Rong then produced his luminous orb, and as he channeled his energy, the orb emitted a soft glow. Thus, the group ventured into the cavern. Although the outside world was bright, the cave was shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the gentle radiance from the orb allowed them to discern their surroundings. As they proceeded deeper into the cave, they realized it was widening, and the dampness intensified. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they heard a rustling sound, filled with curiosity and uncertainty about what lurked within. Advancing another 100 meters, they encountered a vast chamber. Upon entering the cavern, a foul, putrid odor permeated the air, so strong that it nearly induced nausea. Puzzled by this stench, they wished to hasten their passage. However, as they reached the midpoint of the chamber, countless green luminescent dots appeared on the walls. These dots multiplied rapidly, appearing as if they were endless. Suddenly, someone shouted, and an overwhelming chorus of squeaks erupted as the green light surged towards the group from all directions. Seeing this, Su Rong swiftly unfurled his yellow umbrella, creating a protective barrier, and the group immediately took refuge within. The members of the Two Instruments Sword sect also possessed protective artifacts. They summoned a mirror that floated above them, forming a similar shield. Just as they completed these maneuvers, the creatures charged forward, unleashing a nauseating stench. The cacophony of thuds echoed as the group finally beheld the creatures' forms, large, grayish-white rats, each exceeding 2 feet in length. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and they appeared frenzied, gnashing their foul mouths and emitting streams of pink gas. Surprisingly, these creatures were more vicious than the giant wolves, shaking the protective barriers as if they were on the verge of breaking through. At this moment, Su Rong exclaimed, "This is dire. The gas they exhale can corrupt our artifacts. We cannot remain here. We must break through." His words sent waves of panic through the group, but driven by the instinct to survive, they took action. Qi Feng urged Lu Rian to stay close to Su Rong, and without hesitation, he brandished his multicolored staff and charged ahead. With each swing of his staff, countless rats were sent flying as Qi Feng bulldozed through them like a human tank, leaving a trail of devastation. The members of the Two Instruments Sword sect, witnessing Qi Feng's prowess for the first time, were astounded. Initially, they had been skeptical of him, given his seemingly modest abilities. However, witnessing his extraordinary strength now inspired them greatly, and they too began to unleash their swords in battle. The disciples of the Daoxian sect followed closely behind Qi Feng, their spirits ignited as if he were a revered elder brother, instilling in them immense courage and strength. As Qi Feng led the charge, the overwhelming horde of rats began to cower in fear. With a thunderous roar, he struck the ground with his staff, shattering the solid earth and sending debris flying, obliterating countless rats in the process. In the next moment, the rats screeched in disarray, retreating in fear, unwilling to continue their assault. Witnessing this remarkable scene, everyone contemplated in awe, their admiration for the disciple of Tai sect growing. As they traversed the cavern, it narrowed once more, and soon they encountered two diverging paths. Uncertain of which to choose, Su Rong suggested that they proceed together, given the complexities of the environment and the potential presence of demonic adversaries. However, Zhou Kuan, with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, argued that splitting up would be more efficient. Observing the insistence of the two instruments' sword sect members to part ways, the group reluctantly agreed, promising to communicate via flying messages should anything arise. After separating for a while, a disciple from the Daoxian sect remarked, "Those individuals are acting suspiciously. They must harbor some hidden agenda." Su Rong shook his head, responding, "Perhaps they have their own burdens to bear. Fortunately, they have aided us significantly." Though he spoke reassuringly, an undercurrent of discomfort lingered among the group, as it seemed the seven sects were indeed harboring grievances. Thankfully, with Qing Feng by their side, Su Rong felt a modicum of comfort. As they pressed forward, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting them to quicken their pace. Soon, they arrived at another colossal cavern, filled with glowing stones that illuminated the space. Curiosity piqued. They pondered the nature of these stones, but suddenly, from the darkness, a creature lunged at them. Unprepared, a young disciple from the Daoxian sect was pierced through the chest, blood spilling forth. Qing Feng, witnessing the attack, felt a surge of rage. The young disciple, known for his vibrant spirit and humor, was now in mortal peril. Yet, before he could react further, another creature darted from the shadows. This time, the group was ready, drawing their weapons in defense. Qing Feng shielded Lu Ruyan, fearing for her safety, but the young disciple's life was slipping away. Su Rong, filled with fury, bellowed, "Who dares to harm us? Step forward and face your demise." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in a thunderous explosion within the darkness. The force of the blast dislodged two figures from the cave wall, their black-clad forms now grotesquely mangled and lifeless. Following this, Su Rong hurled several thunderous orbs, causing chaos and howls of despair to erupt from the shadows. Finally, a group of over a dozen figures emerged, all clad in black, their faces obscured by hoods. The leader, shrouded in swirling dark energy, spoke in a high-pitched voice, "So, it is the disciples of the Daoxian sect. You have slain my brethren. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 62. The Five Ghosts banner. As he spoke, he raised a small triangular flag in his hand, inscribed with dazzling talismans. The flag fluttered in the wind, swiftly growing to over a meter in height, surrounded by an endless swirl of black mist. Countless vengeful spirits writhed and howled upon the flag, causing a chilling gust to sweep through the cave. "Huan sect, so it is you." Su Rong spat with hatred. Hee. "What of it? You shall all perish. Your blood is perfect for my Five Ghosts banner, and your flesh can be transformed into blood corpses for my use." With that, he shook the flag, and seemingly infinite vengeful spirits burst forth, clawing and shrieking as they lunged towards the crowd, filling the cave with an oppressive, cold terror. Feeling the icy dread of the situation, Qing Feng instinctively shielded Lu Ruyan behind him, while Lu Ruyan secretly clutched an object, ready to strike at any moment. As the countless spirits surged forth, Su Rong bellowed, "Form ranks." Following his command, several individuals positioned themselves into formation around him, their diverse weapons uniting to create a radiant five-colored glow. Su Rong flicked a finger, and wherever the light passed, the vengeful spirits began to dissolve. The leader of the malevolent group gasped in shock, his heart aching as he exclaimed, "You dare to diminish my soul power? Damn you!" With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his followers to charge forward. Qing Feng, witnessing this, dashed forward to protect the others, fearful of their formation being disrupted. As they clashed, Qing Feng realized that these adversaries were not as formidable as he had anticipated. They were merely troublesome. Swinging his club, he caught them off guard, and with a series of thuds, 3 of them were sent flying. The leader, now aware of Qing Feng's presence, unleashed a spell, summoning forth a monstrous one-horned ghost from the Five Ghosts banner. This grotesque creature, with its enormous mouth and lack of flesh, was a horrifying sight. Its body composed entirely of blood and sinew. Its eyes glowed red, exuding a predatory glare. Qing Feng, facing a ghost for the first time, dared not let his guard down. He swung his club, but to his dismay, the creature matched his strength effortlessly, catching his powerful blow with its bare hands. A chill gripped Qing Feng as he realized the enormity of the threat before him. The one-horned ghost unleashed a breath of ghastly energy, enveloping Qing Feng in an overpowering cold. The ghostly aura invaded his body, filling him with a nauseating stench of blood that threatened to disorient him. In a fleeting moment, he saw the ghost open its gaping maw, aiming to bite his head off. Reacting swiftly, he narrowly avoided the attack by turning his head aside. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, from a distance, tightened her grip on the object in her hand. Having witnessed Qingfeng's peril, she was on the verge of hurling her projectile. But her focus remained solely on him, fearing for his life. As Qifeng struggled with the one-horned ghost, he noticed that the cultists had breached his defenses and were now assaulting the disciples of Daoxian's sect. Thankfully, their intricate formation thwarted the attackers' advance, keeping them at bay. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Qingfeng, the one-horned ghost roared, its eyes glowing fiercely. It seized the vengeful spirits and devoured them, its form expanding to a towering height of nearly 3 meters. With a mighty thump, it pounded its chest and expelled a foul liquid towards Qingfeng. Fortunately, Qingfeng's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the attack, but the noxious substance corroded the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the stone. Enraged, the ghost continued to spit the vile liquid, but Qingfeng's mastery of spatial manipulation allowed him to narrowly escape each lethal encounter. The ghost, driven mad by frustration, charged at Qifeng with its enormous palm raised to strike. Qifeng smirked, meeting its forceful blow with a punch of his own, only to find their strengths evenly matched. After several exchanges, Qifeng realized he could not remain in this stalemate. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth in his dantian. As a wave of purple energy began to circulate within him, an epiphany struck him. The purple energy he absorbed daily from his practice of the dazzling sun-setting technique was the purest form of yang energy in the universe. With this realization, he channeled the purple energy into his palm, and as he clashed with the one-horned ghost once more, he heard the creature's agonizing scream, its expression shifting to one of terror. The ghost's hand began to dissolve under the influence of Qingfeng's innate energy. The controlling sorcerer, oblivious to the shift in power, increased his own energy to bolster the ghost, causing it to grow even larger. Seizing the opportunity, Qingfeng infused the purple energy into his club, deftly dodging the ghost's attacks as he swung with precision. With a thunderous crack, his club struck the ghost's midsection, obliterating it like a felled tree, leaving no chance for a scream. In that moment, the air fell silent. With the ghost's demise, its master let out a desperate wail. Propelled backward by the backlash of power, the small flag was cast aside, landing on the ground devoid of magical support, causing the vengeful spirits to retreat, restoring the cave to its former state. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingfeng swung his club back into action, retaliating against the remaining cultists, who quickly succumbed to his might. The leader, sensing the tide had turned, summoned a magical artifact, transforming into a cloud of black mist as he fled, disappearing from sight. Amidst the chaos of battle, no one could spare the effort to pursue him, allowing his escape. Within moments, all the cultists had been vanquished, leaving the cave steeped in a thick, acrid stench of blood. Su Rong approached the lifeless form of his young disciple, who had long since succumbed to death. They gathered to pay their respects, and Su Rong conjured a flame to reduce the body to ashes. Once the remains were incinerated, he collected a few intact bones and placed them in a small box, intending to return them to the mountain for a proper burial, a final return to the homeland. As they resumed their journey, the laughter of yesteryears was replaced by a profound melancholy. In that moment, Qingfeng gained a deeper understanding of life's fragility, the inevitability of death, and the importance of leaving no regrets behind. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of beautiful eyes gazing at him, stirring an inexplicable emotion within his heart. Chapter 63. The Chosen One. This time, as the group wound through the cave, they encountered no traces of the demonic sect, as if all had vanished into thin air. Just as a sense of unease began to settle among them, the sound of combat echoed from ahead. Upon hearing this, they hastened forward, and within a short distance, the space opened up, revealing a soft glow. Before them, a group clad in red robes was assaulting 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhou Kuan and Lin Rushuang from the 2 Instruments Sword sect, who appeared to be in dire straits, while the other 2 members of their party were nowhere to be found. Seeing this scene, the group did not hesitate, for they were all from the 7 sects and could not stand idly by. They drew their weapons and charged forth. Zhou Kuan and Lin Rushuang, upon noticing the arrival of their comrades, were filled with relief and began to unleash their strongest abilities. A fierce skirmish ensued, with the red-robed disciples proving formidable opponents, leading to a chaotic battle. After half an hour, the red-robed assailants left behind a few corpses but ultimately retreated, while the members of Daoxian's sect mostly sustained injuries, with Qi Feng also suffering from a surprise attack that left him with 2 additional wounds. Lu Yuyan, with concern etched on her face, tended to his injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuan and Lin Rushuang were gravely wounded, and it became apparent that the other 2 members of their party had perished. There was no time for sorrow. After a brief respite, they continued onward. Zhou Kuan mentioned that just 200 meters ahead lay the Jade Dragon Cave, a storied location where the demonic sect stored its arsenal and scriptures, hinting that they might uncover the demonic texts there. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, realizing that Zhou Kuan and his companions had concealed something significant. Zhou Kuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he contemplated explaining, but Su Rong graciously interjected, suggesting that some matters were best left in the past. This remark deepened Zhou Kuan's shame, while Qing Feng recognized Su Rong's remarkable composure, feeling a surge of indignation himself. With the knowledge that the path ahead was fraught with unusual dangers, everyone steeled themselves for the possibility of encountering more disciples of the demonic sect. The journey proved smooth, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Jade Dragon Cave. It became evident that their earlier skirmishes were mere trifles compared to what awaited them here. Inside the cave stood several hundred individuals locked in a tense standoff, the righteous 7 sects on one side and the demonic disciples on the other. Observing the attire of those from the righteous sects, it appeared that all factions were present, while the demonic side was a riot of colors, their affiliations unclear. At that moment, 2 figures were engaged in negotiation. One, a striking man with sword-like brows and a chiseled face clad in golden armor, exuding the aura of a celestial warrior. Su Rong gasped in recognition. Senior brother. It was none other than Wan Daoyi, one of the renowned 7 sons of Daoxian's sect. Opposite him stood a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in dark mist, revealing only 2 deep, star-like eyes. This individual radiated an overwhelming presence, instilling a sense of dread akin to standing atop a precipice. The assembly was unfamiliar with this figure, but Lu Yuyan's eyes sparkled with recognition as she discreetly withdrew. The 2 were clearly locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to concede. Both were prodigies of their time, towering above their peers, and thus not inclined to yield easily. At this juncture, Su Rong urged the group to advance and join their righteous brethren. Upon their arrival, the onlookers greeted them with indifference, perhaps accustomed to the steady influx of reinforcements. Just as they settled in, the leader of the demonic sect proposed, "Given the heavy toll of our skirmishes, why not each side send forth 7 champions to compete, with the victors determining the terms of our departure?" Wan Daoyi, after a moment's contemplation, replied with conviction, "Very well. This will surely bring your demonic sect to its knees." With a disdainful snort, the demonic leader agreed, and champions from both sides stepped forward. The righteous champion was a tall man wielding dual swords, renowned within the 2-instrument sword sect, while the demonic champion donned a green robe, exuding an ominous energy, clearly a formidable opponent. As the 2 sides faced off, words were unnecessary. They engaged in a fierce duel, each employing lethal techniques, the intensity of their struggle palpable. Just then, someone called out to Su Rong, who led Lu Yuyan toward the front, where they discovered disciples from Taiyi's sect gathered. To his surprise, the voice calling him belonged to none other than senior brother Qingyun. Seeing Qingyun filled Su Rong with joy, and he quickly pulled Lu Yuyan along, unaware of how naturally he held her hand. As they approached, he noticed Yu Zixin among the assembly, along with elite disciples from various peaks, including Lei Heng, who he had met before. The sight of such a formidable gathering led him to conclude that Taiyi's sect had truly mobilized its finest. Upon seeing them, Su Rong's excitement was palpable, and he greeted Qingyun warmly. Qingyun expressed confusion at Su Rong's presence and inquired about his purpose. Su Rong succinctly explained that he was searching for the 7-leaf snow lotus for senior sister Lingyun. Qingyun nodded in approval, a newfound respect forming for his junior disciple. It was then that Qingyun noticed Su Rong holding the hand of an exceptionally beautiful woman, prompting a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Su Rong quickly introduced Lu Yuyan to the group, eliciting awe from the disciples, who began to speculate on how he had won her favor. Realizing the attention, Su Rong instinctively released Lu Yuyan's delicate hand, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Within the crowd, Yu Zixin's expression darkened upon seeing Lu Yuyan and Su Rong's closeness, her demeanor growing frosty. Lei Heng exhibited a simmering anger, the reasons for which remained unclear, while the other disciples wore varied expressions, all uncertain of their feelings. Yet, Qingyun, maintaining his composure, turned to Lu Yuyin and inquired about her sect. With a gentle smile that showcased her stunning beauty, Lu Yuyin replied, "I hail from the Weak Water Dragon Palace." Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd as they turned to gaze at her in astonishment. After all, it had been a century since anyone from the Weak Water Dragon Palace had ventured into the mortal realm. Legends spoke of the unparalleled beauty of its disciples, and this encounter confirmed those fables. At this moment, Su Rong stepped forward, calling out, "Junior sister, you two have arrived." Chapter 64. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Upon noticing Qing Feng approaching to greet her, Yu Zixin felt a stir within her heart. Her frost-like visage softened slightly as she glanced at him, giving a gentle nod without uttering a word. At that moment, her gaze collided with Lu Riyin's, creating an almost silent explosion in the air. The two women exchanged glances before each averted their eyes elsewhere. Qing Feng sensed something peculiar in their looks, but could not articulate it. Just then, a shrill scream echoed, signaling the conclusion of the first match. With the two instruments, Sword Sect emerging victorious. The second match ensued, equally intense. Qing Feng inquired about the leader of the demonic sect. Qing Yun quietly replied, "He is from the infamous Wanhun Valley, one of the three paths of the demonic way, known for its treachery. He is called the Thousand-Hand Demon Child, Tang Sanji." Qing Feng nodded, surprised by the formidable reputation of this individual. At that moment, a competitor was hurled out of the arena, indicating yet another victory for the demonic sect. Several matches followed, each with alternating victories, until the sixth match concluded in a stalemate, 3 wins and 3 losses for both sides. The seventh match, thus, became crucial. As the next challenger stepped forward, he was adorned in crimson hair and attire, emanating a powerful aura that marked him as extraordinary. Upon entering the arena, he boisterously declared, "I am Blood Butcher, a killer of countless souls, relishing the taste of human marrow. I seek a worthy opponent, who dares to challenge me for a delightful feast." His audacious proclamation ignited fervor among the righteous faction, with many eager to step forward. However, one outcast a meaningful glance towards the Tai sect. Recognizing the significance of this final match and the necessity for a masterful contender, Blood Butcher was indeed no empty boast. He was a renowned figure among the younger generation of the demonic sect. Wandao hoped for Qing Yun to take the stage, yet he hesitated to directly call his name, instead subtly indicating with his eyes, wishing for him to participate. As Qing Yun locked eyes with Wandao, he understood immediately. Despite Blood Butcher's notorious reputation, Qing Yun, being exceptionally skilled in his own right, felt no fear. Acknowledging Wandao's unspoken request, Qing Yun was determined not to disappoint. Just as Qing Yun prepared to step forward, Qing Feng unexpectedly surged ahead, positioning himself before the crowd. This sudden move left everyone astonished, and Wandao's expression hardened with evident irritation. Qing Feng, standing before the onlookers, felt a surge of frustration. Just as he had intended to ask Qing Yun another question, an unseen force propelled him forward, leaving him with no option to retreat or advance. Blood Butcher, observing Qing Feng's inferior cultivation, erupted in fury, shouting, "Hey, you filthy brat! Do you truly think you can look down on me? You dare to prance around here? I could extinguish you with a mere drop of my urine." His outburst, reminiscent of a scorned harpy, evoked a sense of embarrassment among the spectators. Wandao, infuriated, was about to reprimand Qing Feng when he noticed Qing Feng striding boldly toward the arena. With a leap, Qing Feng soared over 100 meters, landing gracefully in the ring. The impact resonated throughout the cavern as he descended, one leg slightly bent, a hand touching the ground, and gradually raising his head with an air of disdainful defiance. An eerie silence enveloped the cavern. Blood Butcher regarded the youthful figure before him with a mix of disdain and trepidation, conflicted feelings indeed. He dismissed Qing Feng's evident cultivation of merely the 3rd or 4th level of condensation, but recognized the overwhelming aura he exuded, heavy with demonic energy. While many may overlook it, Blood Butcher, trained in the path of demonic blood, was acutely aware of such nuances. Despite his usual boisterous demeanor, he was inwardly meticulous. Had he not been so, he would not have carved a name for himself among the ruthless. The truly careless demonic figures had long since faced their demise. Internally, Blood Butcher grappled with a dilemma. On one hand, he suspected Qi Feng intended to humiliate him. On the other, he feared the youth might possess hidden strength. Aiming to make a name for himself in this moment, should he triumph, it would jeopardize Blood Butcher's hard-earned reputation. At this thought, a thin sheen of sweat broke upon Blood Butcher's forehead, causing onlookers to question the uniqueness of Qi Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had always believed Qi Feng was concealing his true strength and was eager to witness his true capabilities. Yu Zixin, astonished, knew Qi Feng's background. Indeed, he was at the 4th level of condensation, possessing an innate strength that set him apart. Qingyin's expression reflected uncertainty. He had not interacted with this junior brother in years and was unaware of his current prowess, relying solely on hearsay. Lei Heng's countenance twisted in malice. Relishing the impending embarrassment he hoped Qi Feng would endure before the crowd, wishing to see him humiliated beyond redemption. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qi Feng was undeterred, resolved to challenge Blood Butcher. In the background, Su Rong, Zhou Kuan, and others who had fought alongside Qi Feng stood in stunned silence, recognizing the daunting prospect of facing the elite of the demonic sect, prompting concern for his safety. The remaining righteous disciples pondered the fate of this seemingly insignificant contender, speculating his chances against such formidable adversaries. Wan Dao, eyes fixed on Qi Feng, seethed with anger. Should this reckless youth falter, he would not escape retribution. On the other hand, the demonic sect members radiated exuberance, eagerly anticipating how Blood Butcher would dismantle this nameless challenger. Amidst the commotion, Qi Feng gradually lifted his head, briefly feeling a flicker of anxiety before regaining composure. He had initially considered retreating, but upon meeting Wan Dao's gaze and hearing Blood Butcher's insults, his blood surged with fervor, igniting a desire to prove himself. Yet, he was not driven solely by impulsive bravado. After all, his experiences had tempered his naivety. Chapter 65. All illusions are but mirages. It was a mystery that had long lingered in his heart, the true extent of his current cultivation. Having mastered the 3rd level of the dominant body technique to perfection, he found no comparable inner cultivation methods among others. Yet, when he sparred with those at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi condensation, he felt little threat from them. Furthermore, his great sun-setting clouds technique, a premier skill of the Tai sect, was undoubtedly unparalleled by any ordinary methods. His innate purple energy was the epitome of rigidity and brightness, serving as the greatest nemesis to malevolent and sinister forces. Although he possessed a treasure technique, the 8 Desolations Water Dragon technique, its results had been less than satisfactory despite his diligent practice. He could barely conjure a line of water, let alone summon a dragon. Nonetheless, he was determined to refine it further in the future. Even so, he felt confident enough to engage with the demonic figure before him, Chu Qiao. This time, he was prepared to fight with all his might, eager to discover the limits of his own capabilities. At that moment, he rose, drawing forth a colorful short staff from behind him. To his surprise, the sight of his vibrant staff ignited a flicker of hope in the onlookers, as his aura surged like a rainbow. However, the staff, resembling a caterpillar in its myriad colors, appeared rather peculiar in his grasp, akin to a child's toy. Unable to contain themselves, laughter erupted among the spectators, their amusement echoing through the air. The crowd's laughter was infectious, and even the members of the demonic sect could not help but perceive him as a fool. Blood Butcher, facing him, felt a twinge of disdain, wondering if he had overestimated his opponent, who seemed merely a simpleton. At that moment, Blood Butcher brandished a crimson blade, glistening as if freshly stained with blood, emanating a suffocating atmosphere of carnage that weighed heavily on the heart. With a sudden movement, the blood-red blade surged forth, its power reminiscent of a mountain cleaving the earth. The air crackled as Qi Feng swung his staff with full force. The clash resounded like 2 titanic mountains colliding, causing both combatants to stagger back 5 paces. The ground beneath them shattered into fragments, akin to pulverized powder, leaving onlookers in awe. Blood Butcher, renowned for his strength, once capable of hoisting immense boulders to raise cities, now faced a challenger who could match him blow for blow, an indication of the latter's extraordinary power. Blood Butcher gripped his weapon, astonished, and no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Meanwhile, Qing Feng's expression shifted, his mind calculating the potential of his rival. Yet this was merely a test. The true battle erupted in an instant. Qi Feng swung his staff like a rampaging dragon, fierce and unyielding. Blood Butcher retaliated with his ferocious blade, each encounter producing earth-shattering echoes that left the audience in a state of euphoric astonishment. The arena was awash with flashing blades and swirling staffs. As Blood Butcher's blood-honed weapon proved lethal, a mere graze could lead to grievous injuries. Despite Qing Feng's limited repertoire of techniques, His wealth of combat experience allowed him to transform peril into opportunity, exhibiting a thrilling duel that captivated all. Both fighters remained acutely aware of their surroundings, unwilling to lose focus. A single misstep could herald bloodshed. Below, the spectators were enraptured, astonished that a seemingly inconspicuous individual like Qing Feng could possess such formidable cultivation. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely etch his name into the annals of the celestial realm, igniting envy and admiration alike. As Lu Rian gazed at Qing Feng in the fray, she beamed with delight, captivated by his masculine vigor. Meanwhile, Yu Zixin furrowed her brow, feeling as though she had never truly known this boy. Memories of their childhood flooded her mind, recalling the days she fed him rice porridge, when the sky seemed endlessly blue and happiness was a given. Alas, fate had other plans. Since her mother's passing, her world had irrevocably changed. Wan Dao observed the battle. His eyes narrowed. While Qing Feng held his ground, he felt a surge of irritation, suspecting that this individual harbored ulterior motives, seeking to make a name for himself and astound the world. Such cunning strategies could lead to notoriety in the celestial realm, regardless of the outcome of this clash. Qing Feng, immersed in combat, remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. He was not merely fighting. He was exploring the depths of his own limits. Blood Butcher grew increasingly unsettled, sensing that his opponent was strengthening with each exchange. If things continued this way, he would be worn down to his last breath. Thus, he resolved to end the battle swiftly. With a sudden feint, he broke away from the engagement, his visage contorted in rage as the blood blade erupted in brilliance. He bellowed, "Die!" His aura shifted dramatically, his blood-red hair billowing as a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. In that moment, he resembled a deity of destruction. Wielding a blade imbued with immense authority, striking downward as a colossal red serpent materialized from the air, lunging forward with a gaping maw. The overwhelming force of energy filled the cavern, suffocating the space in a miasma of sanguine dread. Qi Feng stood resolute against the onslaught, his garments billowing in the tempestuous energy. He gazed upward at the impending onslaught, unfazed, clarity illuminating his gaze as if he could perceive the very essence of existence. He raised his staff, murmuring, "All illusions are but mirages." In that instant, enlightenment struck him, propelling his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi condensation. The technique he intended to cultivate gradually surged forth in an astonishing breakthrough. The great sun-setting clouds technique roared to life, the essence of his innate purple energy erupting forth in a dazzling display. In an instant, he was enveloped in a radiant violet glow, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Then, the purple energy coalesced within his staff, which he wielded with renewed vigor. The staff ascended skyward, transforming into a vibrant purple serpent that lunged toward the blood-red beast. The clash of crimson and violet energies tore through the air, shaking the cavern as if the very fabric of reality was being unraveled, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Ultimately, the bloodthirsty energy could not withstand the unyielding essence of the innate purple energy. Within moments, it was rent asunder, leaving only a mournful wail before dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 66. The turn of events. With a sharp crack, the blood blade was severed in two by the Blood Butcher, who subsequently spat out a mouthful of blood. Severely injured from the backlash of his own technique, the sight of his treasured sword being destroyed after years of companionship drove him into a frenzy, causing his vision to blur and ultimately leading him to faint. This spectacle ignited the previously quiet cave, as the crowd erupted in cheers for Qing Feng. In that moment, under the witness of the disciples from the 7 sects, his name would undoubtedly echo throughout the celestial realms. Tang San's expression darkened with rage upon witnessing the Blood Butcher's collapse, and he coldly exclaimed, "Useless." Qing Feng, returning to his companions at Tai's sect, barely had time for congratulations before he stumbled, nearly collapsing. Lu Ruyan and Yu Zixin reacted simultaneously, but it was Lu Ruyan who reached him first, catching him in her embrace. Lei Heng, observing this, turned pale with envy, harboring resentment towards Qing Feng. Yu Zixin and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, then returned to their places in silence. Qi Feng was engulfed in excruciating pain, the backlash from his earlier strike overwhelming his strength. Had he not summoned his last reserves of willpower, he might have succumbed on the spot. Thankfully, he had returned, yet he felt utterly drained, his eyelids heavy with the desire for sleep. Unaware of the events that transpired between the two women, he surrendered to slumber as he lay cradled in Lu Rian's arms. Qing Yun, witnessing this, placed a hand over his heart pulse, and after a moment's concern, he felt relieved. Though Qing Feng had sustained injury to his heart pulse from the recent attack, it was fortunately a minor wound. He retrieved a pill bottle from his robes, administering a pink elixir to Qing Feng, feeling reassured. However, worry creased his brow as he recalled the similarities between Qing Feng's technique and the grand sunsetting technique practiced by their master. How could Qing Feng, of such humble status, possibly access the sect's ultimate secret arts? This thought left him momentarily bewildered. Before he could ponder further, the thousand-hand demon Tang San's voice thundered, "The demon tome is our sect's treasure. How could we abandon it over a mere contest? Such childishness." His anger was palpable, and Wan Daoi's face turned ashen, clearly furious. Tang San's chilling voice cut through the tension. "And what if we do? What can you do to me?" The atmosphere grew thick with hostility as he declared, "Demonic scum, despicable and shameless. I will not rest until your head is claimed to quell my righteous fury." Suddenly, a golden light flashed, shaking the entire cave with an overwhelming force, as if the very earth had turned upside down. A surge of dark demonic energy enveloped the space, rolling in like a thick black smoke. A maniacal voice echoed, "What righteousness? All of you shall perish." As chaos erupted, most were still trying to comprehend the situation when the battle at the front ignited. Everyone rushed forward, weapons drawn. "Take him and hide," Yu Zixing commanded, her icy demeanor directed at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan nodded, swiftly hoisting Qing Feng onto her back and retreating into the crowd. Amidst the tumult, the forces of the righteous and demonic sects clashed violently, casualties mounting. In a fit of rage, Wan Daoi cut down several demonic cultivators, while the thousand-hand demon proved formidable, claiming lives with each strike. Their eyes locked once more, and they collided again. As the battle raged, the ground trembled violently, causing panic among the combatants. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the ground, and a stone tablet rose from below. A voice rang out, "The demon tome has emerged." Both righteous and demonic factions turned towards the tablet, silence falling for a moment before the thousand-hand demon bellowed, "Wan Daoi, how dare you?" In the midst of the chaos, Lu Ruyan, carrying Qing Feng, slipped into a narrow passage, navigating left and right, east and west. After a while, noticing no signs of Qing Feng waking, she retrieved a beast skin map from his robes. Her gaze fixed intently on the map, deep in thought, before she resumed her journey with Qing Feng on her back. Having distanced themselves from the Jade Dragon Cave, they soon heard the sound of rushing water ahead. Darkness enveloped them, and as they trudged along the water's edge, Qing Feng stirred, awakening suddenly. "Where are we?" Seeing him awake filled Lu Ruyan with relief, as the oppressive darkness was unnerving. She set him down and offered him water from her gourd, the cool liquid refreshing his throat and fully reviving him. Surrounded by endless darkness, Qing Feng felt as if he had stepped into hell itself. Were it not for Lu Ruyan's presence. "What happened? Where are the others?" he inquired. Chaos erupted when the demon tome appeared. "Everyone is scrambling for the treasure, and I managed to escape with you, but we got lost along the way," Lu Ruyan explained. As Qing Feng rose, he observed the vast expanse of water before them, puzzled by the presence of such a body within a cave. "Let us proceed," he suggested. After walking several hundred meters, he suddenly pointed toward the water, exclaiming, "A boat! There's a boat over there." Lu Ruyan turned to look and indeed saw a small, dark vessel drifting toward them, its bow illuminated by an orange-red glow emanating from a fist-sized lantern. Intrigued by the unexpected sight, they approached the boat, which appeared to accommodate only a few people. Its surface glossy and black, adorned with a human skull hanging from the mast, the eerie light flickering from its eye sockets. The bizarre scene left them astonished. Yet curiosity compelled them to board the small craft, eager to uncover its secrets. As soon as they stepped aboard, the boat began to drift forward on its own, gliding smoothly over the water. Qing Feng attempted to leap off, but the vessel had already surged ahead, covering a considerable distance, leaving him no choice but to stay aboard. Chapter 67. The Blood Sea-S Enigma. Are you afraid? At this moment, Qing Feng felt a twinge of regret for bringing Lu Ruyan into this unknown realm. Yet, Lu Ruyan, her eyes shimmering, softly replied, "With you here, I fear nothing." Upon hearing these words, Qing Feng was momentarily overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, rendered speechless. The water's surface was eerily still, devoid of any sound. As the small boat glided forward like a ghost, the vastness of the water obscured by darkness, with no end in sight. "How strange," Qing Feng mused. "I now question whether we are still within the mountainous cavern." Indeed, Lu Ruyan concurred. Never had she imagined such a vast expanse of water beneath the cave. It felt as though they had traveled a significant distance, yet the water seemed boundless, perhaps even connected to the ocean. Just as Chi Feng was about to speak, a distant rumble grew louder, followed by a resounding splash as if a colossal fish had leapt from the depths. Waves surged, causing the boat to sway perilously, and both were startled, their expressions shifting dramatically. At that moment, the faint glow from the skull atop the mast intensified, illuminating a radius of 8 meters. They finally discerned the water's hue, a deep crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood, stretching endlessly before them. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan gasped, "There are words on the boat." Qing Feng looked up to see 2 lines of small script had mysteriously appeared on the mast. "In the endless sea, blood runs deep. The spirits of the underworld lament." What could this mean? Qing Feng inquired, glancing at Lu Ruyan, who shook her head in bewilderment. At that instant, a distinct splash echoed again, sounding alarmingly close, as if something was rapidly approaching. Lu Ruyan moved closer to Qing Feng, her pallor evident, her heart racing with trepidation. The splashing grew louder, and when Qing Feng peered into the water, he sensed movement beneath the surface, but the blood-like water was too murky to reveal its secrets. As the commotion intensified, Qing Feng's brow furrowed. Something was indeed rising from the depths. He leaned forward, straining his eyes to peer into the abyss. Suddenly, ripples surged through the water, and a ghastly pale face emerged, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Qing Feng recoiled, nearly toppling into the water, only to be yanked back by Lu Ruyan. Still shaken, he saw the pale visage resurface, and before he could utter a word, more grotesque faces began to appear, one after another, their bloated forms stretching out toward the boat as if attempting to board. In a frenzy, Qing Feng brandished a short stick, striking at the approaching hands, swiftly felling several. What are these? This was his first encounter with such horrors. They appeared to be corpses long dead, yet he could not fathom why they had returned to life. Surprisingly, Lu Ruyan remained composed, analyzing the situation. However, the number of floating corpses multiplied, clustering like a dense swarm, eagerly vying to board the vessel. Qing Feng felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. These entities were seemingly inexhaustible. "The light has drawn them," Lu Ruyan remarked, glancing at the flickering flame of the skull. Qing Feng nodded in agreement, contemplating shattering the skull, but Lu Ruyan hastily interjected, "No, that light is our guide. If it extinguishes, we may be trapped here forever. What should we do? Think of something." Qing Feng's voice trembled in panic as the spectral figures surged from all sides, overwhelming him. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed as she glanced at Qi Feng, then resolutely retrieved a blackened incense stick from her garment, intricately etched with bizarre patterns. She pressed her fingers together, igniting a flickering black flame atop the stick before lighting it. Within moments, fragrant smoke mingled with a hint of blood's metallic tang wafted through the air. As the smoke billowed, the floating corpses grew increasingly frantic. With a swift gesture, Lu Ruyan sent the incense flying, where it hovered about 10 meters behind the boat. The spectral figures abandoned the vessel, converging upon the incense, greedily inhaling its scent. Qing Feng finally exhaled in relief, turning to Lu Ruyan, confusion etched across his features. "What is that?" he queried. "Blood soul incense," Lu Ruyan replied, her gaze steady. Qing Feng opened his mouth to ask how she possessed such a peculiar item, but the words eluded him. They fell into a contemplative silence, when suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths, and both beheld a massive fish leaping from the water, devouring countless corpses in one swift motion. The creature's body revealed only a fraction beneath the flickering light, most of it concealed in darkness. Yet both were astonished to see that its side fin was several yards long. Before they could process the sight, a fish head, the size of a small hill, emerged from the water, its eye as large as a house, radiating a crimson glow. The monstrous head swam alongside the boat, its gaze seemingly fixed upon them, while the two held their breath, fearing that a moment's displeasure would lead to their demise. Fortunately, the colossal fish soon submerged, vanishing from sight. Qing Feng and Lu Ruyan exhaled deeply, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. The tale spoke of the endless blood sea, home to a creature known as the Lu fish, as large as a mountain, feasting on decaying corpses, surfacing only from the shores of blood and flesh. Just as Lu Ruyan finished recounting this, Qing Feng gasped, pointing ahead. Before them lay an endless expanse of floating corpses, amassed like a small mountain, yet these bodies appeared lifeless. devoid of the earlier malevolence. Continuing onward, the boat finally halted before a boundless expanse of jade-like stones, their verdant hues emanating a soft glow that illuminated the entire shoreline. Chapter 68. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the two individuals found themselves at a loss for words. The jade stones scattered around appeared as ordinary as mere rocks, seemingly endless, with large and small chunks of jade present everywhere. It was unclear from whence these stones originated. It seemed that the entire world's supply of jade could not possibly match such a quantity. As they ventured forward, the path was devoid of anything other than jade. Continuing onward, the pathway grew increasingly narrow until it could accommodate only one person at a time. After countless turns, the duration and distance of their journey remained unknown. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, prompting them to quicken their pace. They soon stumbled upon a vast cavern, within which stood a stone tablet, made of an unknown material that radiated a brilliant glow. Behind the tablet lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. To their astonishment, two figures were locked in confrontation before the tablet. One was clad in golden battle armor, his disheveled hair identifying him as one Dawi of the Shin sect. The other, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and eyes filled with malice, was none other than the infamous Tang Sanchi, the thousand-hand demon child. Sensing the presence of others, both turned to gaze at the newcomers, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. "It's you," Wan Dawi exclaimed in surprise. "Senior brother Wan, I did not expect to find you here," he continued, despite feeling a twinge of annoyance toward this individual. Nevertheless, as a member of the 7 sects, mutual respect prevailed, and he offered a slight nod. Curiosity laced his voice as he inquired, "How did you find this place?" Qing Feng, with a resigned shake of his head, replied that he had stumbled upon it by chance. Wan Dawi, however, wore an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang Sanchi chuckled and said, "Wan Dawi, we have been at an impasse for far too long. Neither of us can prevail over the other. I propose we cease this confrontation. The Jade Dragon Cave's celestial manuscript is nothing but a myth. Perhaps there is truth to be found here. Let us part ways and rely on our own abilities." With a cold snort, Wan Dawi pondered for a moment before slowly retreating, ultimately leaping into the abyss before them, vanishing from sight. Tang Sanchi let out 3 mocking laughs, then turned to Qi Feng and Lu Yuyan, his gaze narrowing as he caught sight of Lu Yuyan, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. With a sudden leap, he too plunged into the abyss. Qing Feng, perplexed, hurried to catch up with Lu Yuyan. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, they noticed the stone tablet bore the powerful inscription, "The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss." "What does this mean?" Qi Feng pondered, momentarily lost. Lu Yuyan, however, smirked, urging him to look at the back of the tablet. He complied and discovered 3 additional characters boldly etched there. "Zhu Long Yuan. A dragon is said to reside here." Qing Feng exclaimed in awe. It is rumored that the former leader of the demon sect, a mere nameless figure, became an unparalleled master after venturing here. However, legends say that Zhu Long Yuan manifests only once every millennium. We are truly fortunate to have come upon it. Qing Feng was astonished by Lian's knowledge, as his master had never shared such tales, leading him to wonder where she had acquired this information. With a sudden hint of sorrow in her voice, Lian asked, "Qing Feng, should we meet again in the future, as adversaries, would you wield your sword against me?" Taken aback by her cryptic words, Qing Feng replied, "What troubles you?" Lu Yuyan remained undeterred, her gaze fixed on him, awaiting his response. Observing her seriousness, Qing Feng could not help but chuckle lightly. "Do not worry, such a day will never come. You know I have come here to seek the 7-leaf snow lotus. It is said to be fraught with peril, and I would prefer you to remain here or find your own way out." Upon hearing this, Lian smiled brightly. "Oh, are you trying to rid yourself of me? The Zhu Long Yuan holds immense opportunities, and I certainly will not let them slip away. Let us go before those 2 get ahead of us." With that, Lian gazed into the pitch-black abyss and grasped his hand, leaping into the depths together. As they descended, Qing Feng exclaimed, "But I cannot fly." Lian laughed, producing a jade flute from her hand, which suddenly expanded to gently lift them both. "By the way, Lu Yuyan, what level of cultivation do you possess? Why have you refrained from revealing it?" Qing Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I have my reasons for not revealing my abilities, but I prefer not to explain. Will you be upset?" Shaking his head, Qing Feng replied, "As long as you are content, that is all that matters." Lu Yuyan's heart swelled with warmth, and she could not suppress a sweet smile as she gazed at him. The depths of Zhu Long Yuan were unfathomably profound. Even after a quarter of an hour, They had yet to reach the bottom. Just as Qing Feng marveled at the situation, they suddenly felt weightless, plummeting downward. What is happening? Qing Feng shouted, while Li Yan revealed that, for some unknown reason, her powers had been suppressed. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng attempted to channel his own energy, but found himself equally powerless. In an instant, they were falling rapidly, when a faint azure glow appeared below them, revealing a body of water. Without time to contemplate, they splashed into the icy depths. The water was excruciatingly cold, sending shivers through their bodies. Quickly locating Li Yan, they swam toward the shore. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, they reached the bank, only to be confronted with a sight that filled them with dread. The ground before them was entirely stained a deep crimson. "It's so cold," Li Yan exclaimed, her face pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her distress, Qing Feng quickly cupped her face in his hands, hoping to provide warmth. But the chill continued to seep into her very being. In his moment of anxiety, Li Yan suddenly embraced him tightly, which offered her some relief. While Qing Feng's face turned crimson, caught off guard by her boldness. After a moment, Li Yan regained her composure, exhaling deeply. Qing Feng, realizing her daring nature, chose not to dwell on it further, and together they pressed onward. Within the abyss, swirling black mist filled the air, yet a faint light allowed them to see a few meters ahead. The blood-red soil stretched far beyond their view, prompting Qing Feng to remark, "No wonder my master warned that Zhulong Yuan is terrifying. It seems that anyone entering will have their powers bound, rendered as powerless as mortals. If there are indeed fearsome beasts here, survival would be a daunting challenge." At this, Li Yan fell silent, deep in thought. Chapter 69. The ancient beast Qing Feng and Lu Rian cautiously advanced, and soon the ground began to tremble, startling both of them, leaving them bewildered about the source of such commotion. Just as they pondered this, a colossal creature resembling a mountain of flesh approached. Upon seeing it, fear gripped their hearts. The creature had the head of a pig and the body of a man, standing at an imposing height of 10 meters, with its head constituting a third of its entire bulk. Its elongated tusks protruded nearly 2 meters from its mouth. Its enormous belly was layered with fat, the skin smooth and hairless, and its legs were as thick as those of a giant elephant. To their astonishment, the creature's expression morphed into one of wild delight upon spotting Qing Feng and Lu Rian, and it charged towards them with surprising speed, despite its clumsy appearance. In an instant, it was upon them, raising its massive claws to strike. Qing Feng quickly pulled Lu Rian aside, and to his relief, she was surprisingly agile, deftly evading the attack. At that moment, she shouted, "This creature is called Zhu Tuo. It delights in feasting on the living. Once it has set its sights on you, it will not relent until you are dead. Qing Feng, do not worry about me. Kill it." After uttering her words, Lu Rian skillfully dodged to the side. Qing Feng nodded, though he was puzzled by her familiarity with the beast. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of determination, drawing forth his colorful short staff and charging at the creature. Fear was present, yet after days of teetering on the edge of life and death, he understood the grim reality. One must slay these ferocious beasts or become their prey. There was no room for retreat. Moreover, while the environment posed significant challenges for cultivators, it had little impact on Qing Feng, who excelled in physical combat. With a powerful swing, he struck the creature's claw, shattering its flesh and bone, causing it to emit a deafening roar of agony. This only served to incite its fury further, as it brandished a massive bone club, smashing it down towards Qing Feng. The ground where Qing Feng had stood was instantly transformed into a deep crater. The creature, now frenzied, relentlessly pursued him, offering no respite. Qing Feng, nimble as a flea, dodged its strikes, though with each blow, his ears rang and his heart raced. Continuously evading, Qing Feng realized that this could not continue. He would inevitably be struck. Instead of retreating, he decided to take the initiative. Although formidable, the creature's size rendered it less agile than himself. With this thought in mind, he seized a moment, leaping upwards and aiming a powerful blow at its enormous head. The beast, taken aback by the audacity of this diminutive human, was caught off guard and failed to evade the strike, resulting in a violent collision. Zhu Tuo had underestimated him. It felt a jarring impact that rattled its brain, reducing it to a gelatinous mass. Dazed, the creature staggered backward, blood streaming from its mouth and nostrils, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Qing Feng was taken aback, not expecting the creature to be so fragile, nor realizing the true extent of his own strength. His blow had fortuitously struck the most vulnerable part of Zhu Tua's anatomy, leading to its abrupt demise. Lu Ruyan, her eyes wide with astonishment, approached the fallen beast, secretly delighted that her gamble had paid off. With Qingfeng's assistance, her goals were now half fulfilled. Gazing at the enormous carcass, Qingfeng felt a surge of purpose. He could not let such a valuable resource go to waste. He promptly retrieved a stone jar and began to absorb the creature into it. Lu Ruyan, witnessing his possession of such a remarkable artifact, was intrigued and eagerly inquired about its nature. After Qingfeng had stored Zhu Tua's massive form, he mysteriously replied, "This is a divine artifact, its nature not to be disclosed." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, surprised by his sudden reticence. She had heard of treasures capable of absorbing objects into a pocket dimension, like the Wanwu bag from her sect, which could contain an immense void. She pondered how Qingfeng had come into possession of such a valuable item. As Qingfeng tucked away the stone jar, he chuckled inwardly, knowing Lu Ruyan must be curious about its capabilities. Unfortunately, he could not divulge its true nature, for the implications were significant. Such knowledge might not bode well for her. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan did not press further, and they continued their journey. Before long, they encountered a corpse clad in a black robe, its form reduced to a mere white skeleton. Lu Ruyan stepped closer, noting a demonic artifact on the ground, though its age rendered it ineffective. Reduced to a mere mundane weapon, the skeleton offered no clues to its identity, and they leaped over it, continuing onward. Along the way, they spotted numerous skeletal remains of other cultivators, scattered and devoid of life, leaving them to wonder about the circumstances of their demise. After traversing another 100 meters, they stumbled upon another enormous corpse, that of a green-eyed toad, recently deceased, its blood still fresh. It seemed likely that it had fallen victim to the two individuals who had entered before them, thus presenting another opportunity for Qingfeng, who again stowed the body in a stone jar. The Zhulong abyss appeared endless, shrouded in a gray mist. Shortly after, they encountered yet another formidable creature, grotesque in appearance and measuring 10 meters in length. After a fierce battle, Qingfeng ultimately triumphed and, following the same method, stored it within the stone jar. Thus, with each passing moment, they encountered either a corpse or a living beast, each one colossal in size. Despite Qingfeng's robust physique, the cumulative toll of their battles left him breathless and weary. As they vanquished yet another giant beast, Lu Ruyan suddenly remarked, "Ah, I hear the sound of water." Following the sound, they soon arrived at a stunning spectacle, a cavern adorned with stalactites, from which countless droplets of water fell, creating a melodious symphony. It was said that within the Zhulong abyss lay 3 treasures, one of which was the famed millennial stone milk, known to rapidly enhance cultivation. If utilized in alchemy, it could significantly increase the success rate of pills, its efficacy unparalleled. Lu Ruyan's eyes glinted with longing as she mused about their fortune in potentially discovering such a treasure, hoping their journey would not be in vain. Chapter 70. The Demon Cultivation Pool. The two searched extensively for stalactites, yet after a prolonged search, not a single drop of stalactite juice was found. Instead, they stumbled upon a small pool amidst the stalactites. The water was clear and transparent, merely half a meter deep. Feeling parched, Qingfeng scooped up some water and drank it, finding it refreshingly cool and sweet to the taste. He gestured for Lu Ruyan to partake as well. Just as she was about to sample the water, Qingfeng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, akin to being cut by a blade from within. With cold sweat beading on his forehead, he collapsed into the water. The entire incident transpired in an instant, leaving Lu Ruyan bewildered as she saw Qingfeng's figure vanish beneath the surface. Confused, she peered into the pool, which remained crystal clear. In a moment of desperation, she leapt into the water herself, only to find it was merely water, unable to penetrate its depths. Stunned, she stood there, pondering Qingfeng's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Qingfeng experienced a dizzying sensation, crashing onto hard ground with a thud. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a vast azure sky and blooming flowers, with a towering white mountain in the distance. Where was this place? He mused. Just then, the excruciating pain returned, causing him to roll on the ground, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. At the same time, by the poolside, Lu Ruyan was in a state of heightened anxiety, her keen intellect leading her to suspect something amiss. She meticulously observed her surroundings and retrieved a palm-sized jade compass from her clothing. The compass, adorned with numerous tiny, movable jade pieces, eventually settled on 2 golden characters. Upon seeing this, her expression shifted dramatically. She realized they had inadvertently entered an illusionary formation. Cursing her carelessness, she lamented Qingfeng's disappearance, pondering how to find him while the illusion remained intact. With a resolute frown and gritted teeth, she produced a colorful pill from her garments. Her eyes filled with reluctance. This pill was undoubtedly of great value. She murmured, "Qingfeng, where have you gone? I have no choice. This breaking mirror pill can dispel the illusion, and though it is priceless, I must use it for you." With that, she performed a finger gesture towards the pill, which exploded with a resounding blast, releasing a cascade of multicolored divine light. As the divine light swept through the cave, it illuminated the surroundings. Once the radiance faded, Lu Rian found that the stalactites had transformed into grotesque, tumor-like formations exuding dark, swirling mists. These unsightly masses dripped with a viscous, inky liquid, while the pool beside her contained an even thicker, purplish-black liquid. Etched in ancient script at the pool's edge were the words, "Demon Cultivation Pool." Upon seeing these words, Lu Rian gasped and collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror. Beneath the grand inscription were two lines of smaller characters. A single thought can transform into a demon or a Buddha. The demon is the path, and the path is the demon. Trembling, Lu Rian repeated the words "Demon Cultivation Pool," as if they were a source of profound dread. Qifeng regained consciousness, but unlike before, he discovered a small, black orb the size of a fingernail suspended above the crystal formed by innate purple energy within him. Veins resembling those of human blood gradually appeared on the orb's surface, which rotated slowly, seemingly unremarkable. Qingfeng opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming confusion wash over him. The intense pain had vanished entirely. He stood up and looked around, finding himself in an endless meadow adorned with green grass and patches of red and white flowers, devoid of anything else. In the distance, a colossal peak loomed, blanketed in what appeared to be pristine white snow. He walked towards it, but the distance felt deceptively far, taking more than a quarter of an hour to reach the base of the mountain. At that moment, the mountain and the meadow seemed to belong to two separate worlds. One side was frigidly cold, while the other radiated warmth akin to spring, a most peculiar phenomenon. Before the snow-capped mountain stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with 3 grand, golden characters, Xiaoao Palace. How majestic the name sounded, Qifeng thought to himself. Behind the tablet, a winding path ascended the mountain, with no other route available. He resolved to explore the mountain first. As he climbed, the biting cold wind lashed at him like a blade, prompting a shiver of realization. If even his hardened body felt this chill, an ordinary person would surely be reduced to bones in an instant. The mere thought sent a wave of panic through him. Time lost all meaning as he ascended, the surroundings illuminated eternally. Upon reaching a flat area halfway up the mountain, he discovered a series of towering palatial structures, each exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He pondered who might have constructed such edifices. However, many of the structures appeared dilapidated, their once glorious radiance diminished. In this desolate place, only the howling wind could be heard, and Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, determined to uncover the nature of this sight. Suddenly, a grating sound echoed as a heavy door swung open. Inside the vast building, the ceilings and 12 massive pillars were adorned with countless depictions of deities and demons, engaged in revelry and song. Qingfeng's heart raced at the sight. The images were evidently fabricated. If gods and demons could coexist, why would righteous cultivators go to such lengths to eradicate evil? This notion incited a deep fury within Qingfeng, compelling him to envision obliterating the place entirely. Chapter 71. The Golden Throne of the Immortal Demon. As rage boiled within him, the black spirit pearl inside his body began to spin rapidly, suddenly soaring into the sky like a whirlwind, charging forward with unrestrained force. Before him loomed a colossal wall, prompting Qingfeng to hastily draw his weapon and strike against it. A resounding crash echoed as the wall was punctured, creating a sizable hole. Qifeng passed through the breach, his body propelled forward as if by an unseen force. This bizarre phenomenon filled him with dread, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of the spirit pearl that seemed to exercise control over him. It appeared far more formidable than he had anticipated. He unleashed a flurry of hand seals and incantations in a futile attempt to master the spirit pearl. Yet it remained impervious to his efforts, guiding him onward instead. He had no awareness of the number of walls he had shattered or the countless holes he had created. Only when his body was bruised and battered did he finally come to a halt in midair, hovering above an unfathomable black pit beneath him. At that moment, He felt a sudden release from the pearl's grip, and he plummeted, barely managing to land on the edge of the abyss. A mere inch forward would send him spiraling into the depths of that inky chasm. Peering into the void, he was met with an impenetrable darkness that seemed to devour all light. As he pondered this unsettling sight, the black pearl within his purple palace emitted a brilliant flash, its radiance piercing through the darkness and illuminating the depths below. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire snowy mountain to tremble, as though the very heavens were collapsing. Qingfeng steadied himself, thrusting his iron staff into the rocky ground to anchor himself against the tremors. At that moment, the cacophony from the pit intensified, as though some great force was rising from its depths. Cold sweat beaded on Qingfeng's forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the abyss. Suddenly, an endless plume of black smoke erupted from the chasm, soaring skyward. In that instant, Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, his voice faltering as he stammered, "Demon. Demonic energy." At the height of his astonishment, a magnificent throne ascended from the abyss, a sight that struck him with overwhelming force. Crafted of gold. The throne towered 10 meters high, adorned with intricate carvings of 9 golden dragons, each possessing eyes of crimson gemstones the size of a fist. Bound to the throne by a 5-element iron chain was a figure whose shoulders were pierced by the links, anchoring him firmly to the seat. Upon closer inspection, the occupant was a towering giant, standing 3 meters tall, shrouded in a black robe, eerily silent, with eyes tightly shut, resembling a corpse. Qingfeng was baffled. Wary of the unfolding events, his instincts urging him to remain alert. Silence enveloped the scene. Even the winds above ceased their whispering. As he scanned his surroundings, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, the black pearl within him began to spin once more, accelerating with increasing intensity. He focused on his purple palace, summoning his internal energy to wrest control of the pearl, but his efforts were in vain. The energy was drawn into the pearl as if swallowed by a bottomless abyss. In his moment of desperation, the giant on the throne abruptly opened his eyes, revealing 2 blood-red orbs that pierced through the darkness. Although fear gripped Qingfeng's heart, he steeled himself, ready to confront whatever came next. Drawing his short staff, he prepared to leap into action, but the moment their gazes met, he found himself immobilized, as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him utterly powerless, no matter his strength. At that moment, he realized he was in the presence of an unparalleled being, perhaps even more formidable than the celestial figure he had previously encountered. The demon regarded Qingfeng with an enigmatic smile, and a voice emerged from his being, a voice that ebbed and flowed, distant yet intimate, reverberating in the air around them. "You, the demon seed, have finally arrived. I, the transmuting demon lord, have awaited your arrival with great longing." Before Qingfeng could fully comprehend the words, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth from the demon, engulfing him entirely. He felt an insatiable force infiltrating his body, irresistibly drawn into the spirit pearl, which glowed ever brighter, its intricate patterns becoming increasingly elaborate. "Oh, what a painstaking wait it has been. How many years I have endured. Ah, what a perfect vessel for demonic transformation you possess. Fate has smiled upon me, bringing you here at last." Qingfeng struggled to comprehend the demon's utterances, but at that moment, he was engulfed in torment as the demonic energy forced its way through every orifice, penetrating his very being. He felt as though his life was slipping away, facing an excruciating demise. "Child, you should feel fortunate. Soon you shall become me, and I shall usurp your soul. Fear not, for with my power, I shall elevate your cultivation to unfathomable heights. Uniting the celestial sects will be but a trivial task." Listening to the demon's incessant ramblings, Qingfeng pieced together the grim reality. This demon had been imprisoned for countless years, and now sought to impart his life's mastery unto him before executing the sinister act of soul transference. The thought of losing his identity filled him with terror. He fought desperately against the malevolent force, but all his efforts proved futile, leaving him in despair. As he scrutinized the spirit pearl, he noticed it had become remarkably translucent, seemingly expanding in size. It dawned on him that this pearl was indeed the demon seed the creature had spoken of, though he lacked full understanding of its nature. He realized that had it not been for the pearl absorbing all the demonic energy, he would have already succumbed to the demon's will and transformed into a demon himself. The demonic energy continued to pour forth from the demon, overwhelming Qingfeng's senses, and he began to levitate, suspended in midair. The atmosphere thickened with malevolence. Days slipped by, and the demon's energy continued to surge outward unabated. Within Qingfeng's purple palace, the demon seed had grown to the size of an egg, brimming with boundless demonic energy. Meanwhile, the demon's once mighty form began to wither, shrinking as the days passed. On the dawn of another day, the torrent of demonic energy finally ceased, and at that moment, a tiny figure, no larger than a palm, sprang forth from the demon's crown. This being bore an unmistakable resemblance to a human, as if a miniature version had been conjured from the depths of darkness. Upon its emergence, it charged toward Qingfeng with claws bared, ready to attack. Chapter 72. The struggle for the power of the soul. Upon seeing the diminutive figure, Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly deduced that this must be the soul of the demon. Before he could ponder further, the demon's essence lunged towards him, attempting to invade his consciousness. At that moment, the mysterious stone jar in Qingfeng's possession suddenly radiated a soft glow, autonomously launching itself into the fray, enveloping the demon's soul with an immense pulling force. The previously exuberant figure was now in a state of alarm, desperately trying to escape the grasp of the jar's suction, which only intensified, rendering his struggles futile. Observing this scene, Qingfeng had a sudden epiphany and began to chant the incantation of the stone jar. As the chant resonated, the jar's pulling power surged, and in an instant, the demon's essence was drawn in halfway, eliciting a terrified scream from the demon. In a moment of desperation, the demon severed its own head, which transformed into a beam of light and plunged into Qingfeng's consciousness. What madness is this? What peculiar treasure is this? Little imp, once I locate your soul, I shall consume it whole. The demon's head roared within Qingfeng's mind. Though the demon's essence had been reduced to merely a head, it was formidable, as this head was a solidified manifestation of its soul. In contrast, Qingfeng's soul, though intact, was no larger than a pigeon's egg, appearing frail beside the demon's remnant essence. He hastily fled, hoping to evade capture, for should his soul be devoured, he would be rendered a mere shell of himself. Despite the demon's head being all that remained, its speed was astonishing. It swiftly zeroed in on Qingfeng's vulnerable soul. At that critical juncture, Qingfeng felt as though a primordial beast was bearing down upon him, its threat palpable. As he attempted to flee, the demon's essence closed the distance with alarming swiftness, and in an instant it lunged forward, jaws agape, intent on devouring Qingfeng's soul whole. Just as the moment seemed dire, a glimmer of inspiration struck Qingfeng, and he activated the great sunsetting technique. The innate purple energy within him erupted, flooding into his consciousness. With a mere thought, the purple energy coalesced into a colossal orb, positioned just in time to intercept the demon's assault. The collision was thunderous, and both entities disintegrated in a brilliant explosion. The demon's head, taken aback, bellowed, "Thieving wretch! I never imagined such a treasure lay within you. Though this innate purple energy may constrain my dark powers, I shall unleash my full might to obliterate your soul. Once I escape, regaining my strength will merely be a matter of time. Prepare to meet your end." At that, the demon's essence swelled ominously, growing larger still, its form darkening and sprouting a fearsome maw, poised to bite down upon the purple orb. Recognizing this as his only chance for survival, Qingfeng resolved to fight back with all his might, channeling the great sunsetting technique to draw forth every ounce of purple energy he possessed. As the demon consumed the purple energy, its own essence began to unravel, a classic case of mutual destruction. With the passage of time, the demon's head grew increasingly alarmed, for it became clear that Qingfeng's innate purple energy was inexhaustible, while its own essence had already diminished by more than half. Realizing it was on the verge of defeat, the demon's fury escalated. It had waited countless years to seize a soul tainted by darkness, and to relinquish this opportunity would mean surrendering its own power. Faced with a life-or-death struggle, the demon's eyes blazed red as it roared, "You shall perish, wretch." Instantly, its essence surged once more, expanding dramatically. Qingfeng's heart raced in terror. He had not anticipated the demon's head could still possess such strength, and his hard-won purple energy was swiftly depleting. With resolve hardening within him, Qingfeng decided to gamble everything. He amplified his magical power, extracting every last vestige of purple energy from his core. The orb of purple energy swelled to an enormous size, surpassing even the demon's essence. In a transformative moment, the orb morphed into a massive mouth, charging towards the demon's essence without hesitation. Startled, the demon's fury intensified, and the two forces launched into a frenzied battle, each consuming the other in a destructive dance. As time passed, Qingfeng's essence grew, ultimately surpassing the demon's in size. Seizing the opportunity, he began to pursue the diminishing figure of the demon's essence. In a dramatic turn, the demon suddenly halted and shouted, "If you truly intend to annihilate me, I shall detonate your dark seed. We shall perish together." Qi Feng was taken aback, realizing that the demon still possessed a final, desperate card to play. Chapter 73. The Land of Seals. The two spirits faced each other, and Qi Feng dared not act recklessly. Pondering that if the demon truly possessed such capabilities, though he feared not death, he still had many affairs to attend to, and thus he must survive. However, it would not suffice to simply intimidate him. He began to move slowly, curious to ascertain whether this creature genuinely had any means at its disposal. The demon's spirit gradually retreated, seemingly understanding Qi Feng's thoughts, and silently began to conjure a spell. At that moment, Qi Feng felt the spirit pearl, referred to as the demon's seed, within his purple palace start to swell, unleashing waves of explosive power that radiated outward. In this instance, panic surged within him, and he could only choose to trust the demon, exclaiming loudly, "Demon of the evil sect, I believe you. Very well, I shall spare your life this time. Depart from my consciousness." Upon hearing this, the demon unexpectedly broke into a sinister smile, responding with a manic voice, "Depart? You speak so lightly. In my current state, if I leave here, I will undoubtedly perish. How can you expect me to leave? What then? If you insist on lingering in my consciousness, we may both perish together." Qi Feng retorted. The demon spirit scoffed, "I do have a rather unconventional proposition. Let us forge an equal pact. I shall recuperate within your consciousness, and once you vacate this wretched place, you will assist me in finding a disciple of the evil sect for me to seize and be reborn. However, the condition is that you must return all my true demonic energy to me." A pact? True demonic energy? Qi Feng was somewhat bewildered, but soon comprehended the connection. It turned out that the demonic energy that had entered his body was indeed true demonic energy. However, regardless of whether it was demonic energy or true demonic energy, he would never accept such a gift. To return it to this demon would only serve to create a formidable foe for the righteous path in the future. Yet now, in order to preserve his own life, he could not afford to be overly concerned. Seeing Qi Feng fall silent, the demon continued, "Young one, I, the ever-changing demon lord, have lived countless eons. Death holds no fear for me. But do you truly wish to engage in a mutually assured destruction?" After a moment's contemplation, Qi Feng resolutely replied, "Very well, but I must understand the nature of this pact." After a lengthy deliberation, Qi Feng opened his eyes, filled with an expression of helplessness. He had entered into a life-and-death pact with the being known as the ever-changing demon lord. Should either of them perish, both would cease to exist until one day the demon's remnant soul departed from his body. Furthermore, he learned with dismay that the black pearl, the demon seed, was an exceedingly wicked entity. Once it fully matured, it would integrate into his body, turning him into a true demon. Upon realizing this, he felt as though the world had collapsed around him. If that day were to come, how would he face his master and sect? Qi Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, yet he wondered what use this would serve. Sighing deeply, he lamented his fate. Since signing the contract, the ever-changing demon lord had vanished without a trace, and Qi Feng was not particularly concerned. After all, should the demons seek to harm him, it would also lead to its own demise. Surely it would not act foolishly. Meanwhile, the ever-changing Star Lord found himself deep within Qi Feng's consciousness, in a small area of water approximately 2 to 3 meters wide. A column of water continuously spouted from this pool, while 3 swirling mists of yellow, green, and red gas encircled it slowly. Observing this scene, the demon could not help but disdainfully remark, "What a waste of spiritual roots. After years of dominance, I, the ever-changing demon lord, have fallen to the likes of one with such feeble roots. What a profound insult." As he spoke, he shook his head in lamentation, casually attempting to spit into the pool, only to discover that his spiritual form could not expel physical substances, causing his interest to wane. However, he soon found himself puzzled. This consciousness was peculiar. Typically, the depths of a normal person's consciousness would have a limit, yet this young man's consciousness appeared to extend infinitely, piquing his curiosity. As he ventured further, his apprehension grew until he encountered a region that left him bewildered. Approaching the edge of Qi Feng's consciousness, he saw that it was sealed. Before him lay 7 layers of radiant hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, forming a hemisphere akin to an inverted bowl tightly pressed against the ground. Surrounding these 7 layers was a pentagram of elemental forces, tightly encasing them, and above this was a layer of golden threads woven into a net, with countless intricate golden symbols floating and slowly rotating. The sight of such a seal startled the ever-changing demon lord. He could not fathom what lay sealed within. Given the complexity of the formation, even he, an ancient being who had lived for an unfathomable time, could not penetrate its mysteries, truly astonishing. He contemplated the seal, wondering if perhaps this young man possessed an extraordinary lineage. At that moment, he noticed a glimmer of white light breaking through the layers of seals, soaring outward, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Observing intently, he could not discern precisely where the light had emerged, yet he quickly realized that the intricacies of these formations were profound. Merely contemplating them granted him considerable insight, igniting a fervor within him akin to Columbus discovering a new world. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, the ever-changing demon lord was making various discoveries within his consciousness. He stood staring blankly at the corpse atop the grand throne. The demon, the true form of the ever-changing Star Lord, had now withered to the state of a desiccated corpse, maintaining its former posture. Yet the air of dominance it once exuded had long since dissipated. Approaching the massive golden chair, Qing Feng was struck by curiosity regarding its material. Without hesitation, he produced a stone jar and collected the chair along with the corpse and the 5 colored iron chains. Just as he completed this task, a tempest of black energy erupted from the depths of the cavern, shooting skyward as the entire snow-capped mountain trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Chapter 74. The 8-winged frost centipede and the 7-leaf snow lotus. As the entire snow-capped mountain began to tremble, Qing Feng found himself perplexed, uncertain of the cause. Yet he surmised it must be intricately linked to the golden throne. Just as he contemplated whether to flee the scene, the ominous black mist abruptly vanished, and the mountain ceased its quaking, as if nothing had transpired. He glanced around, reassured to find no peculiar occurrences, allowing him to finally relax. However, at that moment, he noticed that the walls of the deep pit were covered in a layer of frigid ice, exuding an extraordinary chill that even from a distance he could feel. This sight sparked a sudden joy within him, for such an environment was ideally suited for the growth of the 7-leaf snow lotus. Instantly, the shadows of doubt that lingered in his heart were swept away. He stood at the edge of the pit, peering into its inky depths, utterly unaware of how far it extended. Nevertheless, he resolved to descend and explore. He retrieved his colorful short staff, which he thrust into the ice, alternately maneuvering it as he gradually descended. The deeper he ventured, the more frigid the air became, despite channeling all his magical energy. He found himself unable to dispel the penetrating cold that seeped into his bones, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. After an hour of descent, he felt the ground solidify beneath his feet, indicating he had reached the bottom. Yet, darkness enveloped him, leaving him uncertain of his location. At that moment, he produced a small orb from his possession, which emitted a faint glow, providing just enough light to navigate. This orb, a modest gift from Su Rong, was not particularly valuable, but served its purpose well. As he proceeded forward, he discovered that the pit opened into a vast cavern. After walking approximately 100 meters, he was greeted by a gleam of light ahead, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He hurried towards the source, only to find himself in a colossal chamber, towering 100 feet high, adorned with countless pieces of cold jade embedded in the walls, emitting a verdant glow that illuminated the entire cavern brilliantly. In that moment, he comprehended the reason behind the extreme cold within the pit. It was all due to the cold jade. Such precious stones were indeed valuable. Yet extracting them from the walls would prove exceedingly challenging, for the walls were impenetrable, harder than even iron or gold, requiring specialized tools to even consider the task. The temperature here was so frigid that it threatened to solidify his very blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reverberated through the air. He looked ahead but saw nothing. Just then, a beam of light shot towards him, and before he could react, his body was struck, sending him flying. Upon landing, he realized it was a flying centipede measuring over a meter in length. This creature moved with astonishing speed, darting back towards him. Qing Feng quickly raised his staff to retaliate, but its swiftness eluded his strikes. Enraged, he launched a frenzied assault, only to witness the flying centipede exhale a frosty breath aimed directly at him. Unable to evade in time, he braced himself for impact, managing to swing his staff just in time to deflect the attack. The staff, however, was immediately engulfed in an unbearable chill upon contact, causing him to hastily discard it, noticing the ground beneath freeze solid. Shocked, Qing Feng could hardly believe that such a small creature possessed such formidable abilities. After exhaling a chilling breath, the flying centipede seemed to lose its vigor, slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Feng leaped into the air and grasped its tail. With remarkable strength, he hurled the creature to the ground, producing a resounding thud as its body crumpled. The flying centipede emitted a piercing scream before meeting its demise. Qing Feng snorted coldly, retrieving his staff. He then observed that the spot where the centipede had unleashed its frost had indeed left a gaping hole in the ground. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing the dire consequences had he been struck directly. Looking at the fallen centipede, he resolved not to waste it and summoned a stone jar to deposit it within. However, before he could complete his task, an even louder and more piercing screech echoed through the cavern. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared, nearly causing Qi Feng to forget to evade. This beast was a flying centipede, stretching 7 to 8 meters in length, adorned with 8 wings, clearly a fourth-tier demon beast. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the smaller centipede, with a similarly menacing visage. Yet, its 8 wings signified it was indeed the 8-winged frost centipede. Having just vanquished the smaller one, he now faced the wrath of its larger counterpart, which possessed the strength of a foundational human cultivator. Qing Feng's heart raced with dread, and without a moment's pause, he abandoned thoughts of the smaller centipede's corpse and fled for his life. Yet, the 8-winged frost centipede would not relent. With a furious roar, it took to the air, pursuing Qing Feng relentlessly. Aware that being caught meant certain doom, he ran with all his might, nearly forgetting the biting cold around him. After an indeterminate distance, he stumbled upon a large piece of cold jade that stood over half a meter tall, atop which blossomed a radiant, 5-colored snow lotus. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed forward to inspect it, noting the 7 leaves. The upper halves were pristine white, while the lower halves were a delicate pink. It could only be the 7-leaf snow lotus. Yet, before he could savor his discovery, the 8-winged frost centipede closed in on him. Fearing for the delicate flower's safety, he hurriedly distanced himself from the area. At that moment, the centipede, driven mad by the death of its offspring, unleashed its full fury in a quest for vengeance against the human that had slain it. No matter how swift Qing Feng was, he could not outrun the 8-winged frost centipede, which quickly caught up to him. With no retreat left, he resolved to confront it. Grasping his short staff, he leaped and struck at the centipede. With a thunderous crash, before he could connect, the centipede's tail swept him away, sending him crashing into the rocky wall. The unyielding surface yielded to his impact, creating a deep crater approximately a meter wide. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he was seized by an excruciating pain in his chest. The 8-winged frost centipede, witnessing his plight, spread its wings and lunged at him with its massive mandibles poised to strike. Severely wounded, Qi Feng could do little but watch as it descended for the kill. Chapter 75. The pill transforms into power in a moment of peril. As the 8-winged frost centipede was poised to sever Qing Feng's head, an overwhelming surge of true demonic energy erupted from his body. In an instant, the centipede lunged at nothing but air. Qing Feng had vanished. Confused, it turned around and beheld a figure suspended in midair, enshrouded in billowing demonic aura. The figure's eyes were a haunting crimson, and a strange demonic emblem pulsated at his forehead, exuding a disquieting power. This individual was none other than Qi Feng himself. The 8-winged frost centipede, now frenzied, disregarded its fear of a mere human. It surged forward, expelling a blast of icy energy aimed directly at Qi Feng. With a subtle movement, Qing Feng invoked the shrinking earth technique, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the centipede, seizing its tail with an iron grip. Before the creature could react, it felt a titanic force coursing through its body, and in a swift motion, it was hurled to the ground. A pained scream escaped its lips. Its countenance twisted in fury. Just as it attempted to break free, it was lifted once more. With a thunderous crash, it was slammed to the ground again. Once, twice, thrice. Qing Feng lost count of the number of times he had thrown it until clarity returned to his eyes, and in a state of terror, he cast the lifeless body of the 8-winged frost centipede aside. The creature lay in ruins, its exoskeleton shattered, and its tender flesh reduced to a pulpy mass, unmistakably dead. Yet, rather than feeling joy at this victory, Qi Feng was engulfed in dread. His face contorted with rage, he bellowed, "Shape-shifting demon lord, why have you compelled me into darkness?" In that moment, he distinctly sensed the demon lord's manipulation of the demonic seed, which had driven him to madness. He felt as if he were an exalted monarch, brimming with power sufficient to annihilate any beast. However, an overwhelming sense of bloodlust surged within his mind, rendering him unable to control his murderous intent. Haha. If I do not activate the demonic seed, should I accompany you to the grave? You have only yourself to blame for your lack of cultivation. I too lament the depletion of my true demonic energy, the voice echoed as it gradually faded away. Qingfeng's expression shifted, although he understood the reasoning behind the demon lord's actions. He was reluctant to harness the powers of darkness. Glancing at the remains of the 8-winged frost centipede, he retrieved a stone jar to contain them. He then approached the 7-leaf snow lotus, producing a jade box he had prepared in advance to store it. Observing the lotus within, a flicker of joy emerged on his previously furrowed brow. At last, he had accomplished his mission, and senior sister Lingyun would be saved. Securing the jade box close to him, he regarded the enormous piece of cold jade on the ground, contemplating its exceptional quality as a material, especially given its size. Without hesitation, he took out the stone jar once more to absorb it. At that moment, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Upon reflection, he realized that over half of his bones had been shattered. He was engulfed in excruciating pain and knew he needed to meditate and recuperate. Retrieving a pill from within his garments, he swallowed it, which alleviated some of his suffering. Taking a deep breath, he noticed that the multicolored short staff he had wielded had broken during the recent battle, a fact that filled him with regret. He cast the broken staff into the stone jar, hoping it might be restored. Having completed these tasks, he could no longer endure his condition and promptly sat down to cultivate and heal. Time passed, and when he finally opened his eyes, his injuries had significantly improved, though pain still lingered. He then noticed that 3 pills had materialized within the stone jar, each brimming with potent bloodline energy. Curiously, nothing else had emerged, prompting him to wonder where his short staff, golden throne, and cold jade had gone. He pondered the situation, suspecting his items might have been consumed by the jar. Shaking his head in resignation, he rose to his feet, realizing that he had unexpectedly benefited from this ordeal. Not only had his powers surged, but he had also acquired the 7-leaf snow lotus. His only concern remained the demonic seed. Ever since it had been activated, an indescribable and unsettling sensation had haunted him. Casting aside these thoughts, he recognized that despite his recovery, this was not a place to linger. He had to depart. At that moment, another woman surfaced in his mind, Lu Ruyan. He wondered where she might be and if she was safe. Where were senior brother Qingyun and senior sister Yuzixin? Meanwhile, in the depths of Zhulangyuan, 2 factions confronted each other. The 7 sects led by Tian Shuzi Wandaoyi and the demonic forces commanded by the 1,000-hand demon child Tang Sanshi. Both Wandaoyi and Tang Sanshi bore significant injuries, their faces swollen and breath unstable, each sporting traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, indicating they had engaged in a fierce struggle. Behind Wandaoyi stood Yuzixin, Qingyun, and Lu Ruyan, all appearing equally disheveled, leaving one to wonder what harrowing experiences they had endured. Chapter 76. The golden orb of the celestial serpent. At this moment, the atmosphere within the cavern was exceedingly oppressive. Despite the fierce demeanor of both parties, neither dared to provoke the other further. The reason for this unease lay a mere 100 meters ahead, where a colossal serpent, measuring 100 meters in height and 3 meters in girth, coiled ominously. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. Yet the sheer magnitude of its form instilled a sense of dread, rendering all present silent for fear of awakening the beast, for to do so would spell certain doom. Suspended above the serpent's head was a radiant orb, the size of a fist, shimmering with a golden hue that unmistakably marked it as an extraordinary object. The eyes of the onlookers glimmered with avarice, each longing to claim it as their own. Wandaoyi, the leader, recognized the serpent as the ancient behemoth, the celestial serpent. He proposed, rather than continue our quarrel, why not collaborate to uncover the mysteries of the celestial tome? However, his suggestion was met with hostility from the opposing faction, with one member exclaiming, "Wretched sorcerers, do not attempt to bewitch us. Our mission is to obliterate the demonic scriptures, ensuring your kind never rises again." Wandaoyi remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Sanxi, with a malevolent grin, interjected, "Humph, the scriptures? A bunch of naive children, utterly ignorant." He continued, "Surely your masters did not inform you before your departure. This is not merely some trivial scripture. It is the sole surviving manuscript of the celestial tome, rumored to grant ascension to the heavens." At the mention of the celestial tome, Confusion spread among many, though the leaders of the respective factions remained stoically unfazed, suggesting they had been briefed beforehand. Wan Dawi, with a scornful huff, retorted, "You deluded sorcerers are merely chasing phantoms. The celestial tome is beyond your reach, and cooperation is impossible." His declaration sent shockwaves through the disciples of the 7 factions, while they might dismiss the words of the sorcerers. Hearing such a claim from Wan Dawi ignited doubt regarding Tang Sangxi's assertions. The atmosphere grew tense as each faction contemplated their next move. Tang Sangxi sneered, "If that is the case, let us each pursue our own paths. We all seek the celestial tome. May the most capable prevail." Wan Dawi, unresponsive, cast a cold gaze toward the celestial serpent. As all eyes turned toward the golden orb, most began to believe it was indeed the fabled celestial tome. Just as they fell into silence, contemplating how to seize it, a figure suddenly dashed through the air, landing squarely atop the serpent's head. In that instant, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Qing Feng, recognizing the figure, exclaimed, "Junior brother." To rewind time briefly, Qing Feng had been wandering the cavern in search of an exit, having scoured every inch without success. Just as despair threatened to take hold, he felt the stone jar in his possession grow warm. Upon inspection, a substance emerged from within, startling him to the brink of dropping it. With a resounding crash, he beheld a staff approximately 1.5 meters long and as thick as his wrist. The central portion gleamed like gold, radiating an almost blinding light, while the ends were enveloped in a black-purple hue. The staff weighed a staggering 30,000 pounds. Though Qi Feng found it heavy, he managed to wield it with some effort. He understood that the staff must have been conjured by the stone jar. Elated at his acquisition, he envisioned using it to catch opponents off guard in future skirmishes. Even against formidable foes, a single strike would surely incapacitate them. However, the weight was a concern. Carrying it for long would prove exhausting. As he pondered, he noticed the weapon seemed to resonate with his own energy. Intrigued, he channeled his power into the staff, causing it to emit a blinding radiance and unleash waves of terrifying energy. Qing Feng's heart raced. It was indeed a magical artifact, and its potential seemed substantial. He mused whether the golden throne he had encountered was also a magical object, which would make sense of his current discoveries. Realizing the staff could amplify its power when he channeled his energy, he found it perplexing that its weight remained unchanged. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he snapped his fingers and performed a series of gestures, causing the staff to shrink to a more manageable size, resembling its original form. Now, it weighed only 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, much easier to handle. After several transformations, Qing Feng grew weary of the game and tucked the staff into his pack, relieved that it no longer burdened him. Yet, he remained concerned about the cold jade piece, wondering if it had been lost to the stone jar, as he had yet to see any sign of it. As he continued searching for a possible exit, he noticed a peculiar discoloration on the ground where the jade had been taken. Approaching it, he stepped forward, only to be engulfed in darkness as immense spatial forces compressed around him. Gasping for breath, he felt his bones creak under the pressure. But the sensation passed in an instant. When he opened his eyes, he found himself plummeting through the air, and just as he was about to shout, a dazzling golden orb caught his eye. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the object, wanting to discern its nature. However, upon contact, it emitted a blinding light, and a surge of force attempted to wrench it from his grip. In a moment of panic, he tightened his hold, inadvertently shattering the golden shell. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the cavern, Qing Feng's eyes widened in horror as he looked down, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 77. The Secret Scroll of Heavenly Books. The return to one as Qing Feng descended to the ground. He was horrified to find that he had landed upon a colossal skull. In that instant, the golden light in his hand shattered, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy that propelled him into the air. Suspended in midair, he witnessed a drop of vivid crimson blood flowing from within the golden orb. At that moment, an indescribably formidable pressure enveloped the entire cavern, causing all present to feel as though they were in the presence of divine might. The blood fell into Qing Feng's palm, and before he could contemplate further, it permeated his skin and penetrated into his purple palace. From a distance, the onlookers gasped as they saw Qing Feng plummet from the air and shatter the golden sphere. Before they could react, the dissipating energy filled the cave, pressing down upon them with such force that they felt compelled to kneel, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, and they soon heard the thunderous roar of the thousand-hand demon child, Tang San, declaring that the heavenly book had fallen into the hands of that young man. His exclamation drew everyone's attention back to Qi Feng, who was now suspended in the air. As Qi Feng felt the blood coursing through his body, he noticed the energy coalescing, allowing him to float steadily atop the demonic spirit pearl. However, he had no time to dwell on this, for before him loomed a gigantic serpent. Awakened from the ancient past, its emerald eyes glimmering like jewels. In a heartbeat, those eyes turned blood red, radiating an intense fury as it opened its immense, foul-smelling maw to strike at Qi Feng. Just as he prepared to react, a cry of alarm rang out behind him. He extended his hand, grasping the serpent's nasal bone, and propelled himself onto its massive head. Turning back, he spotted several individuals among the crowd, those whom he had been worried about. The sight of them inexplicably filled his heart with boundless joy. With a piercing roar, akin to the sound of a demonic chant, the entire cavern trembled. Those of lesser strength found themselves bleeding from their mouths and noses, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the sound. Before they could fully comprehend the might of the colossal serpent, it began to thrash its head violently, attempting to dislodge the minuscule human atop it. Qi Feng clung tightly to its scales, fearing that he might be flung off at any moment. This creature radiated immense power. He had once slain a 10-foot-long golden-crested serpent. Yet in comparison, it felt like a mere worm beside this behemoth. After several futile attempts to shake him off, the serpent reared its head back and charged toward a nearby boulder. Qi Feng felt a tremendous crash as his body collided with the hard stone, which shattered into countless fragments. In that instant, he felt as though he were trapped between two mountains. Despite his mastery of the dominant body technique, his formidable physique could not withstand such force, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. From afar, Lu Yuyan's heart tightened with concern, while Yu Zixin's face was etched with worry. Qin Yun inwardly lamented that his junior brother might have been reduced to mere pulp. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Qi Feng astonishingly rose once more from the serpent's head. Now, he wielded a short golden staff, one end embedded firmly into the serpent's skull, providing him with stability. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air as everyone witnessed this feat as the colossal serpent moved. A perfectly smooth rock wall behind it revealed a multitude of large characters. Tang San's voice rang out with palpable excitement, exclaiming that the true heavenly book was inscribed there. Everyone turned their gaze to the wall, where 4 immense characters read, "Secret Scroll of Heavenly Books." At that moment, the serpent, frustrated by its inability to capture Qi Feng, began to thrash wildly against the walls. Each collision sent shockwaves through Qi Feng's body, threatening to shatter his bones. Realizing that he could not endure this much longer, he made a resolute decision and leapt toward the wall inscribed with the heavenly book. As he descended, he finally discerned the script on the scroll. Although the meaning eluded him, he memorized every word. Just then, the serpent's tail lashed out toward him. But Qi Feng was caught off guard and was sent crashing against the stone wall. The serpent's tail, unable to retract in time, struck the wall with a resounding crack, causing numerous fissures to appear. In unison, Tang San and Wan Daoi shouted in alarm. In the next moment, both sprang into action, knowing they could not afford to lose this precious scroll. As they moved, the others, eager to glimpse the heavenly book, rushed forward without hesitation. The colossal serpent, enraged by the audacity of the tiny humans, opened its mouth wide, exhaling a cloud of black mist. 2 cultivators, unable to escape, found their flesh and bones disintegrating, leaving behind only a handful of white bones. Witnessing this gruesome scene, some retreated in fear, while the majority remained undeterred, racing forward to behold the secret scroll. Amidst the chaos, Qi Feng, bloodied and battered, emerged from the gaping hole in the stone. His eyes caught the last line of text on the scroll, sending a jolt through his heart. The Great Way leaves no trace. Different paths lead to the same destination. All methods return to the source. Everything is but a dream, an illusion. The final words were obscured, barely legible, but at the end of the scroll was a name that resonated through the ages, Wan Jiansheng. Upon seeing this name, Qi Feng's eyes brightened with understanding. The heavenly book was indeed a relic from the revered elder Wan Jiansheng, a figure of great admiration who had long since vanished, leaving many to wonder whether he had ascended to the celestial realm or perished among mortals. Suddenly, 2 thunderous booms echoed, startling Qi Feng as he saw the 2 young masters of righteousness and evil drawing near. Chapter 78. The Moment of Madness. Wan Daoi, truly a paragon of the new generation, despite his cultivation being suppressed at that moment, managed to engage in a fierce struggle with the colossal python using sheer brute strength. Meanwhile, Tang Sanchi produced several orbs, hurling them at the giant serpent, causing an incessant cacophony of explosions as elemental spells detonated upon impact. The giant python, in agony, became increasingly frenzied. Its thrashing tail struck the stone wall once more, sending debris flying and obliterating a significant portion of the celestial manuscript. Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck with horror, hastily retrieving their most prized talismans and artifacts to bombard the serpent, seizing the opportunity to rush forward. Wan Dao and the demon child stole glances at the celestial manuscript, committing its contents to memory. Regrettably, a small section had been destroyed, and they could only grasp the essence of the text. Nevertheless, they felt a sense of satisfaction. They realized that this legendary and mysterious celestial manuscript, while not a secret technique, served as a fundamental guide to comprehending the cosmos. Truly understanding its essence could break cultivation bottlenecks and perhaps even lead to enlightenment. In the midst of life and death, they could not afford to ponder deeply, merely committing what they could to memory for later study. Just as they memorized the remaining verses, the giant serpent's tail struck against the wall again, erasing half of the manuscript. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Zixin, Lu Ruyan, Qing Yun, and several elite disciples from other sects arrived, each attempting to imprint the remaining text in their minds. As they quickly memorized, a thunderous roar erupted from the enormous python, its tail swinging violently toward them. The crowd scrambled to evade it, only to hear a tremendous crash as the entire rock face shattered into pieces. The celestial manuscript was now reduced to less than 1/5 of its original form. The last arrivals fought to memorize the remaining chaotic information, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. At that moment, Qingfeng brandished a short staff, engaging the giant python in combat. A voice rang out, declaring that no one could leave unless the serpent was slain, invigorating everyone to charge forward. However, they soon witnessed the very individual who had shouted taking off in haste, leaving the others in stunned silence. Suddenly, the massive serpent lunged, its jaws snapping down on a disciple from the demonic sect, instantly tearing him to shreds before swallowing him whole. It then opened its maw wide and inhaled, creating an extraordinary suction that drew several individuals toward its gaping mouth. Panic ensued as the crowd, previously focused on the celestial manuscript, momentarily forgot that this creature was an ancient behemoth, far beyond their suppressed powers. The enraged giant python, now infuriated, sought to devour all, regardless of their affiliations, especially targeting the audacious human who dared to poke it with a stick. With a resounding thwack, both Wan Dao and the demon child were flung through the air, spewing blood mid-flight, while the frail were reduced to mere puddles of blood, utterly lifeless. The serpent swung its tail once more, directing its wrath toward Yu Zixin. Already wounded, Yu Zixin attempted to evade but was far too slow. Being struck by the serpent's tail would surely result in her obliteration. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a figure suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. With a thunderous crash, she and her savior were sent soaring into the air. In that critical moment, Qingfeng, perceiving Yu Zixin's imminent peril, swiftly shielded her with his back, utilizing the magical shield bestowed by his master to absorb the lethal blow. Despite this, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, staining Yu Zixin's garments crimson. Seeing him bleed profusely sent Yu Zixin into a frenzy of concern, and she hurriedly inquired about his condition. Qingfeng managed a faint smile, shaking his head to indicate he could endure. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, a fleeting tinge of jealousy flickering beneath her beautiful gaze. Fortunately, this feeling was ephemeral, and as she noticed Qingfeng seemed relatively unharmed, she swiftly dashed to the spot where the giant python had recently coiled. In the chaos, she extended her hand to explore the area, and soon, she unearthed a small box, roughly the size of her palm. Elated, she realized that her purpose for coming had been fulfilled, deeming the journey worthwhile. She quickly concealed the box, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one had seen her before finally feeling at ease. In the air, Yu Zixin and Qingfeng exchanged glances, and she suddenly became aware of her position in his embrace, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, Qingfeng was oblivious to such matters, fearing another strike from the giant serpent that could leave him crippled. In that moment, he urgently advised Yu Zixin to take care of herself. Without waiting for her response, he exerted force and propelled her away, sending her several hundred meters from the vortex of danger. Yu Zixin landed gracefully, her heart heavy with concern for Qingfeng. only to see him also touch down, but then venture deeper into the fray. Confused, she soon noticed that Qing Feng was cradling another girl in his arms. The same one who had been traveling with the young disciple. A wave of unexplainable heartache washed over her. Before she could dwell further on her feelings, Qingyun rushed to her side, panting with urgency. "Little junior sister, why are you still here? We must flee." Yu Zixin attempted to explain, but Qingyun seized her hand, urging her onward, insisting, "The giant python has gone mad. Even Wandao, he is gravely injured. If we do not leave now, we may not have the chance to escape later." "But Qi Feng is still there," Yu Zixin finally exclaimed. Qingyun paused, looking back, but Qing Feng's figure was nowhere to be seen. He shook his head with a sigh. "The young disciple has his own fate. We must prioritize our survival." As soon as he spoke, the giant python slammed its head against the cavern's ceiling, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Countless rocks rained down from above, and those unable to escape were crushed beneath the debris, their screams filling the air. Amidst the chaos, a thunderous roar echoed as larger boulders began to fall, signaling the imminent collapse of the cavern. Chapter 79. The Origin of Uncontrollable Affection. Upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, Qingyun and Yu Zixin had no time for words. Qingyun seized her hand, and they fled with great urgency. Just as they escaped the cave, a massive rock tumbled down, sealing the entrance completely, trapping those inside. Yu Zixin, suddenly consumed by thoughts of Qing Feng still being within, dashed toward the fallen boulder, brandishing her sword in a frenzy, striking the stone in vain. Debris flew in all directions, but the sheer magnitude of the boulder rendered her powers useless, and her efforts proved futile. After an indeterminate amount of time, she ultimately sank to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Qingyun stood frozen, struck by the sight of his younger disciple, whom he had watched grow up and had regarded as a sister. Despite years of hardship, he had never witnessed her in such despair, not even after her mother's passing. What could possibly have caused this? He approached her slowly, uncertain of how to inquire. Moments later, with tear-stained eyes, Yu Zixin lifted her gaze and softly murmured, "Will Qing Feng return alive?" In that moment, Qingyun grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, as a man of resolute disposition, he found it perplexing that his usually aloof disciple would harbor such concern for the boy. He shook his head, stating, "The path is blocked, and without magical support, it's likely that even our junior brother cannot escape. I wonder if there might be another route within the cave." Upon hearing the possibility of an alternate passage, Yu Zixin felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Qing Feng still had a chance, for he often performed the most unexpected deeds. Meanwhile, within the cave, darkness enveloped everything, the only visible presence being the fiery red eyes of the enormous serpent. After scanning the area and finding no signs of life, it slithered away. At that moment, Qing Feng held Lu Ruyan close, both of them too fearful to make a sound, lest they alert the creature. Silence reigned until it moved far enough away for them to breathe deeply. Lu Ruyan looked at Qing Feng, her eyes sparkling, and softly said, "I thought I would never see you again." Qing Feng, in response, felt a pang of melancholy and remarked, "Perhaps, if one day we find ourselves on opposing sides, and I become irredeemably wicked, I hope you will have the strength to end my life." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan recalled the words demon cultivation pool, her voice trembling as she asked, You know? Qing Feng met her gaze, and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. "The day you fell into the pool, I searched tirelessly for you. Eventually, I broke through the illusion and discovered we had unknowingly entered a trap, with demon cultivation pool inscribed above the water." The mention of the demon cultivation pool struck Qing Feng with sorrow, as he realized the implications of his words. He sighed deeply, confessing, "I have the seed of a demon within me. If I cannot suppress it, I may succumb to darkness. When we meet again, if you must kill me, I will not resist." Hearing his heartfelt declaration, Lu Ruyan felt tears welling in her eyes. In that instant, her usual cleverness vanished, leaving her silent. She opened her mouth several times to comfort him or reveal her true identity, but the words were stifled by fear of rejection and loss. For years, she had feared no one except her father, yet in this moment, a profound fear gripped her heart. Despite their brief time together, it had been the most comforting period of her life. With Qing Feng, she felt no need for deceit. She was entirely at ease. As she reflected on their shared moments, a sudden realization struck her, echoing her aunt's words. Love has no clear origin, yet it runs deep. She turned her gaze back to Qing Feng's resolute face, contemplating his staunch aversion to evil and his fierce enmity toward the demon cult. If he were to uncover her true identity, how would he react? Would he resent her, leading to their eternal separation? More worrisome was the thought that the demon's seed might consume Qing Feng. He could transform into a true fiend, a merciless monster. This thought weighed heavily on her heart, and in a tender gesture, she gently caressed his face. She whispered, "Even if that day should come, as long as you do not kill me, I will surely protect you." Qing Feng, moved by her words, found himself entranced by her sparkling eyes. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He was a humble man burdened with vengeance and a demon seed. How could he entertain such fanciful notions? With a silent sigh, he acknowledged that some loves might only exist in whispers, concealed by the passage of time. He shook his head, forcing a smile, yet remained silent, gazing at her without uttering another word. Within his youthful heart, feelings began to blossom, emotions that transcended rational control. Unbeknownst to him, the nature of love was beyond human comprehension. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, it seemed as if the universe contained only the two of them. Time drifted by until a thunderous crash echoed, prompting them to look up and witness the colossal serpent propelling itself upward, shattering the boulders overhead and breaking free from the mountain. Light flooded into the darkness, illuminating their surroundings. Qing Feng rose, grasping Lu Rian's hand, and together they approached the newly created opening. As they gazed upwards, sunlight streamed through the cavern, bathing them in its warm embrace. "Help! Help me!" A faint voice called out. Recognizing the voice, Qing Feng hurried toward it and soon discovered Su Rong, whom he promptly treated with healing herbs. Su Rong reminded him that there might be others feigning death, prompting Qing Feng to search diligently, and, indeed, he found 5 more individuals, among whom were 2 disciples of the demon cult. Chapter 80. The pain of separation in the realm of righteousness and darkness. The two forces are inherently at odds. Qing Feng should have executed the 2 individuals before him on the spot, yet he noticed their faces contorted in anguish. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the ancient tomes teaching that all paths converge, akin to a dream or an ephemeral illusion. He pondered the possibility of one day becoming a demon himself, feeling a kinship with their suffering, and thus found himself softening. With this thought in mind, he inquired whether they had committed any grievous acts against the innocent. Fortunately, the 2 had only recently emerged from their secluded training in the demonic sect. Consequently, Qing Feng compelled them to swear a blood oath to return to their seclusion and refrain from harming mortals. He chose to let them go, not out of saintliness, but because each life he took would only feed the malevolent seed within him, hastening his own descent into darkness. Although they swore their oath, Qing Feng merely spared their lives. Whether they could depart unharmed was left to fate. At that moment, Qing Feng leapt skyward, taking Lu Yuyin with him as they soared to a height of 100 meters. He embedded his staff into the rock, using it as leverage until they reached the summit of the snow-capped mountain. As they gazed out, they beheld an endless expanse of white peaks, and suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. Exchanging a smile, they felt the thrill of having finally emerged. However, before they could speak, 2 figures appeared in the distance, gliding toward them. In the blink of an eye, 2 veiled women alighted before them. Despite their masks, their exquisite features were unmistakable. Uncertain whether they were friend or foe, Qing Feng instinctively pulled Lu Yuyin behind him, adopting a defensive stance. To his surprise, one of the women smiled alluringly, casting a bewitching glance in his direction. The other spoke gently, addressing Lu Yuyin. "Yuyin, you've created enough mischief. It is time for us to return." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng turned his gaze to Lu Yuyin, who stepped forward and nodded submissively at the woman in green. In that instant, Qing Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, believing that these women were indeed her elders come to escort her home. Shortly thereafter, the woman in green gestured respectfully to Qing Feng, saying, "Young friend, I sincerely appreciate your care over the past days. This kindness shall not be forgotten, and should the opportunity arise, I shall repay you in kind." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng hastily waved his hand, replying, "There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. Lu Yuyin is merely a good friend." After a moment's contemplation, he deemed this the most fitting title to use. However, the woman in black interjected with a cold snort, "Young man, a good friend indeed. Do not let your ambition exceed your station. Lu Yuyin is not someone of your background who can be trifled with. Had it not been for your careful tending, you would have already met your demise." Taken aback by her venomous words, Qing Feng furrowed his brow, reflecting on the disparity between her beauty and her malicious tongue. He could hardly fathom why such a fierce elder would emerge from the dragon palace of the weak waters. The elder in green, clearly irritated, promptly chastised her sister. Lu Yuyin wore an expression of displeasure and rushed to Qing Feng, explaining that the woman in black was merely jesting. Out of consideration for Lu Yuyin, Qing Feng suppressed his annoyance, though his countenance remained grim. The elder in green then spoke again. My sister is rather indiscreet. I shall scold her thoroughly upon our return. I hope you will not take offense. Qing Feng glanced between her and Lu Yuyin, offering only a slight nod, his heart still harboring some resentment. Lu Yuyin wished to converse further, but the elder in green firmly grasped her arm, her tone serious as she stated, Yin, we must leave now. But, esteemed elder. Lu Yuyin hesitated, at a loss for words. Her eyes, however, were filled with reluctance as she gazed at Qing Feng. Come now, you've been away for so long. Surely your father is quite worried about you. With that, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yuyin. Nodding slightly, Lu Yuyin fell silent. Witnessing this scene, Qing Feng felt a pang of sorrow, yet he managed to say, Yin, though the mountains are high and the rivers long, perhaps there will come a day when we meet again. Lu Yuyin nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Forcing a smile through her anguish, she replied, Qing Feng, take care. Countless words dwindled down to these simple phrases. Qing Feng waved goodbye as Lu Yuyin was led away by the elder. In midair, Lu Yuyin suddenly turned and called out, Qing Feng, promise you won't forget me. If possible, I will come to find you. Her voice echoed in the air, deepening Qing Feng's melancholy. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, leaving him with an indescribable sense of loss. This farewell might be eternal, and he could not fathom when they might meet again. With a resigned shake of his head, he leapt back into the cave. For Su Rong and the others awaited his return. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Qing Feng sat cross-legged, a cushion of cold jade beneath him, which he had retrieved from the stone jar upon returning to the mountain. The bone-chilling cold had dissipated, transforming into a refreshing essence that permeated the cushion and entered his being, calming his spirit and suppressing the ominous aura that the demonic seed occasionally unleashed. As he opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered within. He stood and ventured into the courtyard, assuming a challenging stance that, once completed, drew forth a torrent of natural energy toward him, continuously refining his essence. At that moment, he let out a powerful shout, and a transparent barrier erupted around him, forming a protective aura. Though it appeared thin, it could withstand immense force. This marked the completion of the 4th layer of the body dominance technique. This layer of cultivation was markedly distinct from the previous 3, representing a significant leap in power. Each training session was excruciating, yet the results were undeniably profound, enhancing his sinews and strength. However, this technique required the aid of elixirs to amplify its effects. Fortunately, he still possessed some spiritual stones, allowing him to procure herbs and concoct potions. For mastering this technique was an arduous endeavor. During his time back, he had diligently studied the ancient tome. Although it did not contain esoteric secrets, it elucidated profound truths. Regrettably, his limited aptitude had only allowed him to glean a fraction of its wisdom. Nevertheless, even this small insight had greatly benefited his practice, fortifying his resolve and enhancing his abilities. After practicing the body dominance technique for a while, he approached the precipice of a deep chasm, gazing into the abyss. Ever since returning from the vast snowy mountains, he had been plagued by an inexplicable emptiness within. Chapter 81. The Master-Disciple Dialogue and the Veil of Destiny. The gentle breeze caused Qing Feng to shake his head slightly. With a flick of his fingers, a short staff soared from behind him, a testament to his diligent practice over the past few days. Having reached the 6th level of qi condensation, he was now capable of manipulating objects to fly. Initially, he had acquired a rudimentary flying sword, but alas, it felt insubstantial in his grasp, leading him to discard it in his dwelling. Fortunately, this staff had attained the status of a magical artifact. Although it consumed considerable spiritual energy, its speed was remarkable. As he performed the incantation, the staff propelled him skyward, transforming into a streak of light that darted into the distance. Not long ago, he had received a message from his senior brother Qingyan, summoning him to Lingxian Pavilion to meet their master, and Qi Feng knew he could not afford to delay. At the peak of Zixiao Mountain, within Lingxian Pavilion, nearly all the disciples had gathered. Upon Qing Feng's arrival, the assembly turned their gazes towards him. They marveled at his transformation. This once labeled waste of a disciple had made astonishing progress in his cultivation over the past 2 years. They were left wondering what great fortune he had encountered. Li Qingshan acknowledged Qingfeng's presence with a nod of pride. He had heard from Qing Yun about Qingfeng's exploits in the Zhulong Abyss and was relieved that this disciple had not let him down. Although Qingfeng's cultivation level was modest, the body dominance technique he practiced was indeed a remarkable asset, enabling him to withstand formidable spells wielded by those far more powerful. Such a phenomenon had not been witnessed in a century. In that moment, Li Qingshan gestured for Qingfeng to step forward, eager to observe this long-unseen disciple closely. Qingfeng complied, and the other disciples parted to grant him passage, causing him a momentary embarrassment. Out of the corner of his eye, Qingfeng caught a glimpse of the various emotions reflected in the eyes of his peers. Envy, admiration, and resentment all mingled together. In a shadowy corner, Lei Bao glared with wide eyes, filled with reluctance yet unable to deny the reality that Qingfeng had returned from Zhulong Abyss, not only with a 7-leaf snow lotus for their senior sister, but also having vanquished numerous demonic foes. It was said that he had even battled the formidable Tianjiao giant python, a being that instilled terror merely by its name. This young man had clearly evolved beyond the naive individual he once was. Qingyi, witnessing Qingfeng's current demeanor, felt a tumult of emotions, resentment intertwined with fear, yet he forced a facade of joy, apprehensive that Qingfeng might dredge up past grievances and seek revenge. However, Qingfeng was indifferent to bygone matters as he strode confidently forward. Upon reaching the front, he was met with Qing Yun's delighted expression and a hearty pat on the shoulder. With palpable excitement, Qing Yun exclaimed, "At one point, I believed you would never return. I had never seen Zixin so heartbroken." The saying that the speaker is oblivious while the listener is deeply affected held true, as Qingfeng was taken aback to learn that Yu Zixin had been sorrowful over his absence. Given her typically aloof nature, he questioned what merit he possessed to evoke such feelings in her. Before he could contemplate further, Qing Yun continued, "Little junior brother, upon your return, you must enter seclusion and meet no one. We have much to discuss." Qingfeng nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude for his senior brother's kindness. At that moment, Li Qingshan chimed in with a cheerful tone. "Qingfeng, you have accomplished a great feat for our sect. Your master has expressed intentions to reward you handsomely." Grateful for the acknowledgement, Qingfeng bowed in thanks. Yet, Li Qingshan soon composed himself, gesturing for the disciples to quiet down. He then rose to announce, in 1 month, the long-awaited 7-sect competition will commence. This event will significantly impact the distribution of resources for the next century. Hence, our master is keenly invested in it. Therefore, I hereby decree that starting tomorrow, we shall select participants for the competition. Any disciple who joined within the last century and whose cultivation is below the golden core stage may participate. If anyone is interested, do sign up. Li Qingshan observed the reactions of the disciples, carefully calculating their responses. As the news spread, a buzz of conversation erupted among the assembled crowd. After finishing the announcement, Li Qingshan waved his hand to disperse the gathering, instructing them to prepare for the upcoming event. However, Qingfeng and Qing Yun were retained for further discussion. As Li Qingshan settled back into his seat, he looked at Qingfeng and, sipping his tea, remarked, "Qingfeng, your performance in Zhulong Abyss was commendable. I am genuinely pleased. You were the first to encounter the heavenly book's secret scroll. I wonder how much you managed to retain." In response, Qingfeng humbly confessed, "Master, I must admit that I was indeed the first to see the scroll, and I memorized all the characters on that wall." However, Li Qingshan's expression brightened with anticipation as he urged him to continue. Yet Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. The heavenly book's secret scroll does not merely contain spells or techniques. It encapsulates the essence of the Tao's profound mysteries. Regrettably, it cannot be conveyed through mere words. It can only be grasped through intuition. My understanding is limited, and I fear I may have misconstrued its meanings. At this point, he cast a rueful glance towards Qing Yun. The latter met his gaze with a resigned smile, adding, "Master, my junior brother speaks the truth. Once those characters entered our minds, we could not articulate their meanings. We could only express our interpretations. The reason behind this eludes us, as if the words themselves were shrouded in destiny's veil." Acknowledging this, Li Qingshan nodded, fully aware that some exalted secrets indeed defy comprehension. Each practitioner must tread their own path, guided by their unique fortunes, and thus he refrained from probing further, albeit with a trace of regret lingering in his heart. At that juncture, Qingfeng spoke up again, "Master, there is something I must inform you of. At the conclusion of the heavenly book's secret scroll, The signature bore the name of Elder Wang Jian. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with excitement. He murmured, "Wang Jian? Brother Wang Jian? Could it be that he is still alive?" Seeing his master's fervor, Qi Feng quickly shook his head, clarifying that it was merely the name inscribed at the end, and proceeded to recount the details of that moment to his master. Chapter 82. Reunion among peers. On this clear night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, the gentle breeze had returned to its abode. The intention to reminisce with senior brother Qing Yun over a few cups of wine was thwarted by urgent communications that summoned him away, leaving them to reschedule their meeting for another day. In this moment, he reflected on his conversation with his master. Surprised by the profound admiration his master held for the esteemed predecessor, Wang Jiansheng, it struck him with a sense of awe that, as his master articulated, Wang Jiansheng was a remarkable figure of his generation, excelling in both martial prowess and character, captivating the elite disciples of various sects who were willing to risk their lives under his leadership. In his youth, Lu Qingshan was one of his ardent admirers. The thought of Wang Jiansheng leading countless devoted followers from the righteous alliance filled his heart with nostalgia, and he felt a resolute determination to one day embody such greatness himself. As he pondered this, an intense and scorching aura emanated from within his purple abode, enveloping him in a wave of heat that caused beads of sweat to cascade down his body, akin to being roasted in a furnace. He hastily retrieved his cold jade mat and sat upon it, focusing his mind as the frigid essence coursed through him, providing some relief. At this moment, he turned his gaze inward to the purple abode, where three entities were present. At the bottom lay a tiny purple crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, formed from the condensation of innate purple qi. In the center, pulsating with a dark luster and blood-red veins, was a spirit pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, which was a demon seed. This demon seed had originally grown to the size of an egg, but had inexplicably shrunk, now appearing even darker and more concentrated. At the top was a drop of blood, vivid red, obtained from the explosion of a golden orb within the candle dragon abyss. Its origin remained a mystery to him. However, on nights of the full moon, this drop of blood exuded an overwhelming heat, making him feel as though he were being boiled alive. Had it not been for the cold jade mat, he might have succumbed to the searing temperature. He guarded his dantian in the purple abode until the third watch of the night, when the drop of blood finally returned to normalcy. He had intended to inquire about it with his master the previous day, but the presence of the demon seed within him deterred him from doing so. If his master were to employ secret methods to examine his body, the existence of the demon seed would surely be revealed. The reasons for his concealment were burdensome. The situation was too peculiar, and even he found it hard to believe. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that a formidable demon resided within his sea of consciousness. Should his master discover this, how could he possibly explain it? He feared that, given his master's nature, it might lead to a severing of ties, and he would be at a loss for words to persuade his master otherwise. After much deliberation, he resolved to keep this a secret, hoping that one day he might be able to extricate the demon seed himself. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting demon king, who had entered his sea of consciousness, had since fallen silent, leaving him to wonder about its whereabouts. Shaking his head, he began to practice his techniques, causing the various water elements in the surrounding environment to coalesce, quickly forming a stream about the length of his arm. Gradually, he shaped this substance into a water dragon, though it was merely a fade devoid of lethal power, suitable only for illusions. The water dragon technique of the 8 desolations was indeed profoundly intricate. After days of training, he had only scratched the surface. Yet, he was able to manifest its form, and with time ahead, he was confident he would master this art. He discovered that his insights from the heavenly book could be applied to various techniques, enhancing their perfection. For a moment, he genuinely suspected that the heavenly scroll had been bestowed upon him by an immortal. The following morning, as the sun began to illuminate the world, the slopes of Tongtian Peak were already bustling with crowds. When Qing Feng arrived, it was evident he was quite late. "Hey," he called out, hurrying forward. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Zhang Bao, who had been quite chatty during their descent to Longqing. It had been many days since they last met, and he noticed that Zhang Bao had gained a bit of weight. "Haha, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken," Zhang Bao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. Qi Feng was equally delighted to see him, for he had few friends and spent most of his time in seclusion for training. Zhang Bao's warm and cheerful demeanor made him an enjoyable companion. They began to converse, and Zhang Bao, with his lively chatter, informed Qing Feng about significant recent events within their sect. For instance, one of their guardian beasts, the Wandu centipede, had given birth to a young. Furthermore, their second senior brother, Lei Heng, had returned from a secretive place and suddenly attained enlightenment, breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. Realizing this, Qi Feng speculated that perhaps Lei Hong had encountered the heavenly scroll, which had catalyzed such a transformation. Zhang Bao also mentioned that in the upcoming Seven Sects martial gathering, the Water Moon Fairy, Lan Yi of the Weak Water Dragon Palace, was likely to participate. Zhang Bao's extensive knowledge of various sects and affairs was impressive, leaving Qing Feng in admiration. As their discussion continued, Qing Feng noticed his senior sister, Lu Qinger, approaching with a group of familiar faces. Senior sister, Qing Feng greeted joyfully. Lu Qinger returned his enthusiasm with a bright smile, saying, "It truly has been a long time since we last met. I wonder what you've been busy with." It's a long story," he replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Hey, don't you see us?" interrupted Fang Yusen, who was with Lu Qinger. Qing Feng turned to her, amused by her sharp tongue, and chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. He quickly exchanged greetings with everyone. Bai Fan and Shui Ru were well known to him, but there was a girl he had not met before. Fang Yusen introduced her, saying they would soon be acquainted. Qing Feng nodded, remembering to introduce Zhang Bao to the group. Zhang Bao, filled with joy, blended seamlessly with the girls as if they had known each other for ages. After some time chatting, familiar acquaintances approached to greet them. And Qing Feng couldn't help but reflect on the nature of mortals and cultivators. Both seemed equally pragmatic. At that moment, Lu Qinger approached him and asked, "Junior brother, you will participate in the competition, won't you?" Qing Feng nodded in response, unsure of her intent. "Senior sister, do you have any advice? You know I've been immersed in my training and am unclear about many matters." Lu Qinger nodded and explained, among the younger generation of disciples, each peak has its standout talents, all of whom possess unique skills and have reached at least the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, despite your immense strength, your magical power is lacking. Although my father believes your skills are comparable to those at the foundation establishment level, you will undoubtedly face challenges against those with formidable techniques. So exercise caution. Here, take this artifact, the Falling Jade Pearl. It is specifically designed for combat and may prove useful in times of need. As she spoke, she drew a beautiful green pearl from her waist, its translucent surface glimmering enticingly. Chapter 83. The Masteress prays in the commencement of the contest. Upon witnessing his senior sister offering him such a precious treasure, Qi Feng felt a warmth in his heart, deeply engraving this kindness within him. However, he shook his head, declining her generous offer and informing her that should he find himself outmatched by the others, he would simply refrain from competing. Lu Qinger, understanding her little junior brother's stubborn nature, could only smile helplessly. After a brief conversation, she was drawn away by other female cultivators. Meanwhile, Fang Yusen gestured an encouraging sign to Qing Feng. With a resounding boom, the grand bell of Tongtian Peak, which had not tolled for many years, reverberated through the air. The sound was melodious, yet not jarring, instilling a sense of comfort throughout one's being. A second and then a third toll followed. Suddenly, several beams of sword light soared down from the mountain, led by the esteemed Master Gu Yuanzi, accompanied by the heads of various peaks. As they landed, Gu Yuanzi's starry gaze swept across the assembly, causing an involuntary tension among the crowd. As if each person felt their innermost thoughts laid bare, the gathering fell silent, and everyone simultaneously raised their hands in salute, proclaiming, "We, the disciples, pay our respects to the master and sect leader." Gu Yuanzi surveyed the vibrant assembly of disciples below, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, and instructed them to be at ease. He then proceeded to encourage the disciples to actively engage in this grand occasion, framing it as a form of trial. After concluding his address, Gu Yuanzi suddenly called out, "Where is Qing Feng?" At this declaration, a wave of confusion spread through the crowd as they looked around, uncertain of who Qing Feng might be. Those familiar with his name expressed surprise, pondering how he had caught the masteress' attention. A murmur of speculation arose as everyone began searching for Qing Feng. At the back of the crowd, upon hearing his name called, Qing Feng was engulfed in doubt and trepidation, particularly fearful that the secrets of his demonic heritage and the matter of the shape-shifting demon lord might be revealed. The gravity of these issues weighed heavily on him. Should they come to light, he feared he would either be slain on the spot or imprisoned in the abyss. With these thoughts swirling, he gritted his teeth and responded loudly, "I am here, master." Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned to look, and the senior brothers in front quickly made way for him. Qi Feng, feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutiny, advanced into the clearing. Lu Qing'er and her companions were astonished by the scene, while Zhao Tianxi and Zhang Bao stood speechless. Not far ahead, a pair of beautiful eyes, icy and piercing, belonged to Yu Zixin. As she gazed at Qing Feng, a tumult of emotions stirred within her. Back in the depths of Zhu Longyuan, she had believed Qing Feng to be doomed, and the anguish she felt then was profound, leaving her bewildered as to why she had cried so desperately. Yet now, seeing him alive and thriving, her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and embarrassment for her past actions, rendering her hesitant to meet his gaze upon his return. As Qing Feng navigated through the throngs of people, his nerves were undeniable, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart raced. "I pay my respects to the master and sect leader," he declared. Gu Yuanzi regarded the rather handsome disciple before him with an approving expression. He pointed at Qing Feng, stating, "Excellent. During your expedition to Zhu Longyuan, you not only retrieved spirit herbs for your senior sister, but also brought great honor to our sect. You may proceed to the Demon Suppression Hall later to collect a reward, a token of our esteem for your accomplishments." Grateful, Qing Feng bowed deeply in thanks. Gu Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction and continued, "In this grand competition, I hope you will strive to enter the top 10, contributing to our sect's prestige in facing the other factions." His words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd, not only among the disciples, but also on the platform where the peak leaders shared similar expressions of disbelief. They scrutinized this young man below, suddenly recalling that he was the same one who, just a few years prior, had been deemed unworthy and pushed onto Lu Qingshan. In a mere few years, he had transformed so remarkably. However, one discerning observer noted a discrepancy. Despite his evident prowess, his cultivation level was merely at the 6th tier of qi condensation, leaving many puzzled as to why the master held him in such high regard. As they considered this, the crowd's attention turned to Lu Qingshan, who, much to their surprise, proudly lifted his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, they all resolved to inquire further about this extraordinary development upon their return. Amidst this, Qing Feng himself was equally astonished by the master's regard for him. A surge of fervor coursed through him, and he proclaimed with resolute conviction, "Thank you for your generous recognition, master. I shall exert myself to the utmost and forge ahead fearlessly." Gu Yuanzi nodded slightly, feeling pleased. He then addressed the assembly of disciples, offering more words of encouragement before officially declaring the commencement of the sect's selection competition. As he concluded, a dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the square in a breathtaking spectacle. After overseeing these festivities, Gu Yuanzi departed with a few elders, marking the official start of the competition. Those wishing to participate began drawing lots for their matches, with Qing Feng drawing number 143. His opponent, number 114, remained a mystery to him, yet he was filled with confidence. He understood that as long as he did not face any disciples above the foundation establishment stage, he was nearly invincible against those at the qi condensation stage. With his number called later in the sequence, he had the opportunity to observe the matches on the platforms, thus broadening his experience. 3 vast arenas had been constructed in the square, each safeguarded by formations, providing ample space for every participant to showcase their abilities. Soon, the first match was about to commence, and the supervising elder by the arena announced the competition rules. The first rule dictated that no underhanded tactics, such as employing talismans or disposable weapons, would be permitted. Such actions would compromise fairness and obscure the true strength of the cultivators. Thus, only direct confrontations were allowed, with both parties free to utilize any spells or artifacts at their disposal. Additionally, each competing disciple would be issued a flashing talisman. Should they find themselves unable to concede in time, they could crush this item to be instantly transported out of the arena. Chapter 84. A spectacle of diverse techniques. Upon the elder's declaration of the competition rules, the match commenced. 2 disciples ascended the stage from opposite sides, Zhang Lan of Falling Sunset Peak and Wang Sheng of Flying Cloud Peak. After exchanging names, the duel began. Both wielded flying swords, initially testing each other's skills before engaging in a fierce battle, their swords dancing through the air in a dazzling display. Regrettably, Qing Feng could not utilize his staff in such a manner and had yet to discover a dedicated technique for its use. For the majority of practitioners in the Tai sect favored flying swords, and the few who employed other weapons kept their techniques closely guarded. The use of staves was exceedingly rare, and no relevant literature existed. However, through his recent life and death struggles, he had devised several techniques of his own. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as one combatant fell to the ground, blood trickling from his lips, clearly unable to withstand his opponent. Staggering to his feet, he sighed and conceded. Wang Sheng wins. As the two departed, new challengers quickly took their places, and Qing Feng watched with rapt attention, gaining a deeper understanding of these magical sword duels. He pondered strategies for future confrontations, contemplating how to breach his opponent's defenses and evade their attacks. Lost in thought, he heard a voice call out, "Qing Feng, I've been looking for you." Turning, he saw Zhang Bao, drenched in sweat, approaching. "What number are you?" Qi Feng promptly inquired. Zhang Bao chuckled, explaining that he had not registered for the competition, as his expertise lay in formations, making direct combat a disadvantage for him. Instead, he had come to invite Qing Feng to watch Lu Qing'er's match. Understanding, Qing Feng eagerly agreed to support his senior sister. As they arrived, Lu Qing'er was just stepping onto the stage, facing an opponent wielding a massive sword. After exchanging names, their duel commenced. Among the spectators were several familiar faces, including Zhao Tianxi, and they cheered on the competitors. Qi Feng mused that, being surrounded by so many people, he felt too shy to join in the cheers, while Zhang Bao unabashedly shouted encouragement. As Qing Feng observed the contest, numerous individuals approached him to introduce themselves, eager to make his acquaintance, a development he had not anticipated. However, his honest nature compelled him to engage with each one warmly. Back on the stage, Lu Qing'er commanded her flying sword with grace, unleashing a formidable sword ray aimed at her opponent. The man, wielding his broadsword, retaliated with a downward strike, generating a wall of golden light before their forces collided, resulting in a momentary stalemate. With a cold snort, Lu Qing'er shifted her stance, her other hand forming a seal. A small green orb at her waist began to hum, spinning rapidly. As she altered her gesture, the orb emitted a soft green glow and shot forth towards her adversary. Caught off guard, the man hesitated, drenched in cold sweat as the orb approached. With a powerful shout, he commanded his sword to launch towards the orb, simultaneously erecting a dirt wall for defense. Little did he know, the orb, known as the falling jade pearl, was specifically designed for combat. Upon collision, he felt his connection to the sword wane, and in a moment of panic, attempted to retract it, but it was too late. The orb's brilliance enveloped his sword, lifting it skyward and severing his control. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'er's sword continued its relentless assault, and without the support of the golden wall, it shattered the makeshift defense with ease. Just as her sword was about to strike, the man vanished from sight, having utilized a blinking talisman to escape. Lu Qing'er smiled, changing her gesture, causing the falling jade pearl to return alongside the sword. As the orb dimmed, the sword fell into the man's hands, who could only sigh in resignation. Following the elder's announcement of Lu Qing'er's victory, the women in attendance erupted into joyous laughter. Emerging from the stage, Lu Qing'er received heartfelt congratulations, but she remained indifferent, knowing that this was merely a preliminary match and that more formidable opponents had yet to reveal themselves. A thunderous boom resonated from afar, drawing everyone's attention to another stage where a vibrant crowd cheered. So impressive. Intrigued, they moved closer to witness a figure clad in purple, his expression icy, standing midair as his flying swords transformed into several streaks of light, hurtling towards his adversary below. The man below set up layer upon layer of protective barriers, but the swords crashed through with overwhelming force, shattering the shields as if they were mere paper. In that moment, he bellowed, "5-element sword technique." Instantly, 5 images of himself emerged, merging into one as he unleashed a formidable sword intent. A resounding crash echoed as a white beam shot upward, obliterating the sword's shadows in an instant. The young man smirked, thinking to himself, "You didn't expect my feigned weakness was a ruse." However, Yu Zixin showed no fear, her hands tracing circles as her flying sword resonated, transforming into countless sword shadows that surged downward like roaring dragons. Wherever the sword shadows passed, the white light was swiftly extinguished, and in a matter of moments, the blades rained down upon the man below. "I won't concede," he shouted, waving his hands to conjure numerous barriers, ultimately erecting a final protective curtain. Yet, the relentless sword shadows were inexhaustible, slicing through the barriers like they were made of air. Determined not to yield, the man clung to his last defense as Yu Zixin, with a cold huff, altered her gesture. The multitude of sword shadows converged, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The air filled with explosive sounds and anguished cries. As the dust settled, the man was revealed, his garments tattered, with countless sword shadows hovering ominously above him, mere palm's breadth away. Yu Zixin coldly inquired, "Will you yield? Will you concede?" Chapter 85. The flying sword and the white-clad rogue. Upon the arena, Yu Zixin descended gracefully, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, inciting fervent cheers from the onlookers. With a subtle nod to the crowd, her gaze inadvertently lingered on Qi Feng, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, leaving him bewildered as to the reason for such a reaction. Fortunately, Yu Zixin soon shifted her attention elsewhere, allowing Qi Feng to regain his composure. As the elder inspector announced Yu Zixin's victory, she soared away on her sword, transforming into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing from sight. The departure of this goddess left many male cultivators disheartened, as though a significant portion of their joy had dissipated. Naturally, Qi Feng and his companions remained, as several among them took to the stage, receiving encouragement from the crowd. Zhao Tianxi and Fang Yusin triumphed in succession, while Shuuru faced defeat and Baifeng had yet to make her appearance, her number considerably distant from Qingfeng's. As afternoon approached, it was finally Qingfeng's turn to step onto the platform. His arrival instantly drew the attention of the audience, for this young man was currently basking in the limelight, even receiving praise from the sect leader. How could they not be captivated? In an instant, the other platforms were nearly deserted. Ascending the stage, Qi Feng faced an exceptionally handsome opponent, tall and slender with a well-proportioned physique, his eyes sparkling with intelligence, presenting himself as a formidable figure. Upon their introduction, Qi Feng declared his name, to which the other responded, "I am Zheng Long, a disciple of the falling sunset peak, known as the Flying Sword and the White-Clad Rogue." Qi Feng nodded, somewhat taken aback by the man's arrogance, though his title was undeniably impressive. From below, upon hearing Zheng Long's name, an onlooker exclaimed, "Wow! So this is Zheng Long, truly handsome." Another scoffed, "Humph, I've heard of him. Didn't expect him to be just a pretty boy." Whispers circulated regarding his legendary prowess, claiming he had slain a second-tier beast with a single strike and had once single-handedly defeated 5 disciples of the demonic sect. While the crowd murmured, Zheng Long had already summoned his flying sword, yet Qi Feng remained weaponless. Zheng Long squinted, annoyance evident in his voice. "What is this? Do you look down on me? Refusing to draw your weapon?" Qi Feng hesitated, wishing to test his current strength and the resilience of his recently practiced body dominance technique against substantial force. However, Zheng Long's words made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't mean it that way." He began, but Zheng Long interrupted with a fierce shout. "How outrageous! You truly are overconfident, thinking you're someone special just because the sect leader knows you. Prepare yourself." Without granting Qi Feng a moment to explain, he unleashed his flying sword towards him. With a resounding clash, the sword struck Qingfeng's protective barrier. At that moment, Qi Feng had activated his technique, encasing himself within a shield as sturdy as a golden bell, the result of his diligent practice over the past days. The spectators gasped as they witnessed the sword hit the barrier with no effect, prompting a collective sigh of astonishment. Zheng Long's expression turned cold upon realizing his attack was futile, swiftly changing his hand gestures to strike another location. Again, the sword collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound akin to striking a genuine bell, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The shield stood firm. Zheng Long's fury ignited. "Very well. I shall see just how formidable your barrier is." He retracted his sword, executing a series of intricate gestures. The sword radiated a tremendous gleam, expanding to a size of nearly 10 feet. With a commanding shout, he sent the sword hurtling forward. The onlookers watched in awe as the sword struck the barrier with tremendous force, causing it to tremble slightly, yet it remained unbroken. This turn of events unsettled Zheng Long, and the crowd was equally bewildered, for such a level of defense was typically reserved for powerful artifacts. Yet here stood a mere individual wielding such might through his technique. Was it not as if he himself had become a magical artifact? Without allowing the audience time to ponder, Zheng Long, spurred by desperation, unleashed a flurry of sword techniques, the flying sword repeatedly slamming against the barrier in a rapid succession of strikes. Despite the barrage, Qi Feng appeared unfazed within his shield. Zheng Long, panting heavily, unleashed further attacks, transforming his sword into dozens of shadowy blades that spiraled towards the barrier. Yet, once again, his efforts proved futile. In a fit of rage, he resorted to his ultimate secret technique, conjuring countless sword shadows that whirled around the barrier, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds that filled the air. The spectators watched with rapt attention, some even beginning to wager on which would succumb first, the flying sword or the barrier. Meanwhile, the elder inspector, observing Qingfeng's extraordinary technique, displayed a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Below the stage, Lu Qinger and the others began to reevaluate their perceptions of Qifeng. None had anticipated such rapid advancement since their last encounter. He had transformed from the timid junior of the rainy night in the great forest into a formidable force. Qingfeng, observing the multitude of sword shadows outside his barrier, felt an overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated the barrier's sturdiness. In future battles, if he could simply raise his shield, would it not exhaust his opponents to the point of collapse? The thought nearly brought a smile to his face. He realized that while the flying swords struck with fervor, they merely drained Zheng Long's energy. For him, this level of force was inconsequential. He yearned to face someone of greater prowess to truly test the limits of his barrier. Zheng Long, now visibly drained, was drenched in sweat, his face flushed either from fatigue or anger. In the next moment, he pointed at Qingfeng and bellowed, "Kid, if you possess any skill, don't hide in that turtle shell. Step out, and let us face off openly." Hearing this, Qingfeng felt compelled to emerge from his protective barrier. He had sufficiently tested its capabilities. With a thought, he dispelled the shield. Upon seeing Qingfeng finally appear, Zheng Long gritted his teeth, wielding his sword with renewed fury, launching a vengeful strike towards Qingfeng. In an instant, the sword approached Qingfeng. Yet he did not draw his weapon. Instead, he raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow. The crowd gasped collectively, their mouths agape, disbelief etched across their faces. Chapter 86. In the zenith of glory at that moment, the spectators beneath the stage were filled with thoughts of whether this individual was too arrogant and overly self-assured. Yet, many believed that this would serve as a lesson for Qifeng, who must surely suffer the loss of an arm. Conversely, Zheng Long, standing opposite, was irked. He usually basked in admiration among his peers, yet today, someone had dared to slap his face, and now, this person actually wished to intercept his flying sword with mere fists. He vowed that if this individual truly managed to withstand his strike, he would perform a handstand and urinate live on stream. The air seemed to solidify as all eyes fixated on Qingfeng's fists, which were enveloped in layers of solid protective energy, undergoing a transformation from quantity to quality, forming a pale white shield akin to a boxing glove. When his fist finally collided with the flying sword, a resounding explosion echoed through the arena. The crowd was left speechless, shocked, and incredulous. Not only the onlookers, but even the elders sitting cross-legged at the edge of the stage witnessed such a spectacle for the first time, their expressions mirroring astonishment. To strike a flying sword barehanded and send it flying was utterly revolutionary for the sword sect. Zheng Long's eyes blazed with fury upon witnessing this scene. He spat out a mouthful of blood, not from backlash, but from sheer indignation. In that moment, he realized his reputation would be forever tarnished. Consumed by rage and regret, he questioned the necessity of this contest. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Immediately, two fellow disciples rushed to his side, administering medicinal pills and water. The elder publicly declared Qingfeng the victor of this bout. The arena erupted in cheers, the fervor surpassing even that of Yu Zixin's previous victory. As Qingfeng descended from the stage, he was besieged by numerous junior sisters eager to befriend him. In the ensuing days, the competition grew increasingly fierce. Each time Qingfeng took the stage, throngs gathered to witness the prowess of this renowned junior disciple. His reputation had soared, and everyone was eager to see him in action. Unlike most who wielded swords, Qingfeng's approach was refreshingly different. He relied solely on his formidable fists, leaving his opponents battered and bruised, igniting the spectators' enthusiasm. Moreover, there was an ever-growing curiosity to see who could compel him to utilize the weapons he had concealed, to witness his mastery over them. The more he refrained from employing his weapon, the more fervently the crowd longed to see its power. Thus, with each contest, the audience swelled. Eventually, when Qifeng entered the arena, the other platforms fell silent, leaving the competing disciples in an awkward predicament, grumbling about Qingfeng's overwhelming popularity. As the saying goes, fame brings its burdens. Qingfeng's name resonated throughout Tai's sect, becoming a household word. Many young talents, feeling challenged, sought to confront him in single combat. Unfortunately, before he could even draw his weapon, his fists taught them invaluable lessons in humility. As 10 days swiftly passed, the preliminary rounds concluded. paving the way for the formal competitions. Tai's sect was blessed with exceptional disciples from various peaks, many of whom had established their foundations within a century. Disciples who had secluded themselves for years or those who had ventured into the world returned for this grand event. The competitions intensified. Yet the limited slots for the 7-sect tournament necessitated the elimination of those with lesser cultivation. Although talents like Lu Qing'er, Fang Yusen, and Zhang Tianxi were indeed extraordinary within their ranks, their cultivation levels paled in comparison to the more remarkable disciples. The disciples at the qi condensation stage were merely making appearances to familiarize themselves with the audience. The true contenders were the foundation establishment disciples, with Qing Feng standing out as the singular exception, battling against them with his qi condensation prowess and advancing to the finals. In the days leading up to the finals, Qi Feng demonstrated unparalleled strength, defeating numerous foundation establishment disciples who no longer regarded him as an ordinary qi condensation disciple. They shed their underestimating views, having learned their lessons the hard way. During this time, Qingfeng's prominence rivaled that of the illustrious Chen Lantian, the senior brother of Tong Tian Peak, who had recently achieved the golden elixir stage, a rare feat among Tai's sect disciples. Chen Lantian, known for his exceptional talent, was among the few who had attained the golden elixir within 50 years. He had now emerged as a leading figure among the younger generation of disciples across the 7 sects, comparable to the likes of Wan Daoi. Given his status, he had no desire to compete for recognition against his junior disciples. However, he held high hopes for Qing Feng, having witnessed his remarkable performance in Zhulangyuan. Qingfeng's loyalty and willingness to brave danger for Sister Lingyun, stemming from a selfless act years ago, had left a lasting impression on him. Tai's sect boasted many astonishingly talented disciples, yet few possessed the integrity and courage of Qing Feng. In Chen Lantian's mind, such individuals would be the bedrock of the sect, ensuring its enduring strength for millennia. Unbeknownst to Qi Feng, his most admired senior brother held him in such high esteem. Over the past few days, Qing Feng had deepened his understanding of martial arts through practical combat, discovering that his body dominance technique progressed rapidly amidst life and death struggles. Little did he realize that he had inadvertently garnered a legion of admirers. This revelation came from Zhang Bao, who had excitedly recounted the tales of admiration directed toward Qing Feng, as if he were the protagonist of an epic saga. The day of the crucial contest had arrived, wherein 10 disciples would be selected from 20 to participate in the 7-sect tournament. To maintain fairness, the sect leaders deliberated, listing the cultivation levels and performances of all disciples to match 2 of similar strength. Ultimately, due to Qingfeng's unpredictable prowess, the headmaster decreed that he would face the disciple with the lowest strength among the group. With this arrangement in place, all that remained was to witness an extraordinary clash of talents. Chapter 87. The senior sister takes the stage. The arena boasts only 3 platforms, necessitating a wait for the matches to commence. This interval allows those about to compete to witness the fierce confrontations among the elite of our sect. In the first match, Yu Zixin steps forward to face Su Fengwan from Xiaya Peak. Although both are female cultivators, the latter pales in comparison to Yu Zixin's beauty. Nonetheless, the competition is determined by their cultivation and techniques rather than appearances. Yet, onlookers cannot resist commenting, as the spirit of free speech prevails. Qing Feng remains unperturbed. He is eagerly anticipating the display of his junior sister's prowess. While all competitors are at the foundation establishment stage, their strengths vary significantly. Some may appear formidable due to their profound cultivation, yet lack practical combat experience, having spent years in secluded training. Such practitioners may falter against those seasoned in the crucible of battle. Furthermore, the quality of their cultivation methods, the grade of their swords, the aptitude of their spiritual roots, and the foundations laid during their foundation establishment all contribute to a cultivator's strength, making it impossible to judge solely by cultivation level. As the match begins, both combatants announce their names. Yu Zixin forms a hand seal, summoning her purple lightning and frost sword, which soars into the air with a resounding cry. Su Fengwan responds in kind, directing her white flying sword to her hand. With no intention of probing, both unleash their most potent techniques. The arena is filled with the clash of swords, as Yu Zixin's blade dances like a dragon, while Su Fengwan's swordplay is equally impressive. After exchanging several blows, Yu Zixin seizes her flying sword and ascends into the air, striking down with a mighty swing. A purple sword radiance transforms into a roaring serpent, racing towards Su Fengwan with an overwhelming sword intent. In response, Su Fengwan clasps her hands together, her gestures shifting rapidly as her flying sword morphs into a white tiger that pounces with a fierce roar. The two engage in a fierce aerial battle, but ultimately, the white tiger succumbs to the purple serpent. Undeterred, Su Fengwan shouts, Xianjian Wujia. Suddenly, her flying sword splits into countless flickering images, encircling Yu Zixin with immense force. Yu Zixin furrows her brow and retorts, your Xianjian Wujia is more show than substance. Perhaps you should practice a bit longer. As she speaks, she channels her flying sword, murmuring, break for me. With a strike imbued with thunderous might, her purple lightning and frost sword pierces the center of Su Fengwan's sword formation. A flash of purple lightning erupts, scattering the sword images, and the white sword crashes into the ground before Su Fengwan, returning to her original position. Yu Zixin's victory is clear, yet Su Fengwan remains unwilling to concede, drawing her flying sword for another round. At that moment, Yu Zixin calls out, Senior Sister Su, I have recently comprehended a new sword technique, the Purple Sky Thunder Sword Technique. If you are interested, I could demonstrate, though I cannot guarantee I will hold back. Upon hearing this, Su Fengwan's gaze sharpens, and the audience below is taken aback. They murmur in awe of Yu Zixin's remarkable talent. For the Purple Sky Thunder technique is notoriously difficult to master, requiring exceptional aptitude and an unparalleled mindset to wield effectively. While the spectators discuss, Su Fengwan smiles bitterly, fully aware of the technique's renown. It is one of the three great sword techniques wielded by the founder of their sect, its power immeasurable. She may be reluctant to admit defeat, but she is not foolish. The younger sister's achievements provoke her envy. At such a tender age, Yu Zixin's potential seems boundless. With a newfound respect, Su Fengwan addresses Yu Zixin with a bright smile. Little junior sister, you have won. Yu Zixin nods in acknowledgement, holding her senior sister in high regard. Observing from below, the audience recognizes Su Fengwan's character. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintains her composure, suggesting she will be a formidable figure in the future. Qing Feng observes the proceedings, contemplating how Yu Zixin has triumphed without expending her full strength, her capabilities truly unfathomable. The sword technique she mentioned, based on the audience's discussions, seems remarkably powerful. Regrettably, he cannot witness its full might today. Just then, another challenger steps onto the arena. Clad in white robes and projecting an imposing demeanor, he carries 5 flying swords on his back, exuding an air of confidence. Zhang Bao, standing nearby, urges Qing Feng. What are you thinking? Hurry up and take the stage. Realizing it is his turn, Qi Feng hastily navigates through the crowd towards the arena. The spectators cheer as he approaches, the atmosphere turning lively. Qing Feng's face flushes with embarrassment. He muses on the absurdity of the situation, feeling like a celebrity and dreading the backlash that might follow. The white-clad man has been observing him, and their eyes meet. Qi Feng promptly bows, introducing himself. I am Qi Feng from Xixia Peak. May I know your esteemed name, senior brother? The white-clad man, impressed by Qing Feng's recent accomplishments, responds warmly. You are too modest, junior brother. Your name has become well known throughout Tai sect. Thank you for your kind words. Senior brother, Qing Feng replies. The man nods, clearly pleased with Qing Feng's humility, and continues, I am Feng Lixing from Feixia Peak, known as the 5 Elements Sword Sovereign. Upon hearing this title, Qing Feng feels a surge of apprehension. Such a grandiose name implies a profound mastery of sword techniques. The 5 swords he bears warrant serious consideration. Meanwhile, the audience buzzes with excitement, exclaiming, it's him, Feng Lixing, who has been away from the sect for years. His 5 elements sword technique is said to be extraordinary, and those 5 flying swords are of considerable worth. Eager whispers circulate, detailing Feng Lixing's exploits, leaving onlookers in awe. If any mortals were present, they might find themselves astounded by the tales of these exalted beings. Chapter 88. A fierce duel on the stage. Feng Lixing spoke, Junior brother Qing Feng. I have observed several of your battles in recent days. I noticed that you always engage in combat unarmed, foregoing the use of weapons. Do you perhaps look down upon your opponents? I wonder if you will reveal your weapon this time. Qing Feng paused, scratching the back of his head as he replied. Senior brother, you misunderstand. As you may know, I come from a body refinement background, and I prefer to use my body as my weapon. I have been testing the limits of my physique during this time. Since today is the finals, I will certainly give it my all. And I hope you will acknowledge my efforts. Upon hearing this, Feng Lixing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Qi Feng was being overly modest. With a slight nod, He responded coldly. Then let us begin, and allow me to witness your true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed his hand gestures, and a fiery red sword appeared in his grasp. Qing Feng, not to be outdone, swiftly retrieved a short staff from behind him. In an instant, the staff elongated into a golden rod, approximately 1.5 meters long, with purple ends. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood the nature of Qing Feng's weapon, though disappointment rippled through the crowd. Why? Because while others wielded flying swords with elegance and grace, Qing Feng brandished a simple rod, akin to a monkey's stick, which diminished their enthusiasm significantly. Even Feng Lixing, upon seeing Qing Feng's weapon, was taken aback, wondering why he chose such an unimpressive iron rod to make an impression. With a resigned shake of his head, he declared, "This sword is known as the Five Elements Fire Sword, forged from the essence of the five elements fire and Tianshan iron, tempered by earth fire over the course of 81 days. Faced with the need to introduce his own weapon, Qing Feng stammered, "This rod is called the Big Iron Rod, and the materials are unknown." After struggling to describe his weapon, this admission prompted laughter from the audience, even eliciting a smirk from the otherwise serious Feng Lixing, who mused about his junior brother's lack of awareness regarding his own weapon's composition. Meanwhile, Yu Zixin, who had remained at the arena, allowed a faint smile to grace her icy features, finding Qing Feng's candidness amusing. "Prepare yourself," Feng Lixing bellowed, launching his flying sword into action. The sword soared like a fiery serpent, its flames flickering dangerously. Qing Feng felt an intense heat approaching, the temperature rising alarmingly, and in that moment of shock, he swung his rod to counter the attack. With a resounding clash, the sword met the rod, and Qing Feng's strike carried immense force, sending Feng Lixing's sword flying. This unexpected turn caused Feng Lixing considerable dismay. Quickly, he summoned the sword back to his hand, his expression hardening as he unleashed 4 more swords from behind him. With a flourish, the 5 swords formed a circular formation above him, spinning ominously. "Now," he commanded, and the swords launched toward Qing Feng in a coordinated assault. Qing Feng furrowed his brow, summoning a protective barrier that enveloped him like a dome. He swung his rod at the incoming swords, the sound of impact echoing through the arena. A display of raw power that captivated the audience, even if it lacked the elegance of a sword duel. As the two exchanged blows, Qing Feng seized the initiative, leaping high and aiming a strike at Feng Lixing. Alarmed, Feng Lixing leapt back, aware that being caught at close range would spell disaster for him. But Qing Feng was relentless, landing and launching himself once more, determined to showcase the might of his body refinement techniques. In a moment of desperation, Feng Lixing altered his gestures, transforming the 5 flying swords into a whirlwind of blades, resembling petals rushing toward Qi Feng. At that instant, Qi Feng unleashed a surge of energy, his rod emitting a brilliant golden light as their attacks collided, creating a shockwave that swept across the arena, displacing the ground beneath them. Both warriors retreated a step, Qing Feng reflecting on how narrowly he had avoided injury from Feng Lixing's formidable power. Meanwhile, Feng Lixing was equally astonished that his trusted technique had failed to subdue Qing Feng. Realizing he had expended considerable energy, while his opponent seemed to remain largely unaffected, Feng Lixing understood the terrifying potential of body refinement. Acknowledging that he needed to unleash a more powerful attack, he clasped his hands and rapidly formed new gestures, positioning the 5 swords in a strategic formation above Qing Feng. With a commanding shout, Feng Lixing directed the swords downward, a fierce assault aimed at Qing Feng. The latter, sensing the gravity of the situation, summoned his protective barrier once more. However, before he could act, the 5 swords descended upon him. 5 elements, sword formation. Feng Lixing roared, his voice echoing like thunder. Qi Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, momentarily disoriented, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this technique was akin to a soul-shaking roar, capable of unsettling one's spirit. Fortunately, having consumed the essence of the transformative demon lord, Qing Feng's spiritual fortitude was greater than that of an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would have been vulnerable to the blades in that fleeting moment. Feng Lixing, puzzled by the ineffectiveness of his technique against Qing Feng, began to wonder if such resilience was a common trait among those who practiced body refinement. Without further contemplation, he changed his gestures again. The 5 elements sword formation now fully realized, with the 5 swords hovering above Qing Feng, spiraling and unleashing their elemental forces. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth took turns assaulting his protective dome, which began to tremble under the relentless barrage. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Qi Feng knew that if his barrier shattered, he would be at the mercy of the elemental forces. Determined, he furrowed his brow and let out a powerful shout, raising his rod high and striking at the heavens with a mighty blow. Chapter 89. The Convergence of Five Swords, Dominating the World Beneath the Arena. The spectators beheld a remarkable sight as the figure of Qi Feng surged forth with a single strike, unexpectedly causing a fissure to emerge in the five elements sword formation. In a fleeting moment, Qi Feng vanished from sight and reappeared outside the formation, leaving Fenglixing bewildered. Little did they know that Qi Feng possessed the mystical ability to traverse distances in an instant, a skill akin to that of celestial beings. Seizing the moment, Qi Feng advanced with his staff, intent on engaging Fenglixing in close combat. However, Fenglixing, a seasoned warrior with abundant experience, was not to be underestimated. In a heartbeat, a small shield materialized before him, expanding rapidly into a formidable barrier as it met the oncoming strike. With a thunderous crash, the massive shield was sent soaring. Propelled away from the arena, narrowly averted from causing chaos by the protective barrier surrounding the platform. At that moment, Fenglixing, alarmed, retreated hastily, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated his junior brother. The force behind that blow was undoubtedly immense, leaving him to ponder whether Qi Feng was indeed a prodigy. Fortunately for him, Qi Feng refrained from pursuing the attack, granting him a brief respite. Once more, Fenglixing summoned his flying swords, declaring, "Come forth, Qi Feng. Let us see if you can withstand my final strike." The five-element flying swords converged, emanating an ethereal brilliance that enveloped the arena in a surge of elemental power. Qi Feng narrowed his eyes, uncertain of Fenglixing's intentions. Suddenly, the five swords merged into a colossal blade, 3 zhang long, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. The spectators, even from their vantage point below, could feel the chilling intent of the sword. As they pondered whether Qi Feng could evade this strike, the monumental sword rushed towards him with terrifying force. Reacting swiftly, Qi Feng tensed his muscles, channeling all his magical energy into a single point, and raised his staff to meet the oncoming giant sword. In an instant, the two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy that reverberated throughout the arena, causing the protective barrier to ripple violently. At that moment, both combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate, an endless flow of magic fueling their respective weapons. "Yield to me," Fenglixing roared, channeling all his might into a decisive blow. Yet, Qi Feng would not allow him the upper hand. He too infused his staff with immense power, erupting with astonishing force. A deafening crack echoed as the colossal sword spiraled apart, its lethal energy scattering in all directions, leaving the arena's protective barrier riddled with cracks. Had it not been for the elder's timely intervention to mend the barrier, chaos would surely have ensued. In the center of the arena, Qi Feng's staff, wielding a force of 30 to 40,000 pounds, surged forward, pushing Fenglixing back before he could react. The overwhelming power of the staff sent Fenglixing hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. If Qi Feng had employed a ruthless strategy, he would have undoubtedly struck again, reducing Fenglixing to mere remnants. However, recognizing the nature of their match, he refrained from such extreme measures. With a resounding thud, Fenglixing crashed to the ground, and the once vibrant flying swords fell silent, their luster dimmed, as if lamenting their fate. As Fenglixing coughed up another mouthful of blood, he realized the backlash from his own attack, compounded by the force of Qi Feng's staff, had left him gravely injured. Grateful that he had not been struck directly, he acknowledged that recovery would require significant time. Standing tall, Qi Feng held his staff aloft, exuding an aura of triumph that commanded respect. In that moment, the audience was rendered speechless, their applause forgotten, as they struggled to comprehend how the seemingly disadvantaged Qi Feng had turned the tide of battle and what made his staff so exceptional. Yu Zixin, observing the scene, felt a flicker of admiration. She mused on the growth of her junior brother and pondered the outcome should they ever face one another in combat. Resolving to act, she summoned her sword and sped away like a streak of light. Meanwhile, Fenglixing sighed in defeat, muttering, "You have won." "I concede." Qi Feng, relieved, felt his legs weaken beneath him. He hastily stowed his staff and made his way off the stage, aware that he had exhausted every ounce of his strength to achieve this victory. Had Fenglixing pressed further, he would have had no choice but to surrender. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Qi Feng was embraced by Zhang Bao, who insisted on treating him to a grand feast. With the competition concluded, Qing Feng found little desire to remain for the subsequent matches. Zhang Bao supported Qing Feng as they strolled back, exchanging laughter and banter. As night fell, the delightful aroma of roasted meat wafted through Qing Feng's courtyard, where several familiar faces gathered: Zhang Bao, Lu Qing'er, Fang Yusin, Bai Fan, Shui Ru, Zhao Tianxi, and even the long-absent Lu Macho. Zhang Bao had procured monkey wine and orchestrated a feast of roasted deer and three-tailed chicken, while Lu Macho arrived bearing gifts of spirit fruits and rice. The others contributed their own offerings, making for a lavish banquet. They indulged in hearty laughter and lively conversations, sharing tales of the sect, a scene Qi Feng had not experienced in years, leading him to drink more than he intended. As the moon rose high, the festivities continued until the late hours, when Lu Macho discreetly pressed a small pouch of spirit stones into Qing Feng's hand, insisting it was merely a token of his goodwill. Qing Feng, feeling obliged, accepted it, pondering how he might repay this kindness in the future. In contemplation, he realized that with his newfound fame, friendships blossomed around him, and those who once looked down upon him now sought his favor. He found it difficult to discern genuine intentions from those who had previously scorned him. It felt as though, in an instant, everyone around him had transformed into benevolent allies. Their disdain vanished. With a slight shake of his head, Qing Feng resolved to visit a place that had long been on his mind. Chapter 90. A mind full of thoughts accompanied by white fish, whether it was the intoxicating effects of the wine or a sudden whim. He felt an overwhelming desire to visit the Lingyun waterfall. Without further contemplation, he retrieved his staff, channeling his magical energy to soar through the skies, leaving a lingering trail of golden light in his wake. In midair, Qing Feng truly appreciated the wonders of this magical power. Unfortunately, his cultivation had stagnated, and without the aid of elixirs, even the slightest advancement in his practice proved exceedingly difficult, especially considering the meager spiritual energy of his dwelling, which was akin to a drop in the ocean for his cultivation needs. Fortunately, his master had once assured him that upon his return from the Seven Sects Martial Arts Conference, regardless of his performance, a more suitable dwelling would be arranged for him. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of joy within. Before long, he arrived at the foot of Tongtian Peak. The guardian disciple, upon noticing his arrival, bellowed, "Who dares to come here at night?" But as soon as he recognized Qing Feng, his expression transformed into one of warmth, exclaiming, "What an unexpected guest!" The two were already acquainted, so without further ado, Qing Feng made his way up the mountainside. Observing Qing Feng's silhouette, the guardian disciple couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Who could have imagined that the once little junior disciple would grow so remarkably in just a few short years? At that moment, another senior disciple approached, having heard the commotion. After listening to the guardian disciple's explanation, he too marveled at Qing Feng's potential, grateful that they had maintained a good relationship with him. Unbeknownst to Qing Feng, the two were whispering about him as he ascended the mountain, half inebriated and half elated. The moon hung high in the sky, and celestial cranes glided gracefully across the heavens, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. In a mere quarter of an hour, he found himself several hundred meters away from the flowing clouds of the waterfall. At that moment, he was surprised to hear the enchanting sound of a flute drifting from that direction, the melody delicate and captivating, as if it descended from the heavens, resonating in the air. Following the sound, he strolled toward the waterfall, and upon reaching the edge, he beheld a maiden in purple seated gracefully on a boulder, her legs folded beneath her. The hem of her violet skirt revealed dainty feet, white as jade, playfully peeking out, stirring his heart. Above her, a massive branch extended, shielding her from the droplets of water, while a silver fish, over a meter long, swam before her, seemingly absorbing the power of the moonlight. Witnessing this scene, Qing Feng couldn't help but recall a poetic line. In the wild expanse, the sky descends to meet the trees, the river is clear, and the moon draws nearer to the heart. Enraptured by the moment, he stood in a daze. Suddenly, the young woman sensed his presence and turned her head. Her eyes sparkled like jewels, and her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yu Zixin. Bathed in moonlight, her beauty was truly ethereal, and one could hardly dispute her celestial charm. "Junior sister, is that you?" Their eyes met, and it was indeed the strikingly beautiful Yu Zixin. She gazed at him for a moment before inquiring, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Qing Feng approached slowly, scratching his head with a teasing smile. "I had a few drinks with some friends tonight, and suddenly felt the urge to come here for a breath of fresh air. After saying this, he quickly added, I didn't expect you to be here as well, and your flute playing is truly enchanting. I was utterly captivated. Seeing Qin Feng's demeanor so different from the competitive spirit he exhibited before, Yu Zixin found herself thinking of him as a naive, innocent boy. For reasons she couldn't fathom. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. Qin Feng, noticing her expression, was momentarily taken aback. Senior sister, you are truly beautiful, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by admiration. Yu Zixin's face flushed with a hint of shyness, but she did not scold him. Instead, she merely huffed and cooled her expression, thinking that he had offended her. Qin Feng looked at her like a bewildered child, unsure of what to do. Yu Zixin, truly at a loss for how to respond to him, finally said, I'm not angry. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sighed in relief, though he couldn't comprehend why he felt so anxious upon seeing her. Gathering his courage, he asked, Senior sister, where did you learn to play the flute? It's genuinely beautiful. With an arched eyebrow, Yu Zixin felt a playful urge to tease him and replied, Is that so? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Qin Feng exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Yu Zixin observed his expression, unable to suppress a laugh. And she realized that when she was with this boy, her guard lowered, and her spirits lifted. Nodding in response, Yu Zixin tossed her flute to him. Qin Feng caught it. Noticing the lingering fragrance and warmth it held, he brought the flute to his lips, but to his dismay, despite his robust lungs, he could produce no sound. His face turning crimson with embarrassment as he glanced at Yu Zixin. Seeing his flustered state, Yu Zixin burst into laughter, her smile as radiant as a blooming garden. Qin Feng felt utterly humiliated, yet all he could do was look at her with pleading eyes. Senior sister, weren't you going to teach me? Yu Zixin then composed herself and began to guide him. Qin Feng was attentive and eager to learn, and under her instruction, he made rapid progress, earning her newfound respect. As the night wore on, the two inadvertently spent a significant portion of the evening together, their distance seemingly diminished. With the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon, they both realized how swiftly time had passed. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Zixin handed him a sheet of music before she mounted her sword and departed. Although Qin Feng was bright and eager to learn, mastering the flute was no simple feat. He could only manage to produce sound. He had momentarily forgotten to return the flute to her, but she was already out of sight, leaving him to consider returning it another day. Lingering a bit longer, Qin Feng took both the flute and the sheet music and departed. Beneath the flowing clouds of the waterfall, the white fish leapt once more, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. What kind of creature was this that it had cultivated an inner core and become a spirit? Yet, upon seeing it, Qin Feng refrained from thinking of cooking it. Well aware of its bond with Yu Zixin, he could not bring himself to distress his junior sister. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in the distance, and the white fish vanished in a flash, leaving no trace behind, as if it had simply disappeared from the waters. Chapter 91. The Water Dragon and the 100-Poison Centipede. As dawn broke the following day, the gentle breeze, as always, absorbed the innate essence of the sun's purple chi. After a period of recuperation, his purple chi crystal had once again regained the size of a soybean. Although the cultivation of the Great Sun's sunset skill progressed slowly, the rapid advancement of the body of dominance was indeed a cause for celebration. However, this recent competition ignited within him a fervent desire to acquire a new technique. After all, engaging in close combat without any formidable martial skills was a disadvantage, hindering him from fully showcasing his strengths. Regrettably, techniques were scarce, often shrouded in secrecy, and predominantly held by those in positions of authority or noble families. Generally, only direct disciples had the opportunity to cultivate them. Unfortunately, when he inquired with Lu Qingshan, he discovered that he possessed only a few powerful sword techniques, while for martial arts involving fists, feet, and staffs, he could only scratch his head in confusion, as he had none to offer. Helpless, he could only rely on fate in the days to come, hoping to stumble upon something worthwhile. Utilizing the remaining days, he resolved to diligently practice the Heavenly Eight Desolations Water Dragon technique, with the final training ground being, of course, the flowing cloud waterfall. With this thought in mind, he hurried to that location. For several consecutive days, he committed himself to mastering the technique. However, to his slight disappointment, the figure of Yu Zixin had not reappeared. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by, and soon nearly half a month had elapsed. One day, at the flowing cloud waterfall, a sudden loud sound echoed, followed by a resounding dragon's roar. Beneath the waterfall, one could see a figure skillfully manipulating a water dragon, about 3 zhang in length, spiraling upwards towards the sky. Upon closer inspection, the water dragon appeared impressive, exuding a majestic aura that seemed to possess incredible strength. The individual controlling the water dragon was none other than Qingfeng himself, who, with a series of hand gestures, directed the dragon to crash against the mountainside. A thunderous crash ensued as the rock face was breached and the water dragon, having exhausted its strength, transformed into a cascade of droplets akin to a torrential rain. Gasping for breath, Qingfeng beheld this scene with immense joy. He had not anticipated that. In just half a month's time, he would achieve a minor success in the first layer of this technique, marking significant progress. Yet, despite the formidable power of this technique, it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy, explaining why cultivators often unleash their most powerful moves during battles. Once faced with defeat, they would retreat on their swords without hesitation. Now, he finally understood the necessity of such actions. If one could not keep up with their spiritual energy, being captured by an opponent would inevitably lead to ruin. At that moment, Qingfeng felt a twinge of pity for the cultivators, unlike himself, who could engage in a relentless struggle as long as he had energy to spare. A resounding bell tolled, signaling the unique gathering of disciples from the sect. Upon reflection, he realized that today was indeed the day they were to set out. After many days of busyness, he had almost forgotten this date. With this thought, he hurriedly made his way to the hillside. Thankfully, the meeting place was not far, yet by the time he arrived, he was drenched in sweat. Why? It was because the others had already gathered, leaving him as the last to arrive. Stealing a glance at his master, he noticed the elder's displeased expression, undoubtedly indicating some level of anger. In the square, many disciples had assembled, eager to witness the departure of several representatives from the sect for the competition, creating a lively atmosphere. Qingfeng quickly rejoined the ranks, and shortly after, several beams of light approached rapidly from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, the lead figure was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, yet a youthful visage. The sect leader followed closely by his side, accompanied by 2 others, Mu Yi and Elder Sanchuan, both of whom Qingfeng had previously encountered. As the group drew near, it became clear that the individual at the forefront was none other than the elusive Uncle Master Fuyo. Upon the appearance of such an esteemed figure, all disciples immediately performed deep bows in greeting. "We pay our respects to Uncle Master," they chorused. At that moment, even the selected representatives dared not lose their composure and hurriedly followed suit. Uncle Master Fuyo surveyed the assembled disciples with a sense of satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a gentle force lifted everyone to their feet. Then, he turned his gaze towards the representatives for the sect competition, scanning their faces. When his eyes landed on Qingfeng, he paused momentarily, a hint of confusion flickering in his expression. Yet, he quickly masked it, feigning indifference as he shifted his attention to the others. With a light stroke of his beard, he nodded in approval and remarked, "Excellent, excellent." Now it was the turn of the sect leader, Gue Yuanzizi, to address the assembly. Clearing his throat, he commanded immediate silence. He then spoke. "This journey is crucial to our sect's endeavors spanning a century. I hope every disciple will exert their utmost effort to secure the greatest benefit for our sect." The 10 representatives readily pledged their commitment, inciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Subsequently, the sect leader distributed small bags of spirit stones to those without, intended for future restoration of spiritual energy, without a mention of magical artifacts or flying swords. Finally, to motivate everyone, the sect leader dangled a tantalizing reward. Should they excel, they would receive a spirit-rich cave dwelling, along with various elixirs and spirit stones. While the disciples were willing to risk their lives for the sect, the promise of rewards was undoubtedly more enticing, igniting their spirits. With a commanding shout from the sect leader, a gigantic centipede, measuring over 30 meters in length, suddenly emerged from the rear mountain. Its appearance was fearsome, with countless bristles covering its segments, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Its long antennae stretched 7 to 8 meters, and its protruding pincers were menacingly sharp. The sight alone was enough to terrify the crowd. As the centipede landed, its vibrant green eyes scanned the assembly, causing those caught in its gaze to feel a chill, as if exposed. Upon landing, the centipede appeared to acknowledge the sect leader with a glance, displaying a semblance of joy as it regarded Uncle Master Fuyo, suggesting a cordial relationship between man and beast. At this moment, Uncle Master Fuyo leapt onto the centipede's head, followed by Elder Sanchuan, and Mu Yi, the sect leader. Gui Yuanzizi spoke with a hint of gravity. The journey to Daoxin sect is long, and we cannot proceed without a means of transport. Fortunately, a few days prior, Uncle Master Fuyo managed to persuade the 100 poison centipede to assist us, allowing you to ride upon our sect's guardian beast. With its presence, you will command great respect wherever you go. Now, without further ado, Uncle Master Fuyo will lead the way, with Songchuan and Mu Yi accompanying you. You younger disciples must remain vigilant and respectful throughout this journey. Do you understand? Chapter 92. A journey through scenic splendor. Before Lingxiu Mountain, upon hearing the words of Guanzi, the crowd unanimously expressed their agreement. Subsequently, 10 individuals ascended together, leaping onto the back of the 100 poison centipede. Upon landing, they were astonished to find the creature's broad back nearly 1.5 yards wide, providing an exceptionally stable seating experience, akin to resting upon a grand vessel. The firm exoskeleton offered a refreshing chill, emanating a soothing aura that brought a sense of comfort to all, leaving them puzzled about its origin. At that moment, the esteemed master spoke with authority, commanding, "Rise." The 100 poison centipede promptly twisted its body and took flight, swiftly elevating them into the air. Countless disciples on the mountainside waved farewell with expressions of deep envy, while the group brimmed with confidence, determined to achieve the best results for their fellow brothers and sisters. Meanwhile, the figure of the ascendant Yao spoke slowly. "This journey is long. Each of you may cultivate in silence without excessive noise." Upon hearing this, those who had wished to engage in conversation quickly fell silent, refraining from further chatter. Qingfeng glanced at Yu Zixin and noticed that she was seated at the tail of the centipede, opposite her senior sister Muaoxue from Xiaya Peak. Although they were not conversing, both were absorbed in their individual practices. As he cast his gaze elsewhere, Qingfeng spotted his master brother Qingyun and his second brother Lei Heng from Tongtian Peak among the assembly, along with several renowned figures from various peaks: Donglihai, Chu Shicong, Shangwanjun, Zhongli, and Quanjinzi. At that moment, everyone remained focused on their own cultivation, so Qingfeng felt it inappropriate to intrude and thus joined in meditation as well. The Daoxian sect lay tens of thousands of miles away, and even at the rapid pace of the 100 poison centipede, it would take some time to reach their destination. The journey remained tranquil, and after a few days of solitary meditation, the atmosphere began to lighten as they started to familiarize themselves with one another, understanding that this trip would span vast distances. Despite the generally reserved demeanor of the cultivators, a few cheerful individuals, such as Zhongli and Quanjinzi, began to engage. As the two warmed up to each other, they moved closer to Qingfeng, who was no stranger to conversation and found the exchanges enlightening, given their extensive experience in cultivation. However, the others maintained a certain distance, leaving Qingfeng uncertain whether it was due to personality or circumstance. As time passed, Qingfeng grew closer to the two. Each day, he shared tales of peculiar happenings and discussed rare herbs and elixirs, all the while observing what Yu Zixin was preoccupied with. Though he hesitated to approach her for fear of being misunderstood, several times, he contemplated taking out his jade flute to practice, but ultimately refrained, respecting the wishes of the ascendant Yao, and instead enjoyed the journey, marveling at the clouds and mountains. One day, as they traversed a primeval forest, a colossal beam of light shot up into the sky from a distance, causing the group to panic momentarily. The ascendant Yao opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, then instructed everyone to remain calm. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to return shortly thereafter, his expression grave. The elder Mai inquired with curiosity, and the ascendant Yao shook his head, saying, "I did not expect the demonic sect to act with such audacity, brazenly attacking disciples of the 7 sects. I arrived just in time to witness several drained corpses." The revelation sent a chill through the group, as they had not anticipated such rampant malevolence from the demons in the vicinity. Each individual was lost in thought, contemplating the implications. Qingfeng, too, mused that the surrounding area of Tai sect had not witnessed such boldness from the demonic sects, pondering their motives and whether they sought to incite a conflict between righteousness and malevolence. Following this unsettling incident, the atmosphere atop the 100 poison centipede grew somber. After half a month, they finally beheld a vast mountain range stretching for miles ahead. One peak towered into the clouds, obscuring its true form, marking the entrance to Daoxian sect. As the 100 poison centipede approached the mountain gates, 2 elderly elders with youthful faces awaited their arrival. The ascendant Yao acknowledged them with a nod, and after a brief exchange, they boarded the centipede, ascending the mountain. The majestic Lingxiu Mountain of Daoxian's sect was an awe-inspiring sight, with numerous towering pillars piercing the sky. Each pillar housed a humble abode, likely serving as cultivation quarters for the disciples. The abundant spiritual energy in this place surpassed even that of Tongtian Peak, truly rendering it a sanctum for cultivation. After a brief journey led by the two elders, they arrived at a grand plaza, meticulously crafted with immense power, spanning several thousand meters. Its construction must have demanded tremendous effort from the sect. Beyond the plaza, grand pavilions and palatial structures adorned the distant mountains, while celestial cranes and divine creatures soared through the skies, and ethereal deer roamed the lush terrain. Witnessing this spectacle, Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel at Daoxian sect's reputation as the foremost sect among the seven. The grandeur of this place was indeed incomparable to Tai's sect. At that moment, the 100-poisoned centipede landed gracefully upon the plaza. The disciples of Daoxian's sect observed them with expressions of surprise, though this astonishment quickly faded for reasons unknown. Just then, several beams of light descended from the heavens, swiftly landing before the 100-poisoned centipede. The newcomers, clad in distinctive robes, were evidently figures of considerable standing within the sect. Under the guidance of the ascendant Yao, the disciples of Tai's sect disembarked into the plaza. "I have long awaited this moment," one elder remarked. "The esteemed leader of Hunyuanzi is preoccupied with pressing matters and cannot greet you immediately. I hope you will be understanding." Upon hearing this, the previously agitated expression on the ascendant Yao's face softened. He nodded in acknowledgement, and after an exchange of words, a look of incredulity crossed his features. At this juncture, the elder instructed a senior disciple to escort everyone to the prearranged guest quarters and to find a few disciples to guide them on a brief tour. Without further ado, he and the accompanying individuals soared into the sky alongside the ascendant Yao. Left behind, the crowd followed Chaoquan and might locate their accommodations. The vast expanse of Daoxian sect was distinct from Tai's sect, which was divided among 7 peaks, offering an entirely different charm. As they proceeded under the guidance of their hosts, they gained a deeper understanding of the surroundings. While the 100-poisoned centipede had already been warmly welcomed to a more luxurious setting. Chapter 93. A reunion with old friends as Pu Dao Jingguang and Qingfeng's party arrived at the Daoxian sect's annex. They were surprised to find several disciples from various sects already settled in, indicating they had arrived quite late. Along the way, familiar faces from different sects greeted one another, exchanging pleasantries and making plans for future conversations. After a leisurely stroll, they were led to a secluded courtyard that was currently in full bloom with pear blossoms. The numerous pear trees, adorned with pristine white flowers, created an enchanting atmosphere that was truly delightful to behold. The courtyard featured a picturesque landscape with rockeries, grassy patches, and a meandering stream, all of which contributed to its serene beauty, reminiscent of a tranquil holiday retreat. Within the courtyard, there were several rooms, ample enough for each individual to have their own space, and the abundant spiritual energy here far surpassed that of Qingfeng's modest abode. Elders Zhang Quan and Mu Yi expressed their satisfaction with the Daoxian sect's arrangements, instructing everyone to find a room to settle in. The elder of the Beacon Fire, however, mentioned that once everyone was rested, a disciple from Daoxian sect would come to guide them in exploring the sect's scenic wonders, ensuring their visit would be worthwhile. This announcement brought great joy to the group, as they appreciated the meticulous hospitality extended by the Daoxian sect, instilling a sense of warmth upon their arrival. Qingfeng chose a room at the far end, only to notice that Uzxin had selected the adjacent one. Naturally, Muao Shui sought to stay close to Uzxin, without pondering too much on the matter. However, amidst the crowd, a pair of piercing eyes glared in their direction, filled with venomous resentment. It was none other than Lei Hong. Yet, this expression quickly vanished, concealed from sight. Sensing something amiss, Qingfeng scanned the surroundings but saw nothing out of the ordinary, momentarily doubting his instincts. At that moment, he turned to Uzxin and blurted out, "Junior sister, I have yet to return your jade flute." As Uzxin was about to open her door, she paused at his words, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly recalling that evening's events, a hint of fluster crossed her face. She looked at him, her expression shifting slightly, and replied, "You may keep it for now. You can return it once you have mastered your skills." Without waiting for Qingfeng to respond, she entered her room. Muao Shui glanced over, her brow furrowed. She had overheard snippets of conversation, but was puzzled by the connection between the typically aloof Uzxin and this young man, piquing her curiosity. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Qing Feng, the recently prominent junior disciple. Seeing Mu Ao Shui's gaze, Qing Feng immediately greeted her with a warm smile. "Greetings, senior sister." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Mu Ao Shui found this junior disciple rather endearing and nodded in acknowledgement. They exchanged a few casual remarks before retreating to their respective rooms. Upon entering his own quarters, Qing Feng found the furnishings quite satisfactory. Everything he needed was at hand, providing a sense of comfort rather than extravagance. He seated himself at a square table, pouring a pot of fragrant tea that filled the air with its enticing aroma. Taking a sip, he was captivated by the lingering taste, a delightful aftertaste that left him yearning for more. After days of travel, weariness began to set in. Although Qing Feng was in good health, he felt the fatigue creeping in, making it the perfect moment to rest. He lay down on the bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Qing Feng opened his eyes and called out, "Come in." Just as he sat up, the door swung open to reveal Zhongli. "Junior brother, the Daoxian sect has sent someone to take us on a scenic tour, and I came to find you. Let us go." Before Qing Feng could even prepare himself, Zhongli whisked him away. At the entrance of the annex, two disciples from Daoxian sect awaited their arrival, one of whom Qing Feng recognized fondly as Su Rong, a comrade from past endeavors. Su Rong's face lit up upon seeing Qing Feng, and they embraced warmly, exchanging a few words. Qing Feng learned that Su Rong had volunteered to guide him and the others upon discovering Qing Feng's presence. Touched by this gesture, Qing Feng felt a wave of gratitude. Su Rong and his senior brother led the group through the Daoxian sect, showcasing its splendid scenery. The breathtaking sights, particularly the radiant Pu Dao Zhenguang atop Lingxiu Peak, were mesmerizing, akin to the arrival of a celestial being. As they journeyed, Su Rong pointed out restricted areas and potential hazards, providing thorough explanations to ensure everyone's safety. In the evening, Daoxian sect organized a bonfire gathering for the disciples from the other 6 sections. This event marked Qing Feng's first opportunity to witness the true essence of the 7 sects collectively. Disciples from Daoxian sect, Tai sect, Two Instruments Sword sect, Qintian Temple, Fa Yuan Temple, Weak Water Dragon Palace, and Ling Beast Mountain all gathered in this place. While they wore friendly expressions, an underlying sense of distance lingered, as this gathering pertained to the significant matters concerning their respective sects' futures, prompting caution in their interactions. Among the notable figures was the renowned first talent of Weak Water Dragon Palace, known as the Water Moon Fairy, Lan Yi. Her innate beauty captivated countless male cultivators upon her entrance, leaving them in awe. Scanning the crowd, Qing Feng was unable to spot the person he longed to see, Lu Ruyan, whom he had not encountered in ages. Given the significance of the gathering, he refrained from inquiring about her whereabouts, determined to seek her out at a later time to ensure her well-being. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, beneath a millennia-old tree and before an ancient well, Lu Ruyan sat serenely on a stone slab. With gentle hands, she played the guqin, producing enchanting melodies imbued with a sense of melancholy and longing, leaving one to wonder what sentiments she was expressing through her music. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke materialized, revealing a woman clad in green. The music abruptly ceased, and Lu Ruyan turned to face her visitor. The woman, with affectionate eyes, spoke softly, "My dear, throughout history, many have suffered from the burdens of love. This unending sorrow is something I wish for you to avoid, just as your mother once did." Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes as a single crystalline tear slipped down her cheek. Overcome by her green aunt's tender gaze, she rushed into her embrace, sobbing. Aunt Qing. Chapter 94. A heart of suspicion and reflection. Though the enchanting Water Moon Fairy possessed undeniable beauty, it elicited little response from Qing Feng. After all, his junior sister, Yu Zixin, and the somewhat concerning Lu Ruyan were both peerless beauties, each rivaling Lan Yi in allure. Yet, each of the three possessed their own distinct qualities and seasons of life. As the evening gathering concluded, the elite disciples of the 7 sects had become somewhat familiar with one another, ensuring that future encounters would not lead to any misunderstandings. This event also allowed Qing Feng to gain a thorough understanding of the young heroes from various sections. Just as the gathering was about to disperse, an unexpected spectacle unfolded in the sky. Several beams of light streaked across, rapidly approaching. In mere moments, the lights descended, revealing 7 figures. At the forefront stood a man clad in golden battle armor, with striking brows and a chiseled visage, exuding an air of exceptional valor. This was Wan Daoyi, one of the 7 sons of Daoxian sect, with whom Qing Feng had previously interacted. Behind him were 5 men and 1 woman, all radiating remarkable charisma, albeit with a hint of arrogance upon their faces. Upon landing, Wan Daoyi exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, prompting everyone to rise and welcome. However, to everyone's surprise, he approached Yu Zixin directly and proclaimed, "Junior sister Zixin, Daoxian sect is renowned for its scenic beauty. We should explore it together sometime." His words immediately rendered the atmosphere awkward, as curious glances were exchanged among the attendees, pondering why the usually proud Wan Daoyi would exhibit such warmth. Lei Heng from Tai's sect widened his eyes in disbelief, and the rest shared similar sentiments. Even Yu Zixin appeared perplexed by Wan Daoyi's sudden cordiality. After making his remark, Wan Daoyi scanned the crowd, absorbing their expressions before bursting into laughter. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. It is merely a gesture of hospitality for junior sister Zixin's inaugural visit to our sect." This explanation only deepened the intrigue, for many were also visiting for the first time, yet he had not extended similar courtesies to them. Instead, he chose to shower attention on the exquisite beauty, which did not sit well with the others, who silently calculated the implications of his words. He continued, "The 7 sects are interconnected, and you are all esteemed talents from your respective schools. I hope each of you will shine during the upcoming competition, bringing unparalleled glory to your sections." After raising his cup in a toast to himself, he instructed the event organizer to ensure everyone was well accommodated. Once these formalities were concluded, he engaged in small talk before ascending into the sky with his entourage, vanishing from sight. The excitement he had stirred quickly dissipated, leaving everyone in a subdued mood as they began to disperse. On their way back, the Tai sect disciples remained silent until Mu Aoshue broke the quiet, asking, "Junior sister, what do you make of Wan Daoyi's peculiar behavior? Such an unusual demeanor suggests something is amiss." Yu Zixin pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed, before shaking her head. "Sister, I truly do not understand. Although I have met Wan Daoyi briefly, I am at a loss as to why he would suddenly be so cordial." With questions lingering in their minds, each pondered their thoughts, while Qing Feng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, sensing that something ominous might be on the horizon. Lei Heng, too, wore a grim expression, remaining silent throughout the journey. Upon returning to their quarters, each retreated to their rooms. Soon after, Qing Feng heard a gentle knock on his door. Rushing to answer, he was surprised to find Yu Zixin standing there in her purple attire. Stunned, he wondered what had prompted her visit. But as he gestured for her to enter, she subtly shook her head, indicating a desire for them to take a stroll outside. Nodding in agreement, he followed her into the courtyard. They walked along a narrow mountain path in silence, the moonlight casting a radiant glow upon her fair complexion, enhancing her beauty even further. Eventually, they arrived at a pond adorned with blooming lotuses, where silver fish danced beneath the surface, occasionally leaping into the air with a soft splash. "Junior brother," Yu Zixin spoke softly, gazing at the water, "do you think anyone will remember my name if I were to leave Tai's sect one day?" At her words, a chill ran through Qing Feng. He quickly responded, "Of course, junior sister. Your brilliance and noble spirit will surely be cherished by many within our sect. Yet, I am curious as to why you would ask such a thing. Has something occurred?" His concern deepened as Yu Zixin's expression softened with warmth, as if shedding all pretense. She sighed, "Junior brother, do you also intend to remember me?" Caught in the depth of her clear eyes, Qi Feng momentarily faltered before steadying himself and affirming, "Indeed. I shall never forget you, regardless of where life takes you." He hesitated before adding, "To be honest, Wan Daoyi's unexpected enthusiasm today has left me with an unsettling feeling." At this, Qing Feng's heart skipped a beat, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, he ventured, "Junior sister, you must sense something, do you not?" Yu Zixin regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before gently shaking her head. "I cannot be certain. Before my departure from the sect, my grandfather mentioned that I would bear certain responsibilities, that the family's prosperity relies on our collective efforts. At the time, I did not grasp his meaning, but now I wonder if he intended something deeper. Such notions of family honor are irrelevant. You are you, and will always be so. Do not seek joy or sorrow from external things, nor tether yourself to the expectations of family. As cultivators, we exist between heaven and earth, unbound by worldly concerns. Why should we allow ourselves to be ensnared by the trivialities of life?" In that moment, Qi Feng was taken aback by his own impassioned words, expressing sentiments that seemed rebellious yet heartfelt. Chapter 95. Bold words and a palm of fury. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Yu Zixin felt a stir in her heart. Never expecting this usually quiet and unassuming junior brother to speak so boldly. Although he seemed to be quite right, could anyone truly escape their fate? The two gazed up at the sky, and Yu Zixin fell into a contemplative silence. Qingfeng noticed the furrowed brow and despondent expression on Yu Zixin's face, feeling an unbearable ache in his heart. Suddenly, he found himself declaring, "Life is but a fleeting moment. One should aspire to the heights of a swan. Though fate may be fragile, one must possess an indomitable spirit. The world is yet to be determined. You and I are both dark horses. We have transcended the mundane, existing beyond this earthly realm. Sister, you are lost in thought." Upon hearing Qingfeng's impassioned speech, Yu Zixin's heart stirred once more, her eyes widening in surprise as she re-evaluated this junior brother, as if meeting him for the first time, which left her with a newfound admiration. In that moment, Qingfeng exuded an indescribable aura, causing even this proud and aloof woman to feel a jolt of emotion. Realizing this, she quickly turned her head away, silently chastising herself for her feelings. After Qingfeng finished speaking, noticing that Yu Zixin remained silent, he grew anxious, wondering if his words had been too heavy and offended her. At that moment, Yu Zixin's gaze met his, and they shared a charged moment, a spark of electricity coursing between them, an inexplicable sensation that defied description. Suddenly, emboldened by an unknown courage, Qingfeng leaned forward, and without fully grasping his own actions, he gently cupped Yu Zixin's chin and leaned in to kiss her soft lips. Just as their lips were about to touch, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the heavens. A colossal bolt of lightning struck a nearby ancient tree, instantly reducing it to ashes. In that instant, Qingfeng snapped back to reality, looking skyward to see a figure seething with rage, casting an angry glare at the two of them. It was none other than Master Fuyao. The usually dignified elder was now livid, his face a mask of fury. "Grandfather! Uncle!" the two exclaimed simultaneously, their hearts pounding with fear. A cold sneer echoed from above. "Humph, Zixin, do you realize the grave mistake you nearly made?" Though Master Fuyao's tone seemed calm, beneath it simmered a tempest of wrath. Yu Zixin bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Qingfeng, however, filled with youthful passion, raised his head and boldly declared, "Master Uncle, it is entirely my fault. I was momentarily lost in madness." Silence. Master Fuyao's eyes blazed with fury, his anger palpable as he longed to strike this disciple down. Yu Zixin was taken aback. She had never seen her grandfather so enraged. Uncertain of the cause, she felt a pang of compassion for Qingfeng, who was being reprimanded so harshly. She lifted her head and spoke with icy resolve, "Grandfather, Zixin does not understand what wrong she has committed." Seeing Yu Zixin's defiance only fueled Master Fuyao's ire. He could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "You secretly rendezvous with this boy. Do you not realize the taboo you have breached?" "What taboo? We acted openly, and I merely invited him here to ease my troubled heart," Yu Zixin retorted, suddenly regaining her fearless demeanor. "You, wretched child." Master Fuyao was at a loss for words. After a sharp reprimand, he struck out with a palm. Qingfeng, witnessing the impending attack, felt an overwhelming rush of protectiveness. Without a second thought, he activated his protective technique and positioned himself in front of Yu Zixin. A thunderous crash echoed as Qingfeng's protective barrier shattered, and he felt an immense force crash down upon him, sending him flying. A spurt of blood escaped his lips, and he was left in shock at the sheer power Master Fuyao wielded with a mere flick of his wrist. Seeing Qingfeng injured, Yu Zixin's heart surged with anger. In an instant, she caught him in her arms, feeling a surge of tenderness as she looked at his wounded form. Master Fuyao, witnessing this scene, scoffed. But he was also struck by the realization that they were too close to the other courtyard, and his thunderous voice had already disturbed the peace there. A multitude of lights were swiftly approaching from the horizon. Moreover, seeing Qingfeng's state left him shaken, realizing he had overreacted. However, as an elder, he could not afford to dwell on his earlier actions. Recognizing that this boy was one he had personally taught the Yu family's secret techniques, his heart was filled with a mix of emotions. With a slight shake of his head, he coldly remarked, "Take care of yourselves," before vanishing in a flash of light. Before long, countless disciples from the 7 sects arrived. When they saw Qingfeng lying in Yu Zixin's embrace, blood trickling from his mouth, the area fell silent, unsure of how to broach the subject. When disciples from Tai sect arrived and beheld the scene, they were astonished, unclear as to why the two were together. especially given Qingfeng's apparent severe injuries. Mu Aoxue stepped forward, signaling the others to assist Qingfeng. She then pulled Yu Zixin aside, demanding to know what had transpired. Yu Zixin sighed, realizing she could not reveal the truth of the events that had just occurred. Instead, she fabricated a flimsy excuse before departing with Mu Aoxue. Qingfeng was taken away by the other disciples for healing, while the disciples of the 7 sects began speculating amongst themselves about the incident. The next morning, when Qingfeng awoke, he was surprised to find Yu Zixin sitting at the head of his bed, one hand resting on her forehead, the other draped over the bed, her eyes gently closed. Clearly fatigued, this scene inexplicably evoked memories of their childhood, when they had shared a similar moment. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and just then, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. "You're awake?" Yu Zixin's voice was slightly hoarse, hinting at the emotional turmoil she had endured the previous day. Qingfeng nodded in response, and Yu Zixin handed him a bowl of warm porridge, urging him to eat. He accepted it eagerly, reminiscent of their childhood, when she had fed him in a similar manner. Chapter 96. The contest begins, fierce and intense following the events of last night. An awkward atmosphere lingered between the two, especially as Qingfeng recalled his impulsive desire to kiss his junior sister, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he had refrained from committing such an audacious act. However, inexplicably, he felt a sense of loss that was difficult to articulate, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. In silence, the two remained, with Qingfeng consuming his rice porridge alone. "I'm sorry. Thank you." Yu Zixin finally broke the silence. Qingfeng hurriedly waved his hand, apologizing profusely, but Yu Zixin shook her head and replied, "Junior brother, it no longer matters who is right or wrong between us. My great-grandfather has summoned me today, and I cannot stray from his side." "What?" Qingfeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, inadvertently crushing the bowl in his hand. Yu Zixin glanced over, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. She offered no further words, but helped Qingfeng gather the fragments of the bowl before continuing, "I must obey his wishes. Do not worry. I will return to see everyone when I can." With a forced smile, she bid him farewell and, without waiting for a response, opened the door and took to the skies on her sword. Unbeknownst to anyone, as she departed, a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of Yu Zixin's eye. Left behind was Qingfeng, his expression somewhat dazed. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Though Qingfeng's injuries were minor, he fully recovered within a couple of days. Nonetheless, he wandered about in a daze, appearing somewhat disoriented to outsiders. Zhongli and Quan Zhenzi visited him, exchanging light-hearted banter, yet they conspicuously refrained from mentioning anything regarding Yu Zixin. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 7th day, marking the grand competition of the 7 sects. Given the multitude of factors at play, the event's organization necessitated utmost caution. In the preliminary round, competitors were matched according to their skill levels, with Qingfeng's cultivation placed at the lowest tier. Though his reputation was less than stellar, this was a fortuitous circumstance for Qingfeng, as facing weaker opponents meant less pressure. Having gathered his thoughts and bolstered his spirits, Qingfeng pushed aside his worries about Yu Zixin, knowing she was astute and would navigate any situation with ease, especially under the protection of her great-grandfather, who, despite his domineering nature, would not mistreat her. Without dwelling further, he set off with his fellow disciples early that morning. Upon arriving at the competition venue, they were met with a bustling crowd, with countless heads discussing the event. The competitors wore serious expressions, acutely aware that this opportunity was singular, and failure to seize it would mean the end of their aspirations. Before long, the higher-ups from the Daoxian sect gathered, along with leaders from various factions. The head of the Daoxian sect delivered an impassioned and fervent speech that stirred the hearts of all present. Qingfeng, distractedly scanning the crowd for Yu Zixin, failed to grasp the content of the speech, and by the time he regained focus, the competition had commenced. Regrettably, he had not spotted Yu Zixin amidst the throng. Shaking his head in resignation, he was pulled by Zhongli to a platform to watch the matches. On the stage, 2 disciples faced off, one clad in a green Taoist robe, the other donned in a yellow garment overlaid with a red net-patterned monk's robe. The disciple in green hailed from the Tsangtian Pavilion, while the monk was from the Faiwansi. After exchanging names, they engaged in combat, with the Tsangtian Pavilion practitioner favoring arcane arts, treating weapons as mere accessories. In contrast, the monk, possessing a diamond-like physique, wielded a meditation staff, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance that captivated the audience, though it remained uncertain whether such a display translated to actual prowess. As the battle unfolded, the scene erupted with intensity, electrifying the atmosphere. Observing from below, Qing Feng noted the similarities between the monk's indestructible body technique and his own dominance technique, though the latter primarily excelled in defense. Yet, as his dominance technique progressed, he sensed that it held greater potential than he initially believed, promising further surprises ahead. While lost in contemplation, a thunderous roar erupted from the stage, as the Zhangtian Pavilion disciples summoned a fiery giant ape, which pounded its chest, emitting a resounding boom and gathering flames that nearly melted the ground beneath. The giant ape charged at the monk, escalating the battle to a fever pitch. The audience watched in rapt attention as the Faiwanzi disciple was forced back, teetering on the brink of defeat. However, in a stunning turn of events, the monk unveiled his robe, which expanded to obscure the sky, enveloping the giant ape. Mere moments later, the beast fell silent, reduced to nothingness. The Zhangtian Pavilion disciple's magic was extinguished, and he was left spitting blood, collapsing unconscious. It became clear to all that the robe was, in fact, a potent magical artifact, prompting a reassessment of the Faiwanzi's strength. Qing Feng, astonished, reflected on the importance of not underestimating one's opponent in battle and the necessity of remaining vigilant. For even the simplest objects could harbor hidden dangers. As this match concluded, another commenced swiftly, and Qing Feng was swept along by Zhongli and Quan Zhenzi, witnessing a whirlwind of dazzling contests, gaining insight into the techniques employed by various sections. Thus, the first day passed in a flurry of excitement. Yet, Qi Feng lamented the absence of Yazixing throughout. On the second day, the fervor only intensified, with disciples from the Tai sect joining the fray. The results varied, yielding 1 victory and 2 defeats across 3 matches, with Shang Wanjun and Dong Lihai falling short, while Mu Aoxue emerged victorious. Finally, on the third day, it was Qing Feng's turn to take the stage. His fellow disciples rallied to support him. Even Lei Heng, who had previously been at odds with him, appeared, though his motives remained unclear. As Qing Feng steadied himself, a strikingly handsome young man approached the platform, accompanied by a formidable one-eyed wolf, its blood-red fur glistening menacingly. The young man took a stance and declared, "From Ling Beast Mountain, I am Zhang Tianxing."